Chapter 1 10,000 times return system descends. I got into graduate school. Cafe. Li Hao hurriedly rushed to the appointment. Just arrived at the scene but not yet sat down. Girlfriend Sumo Com suddenly mentioned a mouth. Hearing this news, Li Hao subconsciously felt happy for his girlfriend. Congratulations. I knew you would be able to do it. Today I have a bonus paid out. We must celebrate at night. Have a hot pot or something? I'll treat you. Li Hao happily took out his cell phone to look for restaurant information. Sumo's eyes were heavy. Her head was lowered and she kept fiddling with her coffee. Her eyes were hiding and she didn't dare to meet Li Hao's eyes. I mean, let's break up. Li Hao's body suddenly stiffened. As if struck by lightning. It was as if 5 thunderbolts had struck him. Li Hao pretended to be calm and barely kept his smile as he asked. Foamy, what did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. Sumo raised her head and stopped cowering. A hint of desperation flashed in her eyes. Don't pretend. You clearly heard it. Li Hao could no longer pretend and asked in disbelief. Why? Why do you suddenly have to break up when you're fine? Is there something I did wrong that made you unhappy? The bag you fell in love with a few days ago. I've been saving up money to buy it for you. Foam, in the end, why did you break up? You tell me? Li Hao was incoherent. His tone was very anxious. This relationship let him pay all his heart. He does not want to stop. He and Sumo are high school classmates. In the stage of the college entrance examination sprint, the two people have feelings for each other. In order to be together, the two people got into the same university. Thought this is a two-way love. But not. On the eve of the start of the university, Sumo's parents had an accident and both died. Sumo's family is an ordinary working class. Parents after the accident. In the hospital during the rescue. Spent all the family savings. In the end, the parents' lives were not saved, but also owed a lot of external debt, which makes the family is not rich struggling, but also let alone Sumo cannot bear. In order to let his girlfriend peace of mind in school, he hid his parents, his college tuition all to Sumo. Not only for her to go to college, he also dropped out of school to work, for Sumo to pay off all the debts, and 4 years of college living expenses. During the 4 years of college, Li Hao, in order to make money, brushed the dishes, washed the car, delivery, as long as it can make money in legal work, he basically have done. I thought this unhesitatingly pay, can change Sumo's life and death to follow. I didn't think that Sumo's first thing to do was to chop off her lover first. The breakup is definitely a bolt from the blue for Li Hao. He for Sumo. And parents broke contact, alone in the city working, 4 years to pay. In the end, all sincere feed the dog. Sumo, you're joking with me, right? We do not break up, okay? Good reason why break up? Li Hao's voice is a little trembling. Hand and foot want to retain this love. Li Hao, calm down. I am a graduate student, and the current you are not worthy of me at all. Our paths are completely different in the future. How much do you make a month? 3,000, 5,000? After I graduate, I'll start with at least several W a month. Which of the guys who pursued me in school weren't better off than you? Don't deceive yourself and others. We have long been out of the way. Sumo's icy cold words without a trace of emotion, madly trampling on Li Hao's self-esteem. For so many years, I gave up everything for you, and as a result, you say this to me. Li Hao's face was pale, completely unable to understand how Sumo could say such desperate words. Thank you for taking care of me these 4 years, but you can't take this matter and morally kidnap me for the rest of my life. Sumo justified her dislike. You were kind to me, but that's not love. That's youthful ignorance. Anyway, the money you gave me, I will return it to you later. It's just that we really can't be together. You don't deserve me. Let me go, Li Hao. Just get together, okay? Li Hao's fists clenched tightly, said word by word. It's just about getting into graduate school, not cultivating immortality. How can you say such icy words from a 37-degree mouth? God knows, Li Hao, in so many years of relationship, how much sincerity paid. Now, Sumo will his sincerity completely crushed. Letting go. Is it not possible to just say let go? Drip, drip. Outside the cafe, there was a sharp horn honking sound. Sumo panicked and got up, her tone filled with determination. Anyway, I'm just here today to inform you that from now on, the two of us will get together and part ways, and I also hope that you won't stalk me. Sumo turned around and left, her footsteps suddenly pausing. I hope that both of us leave some decency with each other. After saying this, she walked out of the cafe in big strides, not even looking back. Li Hao looked straight at the familiar and unfamiliar back, walking out of the cafe and jumping into the arms of a middle-aged fat man. The two embraced in the street. The greasy fat uncle wrapped his arms around Sumo's waist, and the two ambiguously got into a Mercedes-Benz Dodge together, riding away and leaving. Only left Li Hao alone, sitting stupidly in the cafe. Ultimately, love lost to money, false lost to reality. It turns out that your so-called love is all caused by money. Li Hao was disheartened. He only felt that the sky was spinning, as if the sky was collapsing. Ding! Suddenly, there was a strange sound in Li Hao's mind. The sudden sound startled Li Hao. Congratulations to the host for realizing the true meaning of life. Money comes first. The 10,000 times return system has arrived. Please confirm. Li Hao panicked and looked around to make sure that the voice was coming from his head. He crumbled and covered his head muttering, "It's over. It's over. I've actually gone crazy. Oh God, why are you doing this to me?" The system automatically confirms for the host. 10,000 times return system bound successfully. System explanation. From now on, whenever the host spends money for another person, the 10,000 times return mechanism will be triggered. The return multiples are double, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Special return. Please understand the return probability by yourself. Between the host's first binding system, open the newbie package mode. The first return will trigger 10,000 times the reward. Please enjoy your life and change your miserable fate. This, Li Hao stupidly listened to the system introduction. Open-mouthed, momentarily speechless, did not know what should be said to be good. Could it be that my life has bottomed out? Just when Li Hao was dumbfounded and at a loss for words, an extremely beautiful woman suddenly sat down in front of him. Long hair draped over her shoulders, hot red lips, sexy tight dress, straight and long legs, tight dress wrapped around a plump and hot body. This is a superb goddess, a straight nose, exquisite features, penetrating crystal eyes, like a creation of God. Beautiful. Li Hao subconsciously looked left and right, and looked around a bit. Beauty, you've recognized the wrong person, haven't you? She smiled faintly. No mistake, it's you I'm looking for. Chapter 2 Big Star wants to be my girlfriend. Looking for me? Li Hao was confused. How could he know a goddess of this level? Even her girlfriend Sumo? No, ex-girlfriend, didn't have this level of beauty. Waiter, cappuccino. The beauty snapped her fingers at the bar. Then without a word, she swept Li Hao, up and down with a scrutinizing gaze. Do we know each other? Li Hao was torn for a long time, and finally chose to ask the doubt. Ding! The system's voice suddenly exploded in his head. System tip. Personal information. Name, Young Ae. Age, 22. Height, 165. Weight, 45 kilograms. Profession, idol, actor, model, entertainer. Face value, 9. 3 points, pseudo. Introduction, signed artist of LSK Entertainment in Bangkok. Overseas Chinese. Idol trainee already debuted. This series of personal profiles made Li Hao even more confused in his confusion. How did the idol, contracted artist, an actor of stick country come to him? Could it be that the system had descended and also changed his charm? What Li Hao didn't know was that Young Ae was currently in the middle of filming and recording for a reality show. The company, in order to hold her debut, for her to erect a persona of helping people, for this purpose specially came to China. Want to arrange a beautiful woman to save the hero of the scene. Want to use this to hit the popularity of Zhang Ying AI. Originally, everything was ready. On the occasion of the immediate opening of the live broadcast, the actor temporarily out of the problem, which is unable to live. All the arrangements will be ruined. Unfortunately, there was a scene in the cafe where a woman was cheating on a man and he was kicked. Without a second thought, they directly let Young Ae have a unscripted, live reality show. Time to utilize your acting skills. Go for it. The cafe's lounge. After the director took the walkie-talkie and cheered Young Ae on. Camera number 1 in position. Number 2 take close-up shots from the side. Drone ready to shoot the telephoto. Action. In the cafe lobby. Young Ae subconsciously held her hair in front of her forehead and wore a warm smile. Handsome man, it's just being broken up by your girlfriend. There's nothing to think about. If you're willing, I can be your girlfriend for a day. Li Hao was dumbfounded and stayed dumbfounded. What is this situation today? First it was being broken up by his girlfriend. Afterward, the system descended and came with a 10,000 times return system. Then came an extreme goddess who took the initiative to confess to him and wanted to be his girlfriend for a day. Strange things happen every year, but today there are especially many. In the live broadcast room, the program Kindness on Earth had just started, and the first scene of the opening scene gave the fans a huge shock. Nanny, what did I miss? Why would Young Ae confess to this trash? Ah, the wife is mine. I'll fight anyone who steals my wife from me. Shocked me for a whole year. My goddess is actually confessing to someone. Don't want to live. See you at Han River Bridge. The live broadcast room was in chaos, and the atmosphere of the two people in the cafe was unusually quiet. Fortunately, at this time, the waiter brought coffee to put down. Beauty, your cappuccino. Li Hao subconsciously picked up his cell phone to scan the code in order to ease the embarrassment. Payment successful. spending 199 yuan. Ding! The system detected the host's first consumption for another person. You are spending 199 yuan this time. The newbie gift pack is opened, triggering the 10,000 times reward. You will receive a return amount of 1,990,000 yuan. Ding dong. Industrial and Commercial Bank, your account with tail number 0178, transferred to the account of 199 million yuan, with a balance of 199321304. Li Hao looked at his cell phone's arrival reminder with his eyes wide open. The 10,000 times return was not a dream, nor was it his hallucination. This is all true. Li Hao stared at the cell phone bank. More than a long string of balance, he could not hide the excitement in his heart. Ecstatic, completely uncontrollable. In the eyes of outsiders, he was really sick. Of course, Li Hao's expression was considered crazy by the fans in the live broadcast room. Who thought he was crazy? This guy was suddenly confessed by my goddess. He won't be scared silly, right? No way? This SB actually managed to get my wife's favor. I suddenly feel like I'm okay again. Goddess, if you're pushed, just blink your eyes. In the cafe, under the director's constant urging, Young Ae took a shallow sip of coffee and tried to display her kind persona. I overheard the conversation between you and your ex-girlfriend. I'm really sorry for what you went through, but life is always about being strong and facing it. You mustn't think about it. Yo, there's still a lot left in life. Even I can be your experiential girlfriend for a day, so that you can rekindle your hope of living. This big paragraph of comfort finally let Li Hao figure it out. Emotionally, this goddess was afraid that he couldn't think straight, so she came over to comfort him. A good-looking person with a good heart. A goddess who is beautiful and kind-hearted is not rare. Not to mention, if not for the sudden arrival of the system, there is a possibility that Li Hao might not be able to think straight and kill himself. But now he won't. Absolutely not. The balance is 199 million. He had never had so much money in his life. Moreover, according to the system's explanation, as long as he spends money on others, he will be able to trigger the return mechanism. Doesn't it mean that the more he spends, the more money he will have? As if he has the ability to reproduce infinitely. I agree. You'll be my girlfriend for one day. No regrets. Li Hao suddenly stood up and said with an excited face, "Today I'm going to make you feel unprecedented pleasure." The live broadcast room instantly exploded with pop-up screens. Let go of my wife. Let me do it. I'll spoil my wife. It's not your turn. Wait, what is he talking about? What unprecedented joy? What is he going to do to my idol? It can't be that I'm thinking wrong, but I think that this Chinese man is a pervert. Not to mention the fans in the live broadcast. At this moment, even young Ae felt that Li Hao was a pervert. This man wasn't a crazy person. I'm afraid, young Ae was only doing this for the sake of the show's effect, but she didn't intend to actually have something with this lewd man. The company had created a beautiful, kind and innocent persona for her, a sensible big sister, not a sexy jade girl who used her body to comfort her lost fans. In a panic, young Ae secretly pressed the wireless headset. Director, I'm afraid this person isn't a crazy person. Should the live broadcast continue? Or else let's change to someone more normal. Lounge. The director saw the skyrocketing number of people in the live broadcast room. In just a few minutes it had already broken 5,000 people. With such a hot flow and such an explosive point, how could it be possible to change it? Can't change it. It's already on air. Harden your heart and give me on. Continue your performance. Take out your real skills. The order was just conveyed. And in the camera, Li Hao was seen pulling young Ae, flying into the inner door of the cafe, and entering within the extravagant shopping mall. Quick! Camera 1 and 2 quickly follow. As the camera peeked to catch up with Li Hao, it found him dragging young Ae into a luxury store. Not this, and this, I'll take all the rest. Young Ae was dumbfounded. The follow cameraman was dumbfounded. The director was dumb, as well as the chattering viewers in the live broadcast room. They were collectively dumbfounded. Chapter 3, Buying an entire luxury store. A guest came to the door. The shopper was quite happy, but I didn't expect a pretender to come. I've seen a pretender before, but I've never seen one so capable of pretending. Their luxury store, focusing on high-end groups, take the luxury route, selling our well-known brands, Chanel, Gucci, Hermes and other top luxury goods. Counter price of a pair of socks are $19.99. In front of this stupid beep, the big talk even wanted the whole store round. He counts how old? The guide changed the norm, rolled a big white eyes, said in a bad mood, strange things happen every year, today especially more. Loaded beep loaded to the luxury store. For the first time in my life, also do not look at us, this is what place you can afford to spend? Being mocked by the guide like this, the audience in the live broadcast room reacted. This is a luxury specialty store. Just a random bag would cost tens of thousands of dollars. Making a joke. This kind of conspicuous bag is available in any country. See what happens if he can't pay for it later? He's not a pervert. He's brain dead. Identification complete. The audience in the live broadcast room were discussing passionately, causing the program's heat to continue to climb. Looking at the straight line takeoff traffic, and the screen full of pop-ups, the director was particularly emotional. It's on fire. The program is going to be on fire. Young AE, don't froze. Hurry up and cooperate. The time to establish a persona is here. The director's urging voice came from the headset, and young AE forced herself to hold back her impatience, piling on a smile and persuading with a whiny voice. Appa, there's no need to buy something so expensive for me. People don't need it. To be honest, as an idol star, luxury goods are a necessity for her. She doesn't want to be fake if she doesn't want to be, but for the sake of the program's effect, she can't worship gold. She has to try her best to show a simple and kind side. As expected, young AE's refusal made the fans who were watching the live broadcast instantly fall in love with her, and many of them even started to turn into fans. Wow, my idol is so sweet. If she can be my girlfriend for a day, I'd be willing to let me die. I'm willing to use my entire fortune in exchange for young AE to be my girlfriend for a day. The ones upstairs are afraid that they are not thinking about fart eating. My wife can only be spoiled by me. Just as the live broadcast room was boiling over and making a lot of noise, in the camera, Lee Hao directly took out his cell phone and said while scanning the code, "It's your business if you want it or not. It's my business if I give it or not." Ding! The code scanning was successful. Enter the payment amount and password. The shopper guide by the counter rolled her eyes greatly. She has seen a lot of this kind of people, and still wants to learn how to pick up girls from the rich second generation. She would like to see, how long can this poor guy pretend? If you can't pay in a while, I'll see what you do. The guide fiddled with her fingers in a condescending manner and said in an indifferent tone, "Don't take the style you selected. The rest add up to a total of 1.31 million. The viewers in the live broadcast room, witnessing all of this through the camera, all bloated and waited to see the show. See how he'll end up in a while. Pretending is fun for a while. Max out your credit card. Looking forward to looking forward." Just when the live broadcast was full of opinions, payment successful. It's only over $1 million. Collect the money. The guide still had a disdainful expression on his face and was about to look down to check the collection information. The guide was instantly numb. Her body stiffened, and she stared stupidly at the long string of numbers in the collection computer. Stunned, the audience in the live broadcast room was in an uproar. What do you mean it's only more than $1 million? Will you die if you don't pretend? This stupid beep definitely has a brain problem. Right at this moment, a scene occurred on the live broadcast screen that left everyone dumbfounded and open-mouthed. PayPal arrived at $1.5 million, only to see that the guide was high and mighty 1 second, but the next second he was kneeling in front of Lee Hao. "I'm sorry to Heyo. I was dog-eyed before. I was wrong about you." The guide, who had his nostrils turned up to the sky, suddenly changed his attitude, making everyone unprepared. The director was also unsure, holding a walkie-talkie and directing the sneak peek camera to come closer. Give the cash register computer a close-up. When the scene was filmed when the payment was successful, the message that $1,500 had arrived in the account left everyone dumbfounded and open-mouthed. Young AE was dumbfounded. The director was dumbfounded. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also dumbfounded. The pop-up screen paused as if the world had stood still, and there was a rare brief moment of silence. But in the next second, the pop-up screen frantically swiped the screen. "Shocked me for a whole year. 1.5 million spent like this? Isn't this man a poor man? He actually gave my wife, bought $1.5 million of luxury goods. Crap, this is the days are over, right? Luxury goods specialty store." The guide shopper grumbled a lot before finally getting to the point. "My honorable guest, you overpaid by 190,000 yuan. May I ask if you would like to continue consuming, or would you like a refund?" "Your honor, sir." Lee Hao didn't even listen to what the guide said, because at this moment, his attention was all on the system cashback. In front of him was a huge disc that was spinning crazily, and labeled on it was the rebate multiplier. There were double, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, and special rewards. As the rotation paused, it eventually settled on the 100 times column. Congratulations to the host for the 100-fold return. 150 million has arrived. Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, your account with tail number 0178, has arrived at $150,000,000, with a balance of $150,493,213.04. LOL. Lee Hao saw that his bank balance had broken 100 million. He had actually become a billionaire. His spirit was so exhilarated that he almost jumped in place with excitement. "Sir, the system page disappeared. And only then did Li Hao see a pleasing guide with a fawning smile close at hand. "What are you doing?" Li Hao subconsciously backed away. The guide said with a flattering face, "Sir, you overpaid by 190,000. May I ask if you want to continue spending or get a refund?" "No refund, resolutely no refund." "Wrap up all that I just said I don't want as well. Overpay and underpay, and the extra counts as my tip to you." This time the guides were collectively dumbfounded, just about to kneel down and call Li Hao their father. 5 million. It was spent on her without blinking. Zheng Ying AI looked numbly at all the employees, who were packing luxury goods for her, and for a moment she was a bit confused whether this was a dream or reality. The shopping guide lady came fawningly to Young Ai's side and handed her the invoice with a look of envy and jealousy. "Beauty, your boyfriend is really rich." Young Ai subconsciously blurted out. It's not just as simple as being rich. It wasn't that she hadn't seen rich people before, but like this, the lord who smashed $1.5 million without saying a word was the only one she had seen in her life. Although the legend of the plutocrats was ubiquitous in the kingdom of the stick, it was also for the big stars, like her, an unknown idol who had just debuted. She couldn't even touch the edge of the plutocrats. Originally thought that it was a rush to find a random passerby to film a reality TV program, but I didn't expect that she would meet a young plutocrat. What kind of luck is this? Just as Young Ae was rambling, the director's voice came. Don't get carried away. Don't forget that you're live taping a program. Don't lose your persona. Even if you accept a gift, politely decline it first. Young Ae was awakened by the director and subconsciously walked to Li Ho's side, ghostly holding his arm. "Appa, why did you send me so many expensive gifts?" "There are words first. I agreed to be your girlfriend for a day because I fought for you, not to ask for your gifts." Chapter 4, Triggering a Special Reward. Where is this? It's just an appetizer. As I said before, I will let you experience unprecedented pleasure today. I'm true to my word. Under the warm fragrance and soft jade, Li Hao couldn't help but feel a little fluttery. He didn't care what Young Ae thought. A stick country idol star. Why would he want to find him as his girlfriend for a day? Li Hao didn't care either. Right now, Li Hao only wanted to continue experimenting with the system. Spend money on her. Continue triggering the 10,000 times return. The more money he spent, this feeling no one could understand. He simply couldn't stop. Oh, the audience in the live broadcast room once again boiled over. Talking, a screen full of pop-ups scrolling. Oh my god, actually trying to hit my family's Young Ae with stinking money. Luckily the idol isn't a woman who values material things. He'll never try to steal Young Ae. Go Young Ae's wife. Resist the temptation of money. Trolling aside, the viewers wanted to see what else this roadie would do next. In the sneak peek footage, Li Hao domineeringly pulled Young Ae and quickly left the luxury store, and the 3 staff members who had hidden pinhole cameras hurriedly trailed behind. Li Hao followed his memory and arrived in front of a store. Before he accompanied his ex-girlfriend Suemo shopping, had come here. Suemo wanted a piece of jewelry, but unfortunately at the time of the shyness of the bag, Suemo was angry for several days in a row. This kind of top luxury brand boutique. The previous he was deterred. Today's times are different. The sky is falling system. 10,000 times return. The more money you spend, what you want to buy what you buy. When Young Ae saw the store logo, the whole person stiffened. LJ Luxury Jewelry Boutique. This brand was a world top 500 jewelry luxury product, and it was especially famous in Bangkok. Whether it was the plutocrats and noble women of Bangkok, or the stars of the top stream girl groups, even the upper-class aristocrats, they were all advocates of the LJ brand. She, a freshly debuted trainee, could even wear LJ jewelry? She wouldn't even dare to dream about it. Appa, the jewelry in this store is too expensive. Young Ae's language was refusal, but her tone was honest. It was all a lie if she didn't want it, so she didn't reject it directly, but used a petulant tone to politely express her meaning. It's not expensive. As long as you like it, I'll buy the whole store and give it to you. Nonsense. Li Hao spends money for 10,000 times return. The more money he spends the more he returns. It doesn't matter if it's expensive. As soon as Li Hao and Zhang Ying AI entered the door, the store clerk warmly greeted them. Esteemed customers, what can I do for you? Li Hao said with a big, bold wave of his hand. Bring out all the treasures of your store. I'm going to buy them today and give them all to my girlfriend. The sales clerk maintained a professional smile and asked, You're joking, sir. May I ask, do you have an LJ membership? Li Hao asked with a frown. Membership? What member? Where did the bumpkin come from? Dare to come and pretend to be a beeper when he doesn't even know about membership. The clerk couldn't help but roll her eyes, but on her lips, she patiently explained. Sir, the fine jewelry in our store are all limited edition, only for members. Non-members can only buy popular jewelry. The implication is that, even members are not, but also dare to speak out to buy what the treasure of the town store, want to fart eat it, afraid that even the store's ordinary jewelry cannot afford to buy it. Oh, how much for a membership? Seeing the guest so glibly, the clerk almost didn't collapse a bit. Fortunately, he had been professionally trained not to get angry at the customer. Keep smiling. Smiling. Sir, LJ's membership is divided into 3 types. Civilian members need 10,000 to register. Elite members need 100,000 to register. And the most prestigious VIP members need 5 million just to register. Only 5 million. Told you earlier. One step to a VIP. Without saying a word, Li Hao unexpectedly walked directly towards the cashier and swept the code in preparation for payment. Appa. Young AE was all a bit uptight, subconsciously making noises that sounded like she was pampering herself. She can't be blamed. In the entertainment industry in the country of the stick, only the top streams are worthy of wearing LJ. Any one of the high-definition jewelry, at least millions of dollars, to buy a piece of several years of salary. If it's not the top streams, newcomers like her can't afford to buy it at all. Ding, payment successful. 5 million has arrived. She excitedly and subconsciously held onto Li Hao's arm, persuading with a tone that contained 200% sugar. Oba, will it cost too much money? The director, as well as the viewers in the live broadcast room, collectively stared open-mouthed. $5 million was actually spent like this, just for a membership? This is the days of not being able to make it, right? I don't understand the world of plutocrats. The way he paid the bill without hesitation is so cool, not to mention young AE. I'd like to be his girlfriend for a day, but it's a pity I'm a man. The payment was successful. Li Hao waited for half a day but did not wait for the system to return it. His heart slandered. Could it be that the money was spent in vain? After the clerk made sure that he received the money, his attitude made a 180-degree change, and his tone became very respectful. Sir, please come over here to register your membership information. These words made Li Hao realize, spending money for someone else to get a cashback meant that this was more than the membership fee, and it hadn't been determined whether it would be for himself or young AE. I won't need to register. With those words, Li Hao pushed young AE over. The membership is for her. Just have her register. Walt, young AE numbly pointed at her nose, unable to believe her ears. A membership for me? Based on young AE's current salary, it would take at least 20 years to earn $5 million, and this passerby gave it to her for nothing without even thinking about it or blinking? She, young AE, a newcomer who just started her career, all of a sudden reached the heights that some of her predecessors couldn't even reach in their entire lives. Oh my god, just thinking about it makes me excited. Li Hao raised an eyebrow and asked, I said I want to make you happy today. Happy? Happy. Young AE really didn't want to say that, but she simply couldn't help it. Saying that she wasn't happy was really too much of a violation. Young AE was happy, but the fans were not. The more I see of this nigga, the more infuriating it gets. My wife was conquered by him just like that. I'm not living anymore. Upstairs, let's make a date for Han River Bridge together. Upstairs, line up to get a number. Li Hao didn't know about the diverse opinions in the live broadcast room. He only knew one thing at the moment. Just when Zhang AI checked in for the membership, the return system triggered. Ding! The host's consumption amount of $5 million for her people was detected. Triggering the return mechanism, the spinning roulette wheel reappeared. And with the light music, the spinning wheel eventually stopped at the special reward column. Holy, actually won this. Li Hao subconsciously had a body wit. Triggering the special reward mechanism, the system then issued a special reward. Special reward screening. Reward to determine. The host can specify any one of the world's top 500 companies' 10% shares. Explanation: this special reward must be sent to someone. After sending, someone will still trigger the special reward return. Chapter 5, Who are you looking down on? This was the first time he had triggered a special reward, and he didn't expect that it would actually be 10% of the shares of the world's top 500 companies. Why do I have to give it away? Can't I use it for myself? It's a 10% share. Doesn't it smell good to let me eat the dividends? Please designate the shares and the beneficiary as soon as possible. The countdown is 30 minutes. If you don't designate shares to give away, the system will rule abstention. Let me think again. Li Hao hurriedly shook his head and refused. 10% of the world's top 500. He didn't want to make a rash choice. In addition to the special rewards returned, if there were other gains, it would be a different story. Oba, isn't this ring nice? Just as Li Hao was fuming, young AE brought the high-definition ring and displayed it in front of Li Hao's eyes. Seeing Li Hao shaking his head, he thought it was unattractive. On her slender white finger, she was carrying a ring with a yellow gold base and hollowed out dotted with diamonds. Good looking. Whatever you wear looks good. Thank you, Oba. Li Hao was the gold master, and when he said it looked good, young AE's eyes smiled out of the corner of her eyes. Sir has a good eye. This ring is the latest in the love series, symbolizing the spirit of free love. 24K rose gold, set with 40 diamonds totaling 3 carats, priced at 1 million. The clerk was highly professional and enthusiastically introduced for Li Hao. Each high-definition limited edition jewelry, just unclues series bracelet, luxury model, priced at 3 million. LJ classic style, luxury high-definition model, global limited edition, priced at 1 million. The clerk recommended the treasures of the store, opening various luxury boxes and introducing the history, culture and price of the jewelry as if she were a family friend. The types of jewelry are necklaces, earrings, rings, bracelets, brooches, bracelets, covering all types of jewelry. Each piece of jewelry is a high-definition limited edition worth millions of dollars. In front of the dazzling array of expensive jewelry, Zhang Ying AI picking is dazzling. Really do not know to choose which is better. Asked petulantly, Oba, which one do you think looks the best? Li Hao looked at the lost time to fall into emo. Simply did not care to answer. Casually said with bravado, buy them all if you like them. No, Oba, one is enough. No need to buy them all. Young Ae felt like she was almost fainting with happiness. Before she met Li Hao, every piece of LJ's high-definition jewelry was a luxury for her, and being able to own one piece was already an entry ticket to the top stream. All of them were given to her, and she didn't even dare to dream about it. The live broadcast is still continuing. The audience collectively exploded. The pop-up screen once again brush screen. Is this ING here to buy jewelry? Or to get in? Young Ae's wife was taken down like this. I'm so sad. Upstairs is sad my ass. This money ability. I can't even top it. The director of the program looked at young Ae, who was pampered and fallen within the live broadcast screen. The corners of his mouth twitched, and his face was a bit ugly. This Nima, the persona that was so hard to set up has collapsed. Inside the LJ store. Sir, are you sure you want all of them? I'll wrap them all up for you. The clerk was so happy that he couldn't stop talking, selling a dozen pieces of top quality high fashion in one go, totaling $13 million, and getting $130,000 in commission alone. How come it's only 13 million so little? Before Li Hao was ready to pay, his eyes scanned and stopped a few meters away. There was a necklace inside the display case, which was very dazzling under the light of the chasing lights. I'll take this necklace too. The clerk stopped packing, followed Li Hao's gaze and said with a difficult look on his face, Sir, this is a non-sale item. I'm afraid I really can't. Li Hao frowned and asked, afraid I can't afford it? No, I don't mean that. Young Ae also saw the necklace and rushed to interrupt and explain in place of the clerk in order to avoid trouble. Appa, this necklace is called Eternal Heart. It's LJ Jewelry's town treasure. From the early 19th century, it's not for sale. You can't buy it even if you have money. It's not for sale even if you have money, unless the price is not high enough. Li Hao didn't even think about it and ordered, call your boss over. I'm going to buy the Eternal Heart today. Everything has a price. And now that Li Hao had a return system, the thing he was most afraid of was that things were expensive. The more expensive the better. The clerk turned around and hurriedly dialed the phone. Oba, this necklace is too expensive. It's better not to have it. Young Ae's voice was trembling a little. As a woman, she was especially sensitive to jewelry, and she naturally knew about the Eternal Heart, a necklace that was created from an egg of extremely high-quality blue diamonds, and was the gold standard of the entire LJ jewelry. To be able to bring it represents a symbol of honor, not to mention her freshly minted idol. Even the top plutocrats of the Bangkok can only borrow and wear it, and can't really own it. This passerby even wanted to buy the Heart of Eternity just because of her. Oh my, is he crazy, or is this world crazy? Li Hao was full of concern and said boldly, the gift for you must be the best. You deserve it. On how to conquer a woman, Li Hao just casually said one sentence, letting the reserved young Ae be completely conquered. Not to mention the top stream, even the Zaibatsu didn't deserve the Eternal Heart, but someone was going to buy it for himself. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't excited. Young Ae ghostly came to Li Hao's cheek and offered a sloppy kiss. Rich people have seen a lot of rich fans. It was the first time in her life that she had seen such a generous plutocrat son. With her status in the entertainment industry of the Kingdom of the Stick, it was the greatest fortune of her life to have had contact with such a plutocratic son. Li Hao was kissed and subconsciously touched the cheek that had been kissed. This moment opened the door to a new world. He was originally just doing it for the system return and letting money generate money. He didn't think about picking up a girl, but just without realizing it, a goddess-level beauty took the initiative to give him secret glances. Come on, I'm just treating you as a tool person. Why are you still serious? Playing is playing. Don't joke with your feelings. Let's talk about money. Go for the kidneys, don't go for the heart. The fans in the live broadcast room completely exploded. Some diehard fans saw Young Ae take the initiative to offer a kiss. They were so angry that they pounded their chests and stormed out. Oh my god, my wife's first kiss is gone. Damn plutocrat. Young Ae's wife is mine. Return my wife's first kiss. Save it upstairs. People have given Young Ae tens of millions of dollars in gifts. The program director's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. It was being broadcasted live, and with her persona collapsing, the program was afraid to go cold. Just when the director was about to run out of steam, in the live broadcast screen, there was a turnaround. A middle-aged man with a full-body high-fashion designer label, a Vacheron Constantin watch on his wrist, and a haughty expression appeared. He was none other than the owner of the LJ boutique, the stickman Park Jae-wook, and the clerk respectfully introduced Lee Ho. Sir, this is our boss, Mr. Park. Mr. Park, this is the gentleman who is interested in the eternal heart. Lee Ho opened the door and said, Boss Park, how much is this necklace? Name your price. Park Jae-wook glanced at Lee Ho, a flash of scorn in his eyes, and said perfunctorily, the eternal heart is a non-sale item, not for sale. He was the chief salesman of China. What rich people hadn't seen before? Like this kind of dude who didn't know the high ground. He didn't put it in his eyes at all. Instead, he was interested in Zhang Ying'ai, who was beside Li Hao. This girl had a body and a face, so she was the best of the best. Even though he was used to seeing countless warblers and swallows, he rarely came across such a stunning beauty. Chapter 6, Mistake Operation. The beautiful woman doesn't know. The eternal heart belongs to the non-sale items. It's my application for the exhibition from the headquarters. If you like it, we can add a contact, and if you have the chance some other day, you can come to me alone and try it on yo. Park Jae-wook accosted Young Ae attentively in Bangkok language in front of Lee Ho, not putting Lee Ho in his eyes at all. Hearing this, the clerk standing behind Park Jae-wook's back, his expression became odd. This was an old habit of Mr. Park's, looking at the girlfriend of the gold master's father, who had caught a lot of beautiful women by relying on this trick of empty-handedness. No, I have a boyfriend. Zhang Ai subconsciously responded to the refusal in Bangkok, and her body even took the initiative to stick close to Lee Ho to show her attitude. Her heart is longing for this eternal heart necklace, but she is not stupid. One is an empty check, one is real money to spend on her. Who is sincere and who is not is still distinguishable. Lee Ho couldn't understand the conversation between the two. The stick country language gibberish. Simply can't understand. I'll offer $100 million. Park Jae-wook smiled contemptuously. 200 million. Park Jae-wook froze. 500 million. Park Jae-wook was not calm anymore. Sir, maybe you are rich, but a non-sale item is a non-sale item, no matter how much money you have. Young Ae watched the bargaining with dumbfounded eyes, and was just about to persuade him when the director's instructions came over the wireless headset. Young Ae, come out here. Young Ae hurriedly whispered in Lee Ho's ear. Appa, I'm going to the restroom. We don't need to fight with him. We won't buy this necklace. You don't have to care about this. I will definitely buy it for you. After Young Ae hurriedly left, Park Jae-wook stopped pretending to be a gentleman and said in a contemptuous tone, I'll be honest, it's useless if you have more money. The eternal heart belongs to LJ Group. Except for the group's shareholders, other people are the kings of the world who want to buy it. The eternal heart is not for sale. During Park Jae-wook's tenure as the general sales manager of China, he had seen many rich second-generation people with money who wanted to buy the eternal heart. Big talk, the heirloom treasure of the LJ Group of the big stick country. They didn't deserve to have it. Lee Hao's eyes narrowed slightly and asked with a cold expression. The shareholders of LJ Group, right? 1 minute. When sleepy comes, someone sends a pillow. The special reward countdown continues. Arbitrarily designate 10% shares of a global top 500 company. If you don't make a choice within 25 minutes, it is considered as an active abstention, which just comes in handy. Sick in the head. Who do you think you are? A shareholder of LJ Group? Park Jae-wook was exasperated and laughed. Where did the stupid beeps come from that dared to act like beeps in front of him? He had seen a lot of rich second-generation people who were stupid and had a lot of money. But like this, the psychopath who dared to threaten LJ Group was the only one he had ever seen in his life. Lee Hao didn't bother with Park Jae-wook and called out to the system in his mind. System, redeem the special reward. 10% shares of LJ Group. In the next second, the system voice appeared. Ding, the special reward has been issued. Within 30 minutes, please select the beneficiary of the gift. Park Jae-wook was still chattering and sneering. It's just a matter of picking up girls and pretending to be a beeper. I can understand that, but one has to be self-aware. Trashy goods like you, it's better to stay where you are. Ding ding ding. Right at this moment, including Park Jae-wook, the remaining 4 shopkeepers in the store, their cell phones all coincidentally transmitted a text message reminder. Park Jae-wook subconsciously picked up his phone and realized that it was an email from LJ headquarters. He opened it with a serious expression and opened it smoothly. In the next second, Park Jae-wook's entire body froze, his eyes staring round with an unbelievable expression. This email was clearly a share change notice from LJ Group's headquarters. It was also accompanied by a picture of the 10% shareholders of LJ Group. Park Jae-wook's hand that was holding the cell phone automatically aimed at Lee Ho, looked at Lee Ho, and then looked at the photo in the cell phone. LJ's shareholders. Surprisingly, Park Jae-wook didn't hesitate at all and flung himself on his knees in front of Lee Ho, slapping himself in the mouth. It's me who has eyes and doesn't recognize MT. Thai. With the kneeling culture of the stick country, the shopkeepers all knelt down together and apologized. This is the shareholder of LJ Group. Ah, a lofty plutocrat, an untouchable existence. The viewers in the live broadcast room, who were originally gloating in watching the show, were petrified on the spot when such a dramatic scene occurred. In a flash, the entire live broadcast room was dead silent, and everyone's mind went blank. The words were split into two. After Young Ae was shouted out by the director, she was scolded. Young Ae, what were you thinking? Forgetting that we're recording the program live? You drifted off and can't find your way around after the plutocrat's son spent a few $1 million on you? Are you trying to ruin your future? After a scolding, Young Ae felt quite aggrieved. She didn't want to be like this, but Lee Ho gave too much, and also specialized in picking her soft underbelly, so she had no choice but to forget about the main event. Director, I know it's wrong. You know. The director pointed at Young Ae for another output. What is he? Even if he's rich, he's still Chinese. LJ Jewelry's Park Jae-wook, the head of the China region. If you offend him, one word can seal you off and make it impossible for you to ever mix in this business again. Young Ae panicked at once. She knew in her heart how scary the LJ Group's plutocrats were, but she just killed herself not expecting that the plutocrats that were rare to see in the past would be able to see two of them at once today. It felt like the CPU was going to burn. Director, what should I do next? Just at this moment, a staff member called out loudly, Director, look at the monitor. The director and Young Ae turned their heads to look with stiff expressions. The director was dumbfounded. Young Ae was also dumbfounded. Everyone on the program team was also dumbfounded. At this moment, in the monitor screen, Park Jae-wook, who had been considered high and mighty by the director just a moment ago, was currently kneeling in front of Lee Ho, frantically apologizing and slapping himself furiously. Walter? What happened? It was only after watching the replay that they realized what was going on. One by one, they were once again shocked and petrified, all revealing unbelievable looks. It turned out that the real identity of this passerby was actually a shareholder of the LJ Group. This was a real top-tier plutocracy, an absolute big brother. Perhaps it was because of his identity. Through the screen, Zhang Ai could feel that Lee Ho's powerful and mysterious background, and her heart was immediately a bit timid. Director, do I still have to reject him? Upon hearing this, the director hatefully mentioned, Young Ae, forget what I just told you. Don't care about the persona, let alone the live broadcast. He's a shareholder of the LJ Group. Obey him, don't ever disobey him. A casual word from this super plutocrat was enough to make an idol take off in place or make the top stream evaporate. They couldn't afford to mess with such a character. Inside the LJ specialty store, Dead Stickman, what are you gabbing about? Go aside. It's disgusting. Lee Ho kicked away Park Jae-wook, who was kowtowing and apologizing, and said impatiently, I'm just asking you, is the eternal heart for sale or not? Like an obedient dog, Park Jae-wook climbed up from the ground, took out the heart of eternity as fast as he could, kneeled down on both knees, rubbed himself in front of Lee Hao, and offered the priceless heart of eternity to Lee Hao with both hands respectfully. His attitude was humble to the extreme. Say what you want about selling or not selling. This is your eternal heart. No money? Lee Hao casually received the eternal heart and weighed the weight in his hand. The expected return did not happen. Careless. Should have transferred the shares to someone else before paying the bill. Lee Hao's purpose was for the system return. How else could he swipe money without it? Oh bah. Chapter 7, Gathering the Wool of the System. Young Ae walked into the boutique, took 3 steps to Lee Ho's side, and tightly wrapped her arms around Lee Ho, her body intimately pressed against him, with a fiery passion, imploring emotions, and a whiny tone. Oh bah. Lee Hao's bones were crispy from hearing this. Feeling greatly overwhelmed, he casually threw the eternal heart to her. Gave it to you? So lightly, as if it was casually thrown out as a cabbage. It made Park Jae-wook feel his breath stop. This was the top-tier plutocrat bigwig. Oh my. It was really better to be known than to be seen. He was truly convinced. Wang. Zhang Ai held the eternal heart in both hands. The whole person was directly dumbfounded, frozen in place, his mind a bit spinning. Previously, when Lee Ho said that he would give her the eternal heart, he only thought it was a joke, but he didn't expect that the other party would actually give it to her in a light-hearted manner. The eternal heart? a priceless treasure, the heirloom treasure of LJ jewelry. This world is also too crazy. At this moment, young AE completely fell, and could finally understand why those seniors were willing to do whatever the plutocrat told them to do, and in her place, she could do it willingly. Appa, do you really want to give it to me? It took a while for young AE's emotions to recover, holding the eternal heart in her hand, her voice trembling. Nonsense. Lee Ho's emotions were extremely bad. He was going to swipe the money. He hadn't even paid the bill to become a shareholder first, resulting in whatever he purchased not being returned. Lee Ho regretted his gut. Zhenying AI was the first to put on the eternal heart and showed it to Lee Ho with her proud chest. As soon as Lee Ho measured her head, he could see her white and slender as a swan's neck with the heart of eternity hanging on it, and the egg-sized diamond, which happened to be stuck between the deep grooves. In the light reflection, it set off that pair of white flowery fullness, tantalizing to the extreme. Good looking. Lee Ho's throat subconsciously drummed and gulped, not knowing whether he was praising the necklace for looking good or talking about that deep and tantalizing gully. Sensing Lee Ho's blazing gaze, young AE was pleased with herself and deliberately used her proud capital to squeeze Lee Ho's arm, saying daintily, "Oba, I didn't realize that you're actually a shareholder of LJ Group. I've long wanted to enter LJ Group's entertainment company to develop, but unfortunately I've never had the chance." Ding. After 20 minutes, 10% of the shares will automatically disappear. Please host find the beneficiary as soon as possible. Lee Ho was also drunk. The shares were not even warm yet. This forced him to give them away, really not giving any opportunity. Regardless, 10% of the shares can still return special rewards after giving them away, and it's not a loss to be able to grip the system's wool again. Like LJ Group, that's fine. I'll give 10% of the shares to you. Lee Ho's cloudy words almost suffocated all of them. Giving away the shares of LJ Group. Zhenying AI's head exploded directly with a wang sound, so excited that she couldn't even speak. She originally just wanted to rely on Lee Ho's shareholder status to get her to sign up with LJ's entertainment company. At most, she was just opening a back door and finding a thigh to use as a backer. Unexpectedly, the other party actually wanted to give her the shares in her hand as soon as she opened her mouth. Crazy. This world is crazy. Zhenying AI looked stagnant and numb as she watched Lee Ho take out his cell phone and operate it in front of her without thinking. Couldn't believe her eyes. Shares have been changed. Okay, now you are a shareholder of LJ Group. The world was dead silent. Not only was young AE shocked to the core, but even the entire boutique was dead silent. Everyone who saw this scene, all of them inside and outside the screen, were petrified, with shocked faces and unbelievably wide open mouths. Seen rich people, but never seen this kind of rich people. Shares worth tens of billions of dollars, said to give it away. LJ Group is one of the top 10 consortiums in Bangkok. 10% of its shares have a market value of tens of billions. You just gave it away? As if in this moment, the whole world stood still. After more than 10 seconds, there was finally movement, followed by a flood of pop-ups. I'm not dreaming. I must be dreaming. He couldn't be suffering from a terminal illness and wants to dissipate his family's wealth, right? Dad, is it too late for me to go to China to recognize my family? Go upstairs together. Inside the specialty store, young AE looked numbly at her cell phone's message reminder that she had become a shareholder of LJ Group. Her eyes filled with incredulity. An hour ago, she was just a trainee ready to debut, a canary ready to be captive by the plutocrats. In order to achieve this goal, she needed to keep working her way up the ladder, and perhaps after a few years of hard work and good luck being seen by the plutocrats and receiving resources, she would be able to fly up the ladder and become a phoenix. But now, just because of a live program, she unexpectedly leapt to become a human being, the one who made the rules, and the plutocrat who was underneath everyone. Even though the director had taken precautions in advance, allowing her to follow the plutocrat's wishes in everything and never disobey, she was still shocked to the core this time. What persona? What live broadcast? Young AE all left behind. It wasn't that she wasn't reserved, it was that the other party was giving too much. Appa. Young AE smoothly leaned towards Lee Ho and looked like she was about to embrace him. Get out of the way. Lee Ho smoothly pushed young AE away. Wait for a while before you say anything. Don't argue. At this moment, Lee Ho's attention was all on the system. Ding. The system detected that the host gifted Zhenying AI a special reward, triggering a special reward return. Double strike. Reward the host with global language proficiency. Detecting the host's cumulative consumption rebate reached 50 billion. Reaching the system's hidden conditions. Upgrading. 1%. Upgrade takes 7 hours 58 minutes and 41 seconds. Turning on favorability mode. Looking at the system upgrade progress bar, Lee Ho was a bit bewildered. The system could still be upgraded? Global language proficiency he could understand. But what did this good sense mean? System, won't you explain? Ding. Goodwill is a quantitative standard based on human emotions, the people that the host knows, the degree of goodwill towards the host. When someone's goodwill towards the host reaches 100, the follower mode will be turned on. Please ask the host to comprehend this on their own. Oh, so that's it. But then again, what's the point of this fancy thing? A stock worth 50 billion market capitalization in exchange for this. Li Hao felt very worthless. The system returns special rewards, global language proficiency. The opening of goodwill is just a new feature of the system upgrade. And there will be more surprises when all the upgrades are completed. More surprises? So interesting. When Li Hao's eyes focused on the heads of the others, he found that there were numbers above everyone's head. The most unbelievable thing for Li Hao was that the big beauty young AE's favorability towards him was as high as 75. Others such as Park Jae-wook, the employees of LJ Jewelry Store, surprisingly also had a favorability of over 60. What did I do? How did I let Zheng AI's favorability to myself reached 75, which is equivalent to the point of obedience, right? Chapter 8, Meeting an Ex-Girlfriend. When you think about it, if there is someone who spends money on you unconditionally and gives you $50 billion worth of stock without asking for anything in return, you can recognize him as your father, not to mention listening to him, and a goodwill rating of 75 is also normal. The entire jewelry store staff, as well as the person in charge, Park Jae-wook, all like a pug trying to please Li Hao, moving the sofa to let him sit down, a variety of shoulder-rubbing legs. Quickly go get my treasured coffee, don't just stand there. You guys, go take care of Mr. Li. After a short period of confusion, the scene all gathered around Li Hao, all kinds of slinking around, even Zhang AI was fawning, all kinds of ordering the clerk this and this and this. But then again, before they communicated in the stick language, Li Hao couldn't understand them, but now not only could they understand them, but also without any obstacles. After young AE finished ordering, she sat on Li Hao's lap in one go, sticking on Li Hao with a bird-like attitude and pampering him. Oba, you sent me such an expensive gift. How do you want me to repay you? The bright and beautiful star idol, who was so beautiful, even took the initiative to throw herself into the arms of the star idol, which made Li Hao a little fluttering. This world is so realistic. Money is paramount. As long as you smash money, fairies have to fall. Star idols are just like that. They are all so material. Talking about money is fine. Talking about feelings is better. Right at this moment, the sales clerks, after a period of frantic work, carried large bags of jewelry boxes and respectfully sent them to Li Hao and Zhang AI. A dozen or so boxes were piled up into a small mountain. Do you need us to deliver these jewelry to the garage for you? Zhang AI blushed slightly and waved her hand. No, I don't have a car. Let's put the things here first. I'll ask someone to come and pick them up later. She came to China to participate in a reality show. She stayed in a hotel with the crew, and her travel was also arranged by the crew, so naturally she didn't have a private car of her own. However, when this fell on Li Hao's ears, it completely changed its flavor. No car, ah, good deal. Go, let's go to the Ford store to buy you a car. Special rewards or not, shares worth tens of billions of dollars or not, it was totally not as comfortable as a long list of bank balances. Buying a car for young AE was another rebate. Without waiting for Zhang AI to respond, Li Hao took Zhang AI's waist and walked out of the LJ store, leaving behind the entire crowd in the store. All of them had envious and jealous expressions. Today, they had seen what a real rich man was. Out of the mall, in less than 10 minutes, the two came to the entrance of the Ford store in the busy district, and Zhang AI said with an apologetic face, "Oh but excuse me, I'm going to take a call. Go ahead, don't make me wait too long." The two parted ways and Li Hao pushed his way in. By no coincidence, there was a pair of familiar figures looking at cars in the 4S store. It was Sumo, who had just broken up with Li Hao, and the greasy middle-aged man. At this time, Sumo was snuggling in the middle-aged man's arms, delicately whispering, "Hubby, this mini is not bad. I like it a lot. If you like it, look at it more. I'll buy it for you later." Getting the middle-aged man's blank check, Sumo excitedly hugged the man and jumped straight to her feet. Stumbled upon the doorway walked in Li Hao. Her smile instantly stiffened on her face. Her eyes flashed a touch of disgust. Li Hao didn't avoid it, and walked straight to the two men. After Sumo separated from the middle-aged man, she subconsciously took his arm and looked at Li Hao with disgust and said, "Actually following me? Are you disgusting?" When Li Hao saw the favorability on Sumo's head, which was -18, his heart went cold and he was disappointed in Sumo. For her, Li Hao had given everything, and as a result, his favorability towards himself was actually a negative number, and this value was continuing to fall. -1, -3, the closer the distance got, the faster the favorability dropped, until it fell to -29, once reaching a level of loathing to the extreme. AI, it's true that people's hearts are not the same. It's disgusting to know people's faces and not their hearts. Li Hao was so disappointed that he didn't want to have any more interactions with Sumo. Rubbing his shoulders and walking straight to the luxury car area, Li Hao, make your words clear. Who are you calling disgusting? I've made it clear enough to you. We've broken up. Don't you come back to pester me, lest you make my husband misunderstand. Sumo is now like a dog that protects its food, frantically tearing and roaring to protect its own humble and pitiful self-esteem, and for this reason, it doesn't hesitate to splash dirty water on Li Hao. Hubby, I have nothing to do with him anymore, but he keeps pestering me, like this worthless man. I'm disgusted just looking at him. Hubby, you mustn't care. The middle-aged man wrapped one hand around Sumo's waist, squinted his eyes scornfully at Li Hao and provoked. Young man, it's okay to be poor, but one must be self-aware. Don't think of toad eating swan meat. Stalking is useless. Stay away from her in the future. Li Hao suddenly stopped walking. The whole person's mood was a little bad. Sumo's words were like a sharp blade, piercing through his heart. For years of feelings, in the end, in exchange for this kind of humiliation, it was all because he was blind back then. Actually like Sumo this white-eyed wolf for 4 years. Li Hao, you are still stalking me. How can people be shameless to the extent that you are? Li Hao slightly sidestepped his head and said in a contemptuous tone, don't flatter yourself. I came to buy a car for my girlfriend. Li Hao's economic situation. Sumo knew no more than that. Working 3 jobs every month, scraping by with only $6,000 or $7,000, and most of it was also transferred to her. How can he have money to buy a car? It is clear that the spirit is stimulated, not dead to himself, but also want to stalk her. This kind of licking dog is really disgusting, just like a dog skin plaster. Can't get rid of it. Tiresome. Just by the fact that you are still buying a car. You have to wait for a bonus to treat me to a meal, and you dare to talk big about coming to buy a car? The cheapest car in this 4S store costs hundreds of thousands of dollars, just based on your $3,000 a month salary. I'm afraid you can't even afford the wheels, right? I don't want to say it a second time. We've already broken up. I'm not your girlfriend. Don't just talk nonsense. Right at this moment, a commotion came from the entrance of the 4S store, causing Sumo and the middle-aged fat man to collectively turn around to see Zhang Ai making her grand entrance under the protection of 4 black-clothed men. Just now, Young Ae was called away by the director to explain the situation. This kind of thing took me by surprise. The program is cancelled and the live broadcasts are all suspended. The private life of a top plutocrat can't just be exposed. Young Ae, you should feel grateful. Flying high, please be sure not to forget us. These are the crew security guards. You now have an unusual status. The 4 of them will be left for you, to protect you and the plutocrat's personal safety closely. After the crew disbanded, the final director, in private, actually knelt down and apologized to Young Ae. I'm sorry, I spoke slightly louder to you before. I'm really sorry. After the identity change, Zhang Ai's status naturally rose. All of this was given to her by Li Hao, letting her fish leap over the Dragon Gate, becoming a human being, and from then on stepping onto the peak of her life. So at this moment, Zhang Ai had only one thought in her mind, to completely obey Li Hao. It didn't matter if she was summoned, she was very willing to be Li Hao's licking dog. Chapter 9, Bitches are just pretentious. Zhang Ai entered the 4S store, and when she saw Li Hao her stunning beauty blossomed into a smile, and she walked over quickly and impatiently. With her good figure and high face value, she was already a first-class great beauty with a smile. Hiss. The entire 4 store's entire male audience collectively sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Especially the middle-aged man beside Sumo. His name is Chen Hai. He is the small boss of a self-media entertainment company. His usual job is to move the Stick Country variety show, pay special attention to the Stick Country idol trainee, so he instantly recognizes Zhang Ai, the Stick Country idol who is ready to debut. He stared straight at Young Ae, excited like a dog seeing a bone, and rushed over at the first opportunity. Young Ae, I'm glad to see you here. I'm your fan. Although Chen Hai had some small amount of money, but coincidentally meeting his idol, it was hard to hide his excitement. It was hard to stay calm and he was incoherent with excitement. Who knew that just as he approached, wanting to sign an autograph or take a photo together, he was stopped by Zhang Ai's 4 bodyguards, who did not allow him to get close at all. Chen Hai's currying favor was rejected, and he couldn't even get close. His face was a bit embarrassed, but this also caused a flash of jealousy in Sumo's eyes. What kind of thing is she? Mr. Chen took the initiative to get close. She actually played a big game. Chen Hai twisted his head and reprimanded with sharp words. Don't talk nonsense. Zhang Ai is an S-class idol. As long as she debuts she will definitely be a top-tier top stream. It's simply a blessing of 3 lifetimes to be able to see her here. Chen Hai had a piggy face, staring straight at Zhang Ai's back, lamenting. The person looks good, the body is also so good. If I can become her boyfriend, it really is. I rub. What is this situation? Chen Hai's expression became more and more unbelievable as he saw that Young Ae was actually, Appa, I've kept you waiting. Zhang Ai came to Li Hao's side and moved naturally to take Li Hao's arm. her smile full of pleasing and pampering. Li Hao said with a bland expression. Let's go see the car. Chen Hai was dumbfounded. The whole person was frozen in place, shocked, petrified and stiff. How could the young AE idol move so intimately with this smelly loser? Suemo also incredible, mouth wide open, CPU almost burned, completely unable to react. Li Hao, this loser, how did he know this beautiful big beauty? What relationship do the two of them have? Is it impossible? Absolutely impossible. Suemo threw out unrealistic speculations and shouted sternly, stop. Suemo was like a dog protecting its food at this moment. After shouting, she rushed forward to question, who is she? What is your relationship with her? Having just broken up with Li Hao for only an hour, there was such a beautiful woman by his side. Sumo's heart was very uncomfortable. It felt as if something that belonged to her had been lost. Li Hao was already disappointed in Suemo and didn't bother to say more than half a sentence of nonsense to her. Zhengying AI suddenly remembered who Suemo was. She had seen it when they broke up at the cafe, and cursed in her heart. This woman was really a fool. My name is Young AE. I'm Appa's girlfriend. Suemo exploded as if she was a cat that had its tail stepped on and angrily said, what bull asterisk girlfriend? Well, Li Hao, I kind of understand. You actually cheated on me. Just because of her you want to break up with me? Do you know what kind of she is? And you're compelled by her? Wake up, Li Hao. Suemo reversed black and white in this way and was irrational, making everyone feel that she was a psychopath. Chen Hai couldn't afford to lose this person, hurriedly pulling Suemo and admonishing with sharp words. Don't talk nonsense. Zhengying AI is a baseball idol, an entertainer, a future big star. Suemo completely lost her mind, not caring, and shouted as if she thought something was wrong. Oh, I see. Li Hao, she's an actress you hired, right? Just to make me regret it. Pretending with me, right? I tell you, Li Hao, I will never regret if we break up. The man Suemo dumped turned his head and brought a woman who crushed her in every aspect, which made Sumo's fragile self-esteem greatly stimulated. Li Hao is her licking dog. She cannot want, but she absolutely cannot tolerate, this licking dog to lick other women. -15. Sumo's favorability at the top of her head dropped again. The value stopped at -44, already approaching hatred. It's really strange. A crazy woman like you? How did Oba look at you in the first place? Young AE provocatively made up for it again, and even held Li Hao's mouth and kissed him in public. Kissing in public. It made the men in the audience envious and jealous. Suemo was so furious that her face turned red, completely breaking her defense. You shameless! With the bodyguards blocking them, Li Hao and Zhengying AI took off. Suemo completely lost her mind. Hubby, this and Li Hao teamed up to bully others. Suemo complained to Chen Hai in an aggrieved manner, not noticing that at this moment, Chen Hai's face was already ugly to the extreme. You shut the hell up! Chen Hai pointed at her nose and scolded. I'll say it again. Young AE is the newest idol of the stick country. If you dare to slander Young AE again, don't blame me for flipping you off. When Chen Hai lashed out, Suemo was too intimidated to say more, her eyes glowing with resentment as she stared fiercely at the disappearing figures of Li Hao and Zhengying AI. Isn't he your ex-boyfriend? Don't waste it if you have this relationship. Go and talk to him. I want to take pictures with Young AE as a souvenir. When she's a big hit, I'll be able to make a small fortune too. Me? Suemo unbelievably pointed at her nose. You what you? Go ah. 4-store luxury car exhibition area. Our store is the largest 4-store in Haichang. Lamborghini, Maserati, McLaren, Ferrari. These supercars are in stock and can be picked up at any time. For example, this Porsche 911 3.0T engine, 4WD convertible, offer to 11 million. Stop. Li Hao raised his hand, interrupting the sales lady's long speech and asked, which is your most expensive car? The sales lady paused for a few seconds, her eyes flooded with bright light. Knowing that this was a big customer, her attitude became even more enthusiastic. Pagani Son of the Wind, 26 million. The only one in all of High City. This is its performance and photos. If you're interested, sir, I can take you to see the car, the sales lady said while fiddling with the tablet, pulling up the information of Pagani Son of the Wind and showing it to Li Hao. Li Hao swept a glance when he saw the Son of Wind with butterfly wings opening the door. Without saying a word, he directly clapped the decision and said, it's it. He came to the 4-store to buy a car, was using the system to brush money, to buy the most expensive. The sales lady was a little confused. What kind of road is this? $26 million for the top supercar. The actual car does not even look at it. Directly shoot the board. Really? Really can pretend. With you being a pauper, can you afford to buy Pagani's tires? Suddenly, a discordant voice came. It was the unwilling Suemo who chased after him, and happened to hear that Li Hao was going to buy a $10 million supercar, the Pagani Windy, and couldn't help but open his mouth to mock. Chapter $10 million tip. Chen Hai also walked over with a contemptuous face, mocking in a conspiratorial manner. Kid, the Pagani Son of the Wind is a $20 million level supercar, limited to 100 units worldwide. I heard Sumo say that you're just an ordinary man. Can it be that you still want the idle young AE to buy you a car? It's still understandable for a man to have no money, but having no backbone and eating soft food is too much to be looked down upon. Chen Hai twisted his head to get close to young AE and licked his smile to curry favor. Idle. Such a doesn't deserve you to be so nice to him. My name is Chen Hai. I'm the owner of the Self Media Company. If you want to come to China to develop, I can definitely help. Chen Hai just wanted to dig his feet in front of his face. He just couldn't believe that a good-for-nothing like Li Hao couldn't possibly gain the idol's heart. What gave him the right? Only the two men's conspiratorial words also gave Zhang Ying'ai some ideas, casually giving away stocks worth 50 billion market capitalization. How could Oba be an ordinary person? Unless he is the illegitimate son of a plutocrat who needs to hide his identity and cannot be exposed as a last resort. Today was broken up by his ex-girlfriend. He was disheartened. That's why he decided to stop pretending, show his cards, completely vent consumption. So when you think about it, everything makes sense. But what these two people said reminded young AE instead. How can the heir to a plutocracy just pick a random partner? He must be testing his character. And Oba should just like a sensible and kind persona, just like the one the show set up for her. That's why she had to express being more reasonable. What's a $20 million sports car back after receiving $50 billion in market capitalization stock? Oba, they're right. It's not polite to come and go. Why don't I buy this car for you? What? Hearing Zhang Ying'ai say this, Chen Hai, who fell on his sword, and Sumo, who was shady, the two of them were shocked together and couldn't close their mouths with wide open mouths. A $20 million supercar. An idol really wants to give it to A? Is this world crazy? Or are they crazy? No, I said I'll give it to you when I said I'll give it to you. I don't need you to spend a penny. Otherwise don't blame me for being angry. Li Hao's reaction was even more shocking, and he couldn't even understand where he got the courage to say these words. The sales lady was also drumming in her heart, hesitating for a moment and said, Sir, if you want to buy the Pagani Son of the Wind, you need to pay a deposit first. Sweep the code. Li Hao waved his hand, and without even thinking about it, he directly took out his cell phone and swept the code to pay. Pretend hard. I'll see how long you can pretend. Sumo looked at Li Hao's feigned code scanning. Her face was full of contempt, a look of watching a good show. 30 million has arrived. In the next second, the system arrival beep sounded. Wang, the entire room was quiet. The sales lady looked at the company's account and saw a long string of extra numbers. Her entire body was dumbfounded, her mouth wide open, revealing an unbelievable expression. Chen Hai was also dumbfounded. How was this possible? Without blinking her eyes, she transferred $30 million? Spent it just like that? The one who was most shocked was still Sumo. Her eyes stared round as if she had suffered a huge blow. Her mouth murmured non-stop. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You are obviously a pauper. Li Hao, where did you get so much money? Sumo absolutely did not believe that this was true, struggling with all her might to sophisticatedly argue, wanting to question clearly what was going on. Noisy, not waiting for Li Hao's order. Four full-time bodyguards rushed forward, two people dragging one. Sumo and Chen Hai dragged and pulled away, not letting them get in the way. Only then did the sales lady react, said with a trembling voice, Sir, the total price of the Pagani is only 26 million. You paid 4 million more. Li Hao said indifferently. The extra 4 million is the handling fee. If there is any left over, count it as a tip for you. Once this word came out, the sales lady was almost crazy. Have seen the trench, have not seen such a trench. Usually sell a car to see the price cut, but never seen the reward tip. This one shot actually gave up to 1 million tips. I can't even dream of it. How rich must this be, to be so trenchant? Sir, I'll handle the closing procedures for you right away. The sales lady couldn't hide her excitement, bending down respectfully, like treating an ancestor, smiling like a flower as she warmly entertained. Li Hao looked forward to the return, completely ignoring it. The car is credited to her name. This car was bought for her. Li Hao's tone was light, as if he had given away a cabbage. Sumo, who was dragged away, was once again shocked and petrified when she heard these words. Li Hao really spent $30 million to buy a top supercar to give away, and the tip was $1 million. Ordinary people can directly retire after receiving a huge $1 million. He even casually tipped as a tip. How is this possible? Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. Sumo had already been dragged out of the limousine area by two professional bodyguards, not allowing her to get close at all. She hysterically yelled and questioned, Li Hao, why? You tell me the truth. All of this is fake. It's an act to trick me, right? At the same time, a middle-aged man in a suit walked into the luxury car area and crossed paths with the two people who were dragged out. his brows furrowed in question. What's going on? Making a lot of noise. What happened? Sales couldn't hide his excitement as he jogged over with an excited look on his face. Manager, there is a valued customer who has just purchased the Pagani Windy Sun. The manager was furious at hearing this. Who told you to sell this car? What right do you have to sell this car? The manager's angry roar made the sales look stunned. But manager, this honored guest. Shut up, you dumbass. Don't you know that this car has already been reserved? You dare to sell a car that Zhao Tianhao, the son of Hai Cheng's richest man, has his eye on. Sales before did not know this car has been booked, or the son of the richest man in Hai Cheng. She was a bit disheartened. Million tips just lost. The mood is incomparable loss. Manager, your guest has already paid the deposit. According to the rules, triple refund. The manager said with a condescending face as he snatched the tablet. 3 times is 3 times. We can't afford to lose money? As he said this, his eyes glanced at the advance payment, and he was instantly open-mouthed. You call this a deposit? This is clearly the full payment. Just as the manager stormed out, almost exploding in place, Li Ho and Zhang Ying walked over, while 4 bodyguards also walked over, surrounding the manager in a circle from front to back. Buying a car is just a matter of buying a car. When are you going to do the formalities if you're so abrasive? The manager numbly looked around the circle, saw the 4 gawking bodyguards, subconsciously swallowed his saliva, and carefully calculated the price of the payout. $90 million. 3 Windjammer immediately bent over and bowed, respectfully said, congratulations, become the owner of the Pagani Son of the Wind. The manager maintained the 90-degree bowing posture, slightly sideways looking at the sales. Sharp words, what are you waiting for? Go get the purchase contract. Aha! The sales happily ran away. At the same time, Suemo and Chen Hai, who were thrown into the ordinary exhibition area, are now looking forward to peeking at the situation in the luxury car area. MO, is your ex-boyfriend really a poor man? I don't know. Just at this time, the entrance of the 4S store suddenly came a shrill woman screaming, Chen Hai, you son of a. Looking back, I saw the doorway rushing over 4 or 5 middle-aged noble women, each bejeweled and elegant, aggressive and murderous. Chapter 11, making a scene at the 4S store. With this roar, Chen Hai was like a mouse seeing a cat, and subconsciously had to find a place to hide. Where are you going to hide, asshole? The middle-aged shrews came straight to Chen Hai since they entered the door, rushing to the neighborhood to surround Chen Hai, leaving him nowhere to hide. The visitors were not good, especially the wavy-haired noblewoman at the head, staring at Chen Hai dead-on. Her gaze seemed to be spitting fire. Wife, listen to my explanation. Chen Hai was a small company boss on the surface, driving a luxury car and living in a mansion, a successful man's appearance. However, all that he owned was fake. Even the company's legal person was under his wife's name. The noblewoman pointed at Chen Hai's nose and cursed, you son of a white-eyed wolf, taking my mother's money and raising little es outside. With those words, she raised her hand and threw out a bunch of photos, scattering them all over the place. Suemo only felt like being struck by lightning. Her face became white, unbelievably looking at a field of sneak peek photos. Even if Suemo was slow to react, Chen Hai's words to her were all lies. He is not a single bachelor, but a married man with a family. She has been begging and selling her body to please Chen Hai in order to marry him and become a rich man's wife. At this moment, Sumo's world collapsed. Didn't you say your wife died long ago? Why did you lie to me? Chen Hai's wife gritted her teeth in anger. You're the one who's dead. A mouthful of spit spat on Chen Hai's face. You did not relieve her anger and scolded. You were itching for me to die earlier so that you could inherit my inheritance to support this little of hers. Chen Hai blurted out in defense. No wife. It's her. She seduced me first. It's really none of my business. Upon hearing this, the noblewoman shifted her full of anger onto Suemo. You vixen who seduced a man. Tear her up for me. With a command, the adultery catching group made a direct move, with a stance of wanting to flay Suemo alive. What are you guys going to do? Let go of me. Suemo was so scared that her face was bloodless, struggling as hard as she could to no avail. Her mouth whimpered with a sobbing tone. It's none of my business. I really didn't know he had a wife. I'm also a victim. Chen Hai's wife angrily rushed up to Suemo. Snap as if you big nose pocket. Tear her up for me. Teach her to be a human being. Suemo was pressed to the ground with 7 hands and 8 feet. The outer garment was peeled open under the chaos, revealing the inner underwear. The skirt was also torn down, split to the thighs, revealing a large part of the scenery. Such a big commotion attracted the attention of the entire 4 store. The original made Han-Ter Jr. big drama. Whether it is to buy a car customer, or sell a car sales, all gathered around pointing and talking. The VIP area. Li Hao leaned on the leather sofa, surrounded by several sales, serving tea and water with care. Ding, The system detected that the host spent $30 million for others, triggering a return reward. Then a rotating roulette wheel appeared in front of his eyes, which was rapidly turning and finally stopped at the 100 times area. Trigger 100 times return. Return gold 3 billion. Immediately followed by Li Hao's cell phone vibrating. Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, your account with tail number 0178 arrived at 3 billion with a balance of 311-549-3213-04. Looking at the long string of 10-digit numbers on the account, Li Hao's heart was immensely relieved. What shares? What ability? None of it looked as comfortable as the bank balance. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. There's a fight outside. A salesman hurriedly barged into the VIP area, pulling his colleague and pointing outside. Only then did Li Hao react, looking sideways to the outside. Broken curses and pleas for mercy could be vaguely heard in the air. Go out and see what's going on. With nothing else to do, Li Hao got up and walked out of the VIP area, and sales followed closely behind, going out to watch the fun together. After going out of the VIP area, he saw 4 or 5 middle-aged shrews, who were surrounding a young woman, tearing her clothes and physically attacking her. Sumo? Li Hao was surprised, but seeing Chen Hai, who had fallen on his sword, he could understand what was going on. Bitch, let you seduce my man, strip her naked and parade her in the street for me. The noblewoman was agitated, and with her own hands, she was about to strip off Sumo's last covering. No, don't, spare me. Sumo spoke with a sobbing voice, struggling to beg for mercy, but unfortunately to no avail. Tear. The noblewoman's face was full of lividity. Her movements roughly ripped off Sumo's corset. Sumo felt a coldness in her chest, the upper half of her body without an inch, completely exposed in the air. Everyone come and take a look. It's this shameless, the vixen who destroys other people's families. Woo woo. Sumo collapsed and howled, struggling as hard as she could to resist. Just when she was almost stripped naked and was looking at only her bottom pants left, Sumo saw Li Hao, as if she saw a life-saving straw, hysterically shouting for help. Li Hao, save me, Li Hao ordered with a cold face. Pull them away. What a shame. With an order, the 4 black-clothed bodyguards who were watching the scene quickly rushed out and pulled the noble women away with 7 hands and 8 feet. Sumo got out of the clutches of the devil, climbed up from the ground, while protecting her body while running towards Li Hao's side. The noble women did not want to do it, rushed up and wanted to continue chasing and beating. What are you doing, you guys? Dare to meddle in my mother's business? At the same time, the salespeople also acted, pulling the fight, calling the police. There are also people who draped their own jacket over Sumo's body. Sumo ran to Li Hao's side with a roll and crawled, begging for help in fear. Li Hao, quickly save me. Li Hao stared at the noblewoman with a cold face. The reason why he let people pull the fight was not because of his old love for Sumo, but simply because he was not used to picking off a woman's clothes in the street, which was indecent. The noblewoman was furious. Good, so you guys are a gang. More people bullying, less people, right? You all wait for me. The noblewoman grabbed Chen Hai's ear and kicked and punched while walking out. I'll settle the score with you at home. After this group of them left, they thought that the bustle was over, but they didn't know that one wave had yet to subside and another wave had risen. The beaten junior Sumo, after the crisis was lifted, even pestered Li Hao, with a handful of snot and a handful of tears, pulled Li Hao and begged bitterly. Li Hao, I know I'm wrong. I'm also a victim. I was cheated by Chen Hai. I really don't know he has a wife. Li Hao, you love me, right? Let's make up. It's still like before. I will be sincere and treat you well. I won't dare anymore, I swear. If it was before, no matter what mistakes Sumo had made, he would have chosen to forgive without hesitation. But now, he felt that Sumo did not deserve his love. Go away. Don't touch me. Li Hao mercilessly yelled at Sumo. You choose to break up, then keep the last decency. Do not entangle each other. Isn't that what you said? Putting down these words, he resolutely walked towards the door. Li Hao, I'm wrong, Li Hao. I really know it's wrong. Sumo wanted to go after him, but was stopped by the 4S store sales, saying nothing to let her get close to the VIP. You guys let go of me. He's my boyfriend. Sumo managed to get away from the sales block, and when she rushed out of the 4S store door, she just happened to see Li Hao sitting on the Pagani Windy. The manager bowed to say goodbye, humbled to the core. Li Hao, don't go. Sumo did not hesitate to rush over, but unfortunately the supercar's engine roared and sped away, followed by the bodyguard's car, riding away. Sumo could not catch up at all, fell to the ground and bawled, regretting her intestines. The manager straightened up and looked back. Oops, I go. How to still run naked. Chapter 12, Company Dinner. After leaving from the Forest store, young AE drove Wendigo, driving aimlessly on the road, her afterglow glancing at Li Hao from time to time. Since the moment she got into the car, Obo was gloomy and didn't say a word. The atmosphere in the car was vaguely depressing. Young Ae could see that Lee Ho was in a bad mood, and she didn't dare to ask. Lee Ho's mood at this time was indeed very bad. In order to sue Mo, he took the initiative to give up the opportunity to go to college, work to earn money, save money for Sue Mo to go to school, almost paid everything he had, really fed the dog. Sue Mo heartlessly abandoned him, humiliated him, turned into someone else's arms as a mistress. She is so realistic, mercenary. He hated himself blind. A piece of true heart is ultimately paid wrongly. The heart is blocked. Very unpleasant. Jingling bell. Just at this time, the cell phone ringing let Lee Hao back to God. A look at the caller ID, but it is the company supervisor, his top boss. Subconsciously connecting, immediately came the roaring rage of the supervisor. Lee Hao, where the hell did you die? What time is it now? You don't go to work, you don't want your bonus. After being broken up by Sue Mo in the cafe at noon, the sky fell on the system, after which Lee Hao bought all the way, utilizing the 10,000 times return system to brush up his money, until he received a call from the supervisor. He remembered that he forgot to go to work. Call him. The supervisor, called Wu Liang, is 180 pounds of dead fat, not much ability, in the company, did not less bully Lee Hao. Lee Hao was already in a bad mood, and a flash of anger flashed in his eyes. Times are different now. Wu Liang, this dog, dared to threaten him with a bonus. This single contract was negotiated by his hard work, although the money is not much. Now Lee Hao is not bad about this bonus. Supervisor Wu, don't yell at me first, I'll go back to the company. On the other end of the phone, Wu Liang said in a commanding tone, what time is it and you're still coming back to do? It's just that you're outside. Book a high-grade restaurant. The boss is going to treat the boss at night and hold a celebration banquet. Book the address of the restaurant and send it to me. After saying that, not waiting for Lee Hao to agree, Wu Liang directly hung up the phone. Celebration banquet? Lee Hao pulled out a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, and had a bad idea in his heart. Which is the most expensive restaurant in Haichang? Times are different now. He has a 10,000 times return system on his side. He can return money when he spends it. Since he wants to book a restaurant, he won't choose the best. He will only choose the most expensive one. Let the management of this small raggedy company know what is called luxury clouds. Young Ae thought for a moment and said, Oba, I remember that there is a hotel restaurant that is rated as a Michelin 3-star. The restaurant's service, the environment is top-notch, and the ingredients are also the best. She then hesitated as her words changed. But to dine at this restaurant, you need to make a reservation 3 days in advance, and according to the restaurant's rules, a temporary reservation will cost at least 50 W. Zheng Ai was politely reminding Lee Ho that there was no need to be an ingrate with money. Just it. Lee Ho didn't even think about it and directly operated his cell phone to book the restaurant. Zheng Ai secretly smacked her lips. The light in her eyes flowed. The plutocrat is a plutocrat, waving money like dirt. Spending 500,000 on a meal is as simple as drinking water. To know, this 500,000 is her previous year's income. The plutocrat is just a simple meal, and rich plutocrats compared to her is simply a beggar. After Lee Hao booked the box, he casually sent the positioning to Wu Liang. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 500,000 for a company colleague, triggering a return reward. As the system reward roulette wheel rotated, it finally stopped at the 10 times area. Host triggers 10 times return. Reward amount 5 million. At the same time, Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, your account with tail number 0178 has arrived at $5 million, with a balance of 311, 999, 939, 213, 04. Lee Hao's account received a bank message alert of $5 million. 10 times? How come it's only this much? Just half a day and a few hours. Lee Hao from the account of only a few $1,000s of the poor. A leap into the rich man sitting on the 1 billion. And now actually even 5 million cannot see. Think about it, is really floating. Smile to yourself. Floating on floating. Now he how to say is also a billionaire. Moreover, there is a return system. The more money you spend, the more money you spend. Not afraid to spend money. Afraid not to spend money. Tonight's celebration banquet must make a big splash. Let the self-righteous fatty Wu properly hit him in the face once, so that he can grow up. Just when Lee Hao's inner belly was slandering, unknowingly, he had already arrived at the center street of Haichang, in front of the Michelin 3-star restaurant. The Pagani wind child stopped, causing many passers-by to gather around. Young Ae spread a smile. Appa, we're here. Lee Ho then reacted. So fast? Opening the door and getting out of the car, he looked at the luxurious upscale restaurant. Haichang was the only one and the only upscale restaurant that was rated 3 Michelin stars. It was a Netflix hitting spot, and it was the first choice of big stars and rich people. In the past, they could not afford to spend money. After all, Eating a meal is equivalent to a year's salary of an ordinary person. The previous Li Hao did not even dare to think about it. But times are different nowadays. Oba, there's no parking space nearby. I'll find a parking lot first. Young Ae looked around, gave an explanation and drove off in her car. Just as Li Ho was still observing the restaurant, a few familiar exclamations came from behind him. Wow, that supercar is so beautiful. It's a Pagani Son of the Wind. A top-of-the-line supercar worth over $20 million. 4 or 5 young women dressed in flamboyant colors came walking in a group, talking and laughing. These several women Li Hao recognized were colleagues of the public relations department. When they passed by Li Hao, they didn't even look at him, completely treating Li Hao as heir. At the same time, another annoying voice came. Li, wait for me, your milk tea, only to see the supervisor, Fatty Wu, carrying several cups of milk tea, jogging all the way, panting and chasing after the female co-workers in front. Lily was one of the most stylishly dressed and one of the prettiest female colleagues in the company. Zhongli, the manager of the company's public relations department. She slightly slowed down her pace, raised her chin, and rightfully took the milk tea from Fatty Wu. Several other female co-workers knew that Wu Liang was frantically pursuing Zhongli, and they teased and joked. Supervisor Wu, you negotiated such a big order for the company. It's really embarrassing to have you, a big contributor, buy milk tea for us. They said this on their lips, but in reality, they were just teasing this dead fat guy. Wu Liang was beaming. It's my honor to serve you beauties. Everyone gets a share. Just when he was distributing the milk tea, Wu Liang saw Li Hao. His complimentary and pleasing smile immediately disappeared, and he had a stern face. What are you doing here? Which box is ordered? Do not hurry to lead the way? Dead fat man really ing double standard. The company's beauty attentive flattering. See him as a stink face. Li Hao lazily ignored Fatty Wu, walked straight into the restaurant, leading the way in front. One of the female co-workers asked curiously, Supervisor Wu, who is this person? So cool. Wu Liang was a bit embarrassed on his face and said with a gloomy face, it's one of the interns under me. He hasn't been transferred yet. He dares to pose in front of me. I'll fire him tomorrow. Chapter 13, Xin Shuangxue Qin General Manager. Under Wu Liang's attentive lead, the crowd walked into the restaurant together. Wow. The luxurious decorations of the hall brightened everyone's eyes. What met their eyes was a huge crystal ceiling, illuminating the entire hall in a golden splendor. And the piano played by a real person was melodious and pleasing to the ears, giving people a feeling of high-end atmosphere. Hello, how can I help you? Li Hao was negotiating at the front desk. I've reserved box number 888. Li Hao took out his cell phone and displayed the reservation record. The receptionist's eyes lit up and hurriedly checked the information. His identity was confirmed to be correct, and his attitude was immediately incomparably respectful. VIPs inside please. Wu Liang and his entourage followed behind, looking left and right, every now and then letting out an exclamation, as if Lu entered the Grand View Garden. Good boy, such a high-end restaurant. A meal would cost a lot of money. It's said that this is the most expensive restaurant in all of Haichang. Mr. Qin is going to hemorrhage money this time. Today is Mr. Wu's treat. If we have to break the bank, it's Mr. Wu who has to break the bank. Right, Mr. Wu. Right. Wu Liang's face was drenched in sweat, as he grabbed Li Hao who was walking in front of him, pulling him and whispering, I asked you to book a better restaurant. I didn't ask you to book such an expensive restaurant. What are you thinking in this stupid beep's head? Li Hao was not the Li Hao of the past, and would not hold his tongue, and in turn said loudly, Supervisor Wu thinks this place is too expensive, so let's change it to another one. This sentence was not a small voice. Everyone heard it, which further made Wu Liang look embarrassed. What's the point of changing? If it's here, it's here. Wu Liang hurriedly rounded up the situation. Although he kept on smiling, his heart was dripping blood. Li Hao, you brat, deliberately pitting my old man. Wait for me. The crowd entered the box one after another, and was once again shocked by the luxurious decorations inside. The entire box is full of Western European aristocratic design elements. Floor-to-ceiling windows, leather dining chairs, solid wood dining tables, crystal cups, and expensive oil paintings on the wall, revealing a luxurious European style everywhere. The beautiful women in the company, all kinds of poses to take pictures, punch cards, send friend circles, and there are people who scan the code to see the menu. I go, the cheapest dish even costs 31,000. So expensive? Others also swept the code to order, shocked by the exorbitant prices, and swept the code to look at the price of the menu. As soon as Li Hao entered the room, he casually found a place to sit down, crossed his legs, and took his cell phone to order food, only ordering the most expensive, not the best. The most embarrassing of the whole room belongs to Wu Liang. At this time he has sweated profusely. The cheapest dish will be more than 10,000. More than his 1 month's salary. This ing cannot afford to eat And then look at the culprit Li Hao. He even old god in the appearance, leisurely and free to play the phone. Wu Liang from the heart of anger, evil to the side of life. The anger does not hit a place. At him rebuked. Li Hao, who told you to sit down? Tonight's celebration banquet. It's me inviting the company executives to dinner. It's your honor that you, an intern, can attend. Not serving the meal and still playing with your phone. You really don't know the rules. No big or small. Li Hao also retorted as a matter of fact. I'm already ordering food, according to Supervisor Wu's orders, pointing to the most expensive, to let everyone eat to their heart's content and happy. Isn't that what you said? Thank you, Supervisor Wu. The beauties were grateful, causing Fatty Wu's face to change. At this time, Zhongli smiled and rounded up the situation, suppressing Wu Liang's full of anger. I've long heard that Mr. Wu is a man of great bravado. I didn't have the chance to get in touch with him before, but it's true when I see him today. Applause for Mr. Wu. The beauties applauded and cheered, giving enough face to Wu Liang. In order to pretend to be a gentleman in front of the beautiful women, he could only puff up his face and secretly eat a dumb loss. But this hatred in his heart only increased. Li Hao, you give me to wait. Wu Liang's face was blue, angry in place, but still had to pretend to be fine. It's just a meal. Having fun is the main thing. Everyone eat and drink well. Then said in a commanding tone. Li Hao, almost got it. Not get up to serve tea and water. Nonsense. If Li Hao is allowed to order food without restraint again, he will have to lose his family's money. Li Hao's eyes flashed with a touch of anger, and he was about to start spraying. The door of the box was pushed open, and a woman who was about 26 or 27 years old, wearing a white blouse, black hip-hugging skirt, with black framed glasses on the bridge of her nose, with a delicate appearance and exquisite features walked in. She was none other than the company's boss, Qin Shuangxue, General Manager Qin. It was said that General Manager Qin's family was well off and she was a real rich white beauty, and this company was the business empire that Qin Shuangxue had single-handedly built. Hello, General Manager Qin. Seeing Qin Shuangxue enter the door, the crowd rose in unison to greet her with unrivaled enthusiasm. General Manager Qin had an excited look on his face. Guess who I just saw? Qin Shuangxue didn't wait for everyone to answer and said in a rapid-fire tone. Young Ae, the newest idol of the stick country. Young Ae. The beauties in the company all came into the spirit. Forgetting about the high food prices, they all gathered around Mr. Qin and chatted about entertainment gossips. Really? Young Ae was rated by the entertainment industry in Bangkok as the most promising S-rated newcomer of the year, which means that Young Ae is bound to be a big hit as soon as she makes her debut. If I can recognize her before she becomes famous, then it's good. Now all I need is an autograph, and I'll definitely make a lot of money in the future. Qin Shuangxue said. Look at you. I've decided. Before Young Ae becomes famous, I'll do everything I can to sign her and endorse our company. It just so happens that the management of all departments are here today, so let's brainstorm and discuss a plan out. The boss gave the word, and the company's management sat upright. The original celebration banquet transformed into an impromptu meeting. Li Hao had been sitting in the corner, confused by the sudden change of heart. Wasn't Young Ae his one-day experience girlfriend? He had thought that this chick was just an ordinary Bangkok artist, but he didn't realize that she was so famous, and the people in the company paid so much attention to her that Li Hao didn't even know about it. Just at this time, Li Hao's cell phone rang. Being in a meeting discussion was suddenly interrupted. The eyes all looked at Li Hao. The boss Qin Shuangxue was immediately displeased, eyebrows wrinkled. Wu Liang immediately jumped out and pointed at Li Hao angrily. Li Hao, the boss is in a meeting. How dare you answer the phone? Why don't you turn off your cell phone immediately? Li Hao responded as if nothing had happened and said, I'm in box 888. Qin Shuangxue, who didn't recognize Li Hao and didn't know that he was an employee of the company, asked in a deep voice, who is he? Wu Liang caught the opportunity and added more fuel to the fire. Mr. Qin, his name is Li Hao. He's an intern in our company. Young and doesn't know the rules. Please don't worry Mr. Qin, I'll go back to the company tomorrow and fire him. Hearing that it was one of her own employees, Qin Shuangxue furrowed her eyebrows and waved her hand. Forget it, this little matter is unnecessary. Continue the meeting. Think of every way to get Young Ae to endorse our company's products. Brainstorm. Speak of the devil. Qin Shuangxue's words had just fallen, and the door to the box room opened in response. Once again being disturbed, the crowd was collectively unhappy, but turning back to fix their eyes on it, their expressions stiffened, shocked, petrified, unbelievable. Chapter 14, Fatty Wu expelled. The person standing in the doorway was no other than the center of everyone's ongoing discussion. Young Ae. Hello everyone, I apologize for disturbing your meal. My name is Young Ae. I'm looking for someone. As soon as Young Ae entered the door, She was very polite and humble, bowing and bending over to greet everyone. What is this situation? Qin Shuangxue looked around numbly, wanting to see clues from everyone's expressions, but after looking around she realized that inside the box, apart from intern Li Hao, all the others stood up en masse, all dumbstruck, and one's expression was quite wonderful, dumbfounded, unknown, shocked and petrified, and excitedly abnormal. Sorry, I'm really sorry for disturbing everyone. Young Ae walked in with an apologetic face and surprisingly went straight to intern Liho who was sitting in the corner. Appa, will my presence here disturb your meal? Should I? No disturbance. Everyone can't wait for you to attend the celebration banquet. Right, General Manager Qin. Only then did Qin Shuangxue come back from her shock. Right, don't bother. The young Ae idol actually knew the interns in the company. This was too unbelievable. Dreaming? It must be a dream. It wasn't just Qin Shuangxue who thought so. Everyone in the entire box felt like they were dreaming, especially Wu Liang, who couldn't believe his eyes at all. Oba, there's no suitable parking space nearby. There was a delay. I'm really sorry. Wang. Seeing this scene, it was as if the crowd had been hit by a 10,000-fold storm, their brains buzzing more than a few times. Dizzy, what's going on? How could Li Hao know young Ae? Wu Liang's eyes were round and his mouth was wide open in an unbelievable manner. Zhongli and the other pretentious petite girls were also astonished, their gazes shuttling back and forth between Li Hao and Zhang Ai, wanting to get the inside scoop on the gossip. Qin Shuangxue was the same, beating her to death. She never thought that her company's inconspicuous little transparent would actually get involved with the Rod Kingdom's S-class idol artist. After Qin Shuangxue reacted, she quickly stepped in front of Zhang Ai and asked with a hint of anticipation in her excitement. Ms. Young Ae, is it convenient to reveal your relationship with him? Young Ae was generous, not hiding anything at all, but instead spoke with a sense of complacency and smugness. I'm Appa's girlfriend. After saying that, she took the initiative to sit beside Li Hao and leaned her head towards Li Hao's shoulder. Lean. The crowd was inwardly shocked in unison. Li Hao, a small transparent intern in the company, actually had an idol artist girlfriend. This news was too shocking, no less than aliens descending on planet Blue. Qin Shuangxue reacted extremely quickly and immediately made an invitation, enthusiastically making a gesture and saying, "It's an honor for our company for young Ae to come to the company gathering. You are the guest of honor. Please move to the seat." With Zhang Ai's relationship, Qin Shuangxue also looked at Li Hao a lot more favorable. Did not expect their own company? Actually hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There is such a blessed general. Don't look at Qin Shuangxue on the surface bright and shiny. In fact, the company has long been full of holes. Perhaps Zhang Ai's appearance was a God-given turnaround. Zhang Ai did not agree at first, but instead looked at Li Hao at his side. No need. I want to sit with Appa. Qin Shuangxue's pupils shrunk violently, realizing that Li Hao's weight in Zhang Ai's heart was not light, and was definitely more than just a boyfriend. Her evaluation of Li Hao rose once again, and she barely managed to squeeze out a smile and said, "Li Hao, right. Why don't you join us at the table? It's lively with more people." General Manager Qin personally invited Li Hao. Li Hao didn't make any more pretense, stood up with his head held high, walked towards the main seat of the table and sat down, while Zhang Ai sat next to Li Hao. The two of them were inseparable, as if they were glued to each other, letting everyone's gossips flood their hearts. After everyone was seated, Qin Shuangxue was about to ask the waiter to serve the food when Li Hao asked in a cold voice with a stern face, "Mr. Qin, I have a doubt. I don't know if I should speak or not." Just as Wu Liang had just sat down, Li Hao suddenly asked this. Qin Shuangxue was in the way and had to reluctantly say, "They are all our own people. Just ask if you have any questions." Li Hao was unresponsive and stared at the red-faced Wu Liang, asking right to the point, "What is this celebration banquet about?" Qin Shuangxue subconsciously blurted out, "Supervisor Wu negotiated a contract for the company. It's the biggest business for the company at the moment, so everyone is here to celebrate. What's wrong with that?" Li Hao asked bluntly. "Supervisor Wu, who actually negotiated this single business, please make it clear." Li Hao, what do you mean? You are an employee under me. You still want to rebel? Wu Liang was infuriated, making the whole room understand what was going on at a glance. Li Hao sneered and said, "Just your kind of goods, hijacking subordinates' merits for yourself, and still so righteous. The company has people like you. I'm very worried for General Manager Qin about the company's future prospects." Qin Shuangxue vaguely guessed Li Hao's meaning. This kind of thing was not once or twice on Wu Liang. "If you have evidence, I can fire him on behalf of the company." Mr. Qin, Wu Liang panicked. Li Hao opened his cell phone without haste and flipped out the evidence he had collected, pointing at Wu Liang and said, "This dead fat man usually deceives the top in the company and acts as a bully. Not only does he hijack the contracts of his subordinates, he also enriches himself and eats kickbacks with his clients. If Mr. Sheen's company wants to continue to develop, this kind of assholes can't be left behind. The evidence recorded on the cell phone, all of which were displayed. Wu Liang's face had turned into a pig liver color. The evidence was overwhelming. A detailed list of all the nasty things Wu Liang had done, one by one. In a flash, Qin Shuangshue's face became very ugly. She was exhausted for the development of the company, but Wu Liang, the assholes, pulled back hard in the company, embezzled the company's assets, and pulled the company into the quagmire. Wu Liang tried his best to sophistry. Mr. Sheen, don't listen to his nonsense. He's slandering me, Qin Shuangshue said angrily. Shut up. I know in my heart whether it's black or white. You're fired. Pack your things and get out. At these words, Wu Liang's face turned white. He himself has not much ability. Relying on the relationship into the company, it is not easy to sit on the supervisor. A small life is nourishing. From time to time can also mooch the company's female colleagues. If he was fired like this, his good days were over. Mr. Sheen, you can't do this to me. I'm your father's old employee, followed you to start your own business, and I've been working in the company for 3 years. There's no merit but there's still hard work. Wu Liang knelt in front of Qin Shuangshue, still trying to salvage the situation by playing the emotional card. Qin Shuangshue didn't want to listen to Wu Liang's nonsense anymore and threatened, either get lost immediately, or call the police to arrest you, just based on what you have done. Firing you is light. Upon hearing this, Wu Liang immediately wimped out and quickly said, Mr. Sheen, I'll get lost. Don't call the police. Before Wu Liang left, he glared viciously at Li Hao. Cutting off someone's wealth is the same as killing their parents. You wait for me. Chapter 15, It's late at night, let's get a room. After Li Hao made such a mess, the scene was a bit awkward, and the atmosphere in the box would reach the freezing point. Cough cough. Qin Shuangshue lightly coughed twice to break the silence and opened her mouth. Miss Young AE, welcome to China. I don't know what you like to eat when we first meet. You order. Zhenying AI smiled lightly and looked at Li Hao and said, I'll eat whatever Oba likes to eat. Everyone landed their gazes on Li Hao again in unison, really confused as to what kind of god this little transparent in the company was that he was able to gain Zhang AI's favor. Just at this moment, the door of the box opened, and the waiter walked in with an exquisite dish. Qin Shuangshue froze. I haven't ordered yet? I ordered it. Li Hao volunteered, dispelling Qin Shuangshue's doubts. Have fun today. Everyone eat more. Other than Li Hao and Zhang Ying'ai, who were talking and laughing as they ate and drank, everyone else was more or less unable to let go. Qin Shuangshue still wanted to flatter Zhang Ying'ai, wanted to talk about the endorsement, just got up a bottle of wine and poured it for herself, was about to make her opening remarks, when she received a WeChat from a female colleague in the company. Mr. Sheen, look at the price of the food. The cheapest dish to eat here is more than $30,000, and this bottle of wine has to be at least $100,000. Qin Shuangshue's eyes immediately went straight and immediately pulled a small group to ask everyone what was going on. There were many opinions in the group, saying everything, but most of them were complaining, saying that it was the restaurant Wu Liang ordered, and they didn't know it could be so expensive. The company's finance calculated the price of the food clearly and sent the total price to the group. Mr. Sheen, this meal consumption is almost more than $1 million. Qin Shuangshue's eyes flashed and she just felt like fainting. Wu Liang, you thousand-dagger bastard. It's just a meal. What are you doing booking such an expensive restaurant? This matter made the atmosphere at the table even heavier, except for Zhang Ying'ai, who took care of Li Hao's meal in every way and gave him food. The others basically didn't even dare to touch the chopsticks. Nonsense. Just a bite is several thousand. Which is eating. This is clearly eating gold. Who cannot afford to give up this meal? In this kind of tense atmosphere at the end, drinking and eating, Li Hao looked at the face of the crowd as water. I see that everyone doesn't have much of an appetite. Why don't we switch to the next game? No. We still have things to do. Let's call it a day. Originally, Qin Shuangshue still wanted to flatter Zhang Ying'ai and have a good chat with her about cooperation, but as a result, this meal almost made her lose her family's money, and now she only wanted to send this great god away in a hurry, and she would then look into how to solve the problem of paying the bill. Li Hao also does not care. Ring the bell to call the waiter to pay the bill. The door was pushed open and the waiter entered the room and asked, Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask who is paying the bill? The company's female co-workers collectively lowered their heads, and Qin Shuangshue, in order not to lose face, could only say stiffly, Give me the bill. Received a look. 1.68 million, really more than she budgeted for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Angry individuals. Damn Wu Liang, you 1,000 knives. Not to send you to prison are difficult to solve the hatred of the heart. There is no way. There is Zhang Ying'ai present. Cannot lose face. Just when she was planning to dump her family to pay the bill, only to hear a sound not far from her side. Ding dong. Payment successful. This recharge is $2 million. What the hell? Everyone swiped their heads sideways in unison to see Li Hao scanning the code to pay. 2 million was spent so lightly without any waves? Li Hao bashfully got up and said, "Everyone eat and drink well. I'll go first." With that, he pulled Zhang Ying AI to head out. Noble guest. The waiter hurriedly followed closely behind. "I've already prepaid $500,000 before booking the restaurant. I can't use as much as $2 million, Li Hao said with a big smile. "Didn't you see that my co-workers didn't have enough to eat? Ask everyone what else to eat with the rest of the money, and if there is still left over, give my boss a membership card. Count it as my prepayment." Li Hao just made light of the situation and took Zheng Ying AI away, leaving everyone in the wind. A meal. $5 million. You can't eat gold for that much money? Before, everyone was worried about the bill, and everyone didn't dare to move their chopsticks. Now that someone had paid the bill, and looking at the delicacies on this table, with all the colors and flavors, they all had their fingers in their mouths. Don't freeze, eat. Everyone was no longer reserved, and they all winded up eating the gluttonous feast. Qin Shuangxue was the only one who stared incredulously at Li Hao, who disappeared in the doorway, her heart slandering. What kind of person is this employee? He's so rich that he even came to work in my company. Wu Liang, who are you messing with? Messing with such an invisible rich second generation. Really blind. Thinking of this, Qin Shuangxue suddenly thought of something else. Maybe, Li Hao could solve her current economic crisis. In the hotel lobby, Li Hao hiccuped. Young Ae laced Li Hao and said in a tone that contained 100% sugar. "Appa, you've had too much to drink. Why don't you and I get a room at the hotel?" This was already considered a bare-bones hint, and even if Li Hao was stupid, he could hear the words. "Whatever you want, as long as you are willing, I can do whatever." The restaurant was already integrated with the hotel. Directly check in. By Zhang Ying, I assisted Li Hao up the stairs to the top floor presidential suite. Floor-to-ceiling windows. View room. The view is particularly broad. Zhang Ying AI assisted Li Hao to the sofa and sat down. Her face was shy. Her face was red, and she didn't know if she was tired or her heart was blossoming. "Oba, wait here for a while. I'll go take a shower first," she said with a step and 3 turns back, and walked into the bathroom. These words made Li Hao's drunkenness instantly wake up for the most part. It wasn't a dream, was it? Wasn't it said that it was a one-day experience, girlfriend? How come it was still for real? Could it be that he was conquered by the money charm? Clatter. The sound of rushing water came out from the bathroom. The bathroom partition was made of argyle material, semi-transparent. Sitting in the living room, one could vaguely see every move of the people inside. Zhang Ying AI took off her clothes, perfect curved body hidden under. More show a few points of mysterious beauty. A glance will make Li Hao's heart go wild. Just feel the heart poof 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 jump. Even the ex-girlfriend Sumo also did not let Li Hao have such a feeling of heartbeat. Zhang Ying AI had a body and a face, so to give someone like him a girlfriend, he would really wake up laughing in his dreams. Damn, the bitter days have finally come to an end. With the 10,000 times return system, the more money he spends, will he still lack a girlfriend in the future? Li Hao pretended to be calm and tried to keep himself awake, and even took out his cell phone to search about young Ae, wanting to understand this woman who was about to sleep with him. Without looking, it was a shock. Young Ae was actually the S-rank trainee with the highest reputation and the most fans in Bangkok this year. No wonder the boss Qin Shuangxue valued her so highly. This was a proper future top stream. Such a big star is about to go to bed with herself and have something indescribable happen. It's really a thought to rise up in place. Ding! The host has spent $2 million for her, triggering the return roulette wheel. The return roulette wheel was spinning, and eventually stopped at the column of special rewards. See special rewards again. Chapter 16, Mr. Qin borrows money. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a special reward, which allows you to unlock any of the vocational skills for free. Note, occupational skills can be purchased in the system mall after the system upgrade is completed. The system also has a mall? With the system beep, Li Hao subconsciously looked at the system upgrade progress bar, which had already reached 82%. The special reward given this time is to unlock any one of the occupational skills before the mall is updated and completed. It is not known which occupations are included. Li Hao rested his cheeks and thought, feeling that the special rewards, not as good as directly giving money to real. Just when Li Hao was thinking, ding ring ring, the cell phone suddenly rang. The caller ID was an unfamiliar number. Li Hao didn't want to answer it and directly hung up the phone, but this unfamiliar number called several times in a row. Frowning slightly, impatiently picked up the phone. Who is it? Calling in the middle of the night, annoying or not? I'm really sorry for disturbing you. May I ask if you're Li Hao? A gentle woman's voice came from the phone, extremely high in sugar content. Which one are you? Stretching his hand, let alone a woman. Li Hao's voice also softened a few points. I'm Qin Shuangxue, I'm your boss. We had dinner together just now. Li Hao came to his senses. Oh, so it's General Manager Qin Ah. What's the matter of looking for me in the middle of the night? Li Hao was a little surprised. Did not think that the person who called is the company boss Qin Shuangxue. The two did not have any interactions before. Qin total this level. Li Hao used to shoot the horses not as good as. Simply can not reach. She suddenly called. Let Li Hao a little unclear. Qin Shuangxue stammered. That. Can you come out now? I want to talk to you. Now. Li Hao was extremely reluctant, and his tone was a few points colder. If there's anything you want to talk about, say it on the phone. It's not convenient for me right now. Nonsense. Young Ae was in the shower and he had his pants down. Now even if the sky was falling, he had to wait until he was done with his business. There was a pause of a few seconds on the other end of the phone, followed by Qin Shuangxue's pleading voice. This matter is really important to me. I'll wait for you at the hotel cafe where I'm eating tonight. I won't be able to delay you for a few minutes. Please. The unattainable boss Qin Shuangxue, softly pleading. Let Li Hao can't help but be a little soft-hearted. But right. Let him give up the gentle land. Go to find Qin Shuangxue Qin total. His heart is always a little uncomfortable. Muggle net thing. If it's not a heavenly thing, see if I don't straighten you out. Li Hao cursed and hung up the phone. Go out a trip cannot waste much time. Seize the time. Go back quickly. Should be in time. Li Hao anxious to rush out of the suite, but turned his head and ran back, leaving a note on the coffee table, which reads, immediately back. Then he went downstairs in a flurry and came to the hotel cafe. Qin Shuangxue was currently practicing her opening remarks to herself. Hello, get reacquainted. Hey no, this won't work. Just as she kept practicing her opening line, Li Hao suddenly sat across from her. Say what you have to say and fart quickly. So fast? Li Hao's sudden appearance startled her. I'm staying upstairs. I got a room at the hotel. Li Hao crossed his legs, constantly looking at the time, and impatiently tapped his watch. Time is limited. Hurry up. Qin Shuangxue was not easy to recover the mood. Tangled again and again, finally decided to tell frankly. I have a problem in my family. My father was previously the group boss, because the capital chain broke, owed a large amount of money, and squatted in prison. $1 billion group is in tatters. The only thing I can keep now is this company. In order to support the company, the family's house was sold. It's really hard for me to support it alone. Qin Shuangxue spoke for half a day in a period of time, seeing that Li Hao was a bit impatient, before she opened her mouth. Now the company met a crisis. Fast operation cannot go on. I really do not know what to do. So, Qin Shuangxue said, eyes red, tears cannot stop flowing out. Qin Shuangxue was really desperate. If not for seeing Li Hao spending a lot of money today, eating more than $5 million in one meal, she definitely would not have opened this mouth. Not to mention that she would not have talked to a small employee about her bitter past. Stop. Li Hao didn't have the time to listen to Qin Shuangxue complaining about her misery, raised his hand to stop it, and asked in a good-natured manner. So what? You said so much. What exactly is it that you're looking for me for? Qin Shuangxue gritted her teeth and spoke with difficulty. I hope you can help me get through this. Lend me $5 million. No. Inject capital into the company. $5 million to sell 21% of your shares. $5 million? Li Hao couldn't help but roll his eyes. I know. It's excessive to inject $5 million at the drop of a hat. But don't worry. I'm confident in the company's future. I guarantee your investment. It's definitely worth every penny. Li Hao had been completely speechless. It was only $5 million. Qin Shuangxue looked like the sky was falling. She thought it was a big deal. Seeing Li Hao fiddling with his cell phone with his head down, he had a look of looking down on people. Qin Shuangxue heart tight. With Li Hao, borrow money is also a last resort. If not desperate, she will never open this mouth. Li Hao was the only one she could think of, who might be able to help herself through the difficult times. Please help me. I can't last much longer. As long as you inject money, I can even. She gritted her teeth. The kind of words that were ultimately difficult to say. As a woman, it was not like there was any other way out of holding up the company alone. I can be your underground love. Ding! Your bank account arrived at $50 million. The sudden transfer beep made Qin Shuangxue directly freeze, her mouth wide open, her eyes staring round with an unbelievable look, numbly looking at Li Hao, who got up and left. Borrow money, just borrow money. Make it look like the sky is falling. Next time say it directly. There is no need to call me to come here. Li Hao walked further and further away. Qin Shuangxue numbly looked at the transfer balance. It was indeed $50 million. She got up in a panic and chased after him, stuttering, Mr. Li, did you transfer the wrong amount? I borrowed $5 million. You transferred $50 million to me. Li Hao walked to the elevator door with big strides and knocked his watch at Qin Shuangxue. Boss, please look at the time. What time is it now? Can't you go to the company tomorrow to talk about something? As the elevator doors closed, Xin Shuangxue hadn't recovered from her shock. With $50 million in the account, all her troubles would be solved. The external debt owed by her family was paid off in one go, and she would no longer have any worries. Thank you. Just when Xin Shuangxue was moved to shed tears, the elevator door next door opened. Zhang Ying Ai walked out in a state of dismay, crying while walking, looking extremely lost. Time rewind. Not long after Li Ho rushed out of the suite, Zhang Ying Ai, who heard the sound, discreetly opened the bathroom door and took a look, wrapped in a bath towel and walked out. Coming to the door and striking a provocative pose, she pouted in a tone that contained 200% sugar. Oba. But when she flirtatiously looked back, where is everyone? Bedroom, guest room, living room, surprisingly no one was there. The Zaibatsu even left without saying hello? Young Ae didn't see the sticky note and thought that Zaibatsu Li Ho, because he didn't want to have a relationship with her. He just walked away. That's why Young Ae left in a state of shock. Chapter 17, System Upgrade Completed. Li Ho ran back to the presidential suite with anticipation. The room was unusually quiet, and Zhang Ying Ai's silhouette was no longer visible in the bathroom. Is this waiting for me in the bedroom? Li Ho couldn't wait to rush into the bedroom, but the room turned out to be empty. Holy, where is everyone? He searched around the presidential suite and didn't find Young Ae's figure. Li Ho's head was confused. Gone? Can't be, right? Did I go out for too long? Or did she go out to buy a set? Picking up the sticky note on the coffee table, he looked at it. She should be back, right? Will definitely come back. Li Ho was confident. After all, he had spent a lot of money on Young Ae this day. It would be a bit too unbelievable if he couldn't get another woman. Li Ho anxiously paced back and forth, constantly looking at his watch. Time passed by the minute, not seeing Zhang Ying Ai come back. This time Li Ho was not sure again. He could only explain himself. After all, it was a one-day experience girlfriend, not a real girlfriend. Count me unlucky. Xin Shuangxue, you pit me. Li Ho collapsed on the sofa and danced around for a while, venting his indignation. Forget it, as long as you have money, can you still lack women? Li Ho finally let it go. Just at this moment, the system beep suddenly sounded in his head. Ding! System upgrade completed. Unlock achievement system. Unlocking the shopping mall, first order. Li Ho bounced up from the sofa at once and checked the upgraded system page. Ooh, sure enough, it had changed drastically. Before, there wasn't even a page, and only when the return was triggered would the return roulette wheel appear. Now the system was relatively complete. The first page of the system was the personal page. Host, Li Hao. Strength, 6. Intelligence, 4. Agility, 5. Reaction, 4. Physical strength, 6. Mental strength, 0. Upgrade attribute points, 0. Note, upgrade attribute points cannot be purchased and can only be obtained from achievements. Life skills, global language proficiency. Occupational skills. The system rewards 1 proficiency in any vocational skill. Unused. To be unlocked. Special abilities. None. Superpowers. None. Except for the life skill which had a global language proficiency. It was surprisingly empty. Well, global language proficiency means. Li Hao rested his cheeks in thought and subconsciously blurted out in English. I can speak foreign languages. Oh, Li Hao was nothing more than a high school diploma and had never taken the English 4 or 6 levels. And suddenly having him speak global languages caught him off guard. So cool? Li Hao couldn't wait to continue turning the pages. Ranking of favorability. Zhang Ying Ai, 88. Xin Shuangxue, 72. Suemo, 66. Zhongli, 41. There were quite a few people in the shower records, but there were only a few that Li Ho had an impression of. Zhang Ying Ai's favoritism towards me is so high, and she still left. It seems that favoritism isn't reliable either. Casually flipping the page, what appeared was the System Mall page. System Mall, first order. Opening it up, it was densely packed with all sorts of dazzling goods. Wow! Guns, cannons, rockets, cars and sports cars and airplanes. There were a total of 28 major categories, thousands of subcategories, encompassing millions of commodity goods. Common, commonly used, prohibited, illegal, only can't think of. There is no buy. What's all this? Even by karma. There's even an aircraft carrier. One look at the price of $500 billion. Only a fool would buy this. But a luxury private jet is only $1 billion. This is a good deal. Li Hao collapsed on the sofa and casually swiped through the System Mall. He currently had 3.067 billion in rebates. A house, car, big airplane he could buy. Ha ha ha. Old me is rich too. Bye. Just when Li Hao was planning to spend like crazy, he happened to see that at the bottom of the categories, there was even the big category of intellectual property, and curiously clicked in to check it out. Life skills, cooking, cleaning up housework, fishing, driving, Drenching recorded more than 3,600 kinds, divided into life, art, sports. 3 big items. The most unbelievable thing for Li Hao is that after each life skill is unlocked, increasing the proficiency even requires money to buy. Note, 100 million can purchase 1 year of skill proficiency after unlocking. Crazy. Only a fool would spend 100 million to upgrade the proficiency of such trash skills as cooking and fishing. Nuts. Occupational skills, computer proficiency, manipulation proficiency, law proficiency, shooting proficiency, medical proficiency. As long as there are occupations in the world, basically all of them are included, and all of them can be unlocked by spending money. Note, 1 billion can purchase 1 year of skill proficiency after unlocking. Li Hao stared open-mouthed. 1 billion for 1 year of proficiency. System, will you eat too ugly? Special ability, divided into 2 main categories. Li Hao also casually clicked on it, but the next second he was dumbfounded. Light power, golden bell shield, iron cloth shirt, powerful Vajra finger, 36 ways to flick the leg. All of the above are martial arts. And the second category is even more shocking. Qi Men Dun Jia, art of the 5 elements, heavenly thunder art, fire control. Note, 10 billion can purchase 1 year of skill proficiency after unlocking. Li Hao opened his mouth wide. 10 billion is so expensive. Should it be so exaggerated? Subconsciously clicked on the superpower. And sure enough, superpower, instantaneous transmission, perspective, powerful god, Vajra is indestructible, flying. Note, the unlocking condition is an epic achievement reward. Holy cow, if this unlocks a superpower, is it still human? Li Hao subconsciously checked the last item again. Technological knowledge. One look was even more jaw-dropping. Biotechnology, cure of terminal diseases, resurrection from the dead, cell regeneration, science and technology, nanotechnology, controlled fusion technology, space elevator technology, and so on. Explanation, peak technology of first-order civilization, can only be unlocked by legendary achievement rewards and cannot be purchased. The further back he looked, the more shocked Li Hao became, and this mouth never closed. He was shocked to the core and the outside. Fortunately, many of the technologies could be purchased, but the price was also prohibitive. Surprisingly 110,000 billion. For example, the cheapest cure for a terminal illness was 100 billion. Resurrection from the dead was 500 billion. Cell regeneration is a surprising 800 billion. Nanotechnology, controlled fusion technology. All of these technologies that could change the landscape of the world surprisingly required 1 trillion. This world is too crazy? Li Hao subconsciously looked at the last page of the system. Personal achievement. The system changes lives and accomplishes far-reaching dreams. You haven't unlocked any achievements yet. Keep up the good work. How do achievements get triggered? And the system doesn't give an explanation? Li Hao looked at the blank personal achievement page and pondered for half a day and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Overall, this upgrade still gave Li Hao a considerable shock. The mall was full of all kinds of items, dazzling him. If anything, there were 2 types of items that Li Hao was most attracted to and dreamed of. Biotechnology, potion to increase life expectancy by 1 year, priced at 100 billion. Mechanical technology, mecha manufacturing, priced at 500 billion. Chapter 18, beautiful boss takes the initiative to throw hands on her. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about increasing lifespan. Although the selling price is 100 billion a year, life is priceless. Li Hao had the 10,000 times return system to add. The more money he spent, if he could continuously increase his life expectancy, wouldn't he be able to live forever? Having money and being able to live forever. This is simply the ultimate dream of mankind. Besides, mecha manufacturing, mecha, Gundam. Ask which man does not want to have. If you have money and power, you're a big shot. If you drive a Ferrari or an airplane, you're a big shot. I'll drive a mech with one hand and shock you for a whole year. This is the ultimate dream of men. Things are good, but you can't buy them now. Lifespan was fine. Li Hao was still young and had plenty of youth to squander. But the mecha manufacturing would take 500 billion. Well, my current balance is only 3,067 billion. The gap is a bit big. Getting money is the way to go. Strive to pilot the mech soon. Li Hao resisted the urge to immediately spend the rebate and buy a private jet, etc., and decided to save up for another wave and directly buy the mecha manufacturing technology in one step. Ha ha ha, just thinking about it will wake up laughing in my dreams. Li Hao was in a beautiful vision, having a beautiful dream in which he was embracing left and right, and all the high-scoring beauties were hers. Get up, wage earner. Go to work, wage earner. The ringing of the cell phone woke Li Hao up from his beautiful dream. He was in a daze and subconsciously raised his wrist to look at the time. Holy, I'm late for work. Li Hao stood up from the sofa with a leap and suddenly froze. White bed curtains, floor-to-ceiling windows, view suite, This is a hotel, not his rental house. Li Hao reacted with a slap of his head. This is not a dream. It's all real. Excited, he carefully called out, "System Dad?" Ding! The system interface suddenly popped up in front of his eyes. Sure enough, this is all real. I'm not dreaming. Right at this moment, the cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. Li Hao picked up his cell phone and saw that the caller ID was the beautiful boss Qin Shuangxue that he had made a note of last night. This chick is so damn annoying. Last night she badgered old me, and early in the morning she noisy old me in my dreams. Li Hao picked up the phone and said impatiently, "What's wrong again? Annoying or not? Mr. Li, is it convenient for you to come to our company? I have prepared a share transfer agreement. I want to ask you to come over and sign it." Right? Oh, there's still 50 million that hasn't been returned. How can I miss such a good opportunity to brush up on my money? I still have to save up to buy a mech. Wait, I'll be there in a while. Li Hao hung up the phone and brushed his teeth and washed up, thinking back to last night by Qin Shuangxue to disturb the good thing. He was angry. Later we'll arrive at the company. See how I pack you. After washing up, Li Hao angrily went to the company. When it is already more than 10 a.m. Just walked into the company's door. The receptionist immediately stood up. A sweet smile, a face to please. "Mr. Li, good morning." Li Hao was a little confused. Before he came to work, the receptionist bird do not bird him, but also often just him to run errands to pick up the courier. How today so attentive? Good morning. Li Hao entered the company's door. The crowd that was still busy a second before saw Li Hao come in, but all put down their hands, stood up in unison, and spoke in unison. "Good morning, Mr. Li, what's the situation?" This change makes Li Hao a little uncomfortable. After all, yesterday was a small transparent in the company. Today how did? It was probably because he was too arrogant yesterday, and the word had already spread in the company today, right? At this time, the public relations department manager Zhongli ran all the way over, smiling charmingly, politely and humbly said, "Mr. Li, you are here." Mr. Qin explained, "Please go to the VIP room to wait." Zhongli today wearing a white collar suit, hip-hugging short skirt, long legs with stockings, walking, water snake waist, hip swing, very charming. "Mr. Li, you are so handsome." Mr. Li is really young and promising. Along the way, wherever colleagues were encountered, no matter whether they recognized them or not, they would take the initiative to greet and say hello to Li Hao. As the saying goes, a hand does not beat a smiling face. Qin Shuangxue so hand arrangement, so that Li Hao after the anger subsided most of the time, but also embarrassed to pick a fight. Entering the VIP room, Zhongli enthusiastically greeted Li Hao and sat down, said daintily, "Mr. Qin will be here soon. You first rest here for a while." Mr. Li, you see, convenient to add you a WeChat? Last night Li Hao showed the financial strength, let Zhongli heart shocked. She to this mysterious and low-profile rich second generation, produced a strong interest. For this reason she today at any cost, put on a beautiful makeup, is to give Li Hao left a good impression. Add chanting, more friends more road? Li Hao took out his cell phone and swept the code, thinking in his heart that indeed, one more person to help him swipe money. Just when the two were adding each other's friends, Qin Shuangxue pushed the door in. "Mr. Qin, you go out first." She walked in a graceful manner, with long shawl wavy hair, one side pinned to the root of her ear, a very urban beauty. A flash of amazement flashed in Li Hao's eyes. In the past, Qin Shuangxue was the company's lofty female boss, and a small loser like him, a small transparent person struggling on the line of subsistence, did not dare and could not look directly at Mr. Qin. But this time is different. Qin Shuangxue even half squatted in front of the front. Will be a contract separately placed. The distance between the two is close at hand. Li Hao can clearly see her facial features and looks. A pair of bright eyes, looking through a touch of shyness, nose cherry lips, slightly powdered, stunning and moving. An elite dress, tight white shirt, cannot hide the chest that pair of proud capital. The shirt buttons were almost surging collapse open. From Li Hao's viewpoint, one could clearly see the callousness, as well as the deep gully. She also wore a wraparound skirt today, and when she squatted in front of Li Hao to organize the documents, a pair of long white and slender legs were eye-catching, and under her unintentional movements, it was surprising that she could occasionally see the pure white inner lining. "Mr. Li, this is my drafted share transfer agreement. You first look at it, think there is something unreasonable, I will modify it again." Hiss. Li Hao sucked in a mouthful of cold air. His sight lingered on Qin Shuangxue's neckline, unable to extricate himself. The white and rounded shape, the deep gully, was unobstructed. So big, so white. In the face of Li Hua's hot gaze, Qin Shuangxue seems to be unaware of the general, always maintaining a semi-squatting posture, deliberately let Li Hua have a full eye. See enough? So exciting. Who can ing stand? Especially the blood of the big young man. Last night's thing did not do. Now also hold a fire. Qin Shuangxue inadvertently looked up, her face slightly red. Mr. Li, your nose. Ha! Li Hao only felt a heat in his nose, and when he wiped it with his hand, he actually had a nosebleed. On fire on fire. Li Hao hurriedly covered his nose to stop the bleeding. Qin Shuangxue, the culprit, even gave an inch and did it over, pretending to help Li Hao stop the bleeding, but actually rubbing Li Hao's arm vigorously with raging surges. Mr. Li, tilt your head back. Chapter 19, $50 million for nothing. You're provoking me, aren't you? You think I won't do anything to you? You asked for it. Just when Li Hao was planning to give an inch, the system beep suddenly came. Ding, detecting target character. Name, Qin Shuangxue. Age, 28. Height, 170. Weight, 48 kilograms. Occupation, company owner. Face value, 8. Introduction. Qin Shuangxue was born in the Qin family in Haicheng, formerly the daughter of the Tianhai group, suffered a change of heart. The family fell from a rich girl to start her own business, and is currently in debt of $56 million. Li Hao froze, did not think that Qin Shuangxue has such an experience, although she said yesterday the plight. But Li Hao did not listen at all, and thought that she made up stories casually, to win sympathy. After Qin Shuangxue helped Li Hao stop the nosebleed, she didn't move away and picked up the contract to introduce herself. Mr. Li, in order to thank you for your investment, I intend to give you 49% of the company's shares, although it's not much, but after all, this company is my heart and soul. Li Hao roughly read through the document. Qin Shuangxue focused on clearly labeling the equity split, transferring 49% of the company's original shares to Li Hao. Li Hao said casually, there are a few places that need to be modified. Li Hao's purpose is to brush money and earn rebates, not to acquire Qin Shuangxue's company. Once the share transfer agreement is signed, how else can you trigger a 10,000-fold rebate? You absolutely can't have it. But Li Hao's thoughts, and Qin Shuangxue did not know, where Mr. Li is not satisfied. I will immediately let the legal department revise and reprint. Li Hao waved his hand and said, no need to be so troublesome, I'll do it myself. There were computers in the parlor. Li Hao sat down and started revising the contract. Seeing this scene, Qin Shuangxue drummed in her heart. In theory, the share transfer agreement that she and the legal department had discussed had already considered every aspect, so why did he still need to modify it himself? Could it be that he wanted to add any hidden clauses with additional conditions? Qin Shuangxue panicked. She still owed more than $48 million in order to pay off her father's debts, and this huge sum of $50 million was very important to her. According to reason, on her small company, the market value of up to $5 million, Li Hao did not even blink to give her $50 million. This is obviously another plan. $50 million, she is not unacceptable, and even she has considered, find a rich man, sell themselves to pay off the debt for their father. But she is not set with diamonds. Rich people are not stupid. Will not give her $50 million for nothing, to help her fill the bottomless pit. Last night she went back to think about a night, for which she was prepared, or today will not deliberately dress up. Li Hao, this kind of hand can come up with 50 million super rich second generation. Qin Shuangxue heart is not rejected, who do not want to marry a rich man, live a life of fine clothes and food, just in case Li Hao has some unknown fetishes. Last night, she witnessed Zhang Ying'ai, crying and leaving. Qin Shuangxue inner very complicated, the mind cannot help but emerge. She was wearing a revealing uniform, binding, whipping, dripping wax. Imagine the picture is too exciting. The more Qin Shuangxue thought about it, the more she blushed, the more she thought about it, the more shy she was. If he really has these fetishes, is it a yes, or a yes? For a while, her mind was full of these unbearable images, thinking about them, and she simply couldn't stop. Qin Shuangxue subconsciously clenched her legs. Done. Li Hao snapped his fingers, revising and printing in one go. Qin Shuangxue was in a state of rambling thoughts. Li Hao walked over with the reprinted contract, and without any further ado, grabbed Qin Shuangxue's hand, and before she could react, pressed the sealing clay, and quickly pressed her handprint on the contract. You're crazy. I haven't even read the contract yet. Why are you like this? Qin Shuangxue was ashamed and bashful as she snatched the contract and fixed her eyes on it. The entire person was dumbfounded, frozen like a wooden chicken. The transfer contract unexpectedly turned into a gift. Ding! The system detected that the host spent $50 million for Qin Shuangxue, triggering a return reward. The reward roulette will rotated and finally stopped at the 100 times area. Congratulations to the host for triggering the 100 times return reward, returning $5 billion. At the same time, Li Hao's cell phone account received an arrival message. Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, your account with tail number 0178 has arrived at $5 billion, with a balance of 806-799-3213, $14. Looking at the account balance, Li Hao felt his scalp tingle with relief and a face of enjoyment. Cool. With a balance of 8,067 billion, it was one step closer to the MAC. Qin Shuangxue was still in a state of confusion, caught off guard by Li Hao's forced handprint. She thought it was a proper deed of sale, but when she saw the title, it was actually a gift. A $50 million gift? What kind of joke is this? Qin Shuangxue unbelievable carefully look over the contract. She does not believe that someone will give her 50 million for nothing. There must be hidden clauses, but a meal to look down. Roughly read once. Qin Shuangxue or dumbfounded. The contract is almost exactly the same as before. There is no additional overbearing clauses, just additional changes. The transfer changed to a gift. Qin Shuangxue eyes stagnant, head completely turn a corner. Surprisingly, someone really gave her $50 million for nothing. Gosh, how rich does one have to be to do such an outrageous thing? Qin Shuangxue looked at Li Hao incredulously and asked offhandedly, Li Hao, why did you send me $50 million for nothing? She couldn't understand what Li Hao's motivation for his behavior was even if she thought about it. It's hard to buy my pleasure with money. Li Hao didn't even intend to explain. Looking at Qin Shuangxue's head, the favorability that kept skyrocketing. +1, +1, +1. In the end, Qin Shuangxue's favorability even stopped at 83. Li Hao unexpectedly came directly to a wallop. Mr. Qin, what are you blushing for? Isn't this nonsense? Who receives a huge sum of $50 million? Who doesn't blush with excitement? Qin Shuangxue was so happy at the moment that she was about to faint. Li Hao overbearingly stretched out his fingers, hooked on Qin Shuangxue's chin, said with a bad smile, Ms. Qin, after receiving my money, promise me a request. Qin Shuangxue's breath caught and her heartbeat accelerated. You tell me first. Make a date with me. It's just a date. Qin Shuangxue slightly lost a little, but still immediately agreed. Yes, I promise you. Li Hao was getting over the top, coming close to Qin Shuangxue's ear and saying in a low voice, I remember hearing you say last night that your family's group is gone, and in order to pay off the debt, even your family's villa was sold? A flash of sorrow flashed through Qin Shuangxue's eyes. Well, but in the future, I will definitely be able to get back everything I lost. Li Hao said with a big wave of his hand. Only strive for the future. Don't look at the future. I'll help you get back everything you have now. Li Hao did as he said, and as soon as he pulled Qin Shuangxue, he headed out. Qin Shuangxue's entire body was dumbfounded. He thought it was his ears that were out of order. Li Hao, Mr. Li, you wait first. What did you just say? I didn't hear it clearly. Chapter 20, Buying Back Your Family's Villa. Go buy back your family's villa first. Li Hao pulled Qin Shuangxue and left the company in full view of everyone. Zhongli saw Li Hao and Qin Shuangxue leaving the company, and sighed in her heart. The life of the rich is so simple and unadorned, directly using money to smash. Mr. Qin is afraid to fall this time. She walked into the VIP room and picked up the signed equity documents, flipping through them while walking out, ready to print and file. Suddenly, Zhongli was dumbfounded, her eyes glaring round, and her heart set off huge waves. Financing turned into a gift? She rubbed her eyes vigorously, and after confirming that she hadn't misread it, she was directly stunned. Li Hao had actually given $50 million to General Manager Qin for nothing. How rich did this have to be to do something so trenchant? Originally, she thought that Li Hao was an ordinary rich second generation, adding a contact and expanding her fish pond, but she didn't expect Li Hao to be a giant whale. No, Li Hao this kind of super rich second generation, must not be cheap. Qin Shuangxue, although she is the boss, but in front of personal happiness, the boss is what? In order to climb the dragon in Phoenix, once in a lifetime good opportunity, she must grasp. Zhongli's eyes transmitted a bright and fiery light, secretly made up her mind. Must be in the hands of Mr. Qin. The Li Hao snatched over. Qin Shuangxue let Li Hao hold her hand as the two of them arrived at the parking lot. She had been jittery and her brain was in chaos. Li Hao said he would buy her family villa back. Who would buy it? This $50 million she was going to use to pay off her debt. Redeeming her family villa was not that urgent. Mr. Li, just when Qin Shuangxue wanted to show her cards. Where's your car? Qin Shuangxue subconsciously took out the car key and unlocked an Audi A6. Jojo. Li Hao swept a glance at this somewhat aged Audi and said lightly, turn around and buy you a luxury car. Qin Shuangxue was a little embarrassed. Like Li Hao, such a super rich second generation, supercars must be casually driving for fun. Hundreds of thousands of Audi for him. It is indeed a little shabby. Li Hao drove. While sending the car, he ordered, call the agent and contact the homeowner. Let's go over immediately. Qin Shuangxue confirmed that Li Hao played for real and did not mean to joke. Suddenly became a little overwhelmed. twisted and asked, Li Hao, the villa is not particularly urgent. This $50 million I intend to repay the debt first. Li Hao's tone is a little hard. Impatiently said, what $50 million? Do not spend your money, I will buy for you. Hurry to call. I do not want to say it a second time. Although Li Hao spoke in a way that could not be refused, appearing as if he was overbearing, Qin Xuanxue's heart instead rose with a wave of warmth. Overbearing president. But that's all. Since her family had a change of heart, those friends who used to play well around her, avoided her like the plague, no one would still take care of him. The world is a cold place, and people are warm and cold. No more than this. Li Hao's appearance is like a dawn in the darkness, giving her hope at the same time, but also gave her countless surprises. Today she intentionally were bold, but also to test the ingredients of Li Hao. But Li Hao, although some mouth flour, the hands are very honest, from beginning to end to abide by their duties, did not move her feet. Send her 50 million, help her pay off the debt, through the crisis, and now also for her to buy home villa? Since the family accident, Li Hao is the only one, so good to her, but also do not ask for return of the man, such a rich second generation, so good to her. For a time let Qin Xuanxue have a kind of overwhelmed feeling. Li Hao how to know what Qin Xuanxue is thinking. He just take Qin as a tool to brush money. Surprisingly, it will let her brainstorm so many things, but also move to a mess. At the entrance of Fuchuanju upscale villa community, a man and a woman dressed in formal attire were waiting for someone. The man is the gold medal manager of Homeworld Real Estate Agency, called Huang Tao. Beside him was the intern, Chen Min, who had just graduated from university and joined the agency. Receiving Qin Xuanxue's call, Huang Tao took the intern and rushed to the entrance of the neighborhood at the first time. Waiting early. Today is a big single. Fuchuanju is our Haicheng famous high-end villa neighborhood. The cheapest set of villas in here. The transaction price are floating around 10 million. Huang Tao was full of red face, and instructed the intern Chen Min, the customer we are entertaining today, is going to buy villa number 75. When it was first sold the market price was 11 million. She was the one who sold it before. I didn't expect that it's only been half a year, and she's going to buy it back again. When you meet Mr. Qin later, behave smartly. This kind of big gold master can never be offended. Intern Chen Min said in a tone that contained 100% sugar. Thank you brother Huang for lifting me up. I've memorized it all. Right at this moment, an Audi S6 drove into the neighborhood and stopped in front of Villa 75. Li Hao and Qin Xuanxue walked down from the car. Mr. Qin. Huang Tao immediately piled up a smile on his face, jogging all the way up to the front, enthusiastically and attentively greeted. Good day, Mr. Qin. I am Huang Tao, the gold medal agent of Anju World, dedicated to serving you. Qin Xuanxue nodded slightly, considered to have greeted. Li Hao swept his eyes from the agent Huang Tao, and when he saw Chen Min, his brows involuntarily wrinkled. It's really a narrow road between enemies. Surprisingly, here, he ran into Sumo's BFF. That's right, Chen Min was Sumo's best friend. During the 4 years of his and Sumo's relationship, Chen Min had openly and secretly, many times persuaded Sumo to break up with herself. If not for Chen Min stirring in the middle, Sumo could not have fallen into such a state. Chen Min also recognized Li Hao. Eyes flashed a touch of contempt, misunderstanding Li Hao foot in two boats. Evening Qin Xuanxue this rich woman. The two of them couldn't look at each other and met as if they didn't know each other. Mr. Qin this way please, the owner I have already greeted. There is time now. I will do my best to buy back the villa for you. Huang Tao groveled and walked in front to lead the way, flattering Qin Xuanxue in every way. Tens of millions of villa. Once the deal is done, he just draws 100,000 or so. Naturally, Qin Xuanxue as a big gold master, do not dare to neglect the slightest. A line of 4 people into the villa. In the living room, the owner of the villa is in casual wear with his back against the sofa, with a big gold chain around his neck and a golden Rolex on his wrist, with a cigar in his mouth. He looks at Qin Xuanxue with arrogance. Miss Qin, take a look can. The things in the house don't move. This is all I spend a lot of money to import furniture from abroad. Touching the broken but to pay for it. He had a condescending demeanor, not even bothering to get up to greet him. Qin Xuanxue's face was a bit embarrassed. Chief Qin, this is the villa's current owner, Mr. Dong. Intermediary Huang Tao smilingly stepped forward to round off the scene, approaching Qin Xuanxue's ear and whispering, Mr. Qin, I'm not hiding from you. This Mr. Dong's willingness to sell is not very strong. In terms of price, maybe slightly higher than the market price, but you can rest assured that I will negotiate a satisfactory price for you. Speaking of slightly higher, Huang Tao tone raised a drop. The implication is also to let Qin Xuanxue have a psychological preparation. Chapter 21, One Step Closer to the Mecha Dream. Qin Xuanxue looked at the bashful Li Hao. instantly bursting with self-confidence. She looked straight at owner Dong Hui and asked, I just want to buy back my family's villa today. Plain people don't talk in the dark. Boss Dong, say a number. Dong Hui took a sharp drag on his cigar and said unhurriedly, I understand, Miss Chin, the mood of wanting to buy a villa, but Fuchuanju is a famous high-end villa area in Haichang, especially this villa. Whether it's the location or the decoration and furnishings, it's all top-notch. There's still a lot of room for appreciation in the future, so the price naturally can't be too cheap. Qin Shuangshue's face changed. When the villa was sold cheaply for $11 million in order to pay off the debt, the other party was looking at this point, and it was obvious that they were going to sit on the ground and raise the price. Qin Shuangshue looked at Li Hao for help. Li Hao rolled his eyes and said in a good-natured manner, not just buy a villa, well, really Inc. This set of villas today, no matter how much money I bought. Originally he would like to save trouble. Let Qin Shuangshue face to talk about the price. Did not expect this grinding, in order to a few million hesitant. Brother is the person who lacks money, the more you spend, the happier I am. Hearing this, Agent Huang Tao, intern Chen Min, and owner Dong Hui, all looked at Li Hao. They all thought that Li Hao was just the driver of Mr. Qin, but they didn't expect to have such a big mouth. Che, the stinking loser does not have a few pennies in his pocket, but also quite able to pretend to be a pussy. Chen Min's eyes flashed a touch of disdain, and in his heart, he cursed Li Hao for not knowing the sky and the earth, and not looking at what the occasion was. He dared to talk nonsense. Li Hao scanned the living room on the first floor and spoke eloquently. This set of villa is really good. Doing business is to talk about the price, the market price of 11 million. Half a year down the appreciation of a lot. I'll give you count 20 million. Once this word came out, several people in the room all froze. Considering that you also spent a lot of money on the renovation, how it must be 10 million. That's 30 million. Barf. Dong Hui was dumbfounded. His mouth opened and his cigar fell to the ground. And all this furniture, all the high-grade furniture you imported from foreign countries, 90% new, discounted, I'll count you 10 million. In addition, today door to door, forced to buy your house, deserve some compensation, I add another 10 million. Bike price 50 million, will not be too difficult for you? Owner Dong Hui was shocked and incoherent. I'm surprisingly speechless. He was like a dog seeing a bone, jogging all the way to Li Hao, kneeling with a fawning smile. This boss, you are really too shrewd. For a moment I actually don't know what to say, Li Hao said in a flat tone while holding his cell phone. Then transfer the account, transfer the money, and do the formalities in a numb manner. Hey. Dong Hui's hand holding the cell phone was a little shaky. Exchanging bank accounts. Ding. This consumption is 50 million. The system transfer completion tone sounded. The villa hall dead silence. A needle can be heard. Hiss. Several people in the hall could not help but suck in a mouthful of cold air, their gazes stagnant, unbelievably looking at Li Hao. Qin Shuangshue's cheeks trembled, stretching out her thumbs, sighing, you really have money with no place to spend it. This was the first time she had seen someone reverse haggle the price of a villa worth more than $10 million, and hardened it to $50 million. After today, Li Hao once again refreshed her perception of rich people. Li Hao shrugged his shoulders and said noncommittally, hurry up and do the transfer procedures. Still waiting for what? Okay, this master. You first please. Dong Hui groveling, fawning smile, accompanied by Li Hao around. Gold medal agent Huang Tao only recovered from the shock at this moment, looking at Li Hao's figure and murmured, the way rich people cut prices is so plain and simple. Too trenchant. How is he so rich? Impossible. Chen Min muttered repeatedly, unable to believe her eyes. The Li Hao she knew was clearly with a monthly salary of $3,000. When did he become so rich? In the past, she hadn't said a lot of bad things about Li Hao in front of Sumo. If she had known that he was so rich, it would have been good if she didn't kneel down and lick him. Why did Li Hao buy a villa for another woman? Turn around and make sure to find Sumo and ask what's going on. Li Hao and his entourage came to the housing authority. Dong Hui and Qin Shuangshue ran forward and backward to handle the transfer procedures, while Li Hao sat on the side of the boredom of brushing a short video. Suddenly WeChat popped up a message from Sumo. Li Hao, where are you? I waited for you all night in the rental house and never saw you come back. Can we talk about it? I know that I did very excessive before, but I know the wrong now. In fact, I still love you in my heart. Can't you be generous and forgive me? Looking at Sumo sent a message begging to get back together. Li Hao sneered, casually hit a roll and no longer pay attention. Li Hao can give anyone to brush money, but will never give Sumo brush. He gave up going to college and worked for 4 years to provide for Sumo, but the result was that he raised a white-eyed wolf. Now when he saw that he had money, he immediately pushed up and cried to get back together. Look at my money, but also want me to come back to my heart. Dreaming. Ding. The system detected that the host spent 50 million for Qin Shuangshue. triggering a return reward. The system tone exploded in Li Hao's mind. At the same time, the system roulette wheel turned. Congratulations to the host for triggering the 100 times return. Reward 5 billion. Li Hao's cell phone vibrated, and the bank arrival message followed. Industrial and Commercial Bank, your account with tail number 0178 has arrived at 5 billion, with a balance of 13,067, 993, 213, $14, more than 13 billion. Looking at the series of numbers on the account, Li Hao secretly said cool. It is still painful to brush money to a rich girl like Qin Shuangxue. In just half a day's time, he got 10 billion. If this comes a few more times, won't the mecha dream come true? Just at this time, Dong Hui finished the closing procedures, came over and bent over respectfully, offering the house book with both hands. Master, this is your real estate book. See if you are still satisfied. Li Hao picked up the house book, swept a glance at the property owner on it, and Qin Shuangxue nodded in satisfaction. Quite good. He looked at the arrogant owner Dong Hui and said with a smile, but I still like how you started out. With that unruly look, you recover. Dong Hui immediately stood up straight, lifted his chin, and said gruffly, Master, is that so? Li Hao waved his hand and said, Go, give you half a day to move from the villa. Dong Hui nodded his head with a haunch and said, Alright, I'll move. Qin Shuangxue was once again shocked by Li Hua's flirty operation. This was rich, not ordinary rich. This villa is yours. Li Hao casually threw the house book to Qin Shuangxue. Qin Shuangxue cherished the real estate book and put it into her bag, looking at Li Hao with gratitude and adoration. Although she already knew that Li Hao was going to buy back the villa for herself, when the real estate book was really returned to her hands, she still couldn't help but be excited at this moment. After half a year, she finally got her family's villa back. This was all thanks to Li Hao. It was him who saved herself from the quagmire of despair. Qin Shuangxue's face was red. Her 10 fingers stirred together and she took a deep breath as if she had made up her mind. Li Hao, you helped me so much. I really don't know how to thank you. How about tonight? You come to my house. As a daughter's family's reserve? She has implied so obviously. I believe Li Hao should be able to understand. Chapter 22, The Realistic Farmer and the Snake. +1. Li Hao was just immersed in the system return. The great excitement brought about. Did not pay attention to what Qin Shuangxue said, only to see the goodwill of her brain, kept on increasing, until it added up to 85 before stopping. Ha, what did you say? No, nothing. Qin Shuangxue's shy face hot, where there is still the courage to re-say it again, digressing from the topic. This will be meal time. Let's go eat something. After Qin Shuangxue said so, Li Hao felt that his stomach was indeed a little hungry. The two of them drove and came to last night's Michelin 3-star restaurant again. Manager, the VIP who made a generous offer last night is here again. As soon as they entered, the waiter in charge of reception recognized Li Hao and immediately reported it. The manager of the restaurant personally came out to entertain and greeted the two with the highest specifications for their meal. Faced with a table full of delicacies, Li Hao winded up and feasted, while Qin Shuangxue seldom moved her chopsticks, and from time to time, she thoughtfully gave Li Hao food and wine. Li Hao forked up a piece of steak and brought it into his mouth. Greeting, aren't you hungry? Qin Shuangxue rested her cheek with one hand and looked at Li Hao with affection. Thank you for doing so much for me. Ever since my family had a change of heart and the group was taken away, there has never been a person who has been so good to me. I will definitely run the company well in the future, and strive to get back everything that belongs to me as soon as possible, and take back the Tianhai group. Qin Shuangxue raised her wine glass and drank it all in one go, her stunningly beautiful face showing determination and confidence. Right, your family's Tianhai group hasn't been confiscated back yet. Li Hao listened to words only to the point, keenly grasping that if he bought back the Tianhai group with a market value of more than $1 billion, it would be another large sum of return money. Qin Shuangxue was a bit uncomfortable with Li Hao's jump in thinking. She was originally going to confess to Li Hao, hinting that she could do more, and was even willing to become his booster. Unexpectedly, Li Hao's words turned to Tianhai group. Could it be that he, in fact, was going to redeem the Tianhai group for himself? This thought just appeared inside his mind and quickly dispersed. How could it be possible? This was a group worth over $1 billion. What international joke? However, in the next second, Li Hao resolutely said, no more food. Let's go. Let's go buy back the Tianhai group now. Qin Shuangxue was instantly shocked to the core, stuttering and opening her mouth, unable to say a complete sentence. Now, but, Tianhai group now had a market capitalization of more than $1 billion. Not a small amount of money. Li Hao had spent $100 million on her before and after, which had already left her at a loss, and now she wanted to get Tianhai group back. Li Hao greeted the waiter to pay the bill, without saying a word, pulled Qin Shuangxue out of the restaurant in a hurry. At this moment, Qin Shuangxue was like a marionette, at the mercy of Li Hao. Her heart was already in turmoil, and there was also some hidden fear of the unknown. A person who has never met, gave her a breath to spend 100 million, pay off the debt, and buy back the villa, and now also for her to redeem more than 1 billion group. He did in the end. Why? Qin Shuangxue puzzled, and ultimately can only think that Li Hao may be like her, but just because like, to do this part, also too incredible. Haicheng, downtown Hentaying Mansion. Tianhai Group was located on the 21st floor of the Hentaying building. When Li Hao and Qin Shuangxue arrived at Tianhai Group, the time was 1 o'clock noon. Hello, what can I do for you two? Seeing a stranger visit, the professionally trained company receptionist asked politely with a smile. Qin Shuangxue opened the door. I'm looking for General Manager Yang Chenghua Yang. Hearing the other party call the group CEO, Mr. Yang, by his first name, the receptionist's face changed slightly. Excuse me, may I ask if you have an appointment? Qin Shuangxue's eyes flared with a touch of hatred as she said in a cold voice, tell Yang Chenghua that I'm Qin Shuangxue and he knows me. The receptionist was startled. Qin Shuangxue, surnamed Qin, could she be the daughter of the previous boss? The receptionist had heard of the history of the Tianhai Group and didn't dare to be negligent, dialing the old boss's office. Mr. Yang, Miss Qin is looking for you. A cold and majestic man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Have her come to my office. Getting a reply, the receptionist led Qin Shuangxue and Li Hao to the president's office. Along the way, looking at the huge office area, people coming and going, all urban elite white-collar workers, Qin Shuangxue was a bit weak, and asked Li Hao in a low voice, what am I going to say in a while? Li Hao said indifferently, open the door and say it directly. What are you afraid of with me backing you up? Knock on the door and enter the president's office. Mr. Yang. Yang Chenghua sat in the boss chair smoking a cigar, his eyes looking straight at the computer stock page, not even looking at the people, casually waving his hand and said, well, you go out. The receptionist respectfully closed the door and left. Say it, what's the matter of looking for me? Yang Chenghua's face was expressionless, with a condescending attitude. As the saying goes, a fallen phoenix is not as good as a chicken. Now that he is the president of Tianhai Group, not to mention Qin Shuangxue, the former group's daughter, even if her old man stood in front of him, Yang Chenghua wouldn't give face. Qin Shuangxue looked at Li Hao and said in a firm tone, Mr. Yang, I want to redeem Tianhai Group. The moment these words came out, the atmosphere in the office suddenly froze. Even the temperature dropped a few degrees. Yang Chenghua changed his careless attitude and leaned his body forward, that face filled with the aura of a superior as he mocked. Just with you also want to take back the Tianhai Group. What are your credentials? I kindly left you a small company to support your family. Why are your wings hardened now and running to me to act like a beeper? Don't you dare to give an inch. Qin Shuangxue clenched her fists tightly and said angrily, Tianhai Group is my father. Hard work half a lifetime to earn. It is you group of white-eyed wolves betrayed him. I want to take back the group. Is it wrong? Back then, Qin Shuangxue's father, in order to expand the Tianhai Group, hired 3 professional managers from Wall Street, including Yang Chenghua. As a result, these 3 people colluded in private, step by step, set a trap, ultimately leading to the group into the abyss of doom, but also let her father jailed. But instead, they reaped the benefits of fishing, completely in control of the Tianhai Group. Yang Chenghua's eyes flashed a touch of contempt, eloquently said, in business, your father is an idiot. He failed to do business. Jailed is his own fault. Now Tianhai Group is our say. You want to reclaim it with a word. Who do you think you are? As the saying goes, killing kills the heart. Qin Shuangxue was shivering with anger, her eyes filled with rage. Hurry up and get lost. Yang Chenghua lightly waved his hand and was about to drive people away. At this time, Li Hao suddenly spoke out. Make a price. I want to acquire Tianhai Group. How much can I sell it for? Li Hao hadn't said anything just now, but also listened to a general, and in his heart, he couldn't help but sympathize with Qin Shuangxue's encounter. This damn proper story of the farmer and the snake. Chapter 23, Prepare to go bankrupt. Li Hao's demeanor was bland and self-assured, and his tone was full of confidence as he suddenly intervened, attracting Yang Chenghua's attention. His brows furrowed, and his line of sight rested on Li Hao's body. Young in age, just in his 20s, dressed in ground floor goods. At a glance, he was not a rich young master, but his tone of voice was astonishingly big. Damn, really think that he Yang Chenghua is made of clay? What kind of cat or dog can pretend to be a beeper with him? Yang Chenghua's brows were filled with hostility as he pointed at Li Hao's nose and cursed. What are you? The Tianhai Group with a market capitalization of $1.3 billion, you want to acquire it? Who do you think you are? In the upper-class circle of Haichang, Yang Chenghua also knows many people, but he has never seen Li Hao. Not to mention that in order to acquire Tianhai Group, At least more than 1 billion in cash must be taken out, and there are only a few people in Haicheng who have the ability to do so. Even if the big brother really has this kind of idea, it is not possible to be so hasty. Send such a milky brat to negotiate. Li Hao's face was as calm as water, and his tone said indifferently, so there is no negotiation? Now holding tens of billions of cash, can use money to solve the problem? He is lazy to beep. Lousy is now tens of billions of big brother. There is no need to talk to you this kind of small karami. With money to smash his. Yang Changhua did not even think about it. Directly disliked back. Talk about your grandfather. Uing brain stupid, right? First Qin Shuangxue, and now jumped out of a stupid kid who does not know the sky is high. The two people open their mouths to buy Tianhai Group. What do they have? Yang Changhua felt that Qin Shuangxue this trip over. The acquisition of the group is false. More like the heart is not convinced. Deliberately come to disgust him. Directly dumped his anger on Qin Shuangxue's body. And you, Qin Shuangxue, is Lousy giving you face? Really think you are still the group's 1,000 gold miss? Lousy's income of several $1 million per minute. Specially taking time out to meet you, just to hear you in this stupid beep, pretending to beep in front of me? Qin Shuangxue's face flushed red at the dislike, as if that year when the group was taken away, she approached Yang Changhua to theorize and was humiliated in the scene that reappeared. At this time, Li Hao shook his head and said, give you the chance and you don't hit the mark, then prepare to go bankrupt. This is a win-win situation. The market value of 1.3 billion Tianhai Group, he is not unable to pay, and do not mind the premium to give a few hundred million or even more than $1 billion. Anyway, there is a return system. Spend more money, he will only get more. But Yang Changhua, arrogant and domineering, completely do not put him in the eyes. Li Hao had to decide to change his mind. Anyway, Tianhai Group he collected. Yang Chenghua's face was gloomy. He picked up the landline and ordered, bring someone to my office. He already didn't want to say one more word of nonsense. It was too degrading, shouting for security to force them out. In response, Li Hao was unmoved, sat on the sofa, opened the system panel, and found the occupational skills column. System reward, to be unlocked. System, help me unlock the occupational skill. Stock manipulation. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the occupational skill. Junior trader. In an instant, Li Hao's mind flooded with countless knowledge about stocks, which seemed as if he was born with it, not the slightest bit abrupt, stored in his brain, as long as he wanted to use it. At any time, he could pull it out at his fingertips. Then he took out his cell phone, opened the stock trading interface, and found the shares of Tianhai Group. The Tianhai Group stock price was now 130 yuan a share. Li Hao, with his newly acquired maneuvering skills, swept the idle stocks at a high price and bought them in large quantities. Qin Shuangxue at this moment has already had the intention to retreat, secretly regretting that they should not be a moment of hot-headedness. Listening to Li Hao's encouragement, ran to Tianhai Group to say what acquisition of big words, but Li Hao did not give the word. She can only sit in a dry. Yang Changhua leaned on the boss chair, squinted at the silent Li Hao and Qin Shuangxue, and mocked in a conspiratorial manner. Wasn't it just now that you were mouthing off about acquiring Tianhai and making me go bankrupt? How come you've become mute now? People, one has to be self-aware. While Yang Changhua was sneering, the rest of his eyes swept to the stock curve on the computer screen. Oh, he sat up straight. His face was shocked, and he watched the curve representing Tianhai Group's stock price, which was rapidly soaring. 300, 400, 600, crap. In just a moment's time, the price per share had jumped from 130 yuan to 600 yuan, more than quadrupling. This also means that the market capitalization of Tianhai Group will directly appreciate from 1.3 billion to 6 billion. This is simply heavenly fortune. Yang Changhua instantly felt short of breath, flushed with excitement, his eyes staring at the computer screen. The stock price continued to rise, without stopping. Ha ha ha. Yang Changhua was so excited that he directly let out a loud laugh, turning the screen around so that Qin Shuangxue could see the stock page. Open your eyes and see clearly. Tianhai Group, in your father's hands, was just an ordinary billion-dollar group, but in our hands, the market value has doubled several times. A market value of $10 billion. You, a young man who hasn't suffered from society's beatings, know what that means? You still want to take back the group. Daydreaming. Ha ha ha. Qin Shuangxue also saw the stock price that was soaring. Her face changed from green to white, completely petrified. Clang clang clang. Just at this moment, a knock sounded on the door. Come in. Yang Changhua calmed his agitation and gave an order. 2 security guards entered in response. Mr. Yang. Yang Changhua pointed at Li Hao and Qin Shuangxue and commanded, throw them out. Okay, Mr. Yang. The 2 security guards responded respectfully. Then their faces changed, and they aggressively walked to Li Hao and Qin Shuangxue, and unceremoniously gave an eviction order. Both of you please, you are not welcome here. Don't force us to make a move. Faced with the tall security guard, Qin Shuangxue was obviously a little nervous and subconsciously leaned towards Li Hao. What to do? Li Hao had been fiddling with his cell phone, and under the expulsion of the security guards, he actually got up and walked towards the door. Yang Chenghua showed a mocking look on his face and sneered. Just this? Two jumping clowns, like retards, running to my place to disgrace themselves. Li Hao, who had already walked to the door, violently stopped his steps, turned back to look straight at Yang Chenghua, and said word by word, "It's no good for a man to be mad, and a dog to get a brick for barking. The more ferocious you bark now, the more miserable you'll be later on. Ha ha ha." Yang Chenghua sniffed a burst of wild laughter, pointing at the computer screen and said, "Open your eyes and see clearly, my Tianhai Group. Now the stock price has reached $700 a share. Do you know what that means? Now the market value of Tianhai Group reached $7 billion. What are you taking to acquire it?" A flash of disdain flashed in Li Hao's eyes and he didn't speak again. The reason why the stock price had risen to $700 a share was that Li Hao was acquiring it. Joy, there will be a time for you to cry later. Qin Shuangxue did not know Li Hao's plan, saw the market value of Tianhai Group went crazy to $7 billion at once. The heart of a bitter, desperate. Previously, when Tianhai's market capitalization was $1.3 billion, she and Li Hao didn't succeed in acquiring it, and now it's even more impossible. Accompanied by Yang Chenghua, a wave of the hand, the security tiger I will be Li Hao and Qin Shuangxue, all the way expelled, watched them into the elevator. Before forgetting about it, inside the elevator, Li Hao held his cell phone and continued to be busy. Qin Shuangxue moved low to the extreme, and do not dare to blame Li Hao. Just self-hatred should not be impulsive. Listen to the words of Li Hao. Ran here to make a fool of themselves. She should have thought that acquiring a group with a market capitalization of $1.3 billion was different from buying a villa so simple. What should we do next? Qin Shuangxue was at sixes and sevens, subconsciously seeking Li Hao's opinion. When she saw Li Hao's cell phone screen, her eyes suddenly glared round and her mouth opened wide. You're buying shares of Tianhai Group? Chapter 24 The Great Rise and Fall. Li Hao didn't even lift his head and casually responded. Aha! Qin Shuangxue came to the side of Li Hao's cell phone screen and watched Li Hao calmly operate his cell phone, buying Tianhai Group stocks in large quantities by millions of dollars, and blurted out, "What are you doing?" Li Hao once again bought 100 million shares. In front of absolute monetary strength, all resistance is futile. As the saying goes, if you want to make them perish, you must first make them crazy. After Li Hao mastered the system reward vocational skill, trader proficient, he was already familiar with various means of manipulating stocks, and could easily manage any stock and control the rise and fall of the stock price. Because of the 10,000 times return system, he chose the most money-burning way from the dozens of ways to manipulate Tianhai's stock price, directly buying at a high price and smashing it with money. Qin Shuangxue was so shocked that her scalp was numb and she could no longer speak. She did a silent calculation in her mind. The elevator went from the 21st floor down to the first floor in a few tens of seconds. Li Hao had already spent 500 million, once again associating it with the fact that he had done the same in Yang Chenghua's office before. Qin Shuangxue had instantly felt her scalp numb and was shocked to the core, her eyes filled with unbelief. Goodness, just how much did he spend? 5 billion? 7 billion? Looking at Li Hao's breezy, calm manner of smashing in billions of dollars, at this moment Qin Shuangxue couldn't help but be a little curious. What kind of person is he in the end? Just now Yang Chenghua arrogant and domineering look, obviously by the huge interests of the mind. Qin Shuangxue really wanna see. Wait until Li Hao to close the net. Yang Chenghua still laugh out of it? Luckily, she was still anxious about the 100 million Li Hao had spent on her, and fought wildly. It turned out that she never understood the realm of the super rich. To her 100 million was a huge amount of money, but to Li Hao, it was just a drop in the bucket. So handsome. Qin Shuangxue looked at Li Hao's smashed money speculation, for her not to spare, to reclaim the Tianhai Group. This moment she fell. Haicheng Stock Exchange. On behalf of Tianhai Group stock, it suddenly changed its smooth trend and raised its head crazily all the way to soaring red. It's up. Tianhai's stock price broke through 200 fast. Among the retail stockholders who were always staring at the big stock screen, a sudden exclamation of surprise was issued, causing a not-so-small commotion, and the crowd sniffed and dropped their attention on Tianhai stock, watching the Tianhai stock price almost rocket speed, straight line soaring. Stock Exchange Hall. Everyone is boiling, but all the hands have Tianhai stock retail investors all crazy. From 130 to 700 per share, the high-speed rail isn't this fast. I want to cash out. Ha ha ha, this time I got rich. I netted more than $100,000 in a turnaround. Countless retail investors scrambled to sell off the Tianhai stocks in their hands, each excited and red-faced. These stocks that were just sold out were soon acquired. There was a price without a market, causing the price of Tianhai stocks to skyrocket, attracting more retail investors with a wait-and-see attitude to take the plunge. In the end, those wait-and-see stockholders can't help but continue to sell their shares at great interest, thus forming a virtuous cycle. The news of Tianhai's soaring stock prices spread quickly on the internet just like it had wings. Not only these retail investors, but also the group's minority shareholders who got the news. All of them couldn't sit still. All of them were excitedly operating their computers and selling the stocks in their hands. Not they are not sensible enough. Is really the Tianhai Group's share price is too long crazy. Things must be evil. If not take advantage of the stock price soaring, hurry to sell the hands of the stock. Make a big profit. In case the stock price fell, afraid to regret the intestines are green. In this way, whether it is retail investors or small shareholders, all choose to cash out in a timely manner. Li Hao is to come. As long as you dare to sell, I dare to collect. More and more. Come and go. On the other end, Tianhai Group. Inside the president's office. Since driving Li Hao and Qin Xuanxue away, Yang Chenghua's smile never stopped, staring at the stock price with an intoxicated face, his mouth constantly murmuring, it's up again. I'm going to be completely rich this time. At this time, Yang Chenghua's cell phone ringing, see caller ID. Yang Chenghua did not even think to connect the phone. Old Yang, what's going on? How do I see our group's stock price? It has skyrocketed all the way to 700 yuan per share. What's your big move again? The one who called him was the company's second largest shareholder, Mr. He. Both of them were professional managers that Qin Xuanxue's father had, at the time, hired from Wall Street with high salaries. I'm not too sure. It could be that my financing the other day worked, and some financial giants have taken a liking to our group. All in all, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as we grasp it properly, Tianhai will be among the $10 billion groups. We're really going to get rich this time. Yang Chenghua had actually thought about it. The sudden surge in the stock price was an anomaly. It must be some mysterious consortium that was lifting the stock price. But this matter was beneficial to them without any harm. The other party raised the stock price and took the opportunity to buy up the market's loose shares, with the aim of entering Tianhai and getting a piece of the pie with them. Anyway, several of their major shareholders together share, has more than 51%, has absolute control. As long as they do not mess, the group will not be chaotic. But how could he have thought that Li Hao, this madman, who didn't want to throw money, was not for mutual win-win situation, but for you to die and me to live? Notify down. Let's a few major shareholders pass a message. Open an impromptu video conference to discuss the group's next direction of development. Soon the 6 major shareholders of Tianhai, through video projection, gathered together online. In the time it took to eat a meal, the group's share price rose so horribly, the stock price has now stabilized to $1,000 a share. A nearly tenfold increase. Heaven gave and took. Now we are all big bosses sitting on tens of billions of dollars of the group too. Tianhai 6 shareholders. In addition to Yang Chenghua in the office, some people wearing a robe, surrounded by a charming young girl, some are still in the meal, and some opened a bottle of red wine in the home, happily raise a glass to celebrate. The whole video conference was full of joy. The 6 major shareholders, including Yang Chenghua, were all smiling and happy. I've decided to take this opportunity to make a name for our Tianhai Group, carry out secondary financing, expand the scale of the group's business, and strive to make Tianhai one of the top 500 companies in the country. Seconded. I think old Yang's proposal is good. I support it. The major shareholders were all earning a lot of money, so they naturally agreed to Yang Chenghua's goal with their mouths full. In the midst of laughter, the 6 major shareholders thought about the group's bright future, and the time came to 3 in the afternoon. Just a second before the stock market was about to close for trading. Brush. Tianhai stock, which was originally as high as 1,000 yuan a share, suddenly took a sharp turn downward, instantly hitting rock bottom and turning into 1 yuan a share. The Tianhai Group, which originally had a market capitalization of up to $13 billion, in this instant, all of a sudden fell to become a market capitalization of $13 million. This was a proper plunge, and it was even more terrifying than bankruptcy. Chapter 25, The Barbarians at the Door. What's going on? How did this happen? Why did it crash? Falling from heaven to hell in an instant. Tianhai Group's shareholders all collapsed, roaring and questioning. Yang Chenghua sat paralyzed in his boss chair, his gaze empty, his eyes staring at the falling Tianhai stocks, his 10 fingers constantly tapping the keyboard, wanting to refresh the page to see if there was a problem with the computer. However, everything was in vain. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the stock market trading had been closed. Unable to perform any operation, the collapse of Tianhai Group's stock price had become a certainty. Boom! Yang Chenghua was furious and smashed his keyboard hard on the ground to vent his anger. Yang Chenghua, Who have you offended? In the video, the group's second largest shareholder, Mr. He, pointed at Yang Chunghwa's nose and angrily questioned, suddenly met with a huge change. Yang Chunghwa's heart messed up, racked his brain cannot think of exactly who can be so just, unless, suddenly remembering Qin Shuangxue, he subconsciously said, right, at noon Qin Shuangxue came to me and said that she wanted to take back Tianhai Group. Was it her handiwork? Qin Shuangxue? Qin Jiaye's daughter? Impossible. Who doesn't know how much weight she has? She doesn't have the ability. The major shareholders were talking and fretting. A slight thought negated the possibility of Qin Shuangxue's handiwork. The Tianhai Group share price, from 1 billion hard to 10 billion. The other side at least smashed tens of billions of funds. Qin Shuangxue, if there is this money, the acquisition of Tianhai 10 back and forth are enough. That also used to the immortal maneuver. Yang Chenghua mentality collapse, vigorously pulling his hair. Remembering Qin Shuangxue's side of the unknown origin of the young man, the mind echoes back, that light sentence, then prepare to go bankrupt. It's him, yes it's him, who is it? Make it clear. Facing the questioning of a group of shareholders, Yang Chenghua completely reviewed the details of Qin Shuangxue's visit to him. It was at this time that he realized that he had indeed made a big mistake. Before he had only focused on mocking Qin Wangxue and ignored the young man beside her. In retrospect, this young man of unknown origin was most likely a rich son of a top-tier consortium. Surname Yang, you're a damn fool. You're solely responsible for this matter. You dare to offend someone who can casually smash out over $10 billion? Are you crazy? Hurry up and call Qin Shuangxue and ask what's going on. Several major shareholders stormed out, accusing Yang Chenghua and cursing. Near the Hentaying Mansion, New Buck Cafe. Done. As Li Hao's operation, Tianhai stock plummeted to $1.01 share. He put down his cell phone and moved his sore wrist. At the same time, a system beep exploded in Li Hao's mind. Ding! In the face of absolute strength, all resistance is futile. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the achievement in the vocational category finance specialization. Barbarians at the gate, green quality. Awarded 5 points for achievement. Reward basic attributes 10 points. Reward 5 points of vocational skills. Li Hao was ecstatic in his heart. This was the first achievement he had obtained. He had been wondering how to trigger an achievement before, but he didn't expect to obtain it here. Achievements are the most important currency in the return system, valued above return gold, and the precious skills in the mall require achievement points to unlock. There are also additional rewards, 10 points of basic attributes, 100 million points, 5 points of vocational skills, 1 billion points. There is also return gold afterward. I wanted to pretend to be a beep, but the result triggered the achievement. This wave of blood earns no loss. Li Hao operated the stock to buy a lot. A few hours of operation. The whole process of Qin Shuangxue witnessed the whole process. Felt scalp numb. The whole person is stiff. But when Qin Shuangxue saw that Li Hao spent a huge amount of money to list the purchased Tianhai stocks at a price of $1 a share, she was shocked and bounced up from her seat with an unbelievable look on her face. You've spent a full $13 billion to raise Tianhai's stock price and list it at $1 one share. You'll lose money doing that too. Won't all 13 billion go down the drain? Li Hao smiled bashfully and asked rhetorically. The pattern is small. It's only 13 billion. Have you heard of the barbarians at the door? That I have heard of, but I don't really understand it. Qin Shuangxue's eyes were full of adoration, and her expression seemed to understand. Let me put it to you this way. This wave of acquiring Tianhai Group, I'm using the most rogue operation in the financial world. The barbarians at the door, the strong intervention without reason. I don't allow anyone to pretend to be a beeper in front of me. Look down on me then let him lose all his money. Qin Shuangxue was shocked by Li Hao's words, but when she thought of her father's group, which had worked hard for decades, heading towards bankruptcy and hitting rock bottom, she was a little bit unable to bear it. Li Hao could see Qin Shuangxue's emotional loss and explained, don't worry, the barbarians at the door are not a lose-lose situation. You can understand it as a first break and then stand. When Tianhai goes into bankruptcy and liquidation, I'll spend money to buy it back again. The stock is in my hands. The stock price rebound is a matter of minutes. Li Hao's little calculations played loudly. First spend 13 billion to cripple Tianhai, then spend a sum of money to buy the bankrupt Tianhai. 2 sets of operations, get 2 returns of gold, plus the first achievement reward. 1 move, 1 fish, 3 meals. Qin Shuangxue, the tool person who brushes money, is considered to be played by Li Hao. However, after Li Hao explained so much, Qin Shuangxue seemed to understand what was going on. Li Hao had paid such a big price for redeeming Tianhai Group for her, 13 billion spent, so that she was inwardly immensely touched, and her heart turned over huge waves. Li Hao, when she first knew him, she thought he was just an ordinary employee. Yesterday, when I first came into contact with him, I also thought that he was just a rich second-generation loser. But today, Li Hao once again refreshed Qin Xuanshue's cognition. He is well versed in financial knowledge, turning his hand to the clouds and his hand to the rain. Inadvertently, the stock market can be stirred up the sky and the earth. The value of $1 billion of the group into the dust, throwing tens of billions of dollars with the commonplace as usual, and even a little bit of heartache. Li Hao's identity is by no means simple. He must be a top plutocrat. No, maybe a top family heir. He did all this with a far-reaching meaning. Should be premeditated, wanting to use the Tianhai Group as a springboard to gradually reveal himself and develop his own business map. Thinking of this moment, Qin Xuanshue's breathing stopped. Her gaze adoringly said, "Mr. Li, thank you for doing all this for me. Although my ability is limited and I can't help you much, but I will definitely do my best to assist you and help you achieve a business empire." What the hell? Did you misunderstand something? Li Hao raised his eyebrows, a little confused, not understanding what Qin Xuanxue meant. He was just swiping money on Qin Xuanxue. What was going on inside this head? Let her think what she wants. Just at this time, Qin Xuanxue's cell phone rang, and the caller ID note was Scum Young. Qin Xuanxue's face changed and she looked at Li Hao and inquired, "Yang Chenghua is calling. Should I answer?" "Give me the phone." Li Hao asked for the phone and pressed the connect button. Chapter 26, Go bankrupt if you don't kneel down and apologize. Qin Xuanxue, you stinking. What the hell have you done? Did you mess up Tianhai's stock price? Just after connecting, Yang Chenghua's furious curses came from the other end. Li Hao directly hung up the phone, not at all accustomed to Yang Chenghua's stink. Not more than a few seconds later, the cell phone ringing again. Li Hao facelessly connected. "Gave you face? Still dare to hang up on me? Is the stock price something you messed up?" Beep. Calling again. Yang Chenghua roared with fury. "I'm not looking for you. Let the culprit answer the phone. Let me talk to him." Listening to the tone attitude, Yang Chenghua obviously has not realized the seriousness of the matter. Still in a state of rage, the tone is very nonchalant. "Apologize to me," Li Hao interrupted in a cold voice. "It's you? I apologize to you." Yang Chenghua heard Li Hao's voice, and when he thought that this kid had put him on the verge of bankruptcy, he immediately jumped out of his skin and cursed. But before he could finish his words, Li Hao hung up the phone again. On the other side, Tianhai Group President's office. "Pissed off old me. I'm going to kill this pair of dogs." Yang Chenghua's entire body was going crazy with anger. Tianhai Group was the one that he had gone to great lengths to lay out and snatch from the hands of Qin Jiayak, and seeing that everything was on track, the next step was to grow bigger and stronger, and hit the top 500 in the country. Don't know where to come out of a madman. Angrily smash tens of billions of dollars, directly to him to dry bankruptcy, but also let him apologize. This breath no matter how he can't swallow. Surname Yang, you still have the face to lose your temper? The other party can smash tens of billions. Can they be ordinary people? Letting you call and ask about the situation is not for you to bite like a mad dog as soon as you open your mouth. Our lifeblood is in the hands of others. Soften and apologize. Do you understand? If you can't understand the situation, don't blame us for being rude. When the shareholders saw that Yang Chenghua was overwhelmed by anger, they all pointed at him and scolded him. Yang Chenghua was scolded and woke up, rubbed his face and took a deep breath, dialing the phone again. "Hey, it was me who was too impulsive before. I hope you can be an adult and let's make an appointment to talk about it." On the other side of the phone, Li Hao's calm as water voice came. "I go up and down tens of billions of dollars a day, meeting with trashy goods like you. If you apologize to General Manager Qin by kneeling down and kowtowing, and then give Tianhai Group with both hands, I'll grudgingly forgive you." The other party's tone and attitude made Yang Chenghua's just suppressed anger erupt once again like a volcano eruption. To actually let him kneel and kowtow to apologize was simply a strange shame. Yang Chenghua forced down his anger and said in a deep voice, "Be a man and leave a thread. In the future it's good to see each other. All are doing business. There's no need to do things so absolutely, right? I'm not discussing with you again. I'm informing you. Go bankrupt if you don't kneel and kowtow." The phone hung up. Bang! Yang Chenghua was furious and smashed the phone angrily, instantly falling into pieces, and under the storm, he pushed everything on his desk to the floor. "Fark, don't let me find out your identity, otherwise I will definitely get you killed." Yang Chenghua's eyes were bloodshot as he frantically vented his anger in the office, smashing everything in sight to pieces. Starbucks Cafe. Brainwashed, Qin Xuanxue witnessed the entire process of the phone call, and at this moment, she looked at Li Hao with a face of adoration. Just now on the phone, Yang Chenghua's voice that was furious, but could do nothing about it, sounded like heavenly music in Qin Xuanshue's ears. Heaven's way is good. Who has been spared by the heavens? It was really too good to be true, giving her a feeling of hot blood. "Yang Chenghua, you also have today." Qin Xuanxue secretly resolved and said solemnly, "Li Hao, thank you for doing so much for me. I really don't know how to repay you." Li Hao said half jokingly, "If Ms. Xin wants to repay me. Just give your body to me? Xin Shuangxue said greatly. It's not impossible. As long as you are willing, I can be your person at any time. No matter what, Li Hao's purpose was to help her take revenge and reclaim Tianhai Group. The favor was heavier than a mountain. She had nothing to repay, and the only thing she could take was herself. Hearing this, Li Hao inwardly sighed. This money was not spent in vain. Xin Shuangxue, a hot body, people long and beautiful, proper imperial goddess, is the company of how many geeks dream goddess? But she is in front of himself, put on a look of letting the king pick Jer. Who can top this? At the time of Li Hao's mind, the cell phone rings again. It's not over, is it? Li Hao thought it was still a call from Yang Chenghua, and after connecting, he had no qualms about splitting his head and face. Mr. Li, I am the intermediary Huang, manager of Unju World. The phone came from the intermediary Huang Tao, the voice with a crying voice. I scolded the wrong person. Li Hao used a cough to hide his embarrassment and explained. Did not note your name? Recognize the wrong person, sorry. Looking for me, what's the matter? Intermediary Huang Tao was relieved and said cautiously. Mr. Li, I'm sorry to disturb you so hastily. Mr. Dong has already moved out. We have cleaned the villa inside and out. May I ask you, when will you be free to come for inspection? So soon. I'll go over right now. People's spirits are high when they are happy. Immediately someone hands them a pillow when they doze off. Xin Shuangxue is willing to offer her body to repay the favor. And the villa is cleaned up. So what are they waiting for? Double happiness. Your family's villa is packed up, urging us to go back for acceptance. So soon? Xin Shuangxue also did not expect that the efficiency of the agent could be so fast. I paid the money. Dare to give me a delay to try. Go home and try the big and comfortable bed. Xin Shuangxue's face instantly reddened to the root behind her ears. Li Hao monkey pulled up Xin Shuangxue, left the cafe, and drove straight to the Fuchuanju Villa neighborhood. In front of the door of Villa No. 75, agents Huang Tao and Chen Min had been waiting for a long time. Mr. Li, Mr. Xin, the house has been packed. Please come inside. Huang Tao was like a eunuch serving an emperor, always fawning at his side to lead the way. Li Hao was not a fan of this house and let Xin Shuangxue inspect it while he sat on the sofa to check his cell phone stock price. Just then, a female voice with extremely high sugar content suddenly came from his side. Mr. Li, it's true that you can't look like a person. I didn't even know before, but you are so rich. Li Hao didn't need to look to know that this was Sumo's good girlfriend Chen Min. To say what Li Hao hated the most, it was undoubtedly this Chen Min. When he and Sumo were dating, it was Chen Min, the gold-digging woman, who kept blowing in Sumo's side, making her thinking more and more radical, which ultimately led to the two going their separate ways. The main culprit is her. How much hate is not to talk about, is to annoy her? This kind of woman green tea extreme. Li Hao do not want to have too many interactions with him. However, the more Li Hao does not want to take care of her, Chen Min is more and more nose on the face. She even sat on her butt next to Li Hao, body pasted over, tone extremely flattering said, Li Young, we knew each other before. I'm Sumo's college roommate. I've met before. At that time I thought, Sumo was not suitable for you. She is too funereal, or a heavenly lone star destiny. Who has a relationship with him have no good end, such as his parents, are not all by her grams of death. See, Li Hao does not want to take care of her, said on the face of the nose. Mr. Li, add a WeChat chant? I sweep you or you sweep me? Li Hua did not even look at a glance. I don't have a cell phone. What do you think the stock is holding? With eyes wide open. There is no one else. It's okay. More friends, more road? Li Xiao, in the past you may have some misunderstandings about me. I'm this person. In fact, very good to get along with. Do not believe that the two of us can be in-depth exchanges. Chen Min has not finished speaking. Li Hao without warning suddenly stood up and yelled. Finish reading. Grinding which so much. Chapter 27, Washing Away the Lead. Li Hao's roar startled everyone, especially Qin Shuangxue and Huang Tao who were inspecting the house. They didn't know why Li Hao suddenly got angry without any warning. After all, it was Li Hao who bought the house for Qin Shuangxue, and she was too embarrassed to say anything. Manager Huang, why don't we do this first? If there are any problems with the house after sale, let's contact on WeChat. Okay, Mr. Qin, you sign. I won't bother you anymore. After signing, Huang Tao pulled the lost Chen Min out of the villa. Once the door was closed, the large villa was left with Li Hao and Qin Shuangxue, and the atmosphere was somewhat inexplicably awkward. Why did you suddenly get so angry just now? Was there an accident? Qin Shuangxue carefully sat beside Li Hao and inquired. Li Hao casually said, it's not that I'm angry at you, but the agency's interns, like flies buzzing in my ears, annoying the hell out of me. Qin Shuangxue breathed a huge sigh of relief. As long as she wasn't angry at her, everything was fine. At this time, Li Hao's stomach grumbled twice. Qin Shuangxue glanced at the time. I'll go cook. What do you want to eat at night? Qin Shuangxue walked into the kitchen, tied on her apron and prepared to cook. To say what I want to eat, I to really want to eat you. Li Hao was surprisingly so impatient. Qin Shuangxue's face blushed with shame as she busied herself. The sky is still not dark yet. What's the hurry to find? First make the food and say it at night. During Qin Shuangxue's cooking, Li Hao was bored and opened the system panel to organize today's harvest. The original balance accumulation reached 13,067 billion, and as a result, because of the manipulation of Tianhai's stock price, he angrily smashed 13 billion. Today there was 67 million left in the account. 30 years of hard work, all of a sudden back to pre-liberation. Li Hao meet pain, coefficient of harvest. First of all, the consumption of 13 billion, at present did not determine the attribution, so the return of money to be determined. Even if the least 2 times the return, he is also a stable profit. Secondly, the first time the achievement was unlocked. Reward 10 points of basic attribute points, 5 points of vocational skill points. Attribute points are well said to increase one's physique. 5 points of vocational skill points can be interpreted as unlocking 5 vocational skills, or redeeming 50 years of proficiency. When Li Hao browsed the system mall, Qin Shuangxue had already begun to work in the kitchen. She was obviously not the first time in the kitchen. Her movements were very skillful. In a short while, the tantalizing aroma of food floated from the kitchen to the living room. With a hard sniff, Li Hao's fingers were tingling. The food will be ready soon. You go wash your hands first. Qin Shuangxue held a plate of mapo tofu and smiled sweetly at Li Hao, her dignified and virtuous, gentle and watery appearance resembling that of a flawless wife. At this instant, Li Hao's mind appeared in a trance. Fast life, but this is just like this. Thousands of submissive imperial beauty, endless money, and a big villa that ordinary people can't get even if they struggle for their whole life. If not for the real existence of the system, all of this is like a dream. Li Hao washed his hands on the dining table. Qin Shuangxue casually took off her apron, set up the bowls and chopsticks. A pair of jade hands naturally took Li Hao's arm and greeted him as he took his seat to eat. Knowing that you are used to eating mountain delicacies and seafood, my craftsmanship is average, and I don't know if the food I cook is to your liking. Li Hao obediently sat down and looked at the 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table, all of which were some home-cooked dishes. Stir-fried pork, mapo tofu, minced pork and eggplant, stir-fried shrimp with asparagus, plus a Westlake beef soup. The aroma was fragrant, and the selling was very good. He tasted the asparagus fried shrimp. It was tender and flavorful, and the ingredients were fresh, commenting, "Your handiwork is very good." Speaking of which, this was the first time in Li Hao's life that a woman other than his mom had cooked for him. Hearing Li Hao's compliment, Qin Shuangxue smiled happily, attentively poured a glass of red wine for Li Hao, raised her glass and said in a delicate tone, "Thank you for the compliment. I was worried that you wouldn't be used to eating it. You're kind to me. I'll toast you with this glass of wine." After saying that, she drank it all in one go. On her fair and beautiful face, there were a few more piles of redness. She didn't know whether it was because of the wine, or she was shy about the storm that was coming tonight. Li Hao lightly tasted a mouthful of red wine and began to concentrate on the meal on the table. Qin Shuangxue sat beside him, occasionally serving him food and wine. The two of them were very close, and with Qin Shuangxue's movements, Li Hao's arm could clearly feel the soft touch. If any, the food is delicious. The beauty attentively wait to please. Li Hao eat very enjoyable. As the saying goes, when you're full and warm, you want to think about that. Li Hao leaned back in the chair, eyes ambiguous look, is busy cleaning up the table. Qin Shuangxue, this girl is really good. On the hall down to the kitchen, but also into the cave. I'm going to take a shower. Once a thought came into his mind. It started to grow like wild grass. Li Hao got up and threw Qin Shuangxue a sentence, impatiently rushing towards the bathroom. Aha! The two of them unspoken. Qin Shuangxue also heard out. This is the signal that Li Hao released to her. The hand movement was a beat, then returned to normal, bowed her head and answered. Li Hao went into the bathroom. Li Hao undressed and took a shower, his mouth humming an unknown tune. For the next wonderful night is very much looking forward to. Outside, Qin Shuangxue finished cleaning up the dining table, her cheeks covered in blush, her heart pounding furiously. Although she had already prepared herself mentally, she was willingly wanting to have something happen with Li Hao, but after all, it was her first time, and when it was about to happen, she was still a little nervous. 7 or 8 minutes later, Li Hao finished showering and came out from the bathroom, giving orders, "You also go to wash. Move quickly, don't let me wait too long." Learning from one's mistakes. Last night was when Zhang Ying AI had an accident in the bathing session. Tonight must learn a lesson. Qin Shuangxue glanced at Li Hao. Her heart was like a deer in the head. Panicked and don't look at her head. Her voice was like a mosquito fly. No. Li Hao was young and gold, and the person was good looking. He was okay with her. and giving herself to him was a good choice. Soon, Qin Shuangxue walked into the bathroom. The sound of clattering water came. Li Hao sat on the sofa, and when he thought of the mosaic images that followed, his heart was on fire, and he was a bit distracted. He initially only treated Qin Shuangxue as a tool person, buying her a villa and redeeming the group just to return the gold. Now Qin Shuangxue wants to offer her body to repay. More or less some take advantage of people. What's the point of thinking so much? God gives not to take, but to be blamed. Besides, he is today to Qin Shuangxue smashed 13 billion. She expressed that there is no excuse. Like Qin Shuangxue such a face value of 9.0 big beautiful girl, take the initiative to throw oneself into the embrace. Who can top it? In order to make sure that nothing was wrong and prevent anyone from disturbing him, Li Hao specially turned off his phone. Just at this time, Qin Shuangxue had already washed up, wrapped in a bathrobe, shyly and timidly walked out from the bathroom. Ooh, what a guy, what a lotus flower. Originally, she was wearing light makeup, but after she washed off all the lead, her face value increased instead of decreasing, and she even had the illusion of being naturally unadorned. Clear water out of hibiscus, a head of black hair like a waterfall, stick in front of the body, crystal clear water beads down the trend, into the deep gully, under the bathrobe package, is the hot S-shaped curve. Between walking, the snow-white bathrobe opened and closed, a pair of long legs tempted to the extreme, and even vaguely saw the touch of scenery. Vacuum. Chapter 28. What's going on with Li Hao? Hiss. Li Hao sucked in a mouthful of cold air, only feeling that his brain was instantly filled with blood, and his breathing couldn't help but get a few points rougher. At the thought of vacuuming up inside, Li Hao couldn't suppress his wildness. The night is short. Go on. Li Hao violently stood up from the sofa and impatiently walked towards Qin Shuangxue. Mr. Li, I'll go make the bed first and change the sheets. Qin Shuangxue subconsciously avoided. This was an excuse. Change what change? Come on General Manager Qin. Intercepting and picking up. Ignoring Qin Shuangxue's petulant behavior, he walked straight into the bedroom. Bang! Li Hao closed the bedroom door with his foot, and domineeringly threw Qin Shuangxue towards the big bed. Yeah! Qin Shuangxue's bathrobe was scattered and her jade body was spread out, completely exposed in the air. The interior was indeed a vacuum. This also led to the flame in Li Hao's heart, completely igniting. Bedroom dark yellow light reflection, and the bright moonlight outside the window. White curtains vaguely translucent, 2 people a night lingering. This night for Yang Changhua is simply seconds like years. Shareholder phone calls, bank phone calls, the Securities and Exchange Commission phone calls come one after another. Let him anxious. Since he returned to China from Wall Street, he was hired by Qin Jia at a high salary, and after a series of planning, he seized the Tianhai Group. He has always been the one who pits others. When has he been pitted so miserably? The stock price plummeted to 1 yuan a share. The company's market value from 1.3 billion, shrinking to 13 million, a 100-fold plunge, which means that Tianhai Group has been bankrupt. The group's large and small shareholders, rising to the occasion, verbally attacking him, making him overwhelmed. Surname Yang, you're a ing pig brain. Can you afford our trust? Withdraw your shares to me immediately. You're so ing bloated. You even dare to offend a $10 billion big shot. Why don't you go to heaven? If you don't settle this matter, we won't spare you. Inside the huge conference room, dozens of shareholders surrounded young Changhua in the middle, pointing at his nose and cursing furiously, itching to eat him alive. Don't worry everyone. A young Changhua has been running across Wall Street for so many years. Are you all still not clear about my ability? It's just a small problem in front of us. I will definitely be able to solve it properly and safeguard everyone's interests. Yang Changhua like a dead mother. Keep admitting mistakes and saying good words, trying to regain the trust of shareholders. However, it is not easy. Today is Friday. The stock market has been closed. Double holiday and will not open the market. That means, 2 days, Tianhai Group's share price will remain at 1 yuan 1 share. 2 days means what? Enough to destroy the Tianhai Group. Let it never recover. Shareholders are not stupid. Now the situation has almost become a dead end. They invested money is trapped. Tianhai Group bankruptcy. They also followed the disaster. Many people are eager to die on the spot. Yang Changhua this culprit. Mr. Yang, we've found it. Right at this moment, Yang Chenghua's secretary rushed over out of breath. Quickly say, what exactly is the situation? The noisy conference room also gradually quieted down. Just listen to the secretary's rapid response. We investigated that the young man who came to the company with Qin Shuangxue, his name is Li Hao, and he is an employee of Qin Shuangxue's company. I heard Wu Liang, the director of Qin Shuangxue's company, say that Li Hao used to be an ordinary person, never went to college, and somehow suddenly had money. Bull *******. A flash of viciousness flashed in young Chenghua's eyes. still wanting to fight to the death. An ordinary person can casually smash out $13 billion. Give me all the details of Li Hao. A group of large and small shareholders, seeing that Yang Changhua was still not honest, were verbally attacking him. Check, you paralyzed. This kind of body has 10 billion liquidity of the big brother. You are eaten bear heart leopard gall. Still dare to check him. You want to die, do not bring us. Surname Yang. Tomorrow you honestly go to Qin Xuanshua's company to apologize. If you can't get the big brother's forgiveness, we'll kill you first. That's right. Go apologize tomorrow. Kneel down and apologize. The words were split into two. Chen Min asked for Li Hao's WeChat, but ended up touching a snub, and was cursed by Li Yuan, causing Chen Min to harbor a grudge. That night Chen Min went to find Sumo to complain, adding more fuel to the fire and moving things around. Mo, Li Hao really isn't a good thing. You followed him for 4 whole years and spent your most beautiful years. He can't even afford to buy you a $10,000 or $20,000 bag. And today he actually threw away $50 million to buy a house for another woman. Chen Min pinched his head. Will Li Hao to Qin Xuanshua to buy a villa thing? Add oil and vinegar, so and so said. Sumo's face turned pale and her expression was lost. Well, I know. Before even I didn't know that he could be so rich. Sumo's entire being was now disheartened, once again falling into deep remorse. Li Hao buying a $30 million supercar for Zhang Ying had already caused her to regret it, and now she had learned from her best friend that he had spent another $50 million on another woman today. The whole $80 million. All of this was supposed to be hers, so how could Sumo be willing to do that? Chen Min added fuel to the fire and compelled. Mo, let's not talk about who dumped who. I think that a scum like Li Hao, who cheated on you first and was unfaithful to you, should definitely not be lightly spared. Your 4 years of youth must not be so cheap. Li Hao must let him give you an explanation. Sumo was Chen Min said some heart. After all, is Li Hao lied to her first? So think, the heart of the guilt went most of the way. Tomorrow I will accompany you to his company, to find Li Hao to settle the score. Chen Min's T-art segment is not low, pretending to be a model of the same enemy, so that Sumo was touched. 5-star hotel. Since last night, when she came back crying, Young Ae locked herself in her room and stayed alone for the whole day. The director and crew members probably guessed that something had happened and didn't dare to disturb, until Young Ae's agent winded up coming to Young Ae, impatiently inquired, Young Ae, what's going on? Today for a day, the plutocrats of the LJ group, one after another, called the company's top management and asked you to hand over 10% of your shares. What's going on with you and that plutocrat's son? Why don't you say something? Young Ae, in a trance, was even more terrified and saddened to hear this news. I don't know. Everything was fine. He suddenly disappeared, probably because he disliked me for being dirty. Oh, broker with a look of hate to mention. You're so confused. Who can say about this kind of thing? It's not like you're a child. What's the use of thinking blindly? At the very least you should call him and ask about the situation. Young Ae wriggled her lips and said timidly, I don't dare. The Zaibatsu had a single hand in the Banguk, and their power covered a wide area. Even the Banguk cabinet had to be at the mercy of the Zaibatsu. It is no exaggeration to say that when a person is born in Bangkok, he is destined to live under the shadow of the plutocrats, and it is normal for Young Ae to be afraid. At the critical moment it was the director who calmly analyzed the wave and said the most likely key point. Something's not right. Mr. Lee must like you. Otherwise why would he give you 10% of the shares and a supercar worth $30 million? At that time, it must have been something temporary that made him leave. There's no chance that he'll be back in a while. You misunderstood him and walked away. That's what pissed off Mr. Lee. While saying this, he put his cell phone in Young Ae's hand. This is your only chance. You must make a call and clear up the misunderstanding. Otherwise the plutocrats of LJ Group will not forgive you lightly. Young Ae was persuaded and weakly dialed Li Ho's cell phone number. However the beep that it had been turned off came through. Whoa woo. Young Ae whimpered and cried out. Don't just cry. Is there any other contact information? The manager and director were in a hurry. Young Ae pondered for a short while, vaguely remembering some details from yesterday evening, when the company gathered for dinner. The director clapped his hands and said, you go to the company tomorrow and look for him. He's a plutocrat. If you don't take the initiative to get to the top, do you want him to lick you like a loser? Chapter 29. How can a person be shameless to such an extent? The first rays of sunlight in the morning spilled onto the beds through the white curtains. Under the white sheets were 2 young men and women, experiencing a grueling fight last night. The bed was a mess at the moment. Qin Xuanshua was exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. Li Hao glowed, lit a cigarette afterward, recalling the wonderful taste of last night. How to say, last night for the first time, Li Hao's performance was not good. Under Qin Xuanshua's all-out play, he was the first to surrender. Li Hao as a man, where can he endure this kind of shame? so Li Hao put 10 points of basic attributes, all added to the physical strength. This operation led to Li Hao alive and well. Once until dawn, tossed Qin Shuangxue. Strength, 6. Intelligence, 4. Agility, 5. Reaction, 4. Physical strength, 16. Mental power, 0. After this battle, Li Hao finally knew the role of the personal panel's basic attributes and what it really meant. Strong endurance, not to mention a night of tossing and turning. Even if he was allowed to get up and run a marathon now, Li Hao felt that it was not a problem. Normal people's physical strength is 1 to 10 points. Added 10 points of physical strength. Li Hao. Physical strength reached 16 points, far more than the physical ability of a normal man. Can be called the dragon essence, the king of endurance. Just even if the sky was already bright, Li Hao's energy hadn't completely worn out. Come on, let's do it again. Li Hao extinguished the cigarette butt, smiled badly, and was going to show off his vigor again, and fight again for 300 rounds. Qin Shuangxue is really convinced. Finally understand what is called a day-by-day network famous terrain. See Li Hao also want to come. Qin Shuangxue really cannot eat, and even begged for mercy to soften. Please, let me go. I'm really going to fall apart. Only after persuading Li Hao did he give up with a good will. The sky was bright. Qin Shuangxue's whole body was hot and painful, walking and pulling her crotch, holding the wall to go to the bathroom. Her eyes changed when she looked at Li Hao again. He is not a man. He is livestock. No wonder the side often change girlfriends. A person simply cannot deal with. In the past she was very incomprehensible. After last night's fierce battle, she can finally understand this kind of pain. Really painful and happy. After washing up, they ate breakfast together and drove to work together. After last night's in-depth exchanges, Li Hao and Qin Shuangxue's relationship went even further, and their favorability surprisingly reached 92. When the two of them walked into the company after 10 a.m., all the employees who saw them showed a knowing expression. Hello Mr. Li, hello Mr. Qin. Aha! The two went out together yesterday and came to work together this morning, and in the eyes of the sharp-eyed co-workers, it wasn't hard to see the closeness of the two through the posture of Mr. Qin's walk. Qin Shuangxue also does not hide, greatly generous, holding Li Hao's arm, brightly and openly displaying intimate behavior, which makes people even more wanting. As a woman, the public relations manager Zhongli could tell at a glance that Qin Shuangxue's walking posture was a bit off, the corner of her mouth pulling out a touch of mockery. General Manager Qin usually pretended to be noble, but didn't she still fail to resist the money attack? It's really fast, but this is good. Li Hao can sleep with you for beauty. Naturally he won't refuse others. Just at this time, the elevator entrance came from the woman hissed and shouted. Li Hao, where are you Li Hao? You come out. This was Su Mo's voice. Li Hao frowned and Qin Shuangxue also looked puzzled. Su Mo unstoppable rushed into the company's gate. The receptionist and a few employees blocked it. Su Mo was like a shrew, yelling inside the company. Get out of the way. Who are you to stop me? The receptionist stopped in front of Su Mo and tried her best to persuade her. This lady, please calm down. If you keep yelling, we will call the police. Dozens of employees stopped working and stretched their necks to watch the show, exchanging words and whispering. Seeing Qin Shuangxue and Li Yuan both stepping out, the murmuring quickly stopped, pretending not to ask questions and burying their heads in their work. Qin Shuangxue walked to the door and questioned, "What's going on?" The receptionist hurriedly reported, "Mr. Qin, this young lady claims to be Mr. Li's girlfriend and wants to break into the company." Hearing this, Qin Shuangxue's heart felt as if it had been stabbed by a steel needle, and a flash of loss flashed through her eyes. Li Hao unexpectedly had other women besides Zhang Ying'ai. She's not my girlfriend. We broke up the day before yesterday. Li Hao coldly went forward with his face, poking through Su Mo's lies. When Su Mo saw Li Hao, it was like a dog seeing a bone, impatiently pouncing over. I send you messages and don't reply. Call and don't answer. Why are you doing this to me? Su Mo knelt in front of Li Hao without dignity, crying with tears in her voice. Li Hao, I know I'm wrong. Please forgive me this time. I won't dare anymore. It was all my fault before. It was all my fault. You still love me, right? Li Hao shook off Su Mo with a disgusted face. Don't touch me. I'm disgusted. Li Hao's desperation caused Su Mo to completely fall into a frenzy, yelling and stirring up trouble. Now you think I'm disgusting. Clearly you cheated on me first. We've been dating for 4 years. I gave you all my best years, but you've been cheating on me? You are obviously so rich, but you keep pretending to be poor in front of me. You won't even buy me a bag if I want one, but you buy cars, houses and villas for other women. You must give me an explanation today and compensate me for the loss of youth. These words were very ambiguous. After hearing this, the uninformed Guagua crowd felt that Li Hao was a scumbag. They all thought that Li Hao was fond of the old and the new, abandoning his girlfriend who had been with him for 4 years. Even Qin Shuangxue thought so. She even unintentionally inserted a polygamous love. but this can be what can be done. Li Hao so outstanding, gives so much. Qin Shuangxue simply cannot resist this temptation. What are you looking at? All go to work. Qin Shuangxue drank away a crowd of employees who were watching the scene and whispered to Li Hao, "It's crowded here. Why don't we go to the conference room?" Before Li Hao could open his mouth, Su Mo said with an agitated expression, "Say it clearly right here. You who seduced someone else's boyfriend, instigated Li Hao to spend money on you and bought you a $50 million villa. You shameless vixen." Su Mo justifiably rushed forward, imposingly about to tear Qin Shuangxue's hair. This was taking out all of Chen Hai's wife's treatment of her doings on Qin Shuangxue's body. "Have you made enough of a scene?" Li Hao pushed away the aggressive Su Mo. His strength was slightly too strong, and even pushed her to stumble. Su Mo's eyes were red with tears. "Li Hao, you even yelled at me? For this vixen? You even dared to hit me? You never fought me before. Enough, shut up." Li Hao pointed at Su Mo and scolded sternly. "The day before yesterday it was you who proposed the breakup. It was you who stepped on 2 boats, and now you're still hitting back at me. Su Mo, do you still want to be shameless?" Su Mo disliked the poor and loved the rich in the first place, and today, she reversed black and white and ran to the company without reason, making Li Hao's last trace of expectation for her wear off. How can there be a shameless woman like you in the world? Chapter 30, Su Mo's nonsense. "You are mean to me, actually mean to me. Li Hao, you've changed. I just like you. Can you trample on me like this?" Su Mo cried with pear blossoms, pitiful and helpless. Dozens of company employees present felt sympathetic, felt unworthy for Su Mo, and despised Li Hao in his heart for playing with women's feelings based on his money, starting and ending the relationship. He is a scum. The same woman. Even Qin Shuangxue also thinks so. Look at Li Hao's eyes inexplicably have a trace of resentment, worried that she will also fall into the Su Mo's fate in the future. Just at this time, including Qin Shuangxue, all the employees of the company's cell phone rang the message tone. The company received a video within the group. "This is a genuine wife." Hand to tear the third-party video. Inside the third party, the female protagonist, it is tearfully accusing Li Hao Su Mo. It turns out that there is a reversal. It is Su Mo climbed the dragon in Phoenix, hooked up with a married man. The result is to move a stone to stone their own feet. Was the real on the spot to catch the adultery, and now turned back to ask for a reunion, but also a rake. It's really shameless. The company's large group was in an uproar. Dozens of melon eaters have spoken in the group, despising Su Mo's shameless behavior, almost fooled by her. Did she graduate from the Shanghai theater? So good at acting. This kind of shameless woman. If Mr. Li doesn't kick her, will he still keep her for the new year? Su Mo was as if she was oblivious, still not clear about what happened, pretending to be a weak and pitiful look, splashing around and continuing to pester Li Hao. See her like this behavior. Understand the truth of the audience. The eyes all changed, no longer before the sympathy, replaced by full of ridicule, pointing. At this time, a workplace elite dressed Zhongli stepped on high heels and walked to Su Mo in front of. Opened the video. Cross-screen display to Su Mo. "Stop acting. Look at this as you, right?" The video of the company's large group was sent by her. Su Mo and then 4 store was torn by the hands of the legitimate wife, was made into a video, sent to the Douyin. Zhongli brushed it in the morning when she went to work, and wanted to gossip with her sisters, but the result was just right to come in handy, to relieve Li Hao, and to gain a wave of goodwill. Seeing the content of the video, Su Mo's brain instantly filled with blood, recalling the miserable experience of the day before yesterday. The whole person fell into a frenzy. "That's not true. That's not me." The video was exposed in full view of everyone, and the evidence was overwhelming, leaving her speechless. "You framed me, which is not me. Give me the phone." Su Mo like crazy, cursing Zhongli at the same time to snatch the phone. Scramble Zhongli was Su Mo tearing and shoving. The company receptionist and several employees all hands to help, which only the crazy Su Mo pull away. The scene is very chaotic. Su Mo crazy general has been pouncing on Li Hao. Li Hao does not want to have anything to do with Su Mo this crazy. Look at him feel sick. Zhongli is a public relations manager, knows how to look at the color of the eyes and act. See, the scene is more and more out of control. She in the tearing gap, protecting Li Hao whispered, "Mr. Li, I'll take you to the fire escape. Leave first." Li Hao also has this intention. After nodding at Qin Shuangxue, and Zhongli left from the emergency fire escape, Su Mo was blocked to struggle hard, frantically pounced on Li Hao, shouting at the top of her voice, "Li Hao, I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. You forgive me. I swear that I will absolutely live a good life with you in the future, and will never, again." Su Mo, who was stopped by death, could only watch Li Hao's figure disappear. Inside the emergency fire escape, Li Hao and Zhongli did not go far. He found that Zhongli's walking posture is a bit odd. A closer look found that Zhongli's delicate and neat clothes are a bit messy. It should be that just now when Suemo tore, her clothes were torn. The collar position dropped 2 buttons, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. The deep career line is exposed most of the time. The scenery is hidden. Sorry, let you be implicated. Li Hao had some apologies in his heart. It's fine, Mr. Li, it's not a problem. I'll send you away first. Zhongli had a couldn't care less look, as if she didn't realize. She didn't care that her clothes were torn, and she didn't care about the open neckline. In fact, this was Zhongli's deliberate attempt to intentionally let the crazy woman tear her clothes when she tore them just now. Clothes aren't bad. Men don't love them. That won't do. It was started by me. I have to be responsible. Li Hao was a little overjoyed and wanted to compensate Zhongli. Go buy you new clothes. The joy in Zhongli's eyes flashed, half pushing and half resisting. Then let Mr. Li break the bank. China World Trade Center. I'll pay for all your spending today. Li Hao didn't care about Zhongli's small mind. The speculation spent 13 billion yet to return. Now the account will only have 67 million left. Just take Zhongli as a tool person, and brush another wave today. The corner of Zhongli's mouth rose. The joy of the eyebrows has been unable to hide. And Li Hao came to the underground parking lot, started the Hyundai SUV, straight to the China World Trade Center. Not long after leaving, a Mercedes-Benz Big G lead the way, followed by a phenomenal top-class supercar, Pagani Wind's son, with the modern SUV one after the other, staggered past. When the Pagani Wind stopped under the building, its wild, cool, dazzling and heavenly appearance, the sensational butterfly wings opening design, 100% turnaround rate, captured people's attention. The eyes of the crowd were all focused on the Wind. The car door opened and Zhang Ying'ai got out. 4 tough black-clad bodyguards escorted, front and back, all the way into the company's front door. The bagla was full and the cards were in the air. Company entrance. Vixen, who seduces men. It's all because of you that Li Hao changed his heart. Suemo shrew like unforgiving fussing. Li Hao left. They still pulling themselves. They have to take full responsibility. As a result, in the next second, Suemo, who was splashing and fuming, was pushed aside by the sudden black-clothed bodyguards. Who are you guys? Suemo subconsciously resisted, but when she saw those familiar faces, it reminded her of the scene of being dragged out of the 4S store, and she instantly lost her temper, and her words of cursing got stuck in her throat like a mouse seeing a cat, and she didn't dare to squeak. Zhang Ying'ai stepped on her high heels and walked in a graceful manner, glanced at Suemo, walked straight to Qin Shuangshui, politely greeted, "Hello Mr. Qin, may I ask if Yunli is here?" Qin Shuangshui also didn't expect that Zhang Ying'ai could come to the company, hurriedly responded politely, "Mr. Li, he just left." Zhang Ying'ai was a little lost and asked impatiently, "Then when can he come back?" Looking at Zhang Ying'ai's brows, full of anxiousness, as if she was abandoned as a little daughter-in-law, Qin Shuangshui lamented in her heart, "Another deep-rooted woman has come." A crowd of melon eaters in the company, watching, is dumbfounded, greatly shocked. Here comes another one looking for Li Hao. Suemo, Mr. Qin, and Zhang Ying'ai, one is better looking than the other. All of them have an uneasy relationship with Li Hao, especially Zhang Ying'ai, the idolized big star of the stick country, was actually abandoned by Li Hao as well. Scum, bah, I want to worship. Facing Zhang Ying'ai, it couldn't be like treating Suemo. Qin Shuangshui said politely, "Why don't we go to the conference room to chat? It's not likely that Mr. Li will be back in a while." "Can't go. None of you can go." Suemo still had to stir up trouble and went up to pull with Qin Wushuang and Zhang Ying'ai. "None of you can leave until we make things clear today." Right at this moment, the elevator door opened, and a dozen people came out in great numbers. At the head of the group was a middle-aged man in a suit with a full aura. Mr. He Hong Mao He, vice president of Tianhai Group. The people following behind him were the major shareholders of Tianhai Group, a total of 12 people. Imposing. The visitor was not good. Chapter 31, each harboring their own evil intentions. Isn't that the vice president of Tianhai Group? Mr. He Hong Mao He? I still see him often on TV. There's also Tianhai Group's financial controller, Xiao Yuan Shan. My goodness, why are these bigwigs here? The employees were eagerly waiting, chattering, mingling and talking. These two were both entrepreneurs worth over $100 million, and the dozen or so people following behind them were also all big shots in Haichang with big names, worth at least $10 million, walking aggressively, with a great sense of oppression. Qin Shuangshui naturally knew the purpose of these people coming to the company. Subconsciously nervous, expression became extremely serious. Stand by. Zhang Ying'ai also sensed the abnormal atmosphere, her gaze looking straight at these raging uninvited guests. The 4 professional bodyguards let go of Suemo and took the initiative to protect in front of Zhang Ying'ai to prevent being affected by this group of people. But the corridor is so big. Professional bodyguards lined up, like a wall, like an enemy, and these dozen of big men, forming a tense confrontation. Suemo lost all her temper, so scared that she took a few steps back and shivered, not daring to squeak. This moment, the whole company is full of tension, suppressed to the extreme, nervous and unable to breathe. The crows were silent, and a needle could be heard. What are you doing? The bodyguard sternly rebuked and questioned. He Hong Mao. Xiao Yuanshan led the way and stopped in front of the bodyguard, as if he had made up his mind. Plop. Both kneeled in front of Qin Shuangxue. Mr. Qin, we were wrong. Please let us off the hook. The remaining 10 or so Tianhai shareholders all knelt down as well. The scene of a black pack sea of kneeling was visually impactful and quite shocking, stunning everyone present. The employees on the sidelines only felt their chi and blood flow backward, their scalps tingling, their shock going straight to the sky, and their jaws almost dropping to the ground. Blinding my titanium alloy dog eyes, Big Brother actually knelt down and admitted his mistake to Mr. Qin. Does anyone know what happened? I want to know too. The employees were all eagerly waiting, and some even stepped on their desks to peek at what was happening in the corridor. When they looked at Qin Shuangxue again, there was a sense of fear and doubt in their eyes. At this time, Qin Shuangxue appearance calm. In fact, the heart has long been turned up huge waves. She waited for this day for more than a year. Her father had been imprisoned, Tianhai Group had changed ownership, and her family had almost been destroyed. And these people were the culprits. Qin Shuangxue forced herself to stabilize her emotions and asked in a cold voice, "Where is Yang Changhua? Why didn't he come?" Tianhai's second largest shareholder, He Hongmao hurriedly said, "General Manager Qin, it's not that Yang Changhua didn't come, but he couldn't come at all. This morning, he was taken away by the Securities Association for investigation." Xiao Yuanshan also took the opportunity to drop a stone. "It's Yang Changhua who wants to find death himself. We are all innocent. There is a head for the wrongdoing. Can you let us live?" Qin Shuangxue's eyes were filled with ice coldness and said without mercy, "Let you all live. But have you spared my father? Get lost. I don't want to see you all of you." Yang Changhua, He Hongmao, and Xiao Yuanshan were working together to set up her father's imprisonment. The three of them were the culprits. Yang Changhua was the chief evil. The remaining two were accomplices, and none of the kneeling Tianhai shareholders were innocent. This, Mr. Qin, there is a head for every grievance. We were all fooled by Yang Changhua. He Hongmao begged for forgiveness one after another. His face was not wanted, not caring about the impact, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing. The other shareholders also began to play the emotional card, begging for forgiveness in various ways. "Mr. Qin, you are the one we grew up watching. Don't look at the face of the monk. Please spare me. We have old people and children. If we go bankrupt, how can my old people and children live? Please leave me a way out." Xiao Shui, I'm your Uncle Wang. I even hugged you when you were small. For the sake of your father, let me off the hook. We are really blinded by the villain. The surrounding people pointed and looked at Qin Wushuan with a wrong look in their eyes. What's going on? Was Mr. Qin's previous status bullish? You don't know. General Manager Qin used to be $1,000 lady. Oh, so that's how it is. Catching up with the whole company. Mr. Qin is so desperate. He and Mr. Li are really a match made in heaven. The whole company is talking. Qin Shuangxue do not want to expand the situation. More do not want to let the staff know about her too much family business. Cold Face said, "Don't kneel here. Follow me to the conference room." Qin Shuangxue twisted his head and left. Tianhai Group shareholders see a turnaround, rushed to help together into the company. To say the most shocked is none other than Suemo. These dozen of bigwigs she knew. Even Yi Hongmao had been to the university to give a speech. This kind of bigwig was a bigwig that she could not reach. Even the scum Chen Hai could not hope to be a bigwig. Surprisingly, they collectively knelt down and apologized to Qin Shuangxue. Goodness, she had just pointed her nose at Mr. Qin. Kicking the iron plate once again made Sumo's brain completely lose the ability to think. Secondly, shocked Zheng Ying AI. She came to Hai Chang to develop. The broker took her to meet these local snakes. Before also have had a one-sided relationship. Know that these people are Hai Chang's plutocrats, but never thought that these snakes, plutocrats, even to Qin Shuangxue kneeling to apologize. That's right, things come in groups. Li Hao is so rich, her boss is naturally not an ordinary person. Mr. Qin. Just as Qin Shuangxue was about to enter the conference room, Zheng Ying'ai couldn't wait to shout and rushed up with fast footsteps. "General Manager Qin, I'm looking for Li Shaozhen for something urgent. Please give me a chance to meet him, please." Zheng Ying'ai said and kneeled down to Qin Shuangxue in request. Zheng Ying'ai grew up in the stick country and had long gotten used to the kneeling culture, but the countrymen couldn't understand it. Leaving aside how shocked the company's employees were, these shareholders knew who Zheng Ying'ai was. She had paid her respects and greeted her before when she came to Haichang, and had promised to make things easier for her. Unexpectedly, Such a top traffic idol had knelt down to Qin Shuangxue for the purpose of meeting Li Xiao. That is, the plutocrat behind Qin Shuangxue. What kind of person is he? This kneeling made Qin Shuangxue blush and somewhat at a loss for words. Tianhai shareholders are okay. After all, there is an enmity. Kneeling for her, she will be very flattered. But Zhang Ying AI is different. He is the real girlfriend that Li Hao has verbally acknowledged. How can she, a junior who only has the reality of a couple but not the name of a couple, fall back against the Big Dipper? Young AI, get up. Why don't you go to my office and wait for a while? I guess Li Hao will be back soon. Thank you. Thank you very much. Qin Shuangxue assisted Zhang Ying AI to get up and commanded the female employees of the company to take care of them and send them to the office to wait. The entire company was busy, splitting up, serving tea and water, taking care of these two sets of bigwigs in the conference room and office. Only Su Mo at the door was left unattended. At this moment, she realized that, seemingly, the gap between her and Li Hao was a bit big. Li Hao's true identity was simply not something she could climb up to. Such an excellent man, actually dumped by her. The more she thought about it, the more she regretted it, and without hesitation, she dialed Li Hao. The number you have dialed is busy. Please dial again later. Li Hao pulled her black. Su Mo broke down and cried and left the company. However, she didn't realize that Li Hao hadn't pulled her black, but was actually on the phone. Qin Wushuang didn't know how to deal with it, so she entered the conference room and called Li Hao over. Chapter 32, Trenchless. The shareholders of Tianhai Group are all here and have knelt down and kowtowed to apologize as you said. I don't know how to deal with it without you being here. The first time he entered the conference room, Qin Wushuang made a call to Li Hao. In the car, Li Hao said without even thinking, deal with it however you want. Buy back the shares of Tianhai Group. As long as your shares exceed 51%, you can be fully controlling, and kick whoever you want out. Qin Shuangxue said with some embarrassment, but acquiring the shares in the hands of Tianhai shareholders will still require a sum of money. You've already spent a lot of money on me. If you also pay out money to acquire the shares, the cost will be too great, right? You're overthinking it. Forget what I told you yesterday? Li Hao said with a bit of hatred. You can acquire it despite, no matter how much it costs. All you need to do is quote a price to me. I'll transfer the money to you. And also, I only have one request. Tianhai Group get it back. From now on, you're the major shareholder of Tianhai Group. Inside the Hyundai SUV, the two men were talking on the phone, and were clearly heard by Zhongli. Zhongli looked calm, but in fact, her heart had already turned over huge waves. More than 1 billion Tianhai Group. Yesterday, even by Li Hao's strong acquisition, this is not enough. Actually want to give to Mr. Qin for nothing, a group of more than $1 billion, actually sent to others at will. How rich is Li Hua? Mr. Li, we are here. Zhongli stopped the car with a face of eager excitement. Outside the car was the China World Trade Center. Li Hao took the phone and said one last thing. Don't be melodramatic with me. You look after yourself. How much money to spend? Report. I still have something to do. Hang up. After hanging up the phone, directly open the door and get off. Zhongli timidly followed behind Li Hao. The mood could not suppress the excitement. Chanel Luxury Boutique. In their spare time, two young and beautiful female sales clerks were gossiping about the big event that happened the day before yesterday. Do you guys know? The day before yesterday, there was a tycoon in the Commerce Building, and he was so generous that the miscellaneous luxury goods store next door was wrapped up by the tycoon. I've also heard about it. Seems to be the shareholder of LJ Jewelry. Why can't we meet such a rich man? Just as they were whispering, Li Hao and Zhongli walked into the Chanel boutique. The chatting shopkeeper turned around and subconsciously stared open-mouthed. Splashy Fortune is here. That's him. Sisters, act fast. The sales clerk recognized Li Hao at a glance and rushed to pounce on him enthusiastically. Li Hao's demeanor was still the same as the day before. This one and this one don't want it. Let her try on all the other clothes. The store clerk was shaken, her eyes glaring round, enthusiastically pleasing the tycoon's father, serving tea and pouring water, trying her best to please. Even Zhongli was not spared, being pulled by the clerk to try on the clothes. She was really confused. This is a Chanel boutique. Just one piece of clothing have to be tens of thousands of dollars. He actually want to pack the scene. Even if Zhongli knew that Li Hao was rich, she didn't know that he could be so rich. Simply trenchless. Favorability +1. Favorability +2. Li Hao sat on the sofa and crossed his legs, and to his left and right were young and beautiful sales clerks, pounding his back and pinching his shoulders, allowing him to enjoy emperor-like treatment. Just with this impeccable service, the money spent was worth it. Women are more troublesome to buy clothes, changing and wearing several pieces in a row, sometimes not for the sake of buying, just to enjoy the feeling of new clothes on the body. Zhongli is no exception. Before she shopped for luxury goods, most of them are trying on. Even if 1,000 choose to really buy one, at least to spend 3 months' salary. Today is different. see once regarded as treasures of the limited edition. In front of a small mountain, she still feels like a dream. VIP, this consumption totaled 3,630,000. Wipe a zero for you. 3,600,000. The store manager enthusiastically held the consumption list in his hand, nodding his head as he was reporting the prices. It happened to be heard by Zhongli. She subconsciously panicked. 6 million was so expensive. With her monthly salary of 10,000, 6 million would be 360 months of salary, and she would have to save for 30 years without eating or drinking. She subconsciously looked at Li Hao, wanting to know, what would Li Hao say? Wiping zero? Looking down on who? Li Hao swept the code to pay. Ding! Alipay arrived at $4 million. Li Yuan waved his hand in a grandiose manner. The extra is counted as a service fee for you. The store manager smiled like a flower. His tone was fawning and attentive. Look at my stinking mouth. I really deserve a beating. Seeing this scene, Zhongli was dumbfounded, finally meeting a real tycoon, while also feeling incredibly grateful for her decision this morning. At the same time, a system beep sounded in Li Ho's head. Ding! Detected spending $4 million for Zhongli, triggering a return reward. The system roulette will spun and eventually stopped at the 100 times area. Congratulations to the host for triggering the 100 times return, rewarding $400 million. Li Hao's cell phone vibrated, and bank arrival information followed. Industrial and Commercial Bank, your account with tail number 0178 arrived at 400 million yuan, with a balance of 463,993, 213, 14 yuan. Only 100 times, or too little, 500 billion to save until when? At this time, outside the Chanel store, it has long been filled with employees from various stores in the China World Trade Center. All heard that the tycoon once again driving. The first time they just heard, have not seen. Legend has it that this is the Middle East tycoon, a royal prince, out of quite generous, today must come to see. In case of good luck, let the tycoon prince go to their luxury goods stores to spend this splash of riches who do not want to fish a wave. He is the tycoon, the Saudi prince, so handsome, love love love, young and rich, simply my dream man. I love the way he spends his money. As more and more people gathered around, almost the entire China World Trade Center's high-end brand shopkeepers all gathered around and worshipped outside the door. The doorway was so lively, how could Li Hao not realize that he was brushing money for the sake of brushing money, and didn't care about being surrounded as a rare animal? Even Li Hao saw a few acquaintances in the crowd of onlookers. The guides from the luxury store he bought empty the day before. Li Hao pointed at the several beautiful sales clerks and waved his hand to let them in. Mr. Li, what are your orders? Seeing the tycoon father again, they were quite enthusiastic. Have you replenished all the goods in your store? Li Hao casually asked. Replenished? We are unpacking the boxes and putting them on the shelves today. Why don't you take a moment and go to our store again? No need to be so troublesome. Waste of time. All the new products are wrapped up for me. I want all of them. I want all of them. The speed of stocking up couldn't even catch up with the speed of the tycoon wrapping up the store. Outrageous. Simply outrageous. The clerk was incoherent, at a loss for words, and couldn't even speak properly in his excitement. Li Hao urged. Move snappy. I'm in a hurry. Okay, you wait a moment. Luxury store employees, smiling like a flower, ran back to the store. A burst of chicken and dog jumping busy, once again was cleaned up, carrying a large bag of small packages back to wait for the settlement. Ding! Payment successful. Alipay's arrived at $3 million. Thank you for patronizing Mr. Li. Mr. Li is magnificent. The shopkeeper was grateful. The system beep exploded in Li Hao's head. Ding! The system detected spending $3 million for Zhongli, triggering a return reward. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1,000 times return, rewarding $3 billion. Bank arrival information followed. Industrial and Commercial Bank, your tail number 0178 account arrived at 3 billion yuan, with a balance of 346,099,3213, 14 yuan. Zhongli saw the coveted luxury family package. She had completely fallen, and her eyes were glowing when she looked at Li Hao again. Favorability +5. Favorability +10. Chapter 33 Luxury Sweep. China World Trade Center was the most famous luxury shopping mall in Haichang. It was all-inclusive, covering the world's top luxury brands, and just about any piece of luxury goods would cost tens of thousands of dollars, or even more than $100,000. Celebrities and tycoons would prefer to spend their money here. Seen a lot of rich second generation here to buy luxury goods for their girlfriends. There are also generous, buy brand name bags, cosmetics without hesitation, often hundreds of thousands of dollars. But like Li Hao, a shot is to pack the whole store. Unprecedented, unheard of, unprecedented, caused a huge sensation. the news spread more and more widely. The other floors of the building's luxury store's shopkeepers have also heard the wind. For a time, at the entrance of the Chanel boutique, as many as hundreds of people gathered, all of them scrambling to look inside the store, wanting to catch a glimpse of the true face of the Middle Eastern tycoon prince. Make way. Coming through. There were even some social cattle sales clerks from top luxury stores who couldn't wait to squeeze hard into the store and took the initiative to grossly recommend their products to Li Hao. Mr. Li, I'm the Gucci store clerk upstairs. The silk scarves, perfumes, and fashions in our store are all top-notch in the world, and I'd like to ask you to give me the honor of taking a look. There is one and then there is two. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The clerk of other boutiques also acted one after another, including Hermes, Dior, Louis Vuitton, Cartier and so on. All of them are well-known luxury brands. Countless guides swarmed to them. Mr. Li, our Hermes boutique has been on sale recently. We sincerely invite you to patronize. Come and take a look at Dior as well. The store has arrived with a batch of the latest models. Your girlfriend will love it. Li Hao's side was surrounded by beautiful young shoppers, who tried their best to please Li Hao and promote their own luxury stores, trying to get Li Hao to spend money. Li Hao took a look at his account balance. It was only 4.6 billion, just 1/3 of yesterday's. No, still need to keep on swiping. Don't quarrel. Come one by one. Li Hao waved his hand and the scene quieted down. The crowd all looked at him with eager faces. He pointed at the Gucci boutique guide in the crowd and said with bravado, "Just you. I heard that you Gucci only sells expensive ones. Pack up all the women's models in your store. I want all of them." "Okay, Mr. Li." The selected Gucci clerk was ecstatic, answered repeatedly, then turned around and ran wildly out the door. Li Hao was in the crowd again, ordering several luxury stores in a row. You, and you. Stores goods, I'm all in. Cheap goods. Don't get together if you want a discount, since it is a brush with money. Naturally the more expensive the better. Mention what discount to him. Say what cost effective. Li Hao care about this? Any luxury goods guide selected by Li Hao. All of them are international top luxury brands, always known for luxury. The main one is inexpensive. A group of shoppers were ecstatic, with the lottery in general. Excited Red, after thanking them profusely, hurriedly returned to their own stores. Those who have not been selected shopping guide chest thumping. Never heard of, because the product is cheap and eliminated. Too damn angry. This operation shocked the surrounding people dumbfounded. Li Hao picked 13 stores in one breath. The audience watching around them was stunned. Their scalps were numb. Their bodies were disfigured, and their eyes were dropping to the ground. Whether it was the rich second generation who brought their girlfriends to spend money, the luxuriously dressed noble women, or the gold-digging celebrities who were looking for prey in the commerce, their expressions were all very wonderful. Shocked and dumbfounded by Li Hao's large sum of money, buying luxury goods and spending $1 million or $800,000 was not impossible for them to do for the rich. But this tycoon, where did he come to shop? He simply came to empty the commercial building. Mr. Li is domineering and mighty, worthy of being the little prince of the Middle East. We've seen it all today. Mr. Li, do you still lack a girlfriend? How about looking at me? These days the ones with minds at home are outdated. It has to be the ones with oil that are bulls ***T. The melon-eating audience was convinced by Li Hao's powerful aura of spending money like running water and throwing money away, and their admiration was like a torrential river, unceasing. Li Hao moved his mouth, and the shopping guide ran through his legs. In the 13 top luxury stores that were picked by Li Hao, all the shoppers acted. Up and down the China World Trade Center, a huge piece of all the big bags and small packages, carrying a variety of luxury handbags of the shoppers. This scene brings a sense of visual impact, unparalleled, stone-breaking, simply blind everyone's eyes, shattering the three views of the crowd, especially the female consumers, are almost crazy with envy. At this time, 13 luxury store managers, holding consumption lists in their hands and smiling fawningly, formed a long queue in front of Li Hao, waiting for the goods inspection and checkout. Mr. Li, I've selected for you a total of 105 items of Gucci fashion, watches, silk scarves, etc., totaling 5.29 million. Mr. Li, I am the manager of Dior Boutique. This is the consumption list, totaling 4.8 million. Do you want to take a look first? One after another manager respectfully asked Li Hao. Hundreds of shopkeepers outside the store, left and right hand each carrying 7 or 8 shopping bags, occupying the entire 3-story corridor. This scene is simply unheard of. Since the completion of the China World Trade Center, or New Year's Day flip calendar for the first time, Li Hao waved his hand, directly took out his cell phone, scanning code by code, demeanor as calm as water, as if it was a meal, scanning code payment of a few $100s. Ding, Alipay arrived at $6 million. Ding, Alipay arrived at $5 million. Ding, Alipay arrived at 7 million. With a voice prompt, the crowd present sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Li Hao with a completely changed look. Mr. Li, you gave an extra 710,000. Me here too, an extra 200,000. I have an extra 330,000. When paying the bill, Li Hao directly reverse erased the zeros, rounded up, and on average, they all gave hundreds of thousands of dollars more. Li Hao waved his hand, full of concern. The extra is for your hard work. The moment these words came out, the scene once again boiled. Oh, trench, too trenchant. The manager of the Chanel boutique, holding a pen and paper, asked with an eager attitude. Mr. Li, we still need to trouble you to report your address. We will personally send someone to deliver it to you. The managers of the other stores did the same, all waiting for Li Hao to report the address, so that they could be responsible for the delivery. At this time, Zhongli happened to have changed into another new set of clothes and came out from the dressing room, ready to show it to Li Hao. The stuff is for her. You guys go ask him, Li Hao casually pointed, and the 13 store managers sniffed and walked towards Zhongli in unison. Hello ma'am, we've packed the things, please report your address. Aang. Zhongli subconsciously took the pen and paper and casually wrote down the address of her rented apartment. As a result, the next second, another luxury store manager came up and similarly asked Zhongli to leave her address. One after another. When Zhongli wrote down the address for the third time, she finally reacted that something was wrong. How could there be so many stores that wanted to deliver to her? She looked at the facade, and with just one glance, she felt her scalp go numb, only to see the corridor, densely packed with shopkeepers wearing the uniforms of each store. Handbags and small bags are all handbags. Zhongli stupidly went out to see. Good guy, not only this floor, upstairs and downstairs corridors are all shopping guide. The whole building corridor occupied full. Zhongli's head is a mass of pulp, heart puffing wildly, adrenaline soaring, feel the heart is almost out of the heart. She made a rough count. There were more than 500 sets of complete cosmetics from various families alone, 1100 sets of the latest fashions, and more than 3,000 expensive bags. At this moment Zhongli was completely confused. More than 2,000 luxury items. This number shook her scalp. How did the promised purchase of a few new clothes end up turning into a sweep of the entire China World Trade Center? Li Hao's trenchant outbursts refreshed her three views over and over again. Chapter 34 Money First, the system sincerely do not deceive me. With hundreds of luxury shoppers upstairs and downstairs, each carrying a full shopping bag in their hands, Zhongli was for the first time in trouble for having too much stuff. The apartment she rented was only a shared house of more than 30 square meters. Even if all of it was vacated, it wouldn't fit a fifth of it. Just as Zhongli was dumbfounded in the corridor, a series of system beeps came out of Li Hao's mind, who was sitting on the sofa. Ding! The system detected that the host spent $6 million for Zhongli, triggering a return reward. Ding! The system detected that the host spent $5 million for Zhongli, triggering a return reward. Ding! The system detected the host spending $7 million for Zhongli, triggering the return reward. Congratulations on triggering the tenfold reward. $60 million. Congratulations on triggering the 1,000 times reward. $5 billion. Congratulations on triggering the 100 times reward. The account is $700 million. The system broadcasted for a full minute before slowly stopping. Li Hao took a deep and long breath, not waiting for him to calm down. Next, the cell phone began to vibrate continuously again, and the bank arrival information came one after another. Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, your tail number 0178 account arrived at 60 million yuan, with a balance of 351,499,3213, 14 yuan. Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, your tail number 0178 account has arrived at 5 billion yuan, with a balance of 850,999,3213, 14 yuan. Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, your tail number 0178 account to 700 million, the balance of 920,999,3213, 14 yuan. A series of a full 13 arriving information, the total added up to a full 23.5 billion. Now his account balance, a total of 23.5 billion yuan. Cool, Li Hao exclaimed in his heart. This wave made a huge profit, with more than 23.5 billion. This huge amount of money was enough to buy 100 private airplanes and 10 luxury cruise ships. Even the Zhao family, the richest family in Haichang, a giant family with more than $60 billion in assets. I'm afraid that it would not be able to take a breath and come up with $23.5 billion in liquidity. Just from the target of $500 billion. It was still a drop in the bucket. A drop in the bucket. Far from enough. Mr. Li. Just when Li Hao was immersed in the huge amount of wealth, Zhongli's panicked voice rang in his ears. Aang? What's wrong? Li Hao looked sideways at Zhongli and cast a puzzled look. Zhongli said with pain and pleasure, Mr. Li, you bought me so many things, my apartment can't even fit. Li Hao raised his eyebrows and said in a flat tone, if you can't fit it in, then get a bigger house. Buy you a villa. What? You want to buy me a villa? Zhongli's intention was to let Li Hao withdraw part of it, but it turned out that Li Hao wanted to buy her a villa. Compared to luxury goods, villa is a real large amount of consumption. Real estate has appreciation space, rich and powerful standard. She never thought that one day, she can also own a villa in Haichang. Li Hao opened the real estate agent app and pointed to the listings above and said, pick whatever you want. I'll buy you whichever set you see. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, including Zhongli, the managers who are waiting for the delivery, and the onlookers, are all confused, dumbfounded, and collectively petrified. Isn't this the famous internet stunt? For a mouthful of vinegar-wrapped dumplings? The reality is even more excessive. In order to be able to fit so many goods actually want to buy a villa. Crap! The original rich people can be trenchant to such a degree. Long acquaintance. The crowd once again refreshed their knowledge of Li Hao. This is so much money that there is no place to spend it. To Heyo, do you still lack pendants? I want to be your licking dog. At this moment, the psychology of everyone present was surprisingly consistent. Zhongli was trembling with excitement. Her cell phone was a little unsteady. She looked at the various kinds of listings in the mobile app, and her eyes were dazzled for a while. Villa prices are around 10 million. Zhongli some handshaking, grinding half a day also did not choose a suitable set. Li Hao was a little impatient, and snatched the phone. Just picking a house. So abrasive. Li Hao only chose the most expensive one, and sharply dialed the agent's phone number. Angia World Real Estate Agency. Haichang store. There were no customers coming through the door, and a few agents got together to kill time with idle chit-chat. Have you guys heard? This Huang Tao kid. He made a fortune yesterday, selling that $11 million villa in Fuchunju to $50 million actually. I don't know what kind of luck manager Huang got. He took $500,000 in commission alone. An intermediary with inch hair and a slim body type, took a drag on his cigarette, skimmed his mouth and said sourly, I heard that a rich second generation called Li Hao, out of the generosity of the frightening. I do not know when we can meet this kind of good thing. Ding bell bell. Right at this moment, the store's landline rang. The inch-haired intermediary smoothly picked up the phone and said in a serious manner, hello customer, this is Angia World Agency. Are you renting or buying a house? Buying a house? No. 001 Seaview Villa in South Bay Subdivision. On the phone, Li Hao's voice was flat, but in the ears of the inch-headed agent it was like a thunderbolt. He rubbed up from his chair and said respectfully, hello, 001 Villa current market price of 23 million. Trouble you leave a contact information. We first go to see the room. Meet in detail? Li Hao said in a deep voice. I'm in a hurry. I'll give you 50 million. Get the purchase contract as well as the housebook within 1 hour. The inch-head agent didn't react. $50 million to fix everything. Why does this sound so familiar? Could it be him? The inch-headed agent breathed in sharply and asked, may I ask if you are Mr. Li? Well, my name is Li Hao. You recognize me? The inch-headed agent was excitedly dancing around like a madman, and after adjusting his emotions, he then said in a serious manner, hello Mr. Li, I am Huang Tao's colleague. I heard about your deeds yesterday. My name is Su Tai. It's my honor to serve you. Oh, at most 1 hour. The formalities are complete to meet at the villa. Okay, no problem. Guarantee to satisfy Mr. Li, China World Trade Center. After contacting the agent, Li Hao hung up the phone and beckoned to Zhongli, saying, come with me to see your villa. Subsequently, Li Hao domineeringly got up and left. Take care, young Li. The Chanel employees collectively bowed to say goodbye. All the way out the door, wherever Li Hao went, everyone collectively bent down to see him off. Young Li, take care. Zhongli witnessed Li Hao's domineering side throughout the entire journey. Young and golden, domineering. Buying the villa was just like buying a cabbage. This efficiency blinded her large Kazran eyes. MS. Zhong, you go slowly. Address. Zhongli then responded. This is my WeChat. I'll pull a group. I'll send you the address when I'm done buying villas. She hurriedly friended each other with the manager of the 13 homes and followed closely behind. Mr. Li, wait for others? Catching up with Li Hao, Zhongli used that pair of surging, vigorously rubbing against Li Hao's arm. Her demeanor enchanting and charming. Favorability +5. Favorability +5. At this time, Zhongli's favorability at the top of her head has reached as high as 86 points. Such a high favorability. Even if Li Huo let her give her body, she definitely did not have any second thoughts. Money is the most important thing. The system honestly do not deceive me. Chapter 35, Thousands of Dollars. Fire on the Internet. Shortly after Li Hao and Zhongli left the China World Trade Center, a photo spread like a starburst fire. In the photo was Li Hao's domineering moment when he was shopping and swiping his credit card. He was surrounded by hundreds of luxury goods shoppers. Buying luxury goods was like buying cabbage. This kind of tycoon behavior instantly triggered the whole network. All kinds of public numbers, self-media spontaneous propaganda. The Middle Eastern oil prince appeared in Haichang, throwing away thousands of dollars in order to fight for the beauty smile. How luxurious is the tycoon? The China World Trade Center is showing up to tell the tale. Shocking news, the China World Trade Center was ransacked by this man. The whole witnessed the melon masses. Some people took photos and sent them to microblogging. And some people made small video segments and uploaded them to Jitterbug. A number of luxury stores on the scene burst confirmed. Weibo, Sina, today's headlines, etc. The most prominent position of the news section. All about Li Hao's news. All kinds of gossip flying all over the sky. Speculating about his identity and background. Marveling at the amazing strokes of this brother Hao. Li Hua fire. Strong purchasing power so that he instantly rushed to the hot search. Become the country's women want to flatter the object. Rumor has it that as long as you can get the favor of brother Hao, brand name bags, luxury watches, clothes and fashion, high-end cosmetics casually sent, regardless of the whole set of purchases, but empty a luxury store. The name of brother Hao was a moment of great popularity. Office. The coffee on the coffee table has not moved a single bite and has long since cooled down. Young AE was sitting on the sofa, glancing at her wristwatch from time to time, the sadness between her brows growing thicker and lingering. Having waited for more than 3 hours, there was still no sign of Li Hao returning. Just then, her cell phone vibrated. Zhang Yingai's spirit was revitalized and she opened the message in a panic. As a result, her pupils dilated in the next second, her face swished bloodless, and her heart sank to the bottom. It was a message from her manager. A photo of Li Hao spending money at the China World Trade Center with a link below. Young AE opened the link trembling. The internet was full of news about Li Hao spending a lot of money at the China World Trade Center. It turned out that he had something to do and went to accompany other women. Zhang Yingai felt paralyzed and did not have an ounce of strength. Li Xiao really doesn't like her. It's easy to go from simplicity to luxury, but it's hard to go from luxury to frugality. If she didn't give him the LJ Group shares it was fine. She was still young AE, and she could still work hard for her dream of getting rich. But ever since Li Hao gave her the shares, everything has changed. The oppression of the plutocrats, the darkness of society, and the distortion of human nature. All she felt in these days was malice. The dream was completely shattered. Li Hao brought her to the peak of her life and pushed her into the abyss. Young AE's tears could not stop flowing, which was full of fear for tomorrow. I don't know how long it took. Zhang Yingai got up from the ground with difficulty. Her heart was like ashes. She stumbled out of the office and left the company. The words were divided into two ends. Su Mo went to Qin Xuanshua's company to make trouble. The result made a dusty face. Lost soul back to school. Just entered the dormitory. Saw 3 roommates holding cell phones, gathered together shouting, full of excitement. Oh my god, bought out the China World Trade Center. This person is also too trenchant. Howie Li Xiao, worthy of being Howie, really a person like his name. If I could be his girlfriend, how happy would I be? Su Mo didn't even hear it, lying straight down on the side of the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. One of the housemates took a cell phone and came to Su Mo's front, saying excitedly, Mo, you're back take a look at this Middle Eastern godly man. I found that he looks a little bit like your boyfriend. Su Mo was not in the mood, but inadvertently swept the screen photo, mouth instantly wide open, bounced up from the bed, grabbed the phone and began to browse. The more she looked at Su Mo's heart, the more it hurt, like pins and needles. Either like, is Li Hao himself. He actually brought other women to consume. Zhang Yingai, Qin Xuanxue, and now another one, spending more than once horrible. This time actually emptied the China World Trade Center. She until now, a high-end luxury goods or not, the result is that Li Hao actually give other women a breath of buy thousands of tens of thousands of pieces of luxury goods. The old wound has not yet healed, and added a new wound. Why? Why did it develop like this? Since you are so rich, you can freely spend money on other women. Why can't you spend money on me? She was no worse than those women, but she just made the same mistake that any woman would make. So why did Li Hao hold on to it and refuse to forgive her? Su Mo's heart was dripping blood. The strong remorse made her go crazy. South Bay Villa neighborhood. A Hyundai SUV parked in front of the most luxurious villa in the neighborhood. Li Hao and Zhang Li walked out of the car. Li Hao scanned the photos on the app, and the address of the listing, and pointed at this garden villa and said, this should be it. At this time, an inch-haired man at the entrance of the villa, who was about 30 years old and carrying a briefcase, with a smile on his face, jogged all the way over and asked tentatively, Mr. Li, I didn't expect you to be so young in person. Li Hao sized up the inch-haired man. You are? The smile on the inch-haired agent's face intensified. his attitude became more humble, and he said with an excited expression, "Mr. Lee, I'm the Anjia world agent who spoke to you. My name is Su Tai." Lee Hao nodded slightly. "Mr. Lee, this way please, the formalities are almost done. You can take a look at the house first. If you are satisfied, you can sign the contract directly, and the house book can also be done very quickly." Su Tai opened the gate of the villa and groveled in front to lead the way. "Mr. Lee, Villa 001 is the South Bay neighborhood, the best villa, duplex 3-story building. There is also a basement, up and down a total of 4 floors. The villa has complete facilities, European-style decoration. All the furniture is complete. You can turnkey. Our villa also has a private pool, private movie theater. The 3rd floor is also equipped with a starry sky room, good lighting, voice remote control. Night and girlfriend together to see the stars is also a very romantic thing." Intermediary Su Tai, like counting his family's treasures, gushingly introduced Villa 001 for Lee Hao. Walking into the hall on the 1st floor, Su Tai pointed to the floor-to-ceiling windows that leaned towards the south and spoke eloquently. "This side is a chess room, and there is a private bar next to it, convenient for young Lee to party with his friends. The view out of the floor-to-ceiling windows is wide, overlooking the sea view." Zhongli excitedly blushing, for this set of sea view villa is simply her dream villa. In the past can only spell single, and a few girlfriends to share the experience. Did not think that surprisingly one day, they can also have such a luxurious villa. Lee Hao lack of interest, obviously do not care. Just at this time, Lee Hao's cell phone rings, caller ID is Qin Xuanxue. Su Tai was very discerning and immediately closed his mouth to stop the introduction. "You guys continue, I'll take a call." Lee Hao sat straight on the sofa and answered Qin Xuanxue's call. "Mr. Lee, we have already negotiated with the shareholders of Tian Hai Group. They agreed to sell their shares. It is expected that if we succeed in the acquisition, we can account for 61% of Tian Hai Group's shares, and there is no problem in kicking Yang Chunhua out and sending him to jail." On the other end of the phone came Qin Xuanxue's excited report. "Get straight to the point. How much does it cost?" Li Hao didn't care about trivialities and interrupted Qin Xuanxue's long-winded speech. "I've accounted for it. It probably needs another $530 million. On the phone, Qin Xuanxue's voice suddenly became smaller. She should have been a bit vain. I know." Li Hao hung up the phone and directly transferred 1 billion to Qin Xuanxue. Chapter 36, Making money is about spending money. Li Hao had just finished transferring the money when Qin Xuanxue's call came back. "How did you hit me with $1 billion? Li Hao said full of concern. "Give you just take. Which so much nonsense. Not enough and then tube me to ask." "Hang up. Do not want to talk to Qin Xuanxue. Directly hang up the phone. Give out the money absolutely cannot be returned. Who cannot stop him to brush money? Stop the woman is the enemy." However, on the other side of the phone, Qin Xuanxue has been moved to tears. $1 billion, equivalent to the entire assets of the former Tian Hai Group combined. Li Hao trusted her so much that he transferred 1 billion to her without even thinking about it. What kind of boldness was this? "Li Hao, I will never let down your trust in me. Never." Qin Xuanxue favorability +5. Li Hao was sitting on the sofa in boredom when he suddenly heard the system reminding him that Qin Xuanxue's favorability had increased again. The corners of Li Hao's mouth rose as he began to sort out today's harvest. The investment in Zhongli had allowed him to reap 23.5 billion, and now there was a villa to be paid for. So he didn't know what kind of rewards would be triggered later. It would be best to give it 10,000 times. Just like this. About a few minutes passed. The system tone suddenly exploded in Li Hao's mind. "Ding! The system detected that you spent 530 million for Qin Xuanxue, triggering a return reward." The system roulette wheel spun for a few seconds and then stopped. "Congratulations to the host for triggering a double return, rewarding 1,600 million. At the same time, the mobile banking arrival information followed. "Industrial and Commercial Bank, your account with tail number 0178 has arrived at $1,060 million, with a balance of $23.56 billion. Ha, something is not right." Li Hao raised an eyebrow, a touch of doubt appearing in his eyes. He called Qin Xuanxue over obviously 1 billion. How come the system detected only 530 million? What about the other 470 million? How come there was no reward? Holy, miscalculated. It seems that the money is not so spent. In vain several hundred million did not return. Money has to be spent on the knife edge. There is a return reward to spend. Otherwise this 470 million is not a waste of money, right? Why don't we talk to Qin Xuanxue and ask for it back? This is too humiliating. Just as Li Hao hesitated, the system beep sounded again. Ding! The host has been detected spending $470 million for Qin Xuanxue, triggering the return reward. Congratulations to the host for triggering a tenfold return, rewarding 4.7 billion. ICBC, your account with tail number 0178 arrived at 4.7 billion with a balance of 28.26 billion yuan. This operation confused Li Hao. How can rewards be triggered in segments? Is it hard to believe that there is some kind of doorway? Just when Li Hao was puzzled, Qin Shuangshue's phone called again, and Li Hao hurriedly connected. Qin Shuangshue spoke quickly and reported, Mr. Li, the acquisition of shares has been completed, costing 530 million. In addition, you gave an extra 470 million. I deposited into the company's account, used as the future development of the company. That's fine, Li Hao suddenly realized. It turns out that the system return mechanism, in addition to determining the attribution of consumption to others, also needs the other party to spend the money to return, not how much is given back. This reminds Li Hao of a saying, making money isn't about spending it. After reporting the work, Qin Shuangshue wanted to say something, and carefully said, Mr. Li, I have another personal matter about Zhang Ying. Just at this time, the intermediary Huang Tai and Zhong Li walked out. Huang Tai held a contract in his hand, enthusiastically came to Li Hao's side, bending down and respectfully said, Mr. Li, if there is no problem, please sign. Li Hao casually took the pen and signed it, full of unconcern, and said to the phone, I still have some things here, so I'll hang up first, talk to you later. After saying this, he directly hung up the phone. Li Hao confirmed that the villa was transferred under Zhong Li's name, and without saying anything, he signed directly with a wave of his hand. Alipay arrived 50 million. A few seconds later, the arrival information beep sounded. Su Tai could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart and thanked him in a loud voice. Thank you, Mr. Li, the villa worth $23 million. He also sold $50 million. In the entire intermediary circle, that is also quite a bombing achievement. In addition to the 500,000 commission. Simply don't be too beautiful. Zhong Li was also very excited. This villa was simply her dream castle. Her dream came true. She was so happy that she almost fainted. From this moment on, she is the owner of this place. Of course, she couldn't forget that all this was given to her by Li Hao. Mr. Li, how am I going to repay you? Zhong Li had just sat next to Li Hao when she was pushed away. Shoo, keep your voice down. Go aside and don't disturb me. Li Hao appeared to close his eyes, but he was actually staring at the system page with full concentration. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 50 million for Zhong Li, triggering a return reward. Congratulations to the host for triggering a special reward. You can unlock an optional vocational skill, another special reward, or any one career skill, although there was no return gold, which made Li Hao have some small disappointment, but today in one breath, he furiously swiped 28.2 billion, and was one step closer to the 500 billion mech. Li Hao was still quite satisfied. At this rate, in about a month or so, he would be able to save enough 500 billion to purchase the mech manufacturing technology. Special rewards, vocational skills? Thinking back to the last special reward, he chose the trader stock's occupational skill, which instantly made Li Hao an elite trader. Skillfulness is not a problem. Now there is another vocational skill that can also help him make a big profit. Study it well. What's a good choice? Just when Li Hao was browsing the system mall and picking an occupational skill, the intermediary Su Tai rubbed his hands together and came to Li Hao's side with a pleasing face. Mr. Li, Mr. Li? Li Hao was pulled out of his thoughts and glanced at Su Tai to ask in a good-natured manner, what else do you want? Su Tai said with a fawning smile, Mr. Li, I would like to add your WeChat. I would like to invite you to dinner tonight. Let's go to the bar. I would like to talk about my feelings. I don't know if Mr. Li can show his face. He is not like Huang Tao this goon. The key moment to drop the chain. Even Mr. Li's contact information do not dare to ask. If you can tie up with this big money, there is such a big gold master. Still worry about not selling the house? Li Hao didn't even think about it and opened the QR code on his cell phone. You add me. Thank you, Mr. Li, for the honor. Su Tai hurriedly scanned the code to add his friend, excitedly bending down to thank him. The look was as excited as if he had gotten an idol's autographed photo. Then I'll contact you a little later. Please be sure to show your face at night. Su Tai smiled fawningly, bending over while backing away from the villa. Mr. Su, wait. At this time, Zhong Li suddenly called out to stop Su Tai. Is there anything else? Ms. Zhong? Su Tai immediately stopped in his tracks. Do you know a moving company? Zhong Li stated the purpose. Now that this villa already belonged to her, she didn't want to delay for a moment, and when she thought of her dilapidated, only 30 square meter shared room, she couldn't wait to move immediately. Su Tai said with a pleasing face. Yes, our aim at Angia World is to fulfill all the requirements of our customers and make them have a home away from home experience. Zhong Li nodded her head in satisfaction and said politely, Trouble, Mr. Su, contact the moving company for me, I'll pay you. Su Tai slapped his chest and assured, Talking about money is too raw. This order is free. MS. Zhongli, you send an address. I'll arrange the rest. Package your satisfaction. After the two added each other's WeChat, Zhongli looked at Li Hao and asked, I'm going to move. Are you going with me? Professional things find professional people. Isn't there a moving company? Li Hao spread out on the sofa and continued to close his eyes to recuperate. Zhongli was a little lost, but Su Tai was very self-aware and whispered in Zhongli's ear, Mr. Li might be a little tired. Don't disturb his rest. Ang. Chapter 37, Zhongli's suitor Wu Liang. Haicheng Wanhui Road. Underneath an old flat in the happy community, Wu Liang sat in the car, holding flowers. The passenger seat placed a box of Saint Laurent lipstick set. Speaking of buying lipsticks, when he went to China World Trade Center today, he also ran into a strange thing. He wanted to buy a whole set of Dior full-color lipsticks. Who knows that he heard that China World Trade Center has come to a Middle Eastern tycoon, sweeping up the luxury goods stores in China World Trade Center in one breath. Wu Liang can only run an extra section of the wrong way, go to other shopping centers to buy gifts. He sat in the car, his eyes constantly scanning the unit building, more than a trace of impatience between his eyebrows, looking at his watch one after another. Where the hell did Zhongli go? Lost all day? Send microblogging not reply. Guarded in her flat downstairs for so long, also did not see people back. To put aside the usual, Wu Liang may not dare to rush to the door. This time is different from the past. After being fired by Qin Shuangxue, Wu Liang turned his head to embrace the president of Tianhai Group, Yang Chenghua's thighs. Tianhai Group is the mother group, the market value of more than 1 billion. Qin Shuangxue's small company, in front of the Tianhai is nothing. He used to work for Qin Shuangxue just for the sake of Qin Jiaye's face. This even fired him, really gave her face. He likes Zhongli, the whole company knows, but the attitude of Zhongli has always been ambiguous. Never clearly state, do not refuse, do not agree. Wu Liang is also clear in his heart. Zhongli is beautiful and good figure, high heart, not so easy to get. However, he is now about to join the Tianhai Group, become an executive. Whether it is economic strength or identity, are Zhongli unattainable existence. This time, he took the initiative to come to the door, is to open the door, break the deadlock between the two, and Zhongli further. Thinking about it, Wu Liang's mouth rose, sitting in the car the spring breeze of the horse's hooves fast, a night to see all the flowers of Chang'an. Just at this time, a modern SUV into the neighborhood, parked in the unit downstairs. Wu Liang violently straightened up, a flash of joy in his eyes. It was Zhongli's car. She opened the door and got out of the car, making a phone call as she walked. Seeing this, Wu Liang hurriedly opened the door and got out of the car, holding flowers in his left hand and carrying a Saint Laurent lipstick set in his right hand, and shouted, Zhongli. Catching up with Zhongli, Wu Liang stopped in front of her. The afterglow couldn't help but measure up Zhongli, feeling that today Zhongli was dressed exquisitely, looking much better than before. High heels, white slim pants wrapped in a pair of straight long legs, eye-catching and seductive, waves of proud capital. The light pink lace short shirt will support the high bulge. Really beautiful, worthy of being my favorite woman. Wu Liang's heart was on fire, just as he was admiring Zhongli. Zhongli swept a glance at Wu Liang, disgust flashed in her eyes and she frowned and asked, is Supervisor Wu looking for me for something? This dead fat guy, why is he guarding her doorstep like a pervert? Suddenly appearing scared her. Shaoli, for you. Wu Liang, with a smile on his face, handed Zhongli a whole set of Saint Laurent lipsticks and a bunch of flowers, smugly continuing, speaking of which, I also ran into a strange thing today. I went to the China World Trade Center boutique to buy lipstick for you, but the result was that the entire luxury goods store in the building was closed. I heard that there was a psychopath who bought the building empty in one breath, so I purposely took a long detour to buy it for you. However, this was heard in Zhongli's ears. With a face of contempt, she looked at Wu Liang as if she was looking at a stupid beep. Her reaction was not as enthusiastic as she had imagined. I don't like this lipstick. You take it back. Zhongli had a look of indifference that rejected people. I remember, didn't you say that this violet lipstick was your favorite? I bought you a whole set? Wu Liang is not very knowledgeable about lipstick. About Zhongli's preferences, there is still a certain understanding. He feels that Zhongli must be in the desire to capture. As long as he throws out a heavy bomb, Zhongli must be able to throw herself into the arms. Wu Liang confidently smiled sarcastically and asked, Shaoli, are you free today? I would like to invite you for dinner tonight. Zhongli didn't even think to balk. Sorry, I'm not free. Tomorrow? Wu Liang's face was a bit ugly. Still not dead. No time. What about the day after tomorrow? Also not available. Having touched a few soft nails in a row, Wu Liang's face was completely unable to hang on. He forced down a breath and admonished himself in his mind not to be angry and to be patient. Shaoli, what do you mean? Do you think you look down on me because I was fired from the company? Wu Liang wanted to tell Zhongli that he had now found another job and was about to join Tianhai Group, but he was interrupted by Zhongli before he could finish his sentence. Wu Liang, what happens to you has nothing to do with me and I don't care. And don't call me Xiao Li, we're not that familiar. I'm afraid my boyfriend will misunderstand. Spring breeze to find the goddess. The result touched a nose. Wu Liang face a burst of green and purple. Forced to suppress the anger, questioned. What boyfriend? How do I not know you have a boyfriend? Zhongli face frosty, cold voice. Wu Liang, is your control too wide? Finished ignoring Wu Liang to enter the building. Wu Liang held his face red, not knowing how to answer. Damn, really heartless playwright without justice. When he was in the company, how much he helped Zhongli. The result is that as soon as he left the company, he immediately turned his face. Bitch, to put it nicely, the public relations manager, in fact, is not the who sells her body to serve people with color? Secretly do not know how many people have slept with. I will soon be the Tianhai Group executives. Want to sleep with you that is affordable to you. Just at this time, a small truck with 4 big words printed on the Angel world, parked downstairs in the unit. 2 men wearing blue uniforms jumped down from the car and walked straight into the building. Boss Zhong, right? Hello, we are the moving company under Angel world. Follow me. 603. Zhongli led the movers to make the elevator to the upper floor, and from the beginning to the end, she did not look at Wu Liang again. In Wu Liang's mind at the moment, there were 10,000 grass mud horses galloping past, returning to the car to organize his thoughts. Zhongli has a boyfriend and wants to move. Wu Liang's face was gloomy to the extreme. His eyes stared at the door of the unit building and did not leave. There must be a problem here. He had to figure out what was going on. About 10 minutes of waiting. 2 movers carrying large packages, all kinds of miscellaneous goods, large cardboard boxes all loaded. After finishing, the truck started and drove away from the neighborhood. Zhongli drove the way. Wu Liang also quietly started the sedan, followed, all the way trailing. Wu Liang followed into the South Bay neighborhood, and finally saw the truck in Zhongli's modern SUV, parked in front of a luxury villa. The movers got off and started to work, moving the cartons into the villa. Seeing this scene, Wu Liang's face turned blue and angrily cursed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Fake noble. What bull asterisk 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 boyfriend. This dam is being adopted by rich people. South Bay Villa District is the most luxurious sea view villa area in Haichang. Casually a villa are tens of millions of dollars. Zhongli has a few kilograms of Wu Liang is very clear. Don't look at her appearance bright and shiny. Before not still renting cheap rental apartments? It is impossible for her to afford a villa in the South Bay neighborhood. Chapter 38. The clown is myself. The more he saw the more angry. Wu Liang got off the car and walked over, mocking in a conspiratorial manner. Yo, live in a big villa good. Mixed really good. Zhongli was holding her personal belongings and was about to enter the villa. She didn't expect Wu Liang to be so disgusting that he would actually follow her all the way. Her face became very ugly. Wu Liang, you pervert, actually following me? What? Weak-hearted? Wu Liang stopped in front of Zhongli and sneered. You think that just because you live in a big villa, you can leap from a chicken nest to become a phoenix? Wake up, people with money are just playing with you, and when they've had enough, they'll kick you out of the villa and let you get the hell out of there. Zhongli rolled her eyes, her heart was speechless to the extreme, and she was too lazy to bother with Wu Liang. The villa was given to her by Li Hao. The house book had her name written on it. Wu Liang, this brainwashed person didn't know anything about it, and still felt good about himself. Disgraceful, downhead, disgusting. Seeing that Zhongli didn't say anything, Wu Liang thought that he had poked her sore spot and bragged to himself. You probably don't know yet. I actually contacted my next home a long time ago. Now I'm the head of Tianhai Group. Do you know about Tianhai Group? The market value of more than 1 billion big group. Wait for me to go on Monday to join the job. At least is also the supervisor level. A month's salary of 30,000 to start. I will be the Tianhai Group's executives in the future. Soaring to greatness is just around the corner. The house you want. The car, the luxury goods I can satisfy you. Now I can give you a chance to choose again. Apologize to me and promise to be my girlfriend. Wu Liang thought to himself that by throwing out the bottom card of Tianhai, Zhongli would definitely regret it. This eye candy was just so mercenary. Only Wu Liang does not know is that Zhongli has been Li Hao's money ability to be convinced, but also counted the long insight. Wu Liang counts what kind of thing? Into the Tianhai Group think they are a person? He is still a clown, and he is still jumping up and down without realizing it. Wu Liang, to be honest, I really didn't realize that you were so puissant before. Pitiful and pathetic. It's disgusting. Zhongli, don't go too far. Just then, a lazy voice came out from inside the house. What's all the noise outside? Li Hao walked out from the villa with a displeased face. Zhongli immediately jumped into Li Hao's arms with a joyful smile and said in a pouting manner, Mr. Li, this dead pervert Wu Liang, he's been pestering me all the way. It's disgusting. Zhongli changed her high and cold stance and transformed into a little woman, pouncing to Li Hao's side and intimately holding up his arm. You, how are you here? You guys actually, when enemies meet, they are red in the eyes. Li Hao, this dog, not only made Wu Liang lose his face, but also lost his job, and as a result, he also dug his corner and picked up Zhongli. It was intolerable. Li Hao, I'm at loggerheads with you. Wu Liang's eyes were filled with anger, and he was so furious that he almost rose to the sky in place. Going forward, he grabbed Li Hao's collar and roared with rage. You fox and tiger, let General Manager Qin fired. My account has not yet been calculated, but even ing dig my corner. Do you want to die? Li Hao said in a calm and self-assured manner. Supervisor Wu, don't get excited. A gentleman moves his mouth, not his hands. Zhongli saw Wu Liang move her hand. She was furious and scratched at Wu Liang. Let go of your hand. Wu Liang, are you crazy? If you dare to move your hand again, I will call the police. Wu Liang was beaten by the spunky Zhongli and held his head, questioning and roaring in a rage. Li Hao is just a intern. What's so good about him? Zhongli defended Li Hao and scolded sternly. Fatty Wu, keep your mouth clean. If you dare to insult Mr. Li again, don't blame me for being impolite. Li Hao, this punk, what gives him the right? You tell me why. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. What is this? Zhongli took out the housebook from her Kuan bag and opened it to show it to Wu Liang, sarcastically saying, this villa was bought for me by Mr. Li at a cost of $50 million. He can give me a villa. Can you afford it? The dead fat man still wants to compare with Mr. Li. Even a toad dares to compare with a swan. Seeing the owner of the property rights on the housebook, Wu Liang was like being bombarded by 5 thunders. The whole person froze. His mouth was wide open with an unbelievable face. He didn't expect that Li Hao actually had the ability to give Zhongli a villa worth $10 million. Was this kid so rich? However, on second thought, Wu Liang regained his composure and laughed coldly. Don't be complacent too early, especially you Li Hao. Your good days are coming to an end. There will be a time when you regret begging me. Last night, the president of Tianhai Group, Mr. Yang's secretary found him and asked him to investigate Li Hao's identity background, and also promised him to join Tianhai Group as a supervisor. Although Wu Liang didn't know, how did Li Hao offend General Manager Yang? But with General Manager Yang's thunderous tactics, Li Hao's fate could be imagined. Nuts! Zhongli still wanted to curse twice. Just then, the roar of the engine sounded, and one after another minivan, lined up in a long queue. There were 13 of them drove into the neighborhood and parked in front of the villa. Ka. The doors opened, and a staff member jumped down from each vehicle, running towards Li Hao and Zhongli in unison, handing over the list with a respectful demeanor. Mr. Li, MS. Zhongli, this is what you bought. Please sign for it. After a series of 13 luxury executives, Zhongli signed for it. The person in charge of each family returned to their own vans, greeted, clattering down 4 or 5 staff members from each vehicle. 13 vehicles together, a full 60 to 70 people. The van door opened. It was full, loaded with all kinds of luxury goods. The whole 13 vehicles. This scene directly dumbfounded Wu Liang. So many luxury goods. Hermes, Dior, Louis Vuitton, Cartier and so on. All top luxury brands. Thousands and thousands of pieces. Is this a luxury goods purchase? Or is it a stocking up? Wu Liang suddenly remembered that the China World Trade Center was emptied by a Middle Eastern tycoon prince. Shocked, scalp numb, eyes round, unbelievable look at Li Hao, the legendary Middle Eastern tycoon. It couldn't be Li Hao, right? How is this possible? Wu Liang couldn't accept this reality. No wonder Zhongli didn't care about him. The original clown was actually himself. Make way, the idle people don't block the road. Can you afford to pay for the bumps? Wu Liang froze stupidly in place and was pushed aside by the staff carrying the luxury goods. Bullying me because of the number of people. Right, you guys wait, there you see. Wu Liang colorful, pointing at Li Hao and Zhongli, dropping a harsh sentence, gray and left the district. Nuts! The color of disgust flashed in Zhongli's eyes. Holding Li Hao daintily said, Mr. Li, let's go in. Li Hao didn't care about this little episode of Wu Liang. The two of them turned around and returned to the villa. Inside and outside the villa, people were coming and going. All of them were staff carrying luxury goods. Zhongli was a bit uneasy and greeted them as they went along. Li Hao was not interested, sitting on the sofa and crossing his legs, continuing to study the system with great interest. Chapter 39, a drinking game full of beautiful women. Currently on the system's goodwill ranking table, the one in first place was Qin Shuangxue, perhaps due to the fact that the two had already had an intimate relationship, reaching 90 points. Zhongli 86 points. Young AE 85 points. Although the system did not specifically explain, Li Hao was able to realize that whether it was Zhongli or Zhang Ying AI, with their current favorability, as long as he wanted something to happen, they were absolutely willing. This was also normal. He was in the body of the three women. It was often 10 million over $100 million of spending. Good sense naturally rose fast. This is probably the charm of money. It has been proven that as long as one is willing to spend money on a woman, no woman can resist such a temptation, and it is only a matter of time before the raiders are able to do so. Zhongli was busy running forward and backward, constantly going in and out of the villa. The whole 13 cars of luxury goods, clothes, lipstick, bags, shoes, silk scarves, decorations, watches and so on, all kinds of classification and generalization. Throughout the 4 floors of the villa, every room, including the corridor, was full of luxury goods. After more than 2 hours of busy organizing, only half of them were packed. Zhongli was excited to unpack and try on all kinds of luxury goods. The whole person fell into it, unable to extricate herself. Around 4 in the afternoon, Li Hao was checking the system mall when WeChat vibrated and Su Tai gave him a voice call. Mr. Li, is it convenient for you right now? I've booked a hotel. Make sure you enjoy your time. It's fine. You send me the location. Okay Lu, then I'll be waiting for Mr. Li. After ending the call, Li Hao called out to Zhongli, asking her to pack up and go out for dinner. Okay, I'll be right down. Zhongli was the first to respond. Li Hao waited for more than 20 minutes, and just when he was a bit impatient, Zhongli came downstairs with a flourish. Li Hao looked sideways and couldn't help but freeze for a few seconds. Valentino high-heeled shoes, Parisian house stockings, Chanel latest fashion, Prenda bag, Bida emerald wristwatch, even the sunshade mirror on the bridge of the nose, also worth tens of thousands of dollars of Dior. Zhongli from head to toe, fully armed, covered with jewelry, a variety of top luxury goods convergence in one body, is simply walking luxury hanger. This body had rough estimate, at least more than 300 million. Li Hao couldn't help but spit out. Is it necessary to dress up so exaggerated? Going out to eat with you, I naturally have to dress up beautifully, not letting you lose face. Zhongli smiled wanly. Now she takes Li Hao's woman as her own. Accompanying out naturally have to dress up luxurious and noble, to suppress those warbling swallows outside. Li Hao shrugged his shoulders and said noncommittally, whatever, let's go. Longjiang Road in Haicheng, in front of a store with a plaque that reads, there's a family restaurant. Su Tai is dressed in formal attire, standing straight, his eyes constantly inspecting the vehicles coming and going. At this time, a Hyundai SUV stopped in front of the door. Su Tai recognized the license plate number, immediately piled up a smile, jogged over and took the initiative to open the door. Good day, Mr. Li, thank you for the honor. Su Tai nodded his head and looked fawning, introducing the restaurant while inviting Li Hao and Zhongli into the store. Mr. Li, Miss Zhongli, don't look at this restaurant as inconspicuous. It's 100 years old, specializing in Lu cuisine, especially their onion-burned sea cucumber, stewed prawns, and 9-turned large intestine is a masterpiece. Thank you Mr. Li for taking care of my business. Today I'll be the host and reserve box 008, as a token of my appreciation. Su Tai in front of the words. Li Hao did not listen to much, heard that he wants to host. Eyeballs moved to the idea. You host? That cannot. Any opportunity to brush money cannot be missed. Who hinder me to spend money are my enemies. Li Hao found an excuse to go to the restroom. Supporting Su Tai and Zhongli, twisted his head back to the cashier. Get a membership and recharge $100,000. The cashier was startled and quickly stood up and said, Sir, our restaurant doesn't spend much. A meal is at most a few $1,000s. 100,000 is too much. Then recharge it with 10,000. More or less. Li Hao remembered to transfer to Qin Shuangxue 1 billion, divided into 2 cashback things. Understand that triggering the system cashback, not give as much as how much cashback, or have to look at the actual spending. Then did not insist again. After saying that he did not wait for the cashier to agree, directly scanning the QR code, complete payment. Through the corridor, Li Hao swept through the box door number one by one, looking for box 008. At this time Su Tai stood in front of the 10 or so meters, rushing to greet Li Hao. Mr. Li, over here. There was also Zhongli standing beside him. Please. When Li Hao came close, Su Tai attentively pushed open the door of the box and made a gesture of invitation. Li Hao stepped into the box and was taken aback. Good day, Mr. Li. Inside the box in a circle, stood a whole 12 coolly dressed, young and beautiful little girls, daintily bending down and bowing, greeted Li Hao in unison. This row scene, card face, never seen before. Mr. Li, please take a seat. Su Tai came to Li Hao's ear and smiled ambiguously. These little sisters are all my interns. Knowing that I'm going to invite Mr. Lee for dinner, they all want to come and get to know you. There are many people eating lively. Please don't mind Mr. Lee. As the gold medal agent of Anja world, Su Tai also had his own specialty. These little girls are all female college students, fat and thin, each with their own characteristics. The most important thing is that young and energetic, but also talk a lot. What topic can be picked up? Against a rich second generation like Li Hao who was generous, it was just the right thing to do. I'll let you take the trouble. Even though Li Hao first had Zhang Ying'ai, then Qin Shuangshui, and currently there was a Zhongli, but a beautiful woman's dinner party centered on him. Li Hao didn't have this opportunity before. It was truly a different time. After Su Tai invited Li Hao to sit down, he gave a wink to the room of beauties. Mr. Li is young and promising. Among the young people I've seen, the most outstanding among the people. Today we must keep Mr. Li company. Everyone eat and drink well. In fact, before Li Hao entered the room, when he saw Zhongli, dressed in luxury to the extreme, full of luxury goods, the fake celebrities who put together the bill, were still a bit weak. At that time, under the introduction of manager Su, everyone also let go. To be able to tie up with such a big shot, is simply the luck of a lifetime? So think about it. Also do not put up a fight. As a public relations manager, such scenes Zhongli has long been accustomed to. Rich people, the most important face, so she cannot have any jealousy performance. Good behavior sitting next to Li Hao. The key moment for Li Hao to block the wine. She is very clear about her own position. Li Hao out of money, she out of people. We all get what we need. Lights and wine in the box. Li Hao was warbling all kinds of compliments. Some give him a toast, some give him food, and some take the initiative to find the topic of conversation. Driving on the table with great fanfare, laughing and joking. It's not lively. This meal is very cozy and happy. Wine over 3 rounds, dishes over 5 flavors. Su Tai see the time is almost. Sneak out of the box, ready to pay the bill in advance. The results were told by the front desk. A gentleman surnamed Li has been prepaid. Su Tai black face back to the box, pretending to be angry. Rushed Li Hao said, Mr. Li, I said I would treat you. How can you secretly pay the bill? How can I be embarrassed? Li Hao took a sip of wine and said uncaringly, this little thing you're bothering with me. The last thing I need is money. Su Tai, whose treat was unsuccessful, proposed, then say goodbye. Don't be in a hurry to leave after dinner. I'll treat you to a nightclub. This time you can't pay the bill again. It has to be my treat. The intention of eating this meal is to please Li Hao. I didn't expect Mr. Li to be quick and generous, and also be proficient in human affairs. The heart for Li Hao's evaluation has gone up another notch. Chapter 41. 3 sets of Great Divine Dragon. Wine and dine. The second night show go up. A line of people out of the hotel. Su Tai took the initiative to take a taxi to inform the address, and also put the 2 beauties with the best body and face value, arranged to sit in Li Hao's car. Mr. Li, my name is Fei Fei. Mr. Li, my name is Yenner. Li Hao sat in the back row, the 2 beauties on the left and right. As soon as they got into the car, they were close to him, warm and soft, and the air was filled with a refreshing fragrance. Taking the initiative to send the door to the cheap, Li Hao also do not refuse. Left and right embrace. So not free. Just at this time, the system prompt sounded in Li Hao's mind. Ding! The system detected that the host invited guests to spend 9,800 yuan, triggering the return reward. The system roulette wheel rotated and finally stopped at the 10,000 times area. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the 10,000 times return, rewarding 98 million. At the same time, the bank arrival information followed. Li Hao subconsciously picked up his cell phone to check his balance. Industrial and Commercial Bank, your account with tail number 0178 arrived at $98 million, with a balance of $35 billion. See 10,000 times again. Isn't this ING playing with me? Li Hao couldn't help but spit in his mind, really messing with his mind. Since the system first descended and the newbie gift pack triggered a 10,000 times return once, it was only after dozens of purchases that he managed to trigger a 10,000 times return. As a result, he only spent $9,800. It was simply a bloody loss. This afternoon, he deliberately counted the return pattern in the past few days. A total of 27 times triggered the return, of which 10,000 times return 1 time, 1,000 times 2 times, 100 times 8 times, 10 times 8 times, double 4 times, 4 times special rewards. The result obtained was that the higher the multiplier the smaller the chance, especially the 10,000 times return. The chance was pitifully small. However, just when Li Hao was checking his balance, the 2 beauties beside him both subconsciously looked at their cell phones. A 10 million 100 million 100,000. Holy, How many digits is this? Previously only heard Su said. This Li always a rich man. Do not know. A look shock. This is too rich. The two girls' mind are active. Such a big rich man must be well befriended. Must seize the opportunity. A group of people came to the destination in batches. 0° space. This is the most famous nightclub in Haicheng. A gold-selling grotto. The grade is not low. Ordinary people simply cannot afford to spend money. Su Tai led the way in front. Zhongli supported Li Hao. A group of beautiful women under the stars. Into the door of 0° space. Just into the door. The noise of the music. Vibration of the eardrums. 5 color lights change flicker. The air is full of baked cream flavor, mixed with the smell of smoke, giving a person a kind of intoxicated feeling. Su Tai all the way in front of the lead. Into the noisy psychedelic hall. Deafening music. And full of warblers and swallows dancing. Even more dazzling. Mr. Li, this time you must not pay. Otherwise it is a slap in my face. Ah, you take care of my business so much, I have to show. Li Hao smiled and didn't say anything. The crowd sat in the largest card seating area. The observation deck. Excellent location. The beautiful wine publicist handed over the tablet and asked the guests what wine to order. Li Hao took the list without question, and with a sweep of the prices on it, said in a flat tone, "Let's start with 3 sets of Great Divine Dragon." The moment these words came out, all the beauties, including Zhongli, the wine publicist, and Su Tai all froze. The wine publicist thought that he had misheard and asked uncertainly, "Sir, are you sure you want to order 3 sets of Great Divine Dragons?" Li Hao haughtily asked back, What's wrong? Too little? No, how could it be? Guest please wait." Zhongli was the company's PR manager, well versed in the consumption philosophy of bar nightclubs, and came together in Li Hao's ear to explain. "Mr. Li, the Grand Divine Dragon is a complete set of 6 bottles of champagne and 3 sets of Grand Divine Dragons, a total of 18 bottles of wine. We can't finish it," Li Hao said with a wave of his hand. "You can pre-deposit if you can't finish it, just do as I say. 3 sets of Great Divine Dragon first. Dude is here to swipe money. It doesn't matter if the wine is finished or not. The important thing is that the money can be spent. Happy today. Order a bottle of Ace of Spades for each of you. Don't get drunk. Customers come first." And the wine publicist was delighted to meet such a generous drinker. Sell out a set of Great Divine Dragon. She can draw 5 points, according to a set of 888 counting words. 3 sets of Great Divine Dragon more than 260, 000. She can draw 13, 000. Why not? The only one in the room is Su Tai. Some can't sit still. Can't help wiping the cold sweat on the forehead. He just put the word out. Tonight consumption his treat. Did not expect Mr. Li a shot on the order of 3 sets of Great Divine Dragon. Selling villas to the hand of 500, 000. A turn of the eye is gone half. Su Tai's liver trembled with heartache. Seeing the sales take out the code scanning machine, Su Tai took a deep breath, endured the pain and prepared to pay the bill. Li Hao showed the payment code payment in one step before him. Alipay arrived at 664 yuan. Several people please wait. Selling 3 sets of Great Divine Dragons at once, the sales lady's attitude became more and more respectful and enthusiastic. Su Tai was confused. At the same time a big stone in his heart landed. Although the money saved but still some heart uncomfortable, a sarcastic smile. "Mr. Li, is not said that I treat it. How do you pay again?" Li Hao said carelessly. "A little bit of money. You with me catty? With me then money. You deserve it. With what with me then?" Seeing Li Hao's tone a bit tough, the 2 beautiful women sitting with him hurriedly whispered in Su Tai's ear, saying the arrival information they had just seen, as well as the balance of more than $20 billion. Su Tai opened his mouth wide, instantly reacting to the flavor. In the eyes of the real rich, thousands of tens of thousands of dollars are pocket money. He invited tens of billions of dollars worth of Big Brother to eat, always counting who spend money. This pattern is also too low. A reasoning, did not insist, but looked at Li Hao's eyes full of admiration. Mr. Li is so rich, but can still be delicate. Both considering him as a wage earner is not easy to make money, so too did not let him break the bank, but also took care of his face. This kind of rich second generation is really too little. Inexplicably some touched it. At the same time, Li Hao's mind resounded with system beeps. Ding! The system detected the host treat consumption 664 yuan, triggering the return reward. Congratulations to the host for triggering a tenfold reward of 266,666,640 yuan. Li Hao bristled. 10 times huh? Fifi favorability plus 20. Yener favorability plus 20. Su Tai's favorability plus 50. At the same time, the favorability of the 12 beauties suddenly soared by a wave. Each added 20. Zhongli, on the other hand, did not move a muscle and remained at 86. This is no wonder. Used to seeing tens of millions of dollars in a big scene, tens of thousands of dollars is naturally hard for her to move. The most outrageous is Su Tai's goodwill, but also added 50. Li Hao heart surprised. You a big man. Goodwill so high dry fart. You the hell will not be a gayet. Just at this time, the clamor of the music came to an abrupt end. All the spotlights in the room gathered in the card seat of Li Hao. In the dry ice and white fog, the colorful lights are dazzling. The DJ shouted in a high-pitched tone. No. 012 VIP card seat. Mr. Li ordered 3 sets of Great Divine Dragon. Full applause. In the cheering voice of the nightclub atmosphere group, there were 18 coolly dressed bikini beauties, holding the Grand Dragon champagne, twisting their tiny waists, forming a long line, circling around the venue, scratching their heads and showing off the wine in their hands. Finally arriving in front of VIP card seat no. 012, they all knelt down in unison and presented the ace of spades in 6 colors, including black gold, pink, and violet, with both hands. Young Li, please enjoy. Chapter 41 Consumption Traps in Nightclubs. 18 bikini beauties, all young and beautiful young girls, each with pure looks. I see, actually all kneeling on the ground to open the bottle, enthusiastically and attentively serving Li Hao and other rich people. Platoon full. The impact of the scene is extremely strong. This is the marketing model of some nightclubs. Kneeling service. Give the nightclub tycoon VIP emperor-like experience. Psychologically satisfy the man's vanity. Accurately hit the man's soft underbelly. Give enough face, but also to inspire the presence of other bosses. The heart of the competition. For the nightclub to create greater profits. Bikini beauty body looks good. The temptation of the extreme. You do not point wine can only dry look. Want to have a card face can. Have to spend money to have. As expected, the atmosphere group baked under the 18 bikini beauty around the field. The guests of the nightclub side-eye caused a small sensation. No. 008 window card seat of the 3 guests frequently looked to Li Hao's side, eyes quite a wave of defiance, up to the heart of the competition, especially seeing a group of warblers and swallows, surrounded by Li Hao, enjoying the blessings of a man. Immediately a middle-aged man could not help but scold. Turtle, what are you showing off? It's not just the Great Dragon. Does it look like you're rich? The middle-aged man rushed the escort girl beside him and ordered. Go, tell your manager to bring a set of Great Dragon. Boss Zhang, you are so generous. The escort girl smiled happily and twisted her water snake waist to get up. On Li Hao's side, Su Tai brought 12 beauties, plus the 18 bikini beauties wine publicists attached to the 3 sets of Great Divine Dragons. For a while, Li Hao was surrounded by a group of beauties. So dashing. Mr. Li, I'll toast you. I'll dry you, feel free. Su Tai's demeanor respectfully toasted to Li Hao and drank it all in one go. After knowing that Li Hao had a bank balance of more than $20 billion, all he could think of in his mind was to flatter and please Li Hao and how he could climb up this big tree in the sky. Li Hao raised his cup and took a sip, meaning a little. At this time, the nightclub manager ran over, slapped his hands and ordered the 6 bikini girls kneeling around the card seat. VIP 008 ordered a set of Grand Divine Dragons. You guys go serve the drinks. The 6 bikini beauties who each had their own style left without hesitation. Li Hao frowned slightly. His heart was a little uncomfortable. Zhongli hurriedly whispered and explained. This is the set of the nightclub. These wine public relations is a bus. Who points the big shenlong they serve who? There is milk is a mother. Cheat fool set. You must not fall for it. Soon, the nightclub music again came to an abrupt end. Dry ice spray on the stage. DJ passionately shouted. No. 008. Mr. Zhang, the Great God Dragon set. Applause please. The spotlight turned in unison and gathered at the No. 008 card seat. 6 bikini girls holding a big dragon. Around the field for a week. Passing Li Hao's table when trying to scratch their heads. Showing off some flavor after a long way. And finally stopped at the 008 card seat. Applause. Some people whistled. Cheers rose and fell. The middle-aged man became the center of attention. A face of enjoyment. Feel doubly dignified. Li Hao mood is very upset. The escort girl just came for a while and was called away. Against whom? Zhongli could see that Li Hao's face was not right, and explained in a low voice. Mr. Li, don't be angry. These buses have been played with for a long time. The nightclub arranges it this way, but it's just to take advantage of the men's mentality of being good at face saving and stimulate consumption. Her implication was to remind Li Hao that there was no need to fall into the nightclub's consumption trap for this small matter, so as not to be the wrongdoer. Of course Li Hao understood. Who is he? Does he care about money? How can he be swept off his face? With him then money. Li Hao has never been afraid of anyone. He looked toward the 008 card seat. It happened that the table of Mr. Zhang also looked over. The 2 line of sight touch. Mr. Zhang deliberately wrapped his arms around the bikini girl, raised his chin, and raised his wine glass with a provocative face. pretending to be a beeper with me. Right, manager, come here. Li Hao snapped his fingers and beckoned for the manager to come over. Hello, may I ask what I need? The manager bent down and bowed with a respectful face. Li Hao lightly ordered 3 more sets of Great Divine Dragon, dryly opening the QR code. The payment was successful. Ding, Alipay arrived at 664 yuan. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in Li Hao's mind. Ding, the system detected the host treating guests and spending 666 yuan, triggering a return reward. Congratulations to the host for triggering the double return, rewarding 533,328 yuan. Thank you, Mr. Li, for your support. I hope you have a great time tonight. The sales manager nodded his head, congratulated and left quickly. Happy, the 2 tables of guests barreled in and gambled on spending. In such a short while, they had already sold 7 sets of Great Divine Dragons, and the draw alone amounted to tens of thousands of dollars. The manager is a nightclub veteran, went to the 008 card seat, first apologized, and then did not hesitate to call all the bikini escort girls. Who spends more money, the girl will accompany who. This is their rules. The manager operated like this, but the 008 card seats Mr. Zhang was so angry that he got up a good strong fight. Damn, is this a fight with me? The bikini girl who just sat down, her ass is not even hot yet. In a twinkling of an eye, she was called away. Isn't this a proper hit on his face? Your mother, lousy is a company, worth 10 million, with me then rich, come give me another set of. Words have not finished, the spotlight again gathered Li Hao table. The nightclub atmosphere group active up, dry ice spray on the stage, DJ passionate announcement, 012 card seat, Li Young again. 3 sets of Great Divine Dragon. The whole audience applauded. Li Young mighty, wow, applause thunderous, the whole audience whether it is a real guest or atmosphere group, all look at Li Hao. The color of their faces are more than a few points of astonishment. This young Li was really treating money like it was not money. Just a little while ago, he spent more than $500,000. So damn rich. Most of the people cast a kind look. Someone spent money to order the Great Divine Dragon. They could also have a good time. Another 18 youthful and beautiful bikini girls, holding the Great Divine Dragon in their hands, circled around the venue, and finally knelt in front of the 012 card seat, all daintily greeting each other in unison. Good evening, Li Xiao. The 008 VIP card seat was collectively dumbfounded, especially Mr. Zhang, who claimed to be worth millions of dollars, was dumbfounded, open-mouthed, and at a loss for words. One shot was 3 sets, 88,888 yuan a set. 3 sets is 266,664 yuan. No matter how rich you are, you can't be such a loser. Mr. Zhang, you called for me? The manager trotted over with a smile piled on his face and an expectant expression, very much looking forward to another set of Great Divine Dragons from Mr. Zhang. It's fine. When Mr. Zhang just wanted to endure the pain and have another set of Great Divine Dragons, his fellow partners rushed to dissuade him. There's no need for this. Mr. Zhang, you go, we won't order any more. The manager had a disappointed look on his face. This is admitting defeat? However, what he didn't expect was that the tycoon Li Xiao, who had just ordered 3 sets of Great Divine Dragons, called him over again. 3 more sets of Great Divine Dragons. Chapter 42. The entire Ace of Spades is paid for by Li Xiao. Under everyone's attention, Li Hao swept the code to pay successfully. Payment of 664 yuan. The manager was already smiling, nodding his head vigorously and going down to arrange for the serving of wine. Not a moment's effort. The same recipe, the same operation. 18 pure and beautiful bikini girls, each holding a bottle of Great Divine Dragon, scratched their heads and circled around the field, letting the whole audience feast their eyes on it, but also envied a lot of people enough. Good evening, young Li. The same kneeling down to ask for good evening and opening the wine to accompany the wine, which also led to Li Hao surrounded by beautiful women, and the card seat was crowded to the brim with coolly dressed bikini beauties. This wasn't even the end of it. Li Hao gazed straight at General Manager Zhang in card seat 008, his provocative eyes full of contempt, while at the same time commanding the manager again. 3 more sets. The line is like flowing water sweeping the code to pay. The action is skillful. Okay Lu. The nightclub manager was happy and crazy. Open nightclubs so many years, have seen the rich broad young, but have not seen such a tycoon broad young. On the basis of his consumption tonight, predicted that at least 1 million chibu. Take good care of Mr. Li. The girls are enthusiastic. After the manager greeted, he arranged to go again. Just as the entire venue had just regained its calm, before a DJ song had ended, the lights of the entire venue dimmed. The pickup lights focused and the ceremonial flowers exploded. Congratulations, young Li, for ordering 3 more sets of Great Divine Dragons. The whole audience cheers. The nightclub atmosphere group was numb, and their hearts were overwhelmed with emotion. It's so damn dirt cheap. 18 beautiful women in cool bikinis made a grand entrance, scratching their heads and circling around the venue, causing the entire venue to wolf cry before all gathering at card seat 012. Li Hao was very enjoy this feeling of attention, warbling swallows around, let his heart surging. This time, he didn't even hesitate and said again, 3 more sets. Silly. The manager's smile froze on his face, happy to the point of numbness. Got it. As usual, payment ran down to arrange for the girl, made her grand entrance, circled the stage, and the whole room cheered. Atmosphere group is very powerful, under the leadership of the foreman, the collective on the dance floor whistling, cheering, uproar. 3 more sets, 3 more sets. Waves of cheers were heard, and Li Hao lived up to his name. 3 more sets. Zhong Li couldn't stop it even if she wanted to, so she could only cover her forehead helplessly. Su Tai was surrounded by beautiful women. She was shocked and happy, and explained with a big smile, Mr. Li should be drunk. 5 times 3 sets of Grand Divine Dragons, 18 bottles of wine at a time. 5 times is 90 bottles of Ace of Spades. The entire escort girls are almost all gathered here. Hundreds of bikini beauties gathered at card seat 012. There were too many people who couldn't sit down at all. Even Su Tai and others were squeezed into the sidecard seat. Even the 12 beauties he brought with him had 2 bikini wine publicists sitting on the left and right side of each of them. Enough is enough, Mr. Li, don't order any more. Zhong Li tried her best to dissuade him, but unfortunately it was useless. What the hell do you care? Li Hao saw the skyrocketing balance. He could finally find a way to brush his money, and anyone who stopped him from doing so was an enemy. Happy tonight? Keep your mouth shut. 3 more sets. The nightclub manager trembled as he opened the code, and after the payment was successful, the joy on his face was replaced with bitterness. It's not that he didn't mind the money, but the nightclub's accompanying girls were almost out. Also come, in the middle of the night where to find you a girl to go. This is not to amusement. This is to smash the scene of it. Is it possible that the rules of the nightclub are going to be broken tonight? Li Hao questioned with a glare. Why don't you go and arrange it? What are you waiting for? I'll go now. The manager lifted a stone to hit his own feet and could only go to make arrangements with a stiff upper lip. Mr. Zhang and the others in card seat 008 were completely dumbfounded this time. Before, there were still 7 unconvinced and 8 indignant, but now they were finally convinced. The master who can spend so much is definitely not something they can afford to mess with. Mr. Zhang is also considered to be a great man, able to bend and stretch, come over to make amends, toast and apologize. Li Xiao, just now there were many offenses. I toast to you. I'll drink up as you please. General Manager Zhang drank it all in one go, making an example. Li Hao said indifferently, come out to play. It's all about having fun. There's no need to make yourself uncomfortable. Mr. Zhang wiped cold sweat. This is obviously taking the words to point him. Also do not know this Li Young. In the end, what is the god? The whole room darkened, the spotlight focused, the same shocking music in DJ's hooter. Under the cheers, 18 bikini beauties made a grand entrance, scratching their heads as they came to the table. The crowd was so large that they even squeezed Mr. Zhang right out of the way, giving him no place to stand. Young Li, this table can't be set up anymore. Look, these wines are also enough for you to drink. To be honest, the nightclub manager had been watching the venue for so many years, and today was the first time he had ever gone soft with a guest. Even the atmosphere team had let him force him to be a prostitute and be a wine publicist. The nightclub really had no more girls, but Li Hao obviously didn't get to the manager's point, and waved his hand. If I can't drink it, I'll invite the whole house to drink it, send a bottle of Ace of Spades to each table, and the women will all stay for me. Go and do it. The manager was in pain and happy, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Go arrange afraid I do not pay? I'm going. The manager went away with a sad face, and just now he was smiling and laughing, completely proportional. About half an hour or so, the DJ suddenly received the news, incredulously inquired several times, and finally hooted the mic to announce it. Tonight's full Ace of Spades, paid for by Mr. Li, 1 table, 1 bottle to go. Cheers. The whole room is boiling. 7th 3 sets, 8th 3 sets, 36 bikini beauties, after handing over the Ace of Spades in their hands to the other cardholder guests, ran up to the VIP area with smiles on their faces and integrated into the bikini army. There is no way. Take the short hand and eat the short mouth. Each table to send a bottle of Ace of Spades. How to say also have to go upstairs to show. This is good. The whole guests are sent on behalf of the upstairs, toasting Li Xiao a glass of wine. But also feel, from the sea of people in bikini beautiful women walked through the wonderful feeling. It didn't matter if one person gave Li Hao a toast, but with the whole room giving a toast, Li Hao was more or less unable to resist. After a few hundred glasses of wine, he wobbled to the restroom, halfway to meet the manager who was on the phone. Less nonsense. At present there are still 3 sets of Big Shenlong did not go on it. Guests ordered 9 times 3 sets of Big Shenlong. The money has been paid. More than 150 escorts. I'm still short of 12 chicks. Hurry up to me to find someone over to save the scene. Li Hao wobbled over and patted the manager's shoulder. How long has it been? And the chicks still haven't come together? The manager hurriedly nodded his head and smiled, warmly greeting and letting Li Hao slow down the stairs. When they came to the dance floor on the first floor, both men and women, they all bent down in unison to greet him. Good day, young Li. Li Hao dizzily took 3 steps, walked into the restroom, comfortably finished draining the water, and was about to wash his hands when his ears twitched. Vaguely, he heard a woman's faintly undetectable sobs. Li Hao sniffed and walked over, seeing a woman squatting in the corner, wearing nightclub overalls, burying her head between her knees, her body slightly trembling, and was suppressing her sobs. Why are you crying? Who bullied you? Li Hao blurted out. Ah, the beauty didn't expect to be discovered. Like a frightened deer, she hurriedly wiped her red and swollen eyes. When she looked at Li Hao's looks, she was obviously stunned and shook her head timidly. No, didn't cry anything, then ran away in a puff of smoke, and her figure disappeared. Although it was just a glimpse, but she also left a deep impression on Li Hao. She looks pure and lovely, without powder. Her features are exquisite and good-looking, all natural, as if God's creation, especially those watery and slightly red eyes, pure and penetrating, without a trace of impurities. Such a high score girl, at least 9. 2, feels better than Zhanging AI are a few points. Chapter 43 The Crying Maiden. As Li Hao was on his way back, the figure of the beautiful girl that I had seen crying floated in his mind from time to time, wondering why she was crying. Returning to the card table, the women all made way and welcomed Li Hao back to the main seat. Just then, the DJ on stage picked up the microphone and shouted, Card seat 012, Li Hao, the 9th 3 sets of great divine dragons on the chi, 9 dragons in the sky, a lifetime of wealth. The bikini beauties came out again, and the audience was once again excited. Tonight dipped into the light of Li Hao. Warbling and swallowing all kinds of beautiful women did not enjoy. It is also considered a feast for the eyes. As for the 3 tables of guests in No. 008, especially that Mr. Zhang, who first called out to Li Hao, finally felt Li Hao's bravado. People spent more than $1 million in the nightclub in one night, almost equivalent to his yearly income. This is still compared to a fart. Fortunately there is self-awareness. Good day, Li Hao. The 18 bikini girls kneeled on both knees, holding the great divine dragon in their hands, daintily greeting each other in unison. The same formula, the same platitude, only this time, the nightclub manager was the first to give in. Young Li, all the wine publicists of Zero Space are here. The venue really doesn't have any more girls. You see, let's stop here today, okay? Enough is enough. No more orders. Zhongli hurriedly rounded up Li Hao's irrational behavior. She had previously calculated that this consumption was nearly 2.4 million, and to spend it just like this, she felt a little heartbroken just thinking about it. The manager bent down and stepped back, and instructed the girls to hurry up and serve young Li a drink and push the glass. Li Hao would have liked to have another wave of consumption, but the manager said that there were no more girls, so how uninteresting. Lack of interest. Check the balance. 9 times of consumption, 9 times of return. The balance has reached 29.67 billion, almost breaking 30 billion. A pity. Young Li, have a drink. The sudden toast from the bikini beauties around him brought Li Hao's thoughts back to reality. Looking up, among the new batch of bikini beauties, there was someone who looked familiar. It was her? This bikini girl was actually the crying beauty that he met in the restroom. Li Hao's eyes narrowed slightly, and after carefully sizing her up, he confirmed that it was her. Right. Come over here and sit beside me. Li Hao asked the woman beside him to make a seat and pointed at her to come over and sit close to him. The moment these words came out, all the women around her, all looked at her with envious faces. Li Jr. is a young man with a lot of gold, extremely generous, can get his appreciation, glory and wealth can be expected in a matter of days. The beauty bites her lips tightly and sits beside Li Hao in silence. Why did you cry just now? Li Hao questioned in a deep voice in her ear. She was subconsciously a little nervous. Her body stiffened and she unconsciously moved to the side. A bikini-clad woman in the same company hurriedly smiled to round up the situation. Li Hao. Her name is Hui Hui. Today's first day of work. The new ones don't quite know the rules. You don't care. I'll drink with you. Gradually she was about to come forward. Her whole body was attached to Li Hao's body. She also grabbed his hand and put it on her leg, letting him touch it casually. You get up. This kind of mediocre powder. How could Li Hao look at it? Plus he only wanted to know why Hui Hui was crying, and not trying to take advantage of it. What are you messing up here? The wine publicist who was pushed away looked embarrassed and instructed Hui to persuade him. Young Li is asking you. Answer properly. Don't be a crybaby. The other wine publicists were all helping to assist, pushing and shoving, pushing Hui towards Li Xiao. Don't be so coy. Smile. That's right, Li Xiao Jr. is rich in gold, and so handsome. You met Li Xiao on your first time at the table. No loss. Watching the fun is not afraid of the big. Do not know who is leading, even clapping and coaxing. Kiss one, kiss one, kiss one. Li Hao fortunately after all is a man. But Hui has long been ashamed and angry, twisted and shy almost to cry out again. Although Zhongli has self-awareness of their own, but also cannot stand this kind of scene. Out of sight out of mind. She simply go bouncing. Do not look is. Don't be shy at Hui. You kiss Li Xiao a mouthful. Maybe Li Xiao is in a good mood and reward you with enough money to pay for your mom's surgery. Hui drummed up enough courage, timidly on Li Hao's face. Slapdash kiss. Yo ho. Drink. The beauties collectively cheered in celebration and raised their glasses to drink. Li Hao heard someone persuade Hui, heard that her mother was sick, and remembered that she was crying in the bathroom earlier. He couldn't help but frown. Are you crying because your mother is hospitalized? Li Hao opened the door and asked in Hui's ear. Li Xiao, I didn't mean to spoil your mood. My mom is really sick. I really can't help it before. What did you say? You louder. Su Huiyan's voice is like a mosquito fly. The nightclub environment is noisy. Whispering simply cannot be heard. Forget it. You come with me. We find a quiet place to talk. Li Hao domineering directly took Hui's hand, got up and left. Yo! The entire crowd was up in arms. Everyone was pushing the envelope. Go Hui. Seize the opportunity. Our family Hui is good looking. It's normal for her to be looked at by Young Li. Come on, let's drink. Regardless of what everyone said, Li Hao pulled Hui to the corner of the nightclub, and the noisy voice was much smaller. Say it. What kind of difficulty did you encounter? Why are you crying? Hui lowered her head and explained in a small voice. I was originally a college student. Today's first day to work in Zero Space. Originally just to Atmosphere Group. Not introduced. The manager said that manpower is tense. Add money for me to introduce. I am a little afraid. That's why I only cry. Li Hao understood clearly after the beginning and end. Release said. Do not want to introduce on not out. Just because of this you cry? Neither. I am doing psychological construction. My mother is sick. Hospitalization needs a large sum of money. I have no other way. I can only use the body for money. To cure my mother. After she finished speaking she seemed to have figured it out and made up her mind. She suddenly pulled Li Hao's coat. With a tense and tearful face, she said, Young Li, I really need money. I'm a first time. I'm very clean. My sisters said that the first time is very expensive. You're young and talented. And much gold. Please buy me. I'm willing to sleep with you. Hui's face was sincere. It didn't look like she was pretending. It was only when Li Hao opened the system and found Hui that he realized. Her real name was Su Huiyan, and her favoritism was only a pitiful 5. This can also go to bed? Damn, almost believe it. It is said that the playwright is heartless and the is unrighteous. I heard that women in the nightclub can act and lie with their mouths open. Who knows if she is just making up stories off the top of her head. If what she said is true, it's not impossible to spend money on her. Saving a life is much better than buying luxury goods. Thinking of this, Li Hao directly pulled her and left. Go change your clothes and take me to the hospital. Li Xiao. Su Huiyan subconsciously panicked, like an elementary school student caught doing something bad. Cut the crap. If it's verified that you're telling the truth, all the medical bills for your mom's visit to the doctor will be on me. Really? Su Huiyan originally refused. She came to the nightclub to sell her body, but she didn't want her mom in the hospital bed to know. It would add to the illness. But if Li Xiao was willing to pay all the medical bills, there was no harm in taking him to see. Chapter 44, Selling Yourself to Save Your Mother. Li Hao threw away thousands of dollars. Ordering the Great Divine Dragon was the same as mineral water, completely igniting the atmosphere of the nightclub. Between the red lights, a group of guests were mingling, tasting the ace of spades sent by Li Xiao, admiring the bikini beauties, and whispering, all marveling at Li Hao's large sums of money and powerful ability to pay money. This Li Xiao is not simple nah. I don't know which family's son. He is generous, completely not inferior to the son of the richest man in our Hai Chang. Strange to say, I heard that this morning, a big man also appeared in the China World Trade Center building, buying luxury goods for his girlfriend, emptying all the luxury stores in the building. Trenchant, to be rich is to be luxurious. The drinkers' eyes were full of envy and admiration between the discussions. The international trade's brother Hao, the nightclub's Li Xiao. Hai Chang had 2 more, generous to the point of being smacked in the face big brother. Zhongli in the dance floor twisting waist, bouncing for 10 minutes, sweaty back, found that there has been no Li Hao's figure. Where is Mr. Li? I don't know. Probably went to the restroom. A bikini wine publicist flashed her words and lied with her mouth open, covering for Li Hao. Is that so? Zhongli raised her eyebrows, feeling that something was wrong. She sat down obediently and waited patiently for 10 or so minutes, still not seeing Li Hao come back. What kind of person goes to the bathroom for so long? It can't be that he fell in the toilet. Dialed Li Hao's phone and asked in a concerned tone. Hey, Mr. Li, where did you go? Do you want me to pick you up? It's too late, we should go home. Night field hundreds of bikini girls. Each looks not bad. There are some outstanding value, and even look better than her. This is if those Thai fox to hook away. Then she flew on the branch to become a phoenix's dream. Is not dashed? I have something to do. I'll leave first. You go home by yourself. Fear of what comes what. The phone to hear Li Hao said so. Zhongli heart thumped dark bad, and quickly asked, what is it? Do you want to wait for you? No, you go back first. Words fell. The phone hung up. Came a beeping busy sound. Zhongli's face changed. A moment of blue and a moment of purple. The fear came true. Mr. Li was really hooked up by a vixen. No, absolutely not. I worked hard to find a rich second generation. How can I let you nightclub s snatch it away? You've got to be kidding me. Zhongli clenched her teeth, clicked on WeChat, and sent a few ambiguous and revealing messages to Li Hao. Mr. Li, then you are busy first. Remember to come back early. People are waiting for you at home after taking a bath. Tonight I am Mr. Li's you. I will satisfy your various poses. Wait for Mr. Li to come back to unlock them one by one. Yo. After sending the message, Zhongli was not interested in continuing to stay in the nightclub and got up to leave. Ding ding ding. Li Hao sat in the cab. Just hung up the phone shortly after. WeChat rang several message beeps. Open a look as Zhongli sent over. Good guy. The content of the explicit extreme. The scale of the big, so Li Hao smacked his lips. He did not expect to give Zhongli brush money. The effect will be so obvious. Even the implied link are saved. Directly set up a position. Is to communicate with him in depth. Unfortunately, Li Hao just take her as a brush money tool people, and did not really want to have something with her. Wait until after going to the hospital to confirm Su Huiyan's matter. Haicheng First People's Hospital. When Li Hao and Su Huiyan arrived, it was already more than 11 o'clock at night. After the two of them got off the bus, Su Huiyan had a red face and urged Li Hao with a solemn look on her face. Li Xiao, when you enter the ward in a while and see my mom, you mustn't misspeak and let my mom know that I work in a nightclub. Aang, I know. Lead the way. Li Hao nodded slightly and stepped towards the hospital gate. Su Huiyan hurriedly followed. Su Huiyan led Li Hao. The two of them walked through the outpatient clinic to get on the elevator, entered the inpatient department, pushed the door into a ward. Within a space of a dozen square meters, 6 hospital beds were placed. The ward was cluttered with the living supplies of the patients and their families, and the air was filled with the strong smell of disinfectant, as well as some unpleasant other smells. Cough cough cough. The 6 hospital beds were filled to the brim, with no empty seats, and one by one, their faces were ashen and shriveled, and the patients let out a series of coughs from time to time. The sound was creepy to the ears, as if they wanted to cough out their lungs. Su Huiyan led Li Hao towards one of the innermost beds, looked at the middle-aged woman lying unconscious on the bed, already in a semi-conscious state, tucked her in, half squatted on the ground and held her dry hand. Her eyes reddened and said, "This is my mom. I didn't lie to you." Li Hao observed Su Huiyan's demeanor. It did not look like a fake, and already believed most of it. Just at this time, a nurse outside the door pushed a cart and walked into the ward. After seeing Su Huiyan, said in a nonchalant tone, "Zhang Hongmei's family, you're just in time. Hurry up and pay the outstanding fees. Our hospital is not a charity organization. If we keep dragging on like this, we can only stop the medication. By then if your mother has anything, don't blame me for not reminding you beforehand." Hearing this, Su Huiyan looked helpless, covering her mouth and whimpering and crying, afraid that the sound would be too loud and wake up her mother. At this time, Li Hao suddenly spoke. "Change her to the intensive care ward immediately." The nurse crossed Li Hao's eyes and said nonchalantly, "You don't have money and still want to change the intensive care ward. It's good enough to have a place to stay. If you want to change the intensive care ward, first settle the fees you owe. I will pay off her expenses. You immediately change her ward now." Li Hao had a stern face and looked straight at the nurse, exuding a confident and powerful aura. "Just change. What are you so fierce about?" The nurse was a little scared by Li Hao's look, and muttered in a small voice, not daring to retort, Go pay the fee first." Li Hao domineeringly pulled up Su Huiyan, walked out of the ward, went down the elevator to the first floor hall. The payment window charges. More than 11 p.m., there were not many people in the hall. It was quiet. The staff in the window was lying on the workbench dozing off. Clang clang clang. Li Hao knocked on the window 3 times in a row. "Charge $1 million to Zhang Hongmei's account." "Ha, The duty officer was awakened, sleepy and still a bit confused, looking at Li Hao, obviously not having reacted yet. Favorability +1. Favorability +1. Good sense +2. Su Huiyan's head goodwill dabbled up. A moment's effort added 15 points. Li Hao's heart was happy, the money spent in the right place. This good sense rose really fast. Thinking of this, he immediately changed his words. Charge 2 million to Zhang Hongmei's account. The duty officer's mouth was wide open, immediately sat up straight and asked in a panic, Oh, swipe card or cash? Li Hao rolled his eyes. Who has nothing to do with 2 million in cash? This guy is afraid that he is still not awake. He opened his cell phone QR code and said, sweep the code. Ding. Alipay arrived 2 million. With the voice prompt of successful payment, the staff on duty started to print the payment list with their hands full. Su Huiyan's favorability +10. A few minutes later, the formalities were completed. Li Hao picked up the payment list and left the first floor lobby with Su Huiyan. In the elevator, Su Huiyan solemnly bent and bowed to Li Hao. Mr. Li, thank you. When my mom's illness is cured, I will definitely keep my word, and from now on, my life is all yours. Speaking here, Su Huiyan's stunningly beautiful face was covered in blush. Let's talk about it later. Li Hao waved his hand and didn't answer. Brushing money was just a matter of taking advantage of people's danger. Chapter 45, The Disease That Can't Be Cured Even with Money. Inpatient department. Outside the ward. Are you out of your mind? Zhang Hongmei in bed 504. Owes 50,000 in hospitalization fees that haven't been settled yet. And you're going to change her to the intensive care ward? The resident on duty pointed at the nurse and cursed furiously. Does she have any money? Are you padding the expenses? The nurse lowered her head, her face aggrieved and not daring to speak, regretting that she had really lost her head just now. Why did she go to Dr. Lu in a strange way and apply to transfer Zhang Hongmei to the intensive care ward? The on-duty physician's remaining anger has not yet subsided, pointing at the nurse's nose and cursing. I'll see Zhang Hongmei's daughter later. Make it clear to her that the fees owed must be settled, or else you won't be able to carry out follow-up treatment, and death has nothing to do with the hospital. Right at this moment, a payment list slapped directly on Dr. Lu's face. Are these enough? The people who came were none other than Li Hao and Su Huiyan. Who are you? What the hell is this? The physician on duty was just about to get angry. When he saw the amount on the payment list, his face suddenly changed, and he immediately swallowed his harsh words back into his right stomach. Li Hao asked with a cold face, is it enough? Can we change wards now? Can. I'll change it right away. Dr. Lu on duty piled up a smile on his face, looked at Su Huiyan beside Li Hao, and sighed in his heart as if he understood something. It wasn't easy for this little girl. In the end, she still bowed to reality because of her mother. After a burst of busy work, Su Huiyan's mother, Zhang Hongmei, was transferred to the intensive care ward. Single room, large space, one-on-one with specialized nurses. The ward is fully equipped. The air is also many times better than ordinary wards. Li Xiao, thank you. Su Huiyan had tears in her eyes, her gaze filled with gratitude. Her mother suddenly fell ill, and the hospital found out that it was the advanced stage of uremia, which had led to kidney failure, and she had to do kidney dialysis 2 to 3 times a week, and with all the other expenses, she had to spend at least $4,000 to $5,000 a week on treatment. This is not counting the cost of medication. Altogether, at least 30,000 a month. Su Huiyan, where to afford? The old house sold. Can borrow money or borrowed all over? So heavy pressure, she had to bow to reality. Introduced by classmates, only to go to the nightclub to work. Intends to sell their own good price to the mother to renew their lives. The sky is the limit. Good luck. Let her meet Li Xiao. Without saying a word, he paid her $2 million for hospitalization. Now that her mother was finally saved, her feelings towards Li Xiao were incredibly complicated, both grateful and touched. At this time, Dr. Lu on duty pointed to the door and whispered to Su Huiyan, come out for a moment. I have something to say to you about your mother's situation. Upon hearing about her mother, Su Huiyan immediately became nervous and followed Dr. Li out of the ward. Li Hao nodded slightly and found a place to sit down, closing his eyes to rest. Outside the door of the ward, Dr. Lu looked at Su Huiyan, who had regained hope and had a glowing light in her eyes, and took a deep breath to phrase it. In the past, when you didn't have the money and couldn't afford the surgery, there were some things I didn't say to you. Your mother is now in a very serious situation. Advanced kidney failure, life-threatening at any time, must be done as soon as possible. Kidney transplant surgery. Su Huiyan's expression became very tense. Her tone said urgently, then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and arrange kidney replacement surgery for my mom. Dr. Lu sighed and shook his head. Don't get excited first. In order to do a kidney replacement surgery, you have to have a healthy matching kidney source. Just in our Haichun First People's Hospital, there are 31 patients waiting for a kidney source. all of them are ahead of your mom. Su Huiyan pursued with a trembling voice. Then, when will there be a kidney source? Dr. Lu shook his head and said, this is hard to say, as long as half a year and a year, as short as a few weeks. Saying this, he wanted to say, in your mother's case, I'm worried that she may not be able to wait for a kidney replacement. I hope you can be mentally prepared. A matched healthy kidney is like a lifesaver for a kidney failure patient. However, kidney sources are scarce and often depend on the donor's condition, and sometimes you may wait until you die, without being able to wait for a kidney source. No, I have money now. Please doctor, save my mom. From generating hope suddenly turned sharply downward. Su Huiyan broke down a bit and cried and begged in pain. If you can't, you can use my kidney. Dr. Lu said with an intolerant look on his face. You and your mother's kidneys don't match. You know that. Think about it. Maybe the sky is the limit. There will be a turnaround. After saying this, Dr. Lu sighed and left. Woo-woo. Su Huiyan sat paralyzed on the corridor seat, covering her face, her cries filled with despair and helplessness. Why are you crying again? At this time, Li Hao walked out of the ward door and sat beside Su Huiyan. Su Huiyan's tears were like pearls with broken strings, and while sobbing, she said what Dr. Lu had just said. So and so. The doctor said that my mom's disease, at any time, her life is in danger. She may not be able to wait for the day to match the right kidney source. Li Hao caressed Su Huiyan's hair, not knowing how to comfort Su Huiyan's tearful eyes. Her heart is full of despair. My father died in a car accident when I was a child. It was my mother who brought me up with great hardship. She has been too bitter all her life, and hasn't enjoyed a single day of happiness. I had planned to wait for me to graduate from college, find a good job, and honor her, but now, said here, Su Huiyan emotional, once again broke down and cried. Li Hao most cannot see women cry. In his heart, it seems that money is not everything. Medical problems, give more money, cannot be cured is still useless. In front of life, everything seems so small. Li Hao's mood is also inexplicably a little low. Medical skills. Right at this moment, Li Hao suddenly thought of something. His 10,000 times return system. Again, not only returning money, but also skills. Let's go. I might have a way to heal your mother. Li Hao made an instant decision, got up and walked into the hospital room. Su Huiyan was still immersed in grief, a little confused, stupidly followed behind and entered the hospital room. Standing in front of Zhang Hongmei's hospital bed, Li Hao called out to the system. System, I want to exchange special rewards, vocational skills, medical skills. Ding, the special reward is issued. Congratulations to the host for realizing the mastery of medical skills. All of a sudden, Li Hao's mind flooded with countless medical knowledge. He then looked at Zhang Hongmei, has been able to easily through her facial features, case diagnosis to determine the disease suffered. The patient has uremia, accompanied by advanced renal failure, is already dying. The host's medical skill level is not enough, cannot be saved. Damn, is it that hard? Li Hao was a bit dumbfounded, subconsciously looking at the medical skill. The bottom shows medical proficiency, can be raised, the next level of physician level. Not enough level, then add it. Li Hao remembered that when he manipulated stocks, the first time he triggered the achievement reward, the system gifted him 5 vocational skill points, which could be used right now. Thinking of this, he added all 5 vocational skill points to medical arts. Ding, medical skill level upgraded to physician level. Ding, upgraded to director level, upgraded to expert level, national medical level. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the medical arts and upgrading to the divine doctor level. Chapter 46 Healer's Heart Achievement. Li Hao's medical skill level rose 5 steps in a row, upgrading to divine physician level in a single breath. In a flash, a huge amount of medical knowledge flooded into his mind. From the ancient Yellow Emperor's internal canon period, all the way to modern medicine, learning from the past and present, spanning 5,000 years, countless knowledge of herbal medicine, clinical knowledge, medical texts, as well as a variety of lost acupuncture and massage, ancient medical techniques, everything, all-inclusive. The combination of Chinese and Western medicine, all of them were the essence of medicine. The transmission lasted for tens of seconds, and in the end, the majestic and vast medicine, as if it had a life, was stored in Li Hao's mind in different categories. It was as if it belonged to Li Hao, and as long as he moved his mind, he could mobilize the relevant medical skills at any time, covering all the disciplines of Chinese and Western medicine, and identifying and treating them. This marvelous experience left Li Hao in awe. With divine doctor-level medical skills, Zhang Hongmei's advanced kidney failure was no longer a terminal illness in Li Hao's eyes. Li Hao's mind moved and a medical book automatically appeared in his mind. The sacred text of medical arts written by the divine Dr. Hua Tuo, Qing Bao Jing. The Qing Bao scripture recorded a set of lost ancient needle techniques. which, together with the Tai E9 needles, could cure all diseases in the world. It can cure all diseases in the world, capture the power of heaven and earth, swallow the mysteries of the sun and moon, needle to disease. The 5 needles of the life gate and the 4 elements needles of the divine K, together known as the Tai E9 needles, ignite the fire of life and balance yin and yang. The Tai E9 needles have water and fire, gold and wood, nourishing water to contain wood, cultivating earth to produce gold, matching the 5 elements, 9 to 9, and endless life. Subsequently, Li Hao spent 10 million in the system mall to buy a set of 9 needles of the Tang dynasty, which had long been lost, and used it to perform the Tai E9 needles medical technique. Ding! The purchase was successful. The ancient needles of the Tang dynasty have been stored in the host's system space. Please check by the host. As the system prompt fell, Li Hao's mind moved slightly, and in the next second, a set of ancient golden needles appeared in Li Hao's hands. This set of gold needles had different lengths and shapes, and was divided into large needles, long needles, large needles, sharp needles, symbol needles, sharp needles, and so on, with a total of 9 gold needles. Li Hao twisted the long needles with both fingers. His eyes seemed to have light flashing, and his movements skillfully stabbed into Zhang Hongmei's acupoints. At this moment, his expression was incomparably focused, transforming into a professional doctor, exuding a strange aura around his body, and he was able to do anything at his fingertips. The 9 golden needles seemed to come alive in Li Hao's hands. The Nian needle technique, the flick needle technique, the scrape needle technique, all the ancient acupuncture techniques that had been lost, saw the light of day in his hands. Su Huiyan looked dumbfounded at the side. At first, when she heard Li Hao say that he had a way to cure her mother, Su Huiyan only took it as a consolation and didn't take it seriously. But what happened next was completely out of her imagination. Li Xiao, in front of his mother's hospital bed, after a few dozen seconds, suddenly took out a set of strange acupuncture needles, and then began to give his mother acupuncture treatment. Su Huiyan had a head full of question marks. Who's a rich kid who goes to a nightclub and carries acupuncture needles with him? Could it be that he really knows medicine? Su Huiyan was half believing, half doubting. This is not all. The next Li Hao's operation completely subverted Su Huiyan's perception of Li Xiao. Li Xiao's skillful movements, without any rawness in the application of needles. His expression was serious and full of confidence. That demeanor and movements let Su Huiyan have an illusion for a moment. It was as if the one who was giving her mother acupuncture was not Li Hao, but rather a national doctor. She and Li Hao had only known each other for a few hours, but her heart had magically developed a sense of trust, a feeling that was indescribable. Different, too different. Su Huiyan had seen a lot of rich second generation. The feeling that Li Xiao gave her completely subverted her perception of rich second generation. Most of the second generation of rich people are pompous, mostly some claptrap, accomplishing nothing dude, relying on the family's wealth and connections. They play with luxury cars, pick up beautiful women, and are idle. But Li Xiao, this rich second generation, not only generous, but also very delicate mind, can take care of the feelings of ordinary people like her. Even if he contributed money and effort, he actually lowered his status and personally treated his mother. Su Huiyan could see that Li Xiao knew about medicine, and she secretly vowed in her heart that no matter what the outcome was, this thought of Li Xiao was bound to be remembered. Favorability plus 5. Favorability plus 15. The Tai 9 needles possessed the ability to take over the creation of heaven and earth, and each needle was extremely laborious to achieve the best results. Even if Li Hao's medical skills were upgraded to the level of divine doctor, and his medical skills were unrivaled today, and he had 16 points of physical strength, but after a long time of treatment, he was still unable to cope with it. As Li Hao continued to apply needles, dense beads of sweat gradually seeped out from his forehead. Young Li, why don't you rest for a while? Su Huiyan stood on her tiptoes and used her sleeve to gently wipe the sweat from Li Hao's forehead, her eyes full of concern. Li Hao did not talk. His whole mind was immersed in the treatment. His mind was not distracted, automatically closing all senses in the outside world. Unconsciously, more than 3 hours passed. Li Hao kept focusing on the treatment, forgetting the time. Su Huiyan, on the other hand, stood quietly watching, wiping his sweat from time to time, collecting the needles. Li Hao breathed a long sigh of relief. His palms trembled slightly, and his head was still a little dizzy. After 3 hours of intense treatment in a row, he was a little dehydrated and his body was a little overwhelmed. Li Hao slightly smacked his lips and sighed in his heart. I didn't expect that performing the Tai 9 needles would actually be so tiring. It felt just like running a marathon. My body was falling apart. With Su Huiyan's assistance, he gasped for a few breaths and said, let's do this first. Your mother's illness shouldn't be a big problem anymore. Wait for the doctor to go to work and do a full body checkup. Inherited medical skills, for the first time to perform Tai 9 needles to save people. In fact, Li Hao is also a little bit no idea. The effective treatment in the end, he does not know. Naturally he does not dare to say words too full. Well, thank you Li Xiao, for Li Hao's contribution. Su Huiyan saw it in her eyes and remembered it in her heart. She was very touched by it and nodded her head heavily in thanks. Right at this moment, in Li Hao's mind, the system's voice suddenly exploded. Ding! Money is paramount. Life is priceless. Saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. Congratulations to the host for triggering an achievement. Healer's Heart, this achievement is of blue quality. Reward the host with 10 achievement points. Reward the host with 20 basic attributes. Reward the host with 10 points of vocational skills. Li Hao was a bit dumbfounded. I didn't expect the surprise to come so suddenly, but it triggered a blue quality achievement. 20 points of basic attributes, 10 points of vocational skills, and 10 achievement points. These were all good things. He had saved people on a whim and hadn't thought to return the favor, but it turned out to be an unexpected blessing. Good people have good rewards. The old ancestors honestly did not deceive me. Li Hao was curious about the newly gained achievement. Where could he still sit still? He directly got up and said, I'm a bit tired. I'll go back first. Then I'll see you off. Su Huiyan stood up in a panic and followed behind Li Hao. No, you stay and take care of your mother. Don't go to work at the nightclub in the future. Take good care of your mother. Li Hao waved his hand and left without looking back. Su Huiyan stood at the entrance of the ward, staring blankly at Li Hao's figure disappearing, and solemnly bowed before returning to the ward, when she suddenly thought of something. Right, we haven't added our contact information yet. Li Hao walked out of the hospital already in the early morning. The rising sun, the sky was clear, took out his cell phone and looked at the time, but when he fixed his eyes on it, a whole bunch of unread messages and missed calls came into his eyes. Chapter 47 Young AE has been kidnapped. Mr. Li, I've already washed the fragrance and waited for the flowers. Why aren't you back yet? Parisian family black silk. I wonder which one Mr. Li likes? Mr. Li, when are you coming back? I've been waiting for you to fall asleep. Into the Eye is a series of explicit messages, which is also equipped with a few selfies. The photo, Zhongli wearing a pair of Paris House black stockings, uniform temptation, blood spurting. The messages were intermittent, from 12 o'clock, until it lasted until more than 3 o'clock in the morning. At that time, Li Hao was saving people, naturally did not have the time to take care of it. In addition to Zhongli's ambiguous text messages, there was also a message from Qin Shuangshui. Mr. Li, when are you coming back? I've prepared a meal, waiting for you to come back for dinner. I have something I want to report to you. Urgent, very urgent. Compared to Zhongli, Qin Shuangshui is much more reserved. Qin Shuangshui has something to find me? Li Hao raised his eyebrows, dispersed the chi thoughts in his mind, called a drop special car, decided to go back to the Fuchunju neighborhood, first to find Qin Shuangshui. Arriving at the entrance of the neighborhood, Li Hao got off the car and came to Qin Shuangshui's villa door. Gently pushed, the villa door should open. Obviously Qin Shuangshui was leaving the door open for him. Inside the villa, the lights were bright, and the dining table was filled with a table full of sumptuous meals, which had already cooled off because it had been too long. Qin Shuangshui was wearing a thin silk nightgown, lying on the dining table immersed in dreamland. Seeing this scene, Li Hao's heart had a trace of warmth. His footsteps slowed down and gently walked over, draping his jacket over her body. This action made Qin Shuangshui feel something. Her eyelashes fluttered and she was awakened, looking up suddenly to see that it was Li Hao. You're back. Have you eaten? The food is cold. I'll go heat it up. Qin Shuangshui subconsciously got up, picked up the meal on the table, and was about to go to the kitchen. I'm not hungry. Don't get busy first. Li Hao smoothly embraced Qin Shuangshui in his arms, feeling her soft and boneless body, and a faint fragrance was all around his nostrils. Looking for me for what? Qin Shuangshui snuggled in Li Hao's embrace, her face slightly flushed as she said softly, Tianhai Group. In addition to Yang Chunhua, there are still 21% of the shares in his hands. The shares of other people have signed a share transfer agreement. Currently we hold 79% of the shares of Tianhai in our hands, and we have an absolute controlling right. The funds for acquiring Tianhai were all given to me by you. I want to transfer all these shares to your name. During the day, Qin Shuangshui radish plus stick, two-pronged approach, all shareholders will be taken down. Now Yang Chenghua is alone. It is difficult to become a climate. To be held on Monday all shareholders meeting. He will be able to kick him out of the game, and will be sent to prison. Avenged, the burden on Qin Shuangshui suddenly disappeared. She understands that all of this is given to her by Li Hao. Her heart is grateful, and finally made up her mind, or decided to transfer the shares of Tianhai Group to Li Hao. Li Hao was firmly against it when he heard that. Tianhai Group is your father's heart and soul. Give it to me to do? Tianhai's weight in Qin Shuangshui's heart is not light. As long as the follow-up operation is done properly, The market value is worth at least $10 billion. Qin Shuangxue is also in accordance with common sense thinking. Think Li Hao can't help himself for no reason. He must have something else to ask. The money is all from you. Tianhai Group should have belonged to you, Li Hao said in a domineering manner. Even you are mine. Take it if it's given to you. Tianhai Group belongs to you. This is not to be mentioned again in the future. Understanding Qin Shuangshue's thoughts, Li Hao almost wanted to vomit blood. Giving Qin Shuangxue the acquisition of Tianhai Group was to brush up on her money. If she gave Tianhai Group back to herself and was detected by the system as a card bug, wouldn't that be bad? It was impossible to take back the money that was given away. Everything that hindered him from swiping money was an enemy, and Qin Shuangxue was no exception. Thank you. I swear that I will take good care of Tianhai Group for you. Qin Shuangshue's eyes glowed with excitement, touched to the core, and she took the initiative to send a fragrant kiss. After the two of them had warmed up for a while, Qin Shuangxue suddenly remembered something, separated from Li Hao and solemnly said, "Right, there's one more thing. Yesterday morning after you left, Zhengying AI came to the company to look for you, saying that there was something urgent. As for what exactly, she didn't say. Zhengying AI looking for me?" Qin Shuangxue didn't mention it. Li Hao almost forgot about her. A few days ago, he bought this a luxury car and sent her shares, but as a result, when he was on the doorstep at night, this chick just ran away. What's the point of coming back to him now? At that time, Zhengying AI was in a hurry. Perhaps she had run into something difficult, and even kneeled down and begged me to contact you. Qin Shuangxue put yesterday's scenario in such a way that Li Hao couldn't help but frown. Qin Shuangxue suggested, "Why don't we give her a call and ask what's going on?" Li Hao was silent for a moment before he still took out his cell phone and dialed. "Hello, this is Li Hao." An unfamiliar woman's voice came from the phone. Her tone was agitated and even a little incoherent. Li Xiao, you finally came to the phone. I'm Young AE's manager Kim Mi-sun?" Li Hao's eyebrows subconsciously wrinkled as he asked, "What does Young AE want with me?" The agent said truthfully, "Young Li, between you and Zhengying AI, there must be some kind of misunderstanding. If you have something to say, don't hurt Ying AI. She's really obedient, and will never betray you." Li Hao was getting confused, completely unable to understand what the agent was talking about. "What's going on? Make it clear," the broker squeaked. "Just in the early hours of yesterday morning, the LJ Zaibatsu of Bangkok sent someone and took Young AE away in front of us. You're a shareholder of LJ Group. It must be what Young AE did wrong that angered you. I'll apologize to you, kowtow to you. You mustn't hurt her, please. Asterisk. Li Hao was directly confused upon hearing this. Last night in the early hours of the morning, Zhengying AI was captured, and it was still the LJ Group who personally came to move. Li Hao suddenly had a not-so-good idea. Pit bulls are not guilty, but they are not guilty. Li Hao got up solemnly and said while walking out, "Why don't you call the police? Where are your people? Where was Young AE taken away? And where are the people from LJ Group?" The agent responded cautiously, "The people should be at the hotel. They haven't left. Send me the address." After the agent reported the address, Li Hao immediately hung up the phone and grabbed the car keys as he grabbed the door. "I'm going out." Dropping a sentence, Li Hao's person had already disappeared in the doorway, leaving Qin Shuangxue alone and confused in the wind. When she reacted, she hurriedly chased out and questioned, "Should I call the police?" Li Hao sent the car to fire up and turn the steering wheel, a foot of gas to the bottom. Mercedes-Benz Dodge is like an arrow off the string generally shot out. The 10% shares of LJ Group was a special reward given by the system. Li Hao hadn't looked deeper before, and he didn't really know that LJ was one of the top 10 plutocrats in Bangkok, with a market capitalization of $110 billion, a gigantic existence, and a very terrifying influence in Bangkok. Li Hao simply wanted to swipe the money. He didn't expect that the shares he gave away would invite trouble for Zhengying AI. What a bull trash plutocracy. Still dare to kidnap Zhengying AI. Really tired of living. A foot on the gas pedal to the end. The car's speed soared 120 miles per hour, 140 miles per hour, 180 miles per hour, speeding through the city streets. Chapter 48, Fierce Saibatsu Hitman, Shangri-La Hotel, Room 1805. Zhengying AI was wearing a hood and was tied to a chair, her body shivering. Inside the room stood 7 or 8 men with cold looks, uniformly dressed in black suits, surrounding Zhengying AI in the center. The air was filled with a sense of solemnity, and it was so terribly quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Tap tap tap. A clutter of footsteps came from far and near. The sound of footsteps of a group of people walking over caused Young AE's heart to startle. Her body involuntarily trembled slightly. It was difficult to breathe, and her nervous heart was about to jump out of her chest. Wow! The black hood was removed. A gentlemanly man in his 30s, wearing a suit and tie, his hair unruffled, stood in front of Young Ae, a pair of eagle eyes, condescending and defying everything. His name is Chae Jae-wook, is the white glove of LJ Group, specializing in dealing with some of the hooks that can't be put on the stage. People are ruthless, countless lives in their hands, on the surface looking at the Sven, in reality, it is a beast. Shiba, you have big guts. His voice was cold to the extreme, causing Zhang Ying'ai to shiver. A slap on her face accompanied the words. Splat. Young Ae's entire body, along with the bound chair, was knocked to the ground by the powerful slap. The men in black then helped Young Ae up and once again made her face these clothed beasts. Young Ae was completely stunned. Her face was pale, her body was trembling, and she couldn't stop her tears from flowing. I'm sorry. Sven Beast Chae Jae-wook grabbed Young Ae's hair and pulled it with force, condescendingly approaching her red and swollen cheeks. The palm of his other hand slapped on her stunningly delicate face with an evil smile that sent shivers down one's spine. It's because of you, a theater girl, that I flew all night from Seoul. Please, let me go. Young Ae's face was filled with panic, her voice trembled, and her mouth whimpered as she begged for mercy. With regards to the tactics of the plutocrats, Young Ae had heard of them. They ate people without spitting out bones, and there was no good ending if you fell into their hands. At this moment, Zhang Ying'ai's heart was in despair. Pa! Chae Jae-wook's face changed, and he slapped Young Ae hard again, with such force that the other half of Young Ae's face was directly swollen. A fiery pain came from her face and crimson blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Obey! Chae Jae-wook shook off his palms that were sore from the shock, wiped the blood from the corner of Young Ae's mouth, and put it in his own mouth to take a sip. The taste of blood excited him, revealing a perverted smile as he grabbed Young Ae's hair and slapped her several more times in quick succession. Slap, slap, slap. One after the other was harder than the other, hitting Young Ae dizzily with both eyes. Chae Jae-wook's eyes were cold and his voice was grim. You son of a, what are you? In the stick country, even if it's an idol high up in the sky, in front of the plutocracy, it's still a mole cricket. All of them are the plutocracy's captive harem, and it's easy as hell to get her killed. Say, how exactly did you get your shares? The change in LJ Group's shares had shocked LJ Group's shareholders. An artist could hold 10% of the core shares. This was something the plutocracy could never tolerate. Bastards will always be bastards and will never be able to rise to the top in one step. Young Ae said in fear. It was given to me by Young Lee. Chae Jae-wook pursued frantically. Who is Young Lee? Tell me clearly. The origin of the shares in Young Ae's hand was unknown, and Chae Jae-wook was sent to China for two purposes. One was to get back the 10% shares in Young Ae's hands. The second was to investigate the ins and outs of the shares from Zhang Ae's mouth. I don't know. Young Lee seems to be a plutocrat as well. I really don't know anything else. Zhang Ae had long been scared to the point where her liver and gallbladder were cracked, and with a sobbing tone in her voice, she didn't dare to have a hint of concealment. Don't know? The corner of Chae Jae-wook's mouth turned away, mocking. I don't know you, but you still dare to collect 10% of the shares. Obey. The is still not honest. Help her remember her memories. Chae Jae-wook let go of his hand and stepped back, and 7 or 8 thugs instantly surrounded him. I really don't know. I told you all what I should say. I didn't lie. I don't want the shares. Please spare me. Zhang Ying'ai hysterically begged for mercy, but unfortunately, his hands and feet were bound, and begging for mercy was not helpful. Bang! The next second Young Ae was kicked violently in the chest. The whole person with the chair fell backward and almost went backward. Bang bang bang. What then one was a storm of severe beatings. 7 or 8 beaters, without mercy, punched and kicked Young Ae to the point of dying. Don't beat her to death. At this time, Chae Jae-wook came over drinking mineral water, and only then did the beaters stop. Put. A mouthful of water was sprayed on Young Ae's body and he raised his chin. Make her sign. Someone took out the share transfer agreement, walked over to Young Ae, grabbed her finger, dipped it in blood and pressed it. Young Ae was powerless to resist. Her eyes were lifeless, and she let them enforce it. Chae Jae-wook then pulled out his cell phone and made a call to report. President, got the shares, but Young Ae's mouth is tight. Didn't ask where the shares came from. How will she be dealt with? Make her disappear. A sentence came lightly over the phone, deciding whether Young Ae would live or die. Hi. Chae Jae-wook bent down and respectfully answered, and a busy tone beeped from the phone. Chae Jae-wook looked at the share transfer contract and pointed to the window and ordered, throw her down. Without dragging their feet, several thugs dragged Young Ae towards the window. When the moment the window was opened, the cold wind whistled, making Zhang Ae awake for a few moments, staring her liver and guts. The 18th floor was more than 40 meters from the ground, and being thrown down like this would absolutely pulverize her body. Feeling the threat of death, Young Ae's potential exploded, hysterically shouting for mercy. tearing her heart and lungs, begging for mercy and struggling. However, her strength is too small. No matter how she struggles are of no avail. The body has been pushed out of the window. The eye is about to be thrown down. Zheng Ai completely despair, dead heart a cold. If there is an afterlife, she is absolutely not willing to be born in the stick country. Thud. Right at this moment, a dull thud came from the door of the room. Everyone in the room were all startled, subconsciously looking towards the door. Just now it should be someone kicking the door. Their LJ Zaibatsu group was doing their job, and there were actually ungrateful people who came to the door to cause trouble, looking for death. Cha Jae-wook cursed angrily and said, "Shiba, go over and take a look." The two hitmen angrily went forward and were about to prepare to open the door. Bang! In the next second, the wooden room door was suddenly kicked violently. The force was so great that it directly knocked the two hitmen who opened the door away. Li Hao collected his feet and stood at the door with a cold gaze, just like an unrivaled god of war. Everyone in the room was dumbfounded and lost their concentration for a moment, especially Zhang Ai. When she saw Li Hao, her face was full of surprise. She couldn't believe her eyes. In fact, what the crowd didn't know was that Li Hao also didn't expect the power of this kick to be so great. He had just kicked the door for the first time, and the reaction force had thrown him off his feet, and in turn, shook himself to the point that his ankles were raw. It just so happened that saving people gained the healer's heart achievement, which rewarded 20 basic attribute points, so he added all of them to his strength, which made Li Hao's strength reach a staggering 26. The highest strength of an ordinary person was 10 points. 26 points meant that the strongest Hercules in the world was not Li Hao's opponent. That's why the scene of kicking the door panel happened. Chapter 49, 1 Power to 10. Hachi. Cha Jae-wook quickly recovered after a brief moment of disorientation, staring at Li Hao in the doorway, his eyes radiating a grim light. "You dare to get involved in our LJ group's affairs. Do you want to find death?" Realizing that Zhang Ai was in danger, Li Hao raced all the way here, and after kicking the door of the room, the scene inside made his eyes widen in anger. This group of sons of ES. The hand is really ruthless. Zhang Ai was beaten all over the body. The beautiful face is full of bruises. There are several black-clothed people around. Has pushed Zhang Ai to the window, looking to be thrown down. This is a damn thing to drop someone to death. Li Hao only felt his head heat up and his temple veins jumped. An unstoppable rage instantly filled his entire body. With a big stride, he walked into the room. "Put young Ae down for me." A cruel smile skimmed the corners of Cha Jae-wook's mouth as he waved his large hand. "Get him dead, so he can mind his own business." The hitmen swarmed up and rushed towards Li Hao in unison, facing the vicious attacks of the black-clothed fighters. Li Hao hadn't learned any fighting skills and dealt with them by relying entirely on instinct, going straight and swinging his fists. Bang! He possessed 26 points of basic strength, and with just one punch, he blew away the fighter who rushed at the front, knocking over another person along with it. The other beater kicked over with a flying kick. Li Hao didn't dodge and smashed his fist on his shoulder. Ka-ching! The shoulder blade was crushed and fractured on the spot, flying 4 or 5 meters backwards, smashing over tables and chairs, and instantly losing his fighting ability. Li Hao also didn't expect that his fist was so powerful, and his confidence exploded. At the same time, he side-headed to avoid the oncoming punch, grabbed the opponent's wrist, and yanked 26 points of basic strength to play a horrifying effect, coupled with inertia. The black-clothed fighter as a cannonball. Boom bang on the wall. The strength of the wall cracked, cracks appeared. In 2 or 3 seconds, Li Hao punched a person, cleanly, without the slightest delay, counting the 2 fighters who smashed the door and fainted. At this time, there are still 3 fighters left in the room and the car with Su. Just at this moment, Che Zai-su moved, like a snake waiting for an opportunity to move. He struck a fierce whip leg, attacking Li Hao's face. Che Dai-su is experienced in fighting. The timing of the attack is just right. The attack is tricky and vicious. The leg is like the wind, as fast as lightning. Li Hao suffered from inexperience. Facing Che Jae's sudden sneak attack, he only had time to raise his arm to block. Ka-ching! Che Jae-wook's whip leg hit Li Hao as if it was a whip. He was a black belt in Taekwondo. If he were any other person, he would have been wasted by a kick. But this kick did not imagine that it would achieve a one-hit kill effect. Instead, his own leg bones came out with the sound of broken bones shattering. Before Cha Jae-wook's leg hit the ground, he realized that his leg had undergone a bizarre twisting and deformation, and an unspeakable pain spread throughout his body. It was as if he had kicked not a person but a steel plate. Along with the crisp fracture sound, the car-loaded Su issued a miserable howl. Plop fell to the ground. Intense pain swept through the whole body. Holding the leg, cheeks are trembling. This he is still not convinced it. Angrily cursed. "Shiba, who are you? Do you know who we are? Dare to control the LJ group to deal with family matters. You will not die well." Li Hao smoothly solved the remaining 2 beaters. Cold eyes to Che Jae-wook. The afterglow swept to the beaten and dying Zhang Ying AI. Angry, just fought to vent the anger. Once again climbed to the top. I don't care who you are. Hitting my woman is you looking for death. A hand grabbed car carrier Wook's collar and roared in anger. Young AE stole LJ Group's core shares. This is commercial espionage on her part. We have the right to deal with her. If you dare to meddle, LJ Group will be immortal with you. Screw your immortality. I'll waste you first. Raising his foot, he stepped on Carrier Sue's other leg. There was another click sound, and Che Zai Sue's other calf was directly stepped on and broken. The previously unrivaled, arrogant and domineering Che Zai Su, at this moment, just like a lost dog, fell on the ground rolling and wailing. Li Hao looked around for the share transfer agreement. Just now during the fight, the share transfer agreement fell on the ground. Bending down to pick it up, he swept a glance at the content on it. His eyes were full of disdain. The shares were given to Zhang Ying AI by me. Something came at me. What kind of skill is it to look for trouble with a woman? The share transfer agreement was torn to shreds by Li Hao, and the fragments flew all over the room like snowflakes. LJ Group, I'll remember you. Zhang Ying AI watched as Li Hao stood up for her, his feet stepping on car carrier Su. His domineering figure, his heart was filled with a sense of security, fear after the robbery, excitement, worship, several emotions intertwined together. At this moment, there is nothing else in her eyes, only Li Hao. Which woman does not worship heroes? Her Oba is a big hero. In her most dangerous time, from the sky, killing 4 sides. All the grievances of the past 2 days had dissipated at this moment. Favorability +5. Good feeling +5. Under the mental relaxation, exhaustion struck, and he fainted with a roll of his eyelids. A series of system prompts sounded in Li Hao's mind, and Zhang Ying AI's favorability was increased from 85 points to 99. Looking sideways at Zhang Ying AI, Li Hao's face changed, crossing over from Che Jae Wook's side, quickly walking to Zhang Ying AI's side, squatting down to check her pulse. It's okay, just some superficial wounds. There is no major harm from the shock. Li Hao now had divine doctor-level medical skills. This injury was not a problem at all. Li Hao picked up Zhang Ying AI and walked out of the suite without looking back. Shortly after the two left, 2 heads poked out from the corridor, staring straight at Li Hao carrying Zhang Ying AI into the elevator. These 2 people were none other than Young AE's manager, Kim Mi-sun, and the crew director. Thank goodness. It's fortunate that Young Lee arrived in time. Broker Kim Mi-sun lightly stroked her chest with a palpitating look. The sound of the fight that came from the room just now was so loud and moving that they could hear it from a long distance away. And it was fortunate that LJ Group had chartered the entire 18th floor in order to act conveniently, or else the entire hotel would have exploded. Let's go. Go check out the situation. Don't let anything happen. Compared to Kim Mi-sun, Director Lee Young-ban was much calmer and more considered. The 2 of them tiptoed to the doorway of room 1805, and when they saw the scene inside the room, their faces instantly turned white and they only felt their scalps go numb, unable to believe their eyes. The scene was too tragic. Lying all over the place, everywhere were LJ Group's fighters, one by one with broken arms and legs, rolling on the ground, wailing, as well as unknown life and death. Hiss, call an ambulance. Director Lee Young-bang sucked in a breath of cold air and scrambled to pull out his cell phone to dial the emergency number. Broker Kim Mi-sun had never thought that the seemingly weak and unassuming Li Xiao would actually be so ruthless in his actions, and for the sake of Young AE, he even crippled all of LJ Group's executives. Chapter 50 Medical Miracles, 8:45 a.m. Haicheng First People's Hospital. Both sides of the long conference table were filled with medical personnel of different ages. All of them were the technical backbone of the Haicheng First People's Hospital, and the heads of various departments. They were all technical backbones of the First People's Hospital of Haicheng, and heads of various departments, from the smallest attending physicians, head nurses, chief resident physicians, to the largest department directors, department experts, and even the vice president and the head president were all present. A full dozen hospital elite backbone, experts and professors, all with the students in general, honestly seated, listening to a sitting at the top of the main seat, hair white old man passionate and generous speech. Patient Zhang Hongmei, advanced kidney failure, severe uremia, weak body, all indicators show that life is dying. How suddenly good. A night's time, her kidney function was miraculously healed? A patient who has been given a critical notice. The kidney vitality has miraculously recovered to the state of 20 years old. Do you know what this means? This is a medical miracle. A great medical miracle. The old man was emotionally excited, and his eyes, which had seen life and death through many vicissitudes of life, erupted with an unprecedented light. In front of him, there were 2 inspection reports about Zhang Hongmei. One was done earlier and the other was just done this morning. The 2 inspection reports were worlds apart. The original patient on the verge of death. The indicators have returned to normal. This morning, alive and well, he went down to eat, kidney function completely restored. This medical record shocked all the experts and professors. The old man is the Chinese Academy of Sciences national medical saint. He Shan Ha. Medical skills have reached the realm of wonderful hands, ghostly work of God, a lifetime of intoxication in the medical cause, because too obsessed, by peers respectfully known as he crazy. He is also the old president of the First People's Hospital of Haicheng, and an honorary professor. Because of Zhang Hongmei's miraculous recovery, he was the attending, which led to this meeting of the rising public. This is a day that is enough to be recorded in the history of medicine. We have discovered a medical miracle. In the future, kidney failure will no longer be hopeless. It has been proved that it has already been conquered by us. He crazy was impassioned. His face was red because he was too excited, and spittle flew everywhere. The same was true for the experts and professors present, although it was the first time they had seen He Lao so excited. But as doctors, they understood too well what Zhang Hongmei's kidney failure being cured meant medically. He Lao was right. This is a great progress in human medicine. Patient Zhang Hongmei in these 3 days. What medicines were used? Which doctor was responsible for her daily medical work? Which nurse gave her injections and changed her medicines? All of them must be reported truthfully, and not a single thing must be missed. I'll reiterate again. It must be detailed and subtle. This is important. Very important. A great discovery enough to win the Nobel Prize in Medicine. Just as He Lao was speaking passionately, a nurse burst into the conference room in a panic. It's not good. 9 new patients have been sent to the emergency department, with multiple fractures in their bodies, suspected to be caused by mutual assaults with others. They need to be treated immediately. Swish. All the expert professors and chief physicians in the conference room all looked at the little nurse, causing her to instantly increase her pressure and breathe tightly. The little nurse had also heard that today's meeting was very important. The meeting was held by all the bulls in the medical field of Haicheng, especially the one on the top, but also the national medical saint. But now the entire hospital, almost all doctors, were called to the conference room meeting. Emergency department manpower is not enough. She is really no way. He Lao was interrupted. The mood is a little upset. Immediately waved his hand and said, a few punks who fight and brawl, let them wait first, a little later can't die. Compared to investigating the cause of Zhang Hongmei's kidney failure recovery, a few punks with missing arms and broken legs, he simply didn't put in his eyes. Ding bell. Just when He Lao was about to continue his speech, the dean's cell phone ringing suddenly rang again. He glanced at the caller ID and rushed to connect his cell phone. At this time, He Lao's face had already darkened a few more points. Attention of all departments. Immediately act. Put Zhang Hongmei these 2 days. Medication situation. The matter is summarized to me. When He Lao ordered the investigation task, the dean finished the phone call, with an odd expression and a face of desire to interrupt. Teacher, why don't you send someone to the emergency department for support? The injured one is a foreigner. If you're not careful, it's easy to cause international disputes. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't mention sticks to me. What are they? A drum, and then decline. 3 and exhaustion. He Lao heart and mind or Zhang Hongmei. Speech again and again was interrupted. Hot temper rubbed upward. A slap on the table, pointing at the nose of the dean cursed. I taught you something in the beginning. All fed to the dog? Now is it important to know that Zhang Hongmei's kidney failure is cured? Or is it important to waste medical resources to save a few punks? Can't you tell the difference? The dean was scolded, not daring to retort with half a sentence, nodding his head repeatedly to apologize. Teacher's lesson is right. Student knows his mistake. He Lao blew his beard and glared, pointing at the conference room crowd of experts and professors, the chief physicians giving orders. Hurry up to investigate. The faster the better. All move. Hurry up. Adjourn. As soon as He Lao gave the word, all the people were like quails, not daring to say more than half a word, quickly getting up to lead the investigation. Wait. Just as the dean was about to go out as well, He Lao suddenly thought of something and called out to the dean. Go and invite Zhang Hongmei's family over. I have something to ask him. Okay teacher, I'll do it right away. The dean of Haicheng First People's Hospital was just like an elementary school student in front of He Lao. Forget it, I'll go with you. He Lao had a fiery temper and an anxious nature. He didn't want to wait a moment longer. The two of them hurried out of the conference room together. Inpatient department. Intensive care ward. Su Huiyan was pacing back and forth in the ward. Her heart was in a state of confusion. This morning, her mother, who was originally very sick, suddenly woke up and looked much better. Not only did she go down to the ground and move around a few times, but she also ate a big bowl of congee, which made Su Huiyan unusually surprised. But the subsequent state of affairs is out of her understanding. First, the doctor on duty, Dr. Lu, was alarmed and took her mother for a comprehensive examination. This was not all. Just now, the ward was flooded with a bunch of experts and professors, each with a serious face, claiming to take her mother for a third checkup. Concerned, Su Huiyan was now a bit confused and anxious, not sure what was going on. Just then, the ward door was pushed open from outside. Two old men in white coats hurriedly walked in. "You are the patient Zhang Hongmei's family, right? This is my teacher." The dean just wanted to introduce He Lao's identity, but in the next second, He Lao directly pushed aside and said impatiently, "What's the point of talking such nonsense?" He Lao then impatiently pulled Su Huiyan and asked excitedly, "Girl, I have a few questions I want to ask you." Chapter 51, Knowing the Favor and Repaying It. The dean and his teacher came together, and Su Huiyan was flattered and surprised, asking, "Is it my mom's kidney source that has arrived?" "No." He Lao waved his hand. "Then, that's my mom dying?" Su Huiyan got the wrong idea and her tone became more and more impatient. I say girl, can you listen to me?" He Lao, that anxious face red, hurriedly interrupted Su Huiyan and said in a rapid speech, "Your mom is fine. She's healthy now. This is simply a medical miracle. Her kidney function has returned to the vigor of a 20-year-old. Do you know what that means? With such young and vigorous kidneys, it's no problem to live to 100 years old." Hearing this, Su Huiyan was directly confused, shocked, petrified, and with an unbelievable face. How could this be possible? Her mother's kidney failure had actually recovered? Thinking about last night's experience, Su Huiyan's pupils shrunk violently. Could it be that it was really cured by Li Xiao? Quickly, she dispelled this absurd thought. She still knew about medical common sense. Kidney failure was a terminal disease, with only kidney replacement as a way out. And Li Xiao had only given a few needles last night, but was able to cure kidney failure? Really fake. Then can my mom be discharged from the hospital? The surprise came so suddenly that Su Huiyan simply couldn't believe it. According to the current test results, she has indeed been cured, and it's no problem to discharge her from the hospital. Following Su Huiyan's words, He Lao was again brought to the wrong side, but he immediately reacted and said eagerly with a turn of phrase, "Girl, let's not talk about the hospitalization matter. You remember, in these 2 days, has your mother taken any special medication?" "Special medication?" Su Huiyan thought hard and shook her head in confusion. "Think again. For example, did she eat any special fruits, vegetables, medicinal diets or anything? Or did you secretly let her drink any prescriptions or have someone else treat her?" He Lao was in a hurry, scratching his ears and reminding Su Huiyan, "To say that other people are treating her, does zapping her needles count?" Su Huiyan thought of Li Xiao's acupuncture last night, and then said it with a puzzled face. "It counts. How does it not count?" He Lao slapped his thigh and excitedly pursued, "Quickly say, what kind of needles were stuck and what kind of medicine was used?" He Lao felt that he was already very close to the truth. His face flushed with excitement as he looked at Su Huiyan with an expectant face. "A friend I met yesterday, he said he could cure my mom's disease, so he stuck a few needles. I'm not sure about the rest." Su Huiyan selectively concealed the process of her meeting Li Xiao in the nightclub, just briefly explained. Li Xiao gave her mother acupuncture treatment. "Chinese acupuncture? This friend of yours, what's his name? Where is the person now?" He Lao keenly grasped the key point and pursued the question in a series of questions. "I only know that his surname is Li. I address him as Li Xiao. As for where the person is now, I don't know." Su Huiyan answered truthfully. "Li Xiao? I haven't heard of such a person. Describe his appearance, age, tell me everything." He Lao had a solemn look on his face. Apricot Grove had a peer named Li Xiao. Chinese acupuncture could cure kidney failure. This was a precursor to the rise of Chinese medicine. He was probably just over 20 years old, very young, particularly generous, thick eyebrows and big eyes, very handsome. Su Huiyan tried to recall the impression that Li Xiao had left on her, repeating them one by one. Stop. Do you have his contact information?" He Lao listened patiently for a while, still without a clue. Su Huiyan shook her head. "This really doesn't. You're friends. You're all relieved that he's treating your mom, but you don't have any contact information?" He Lao originally thought that he had found a cure for kidney failure, but the result was that he instantly fell from heaven to hell, and looked at Su Huiyan with a look of hatred. We have only known each other for a few hours, and we are actually not considered friends." Su Huiyan blushed slightly and whispered. In fact, she did want Li Xiao's contact information last night, but unfortunately in the end, because of all the accidental coincidences to forget, after He Lao so reminded, she also felt that it was some of their own unorthodox AI. Young people nowadays really can't understand. He Lao sighed, somewhat downcast. "He Lao, you're looking for young Li. Could it be that my mom's illness has something to do with him?" It had always been He Lao asking Su Huiyan in a series of questions. She finally had the time now and asked the question in her mind. "Nonsense. Your mother's kidney failure was able to recover completely. I suspect that it was treated by Li Xiao. If I am able to verify the conjecture in my heart, this Li Xiao is definitely a wizard that is not encountered in the medical world for 100 years. He Lao was still sulking and said in an unkind manner, "He created a medical miracle. Such a character, you actually didn't add his contact information. Piss me off." When these words came out, Su Huiyen was confused, her eyes filled with disbelief. Just now, she already had some vague guesses, but she didn't dare to be sure, and now that it was coming out of the mouth of this holy doctor of the country, it definitely couldn't be fake. She didn't expect Li Xiao to actually know medical skills, and the level of medical skills was so high that he was able to cure her mother's kidney failure. In an instant, Li Hao's image in Su Huiyen's mind became even taller. Li Xiao is young and golden, generous, looks cold on the outside, but he is ancient and warm-hearted. He spent $2 million on medical expenses for her in a casual encounter, and when she was facing a desperate situation, he condescended to personally take action to cure her mother's illness. The grace of saving her mother, a great kindness. She even had doubts last night. At this moment Su Huiyen felt guilty and regretful. Elder He, since my mother has been cured, can I apply for my mother to be discharged from the hospital? Girl, delay your mother's hospitalization. She still needs to stay in the hospital for a period of time. Don't worry, all hospitalization costs during this period are free. He Lao's eyes darted around, rejecting Su Huiyen's request to be discharged from the hospital. Small, this if you let you go. The boy called Li Xiao can still come to the hospital? I call this move waiting for a rabbit. The dean saw the opportunity and immediately assured with a beat of his chest. Yes, 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 the teacher is right. All your expenses at the hospital are free. When He Lao returned to his office, the doctors who were previously responsible for investigating Zhang Hongmei's situation had also knocked on the door one after another to report the situation. The summary of the information showed that Zhang Hongmei's medication was normal, and the treatments were all clinically routine, and she had also been in the ward during this period of time, with no records of transfers, and no other changes in treatment. Combined with the clues obtained from the patient's family, Su Huiyen, the two corroborate each other, eliminating all the impossibilities. The truth is only one. It was the young man named Li Xiao who cured Zhang Hongmei. He Lao analyzed the situation and ordered on the spot. This is He Shanha. Immediately send the hospital surveillance video from last night to my office. At the same time, after Su Huiyen learned that her mother had been cured, and that her medical bills and hospitalization fees were all waived, her gratitude to Li Xiao was beyond words. She secretly resolved to arrange for her mother and must first go back to the nightclub to see if she could find clues about Li Xiao. Li Xiao had been so kind to her that she had to repay this favor. Su Huiyen's favorability plus 10. Su Huiyen's favoritism plus 15. Chapter 52 Revitalizing Blood Stasis. Li Hao held Zhang Ying AI and did not leave the hotel, opening another suite near the hotel, intending to heal Zhang Ying AI's injuries first. Laying Zhang Ying AI flat on the big bed, searching his mind for medical knowledge to treat trauma, the system beep suddenly came. Heo Hyam's favorability plus 10. Heo Hyam's favorability plus 15. The favorability increased several times in a row and jumped directly to 75. How did a wave of goodwill suddenly skyrocket? Who is Su Huiyen? Li Hao has no impression, so he no longer dwells on it. It is still important to treat Zhang Ying AI's injury first. Searching for ancient medical texts. In the Qing Nong Jing written by Hua Tuo, the divine doctor in the late Eastern Han Dynasty, there were a series of medical techniques for treating bruises. This set of massage and bone setting was passed down from the military, and it contains the famous scraping of the bones to cure the poison, and activating blood circulation and removing blood stasis, which is miraculous for bruises and injuries. That's it. Choosing the means of treatment, Li Hao started to administer the treatment. Treating traumatic injuries and revitalizing blood and removing blood stasis required stripping the patient's clothes off. And in the rush of things, Zhang Ying AI was beaten all over her body and was in shock leading to unconsciousness, so she couldn't care less about the difference between men and women. Zhang Ying AI was suddenly grabbed in the early morning, late at night, when she was only covered with a thin nightgown. In the process of beating, nightgown has long been torn, half open, revealing a large area of the body of the greenish-purple skin. Pajamas off. Zhang Ying AI's perfect body completely presented in front of the eyes. The wind and light appeared, so that people could not help but think about it. Can't think wildly, I'm a decent man. Li Hao took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm, but the perfect keto body that was reflected in his eyes made Li Hao's breathing heavier and heavier. His heart was racing, his heart was beating wildly, his mouth was dry, and his thoughts were completely out of control. As an S-class idol, Zhang Ying AI's body is very perfect, convex front and curved back, S-curve, delicate body, standard 9-headed body proportion. One more point is fat, one less point is thin, can be called a heavenly work of art, beautiful and extremely beautiful. Gulon. Li Hao's throat rolled, feeling a fire burning in his heart. Such an extremely beautiful woman. completely displayed in front of his eyes. Li Hao was really a bit unable to top it. Zhang Ying Ai's favorability had 99 points. Even if he did something to her while she was unconscious, she shouldn't mind. The more he thought about it, the more Li Hao felt his heart thumping fast, his mouth was dry, and he started thinking nonsense again. No, Zhang Ying Ai's whole body is injured. Is it still human to take advantage of someone's danger at this time? Li Hao's mind, as if there are two small people, constantly arguing. One reminds him to abide by his heart, not to take advantage of people's danger. The other is constantly tempting him, luring people to commit crimes. Two thoughts, one positive and one evil. The gods and God were at war. In the end, it was the ambulance's siren outside the hotel, which allowed Li Hao to calm his mind, drive away his thoughts, and finally choose the good side. Save people first. Following the memorized ways and means, he began to revitalize Zhang Ying Ai's blood and remove the blood stasis. Crap! The feel of this. As soon as he touched Zhang Ying Ai's skin, Li Hao sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling the wonderful touch coming from his hands. Tender, smooth and elastic. The psychological line of defense that had been established with great difficulty almost collapsed. Hot blood boiling, feel the body violently sprang out a burning fire, burning his will. Originally, it is not that Li Hao has never seen a beautiful woman, but since the deep exchange with Qin Shuangxue, after a night of fighting, Li Hao tasted the marrow, and his mentality has changed dramatically. The righteous gentleman degenerated into a sea king, especially in front of such an extremely beautiful thing like Zhang Ying. His resistance was almost zero. Just when Li Hao's heart was racing and he couldn't suppress the flood of power in his heart, his afterglow saw pieces of bruises on Zhang Ying's body and came to his senses, secretly admonished. No, absolutely can't move this thought right now. I'm a doctor. She's my patient. Absolutely can't take advantage of someone's danger. Restraint, restraint. Li Hao kept repeating in his mind, reminding himself before he barely suppressed the evil thoughts and continued to revitalize Zhang Ying Ai's blood and remove the blood stasis. What was meant by pain and pleasure? The current Li Hao had the most right to speak. With such a stunning beauty in front of him, this was definitely the biggest test he had ever encountered. Li Hao strongly endured the evil thoughts in his heart, pushed and took the blood step by step. When massaging to a bruise in Zhang Ying Ai's belly, perhaps the force in his hand was a bit on the heavy side, stimulating Zhang Ying Ai. Zhang Ying Ai, who was in a comatose state, unconsciously let out a pained cry. This sound is soft heart, sweet like dipping honey, like sobbing, seems to have a magic, piercing Li Hao's eardrums, hitting the depths of the soul, instantly letting Li Hao brain blood. The whole body seems to be electrocuted like a crisp. This is too damn torturous. Nudging has lasted for more than 2 hours. Li Hao is always in the war of heaven and God, pain and happiness. Although during the period of several times feel that has endured to the limit, resulting in massage techniques are somewhat deformed, but the overall effect is quite good. This set of massage techniques live up to its name. The effect is remarkable. Zhang Ying Ai's face of redness and swelling has completely subsided, revealing the original beautiful face. The body of a large number of bruises also disappeared. Maybe it was just after the massage. Her body was pink, seductive, emitting a tantalizing atmosphere. With such a good treatment effect, Li Hao nodded with satisfaction. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. His eyes moved away from Zhang Ying Ai's body with difficulty, and got up to prepare for a cool shower. Just then, the unconscious young Ae suddenly struggled frantically, her face terrified as she shouted, "Please spare me. I don't want anything. Don't throw me down. Help, help." It seemed like she was having a nightmare. Her body curled up and shivered when she was unconscious, and her tears flowed unceasingly like broken pearls. Li Hao sat back down on the edge of the bed again, extended his palm to wipe Zhang Ying Ai's tears, and softly comforted her. "It's okay, you're safe now." Zhang Ying Ai slowly opened her eyes after hearing Li Hao's voice and calming down. She was stunned at first, and when she saw that the person in front of her was Li Hao, she suddenly jumped into Li Hao's arms in spite of everything. Her emotions erupted, and she bawled her eyes out. "Ooh, Oba, it's really you. So I wasn't dreaming. You really came to save me. I thought you didn't want me anymore." This cry tore at his heart and lungs, full of aggression and the celebration of having been rescued. Zhang Ying Ai, this pounce almost killed Li Hao's old life. At the moment she was naked, tightly embraced Li Hao, skin to skin. This sense of impact, this sense of touch, then just pushed the massage but also 100 times more stimulating. For a while, Zhang Ying Ai then emotionally stabilized, separated from Li Hao's embrace, blankly looking at her unclothed body. "Where are my clothes?" Li Hao helped her cover the quilt to hide the scenery, and spoke the truth of the situation in a soft voice. "I helped you heal your injuries, but don't worry, I didn't do anything but heal. I'm a decent person. I won't take advantage of people." Young Ae listened attentively to Li Hao's narration, and suddenly pounced on him with righteousness. "Appa, I want to be your woman. Take me." The beauty entering her arms mesmerized Li Hao. Chapter 53, The Divine Physician Appears. The words were split into two. Haicheng First People's Hospital. When he crazy saw last night's surveillance video, he was completely nonchalant, jumping up directly in shock, incoherent with excitement, and the whole person appeared to be somewhat manic. Tai 9 needles. This is the lost Tai 9 needles. He Shanha learned medicine at the age of 6 and studied under the world-famous Dr. Hua Jingyuan Hua Lao. Elder Hua was after the divine Dr. Hua Tuo. Since the Three Kingdoms, Hua Tuo's medical skills have been passed down for 2,000 years, and due to natural and man-made disasters and other irresistible factors, there are no more than 10 of them left today, especially in modern history. China suffered from war invasion. A large number of valuable medical books were plundered and lost, and after the founding of the country of the Four Olds movement, once again experienced a huge catastrophe. As a result, today's Chinese medicine has existed in name only. When he crazy was a child studying medicine, he heard his master Hua Jingyuan recite more than once that his ancestor Hua Tuo wrote the Qingbao Jing, which contains thousands of precious prescriptions that can treat all incurable diseases. The acupuncture and moxibustion chapter of the Green Bag Classic, combined with the Tai 9 needles, can steal yin and yang to seize the creation, and can even save the dead to give birth to white bones, and can cure all the difficult and miscellaneous diseases in the world. This is the highest level of Chinese medicine, but also the lifelong pursuit of Chinese medicine. Unfortunately, no matter whether it is the Green Bag Sutra or the Tai 9 needles have long been lost, and he crazy also only learned about it from his master's words. In the video, what Li Hao was performing was the Tai 9 needles. This he was sure of. Heaven won't kill my Chinese medicine. Chinese medicine is saved. He crazy didn't expect that in his lifetime he would be fortunate enough to see the Tai 9 needles in the world again, and rolling tears flowed from his old eyes. Watching the video of Li Hao holding the 9 needles, his movements were skillful, his needles were precise, and he performed the twisting needle method and the flicking needle method recorded in the Qingbao Jing. The needles were like gods. Each needle contained lost ancient acupuncture techniques. Repeatedly watching over and over again, savoring the experience, he crazy Z watched as if he was mesmerized, exclaiming that he was addicted to it, and unknowingly several hours had passed. He didn't know how many times he had watched the treatment video, and was immersed in it for a long time, unable to extricate himself. He actually knew the long-lost ancient acupuncture technique. Who in the world was he? No matter what, even at any cost, he must find this Li Xiao and learn from his master. A flash of madness flashed in He Crazy's eyes and dialed a phone number. After Su Huiyan got her mother's recovered medical record report, she and her mother embraced each other and ate a meal together at noon before she excitedly left from the hospital, ready to go back to 0-degree space and look for clues about Li Xiao. Great kindness is not to say thank you. This kind of great kindness is not to be repaid. She is even willing to give her body in return. Even if she gives Li Xiao to be a lover who can't be on the stage, she is willing to do it. The nightclub is lively at night, but cold and quiet during the day. Only a few cleaners are cleaning. Su Huiyan went to the lounge. Only one sister was lazily playing with her cell phone and inquired, "Sister Xian, do you know how to contact young Li?" Sister Xian looked at Su Huiyan with a surprised face and said casually, "Yesterday you left with young Li. You asked me for young Li's contact information. I was going to ask you for it." Su Huiyan was a little disappointed, did not continue to pursue the question, walked straight into the manager's office. "Manager, I want to resign." Aha! The manager, who was in the process of clearing the accounts, agreed without even thinking. Su Huiyan's first day on the job last night. The procedure is very simple, coupled with the fact that she was looked at by Li Xiao, the manager, where she dared to make things difficult for her. Simply and smoothly for Su Huiyan to go through the formalities of leaving the company, leaving the 0-degree space. Su Huiyan looked at the endless flow of the road, cannot help but be a little confused. Haicheng is so big, she does not have Li Xiao's contact information. How to find someone in the sea of people? Shangri-La Hotel. Li Hao and Zhang Ying AI were entangled in the hotel, fighting 300 rounds, from the morning until the afternoon. Young AE used all her skills to meet her, and after 4 hours of hard fighting, she was finally overwhelmed and lost the battle. The bed was a mess. Zhang Ying AI paralyzed in Li Hao's arms, a face of satisfaction and happiness. At this moment, all the grievances in her heart were released. When she was in a life and death situation, it was Li Xiao who was like a divine warrior who suddenly appeared and saved her from the fire. So much so that her admiration for Li Hao was beyond words. Li Hao's tall figure made Zhang Ying AI feel an unprecedented sense of security. Even when confronted with the family, Li Hao did not hesitate to stand up for her without hesitation. In the eyes of the Zaibatsu family, she was just a small playwright, insignificant, but Li Xiao was willing to offend the entire LJ Zaibatsu family for her. "He loves me." Young AE wrapped her arms around Li Hao and said daintily, "Appa, you went out of your way to offend the entire family for me. Is it worth it?" "What family? Who did I offend?" Young AE reminded shyly. Appa, LJ Group is one of the top 10 plutocrats in Bangkok. You transferred your shares to me, and LJ Group has been looking for trouble from me. They won't be able to stop, Li Hao said in an unimpressed manner. What bull ****** trash plutocrats? What right do they have to covet the shares that I gave you? What's given to you is yours. If they dare to grab it, I'll destroy the entire LJ Group. The shares that were given away, if they were snatched by the trash plutocrats, the system would have been given for nothing. No one can stop him from swiping the money. If the LJ plutocrats are more bullish, how dare they come to China to cause trouble? Even if they dare to come, take the opportunity to brush another wave. Since mastering the skills of stock speculation, Li Hua tasted the sweetness. Is not a garbage group well? Not at all in the eyes. Thinking of this, Li Hao said in a domineering manner, you don't go back to Bangkok. Stay in China to develop. I'll invest in an entertainment company for you. You'll be your own boss. Want to make movies to make movies? Want to open a concert to open a concert? Just how you play. Appa, are you telling the truth? When these words came out, Young AE was touched and couldn't believe her ears. To be honest, after this incident, Young AE almost collapsed. She knew how cruel the Zaibatsu was. If she returned to Bangkok, she would die without even a crumb left. But how could she not expect that Li Xiao even helped her think of a way out? Stay in China to develop. Li Xiao to be her backer. Give her investment. Promote her. This is not a step to heaven. At this moment, Young AE's favorability towards Li Hao finally broke through the threshold. Young AE's favorability +1. Current favorability 100. Ding. Congratulations to the host, successfully raising Zhang AI's favorability to 100 points. Never betray. Never abandon. Ding. A man will die for a friend who understands him, and a woman will be pleased with herself. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement of life's first confidant, white color. 10 basic attribute points. 5 achievement points. Note 1, when favoritism reaches 100 points, Young AE forms a binding relationship with the host, and every amount of money Young AE spends will be returned to the statistic, and the number of times it can be returned can be accumulated. Note 2, the skills possessed by the soulmate can be shared with the host and can be upgraded. Ding. Detected that Young AE specializes in the following skills: singing mastery, dancing mastery, and acting mastery. Host automatically unlocks life skills, singing, dancing, and acting. Chapter 54, Enabling Knowing Mode. A series of system beeps startled Li Hao when he sat up violently. Good guy. So much to gain this time? There was an achievement reward for reaching 100 favorability. And what is the meaning of the soulmate mode? Li Hao was surprised and had a head full of questions. He couldn't wait to find out. Young Li, what's wrong with you? Li Hao's abnormal reaction made Zhang Ying'ai look at him with a face full of doubts and surprise. I'm going to the restroom. Li Hao didn't intend to explain. Hurriedly scampered out of bed, rushed to the restroom and closed the door, opening the system's virtual interface. Host, Li Hao. Strength, 26. Intelligence, 4. Agility, 5. Reaction, 4. Physical strength, 16. Mental strength, 0. Available basic attribute points, 10. Available skill points, 10. Life skills, singing mastery, dancing mastery, acting mastery, global language mastery. Occupational skills, stock trading mastery LV1. Medical skills LV5, divine doctor level. Occupational skills, stock trading mastery LV1. Medical skills LV5, divine doctor level. Achievements, Barbarian at the Gate, Healer, Life's First Confidant. Achievements, Barbarian at the Gate, Healer, Life's First Confidant. Slide the system interface to open the favorability page. Zhang Ying AI, 100 points, has turned on the confidant mode. Qin Shuangxue, 90. Zhongli, 86. Su Huiyan, 75. Zhang Ying AI's favorability broke through to 100 points and has opened the sapient mode. What the hell does this thing mean? Li Hao was currently most concerned about this. His line of sight glanced at the note on the soulmate mode. A binding relationship can be formed? For every amount of money consumed by Jiyin, the system can return statistics and accumulate the number of times. Couldn't it be interpreted as not having to spend money on consumption yourself in the future and letting knowing voice do it for you? If that was really the case, that would be too cool. Surprises are not only these. We'll know the person's goodwill will be raised to 100 points. Unlock the soulmate. Not only can share each other's skills, does not mean that in the future he is only responsible for picking up girls. The return golden skills are all handed over to the soulmate can be. Li Hao was so happy that he opened his cell phone bank in the process. Currently his account balance had 29.67 billion yuan. He was ready to have a big wave to verify the conjecture. ICBC transferred $10 billion. Your account balance of tail number 0178 is $19.67 billion. As the operation was completed, the bank transfer information popped up in the next second. Li Hao quietly waited for a while, The system beep never sounded in his head. Sure enough, the guess was right. Want to trigger the return of gold? Must be Jean spend out to be able to do. Next try to see. This Jean binding mode. How to operate in the end. Bedroom. Young AE leaned on the bed, kneading her sore legs, recalling the madness with Lee Ho before. Her fair face rose with a blush. Ding. Right at this moment, the cell phone message tone rang, and young AE subconsciously glanced at the cell phone screen, instantly petrified and shocked. Her mouth was so wide open that it could fit an egg. Her bank account suddenly transferred into a large sum of money. A 10 million billion. A whole 11 digits. $10 billion arrived. To young AE, this was an astronomical amount. The 10% of LJ Group's shares that Lee Ho had gifted her were worth more than $50 billion. But for one thing, the shares couldn't be easily liquidated, so it wasn't a strong impact for young AE. But there was suddenly an extra 10 billion in the account, which was a solid amount of money. Scary as hell. Just as young AE was holding her cell phone with a face at a loss for words, Lee Ho walked into the bedroom. Oh, Oba, my bank account suddenly had 10 billion more. A whole 10 billion. Young AE's eyes were wide open, pointing at the balance on her bank account, excited and incoherent, showing it to Lee Ho, that expression full of shock. What's the panic? I transferred this money to you. Lee Ho smoothly sat on the edge of the bed, and took Young AI into his arms. Oba, you transferred so much money to me? Young AE was completely dumbfounded. Her eyes were round and unbelievable as she looked at Lee Ho in disbelief, unable to believe her ears. This money is the startup capital for you. I just have one request. The deadline is to spend it all within a month. Lee Ho looked like he didn't care, just as if he was talking about spending all $100. Why? Young AI's mind was like being hit by a heavy hammer, and her whole body was dazed. It took a while for her to recover, her heart surging with endless warmth, teary-eyed and moved beyond words. Whoa, Oba, you're just too good to me. I'm the happiest woman in this world. At this moment, her mood could not be described in words. Any words of gratitude were so pale and powerless compared to what Lee Ho had done for her. Since Lee Ho defiantly saved her that moment, Young AI's heart has completely fallen. Only belongs to Lee Ho one person. After Lee Ho, no matter how to her, she only recognized Lee Ho. Never give up. But how she did not expect. Lee Ho said to support her development in China is not just talk, and did not give her a cake, but immediately put into action. A huge sum of $10 billion was transferred to her without blinking. How much trust did this have to be? His thoughtfulness, saying the right thing, and being domineering and gentle made young AE mesmerized by him. Lee Ho couldn't see a woman crying the most, and immediately said with some impatience, "Don't cry and cry. Put away your tears. I'm hungry. You order some takeout." Aha! Young AE obediently nodded her head, stopped sobbing, and took her cell phone and clicked on the takeout app. Only her mind was clearly not on the food. Her eyes emptied and stared at the phone screen for a long time. Young AE was indeed a bit worried. Oba asked her to spend all 10 billion in 1 month. It was almost an impossible challenge. Even if she developed domestically, she couldn't spend as much as 10 billion in a month. What are you gawking at? Hurry up and order. I'm starving to death. Seeing young AE dilly-dallying, not knowing what she was thinking about, and not moving for half a day, Lee Ho voiced his urging. Sorry, it'll be ready soon. Young AI woke up as if from a dream, panicked and apologized to Lee Ho. Her finger continuously clicked on the app and selected the takeout. During this time, Lee Ho kept his eyes on Zhang AI's operation until she made the payment successfully. Ding! The system detected the soulmate Zhang AI, spending $310, and automatically recorded the number of times of returning money, 1. In Lee Ho's anticipation, the system prompt came as promised. Sure enough, it's not much different from what I guessed. Lee Ho gazed at the system virtual interface and saw that on the system interface, there was an extra line of small words. Number of draws to be returned 1. Return amount, 310 yuan. Consume the number of times to be returned and draw immediately. Lee Ho read silently in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering 1,000 times return. Reward amount of 310,000 yuan. LOL. Jean helping to spend money. This was much faster than him swiping money alone. One step closer to 500 billion. Lee Ho was happy in his heart. In the future, he wouldn't need to deliberately spend money. He just needed to think of all the ways to pick up girls, raise his favorability, raise it to 100 points to enter the soulmate mode, and there would be countless soulmates to help him swipe the money, and he didn't need to do anything himself. He just had to wait for the return. Sleep until you wake up naturally. Counting money to hand cramps. Just thinking about it makes me feel beautiful and happy. Chapter 55. Life is so much more beautiful. Lee Ho is full of fantasies, surrounded by groups of beauty. cultivating countless high-value suitors like Zheng Ying'ai, 3 wives and 4 concubines, left and right. And what kind of beauty he wants to soak? What kind of beauty he wants to soak? He doesn't have to do anything. Just find a time to return to the lottery every day. Save up enough return gold, system mall high-value superpowers and whatnot. Buy whatever you want, holding the sun and moon to pick stars. The world has no such person as me. This is the perfect life. Li Hao immersed in the beautiful fantasy of the future. Happy together. Young Ae, however, was confused and didn't know what was wrong with Oba. Suddenly so happy. She didn't dare to ask more even if Li Hao didn't say. Around 10 minutes or so, the takeout knocked on the door, and Li Hao's thoughts were pulled back to reality. Getting up in his pajamas to retrieve the takeout, Young Ae ordered quite a lot of things. There was fried chicken and grilled meat and beer. Smelling the aroma of the food, Li Hao, who had been exercising for most of the day, felt his stomach rumble and his fingers were excited. The two of them winded up and quickly finished the takeout. Li Hao leaned back on the sofa, lit a cigarette and inhaled comfortably, his eyes gazing along with Zheng Ying'ai's busy packing figure. Zheng Ying'ai is just a simple set of pajamas. The inside is still a vacuum. With her movements, pajamas inside the beautiful scenery is visible. As the saying goes, when you are full of warmth. Li Hao extinguished his cigarette and hugged Zheng Ying'ai from behind. Don't clean up, Oba, I still have pain there. Zheng Ying'ai was embraced by the limp body, crying out, half pushed and half pushed. The two rolled on the big bed. 8:30 p.m., Haicheng Securities and Exchange Commission. Yang Chenghua's eyes were covered with blood, and he walked out from inside the gate with a gloomy face. Since he was called for tea on Friday night, he had spent a whole 48 hours in the SFC, and only managed to get out at great cost. Old he, I'm out. Notify down. Hold the general shareholders meeting at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Yang Chenghua took out his cell phone and dialed He Hongmao, the second largest shareholder of the group. Tomorrow is Monday. The stock market opens. After he raises the group's share price and stabilizes the situation, he swears to retaliate back. Yang Chenghua can't bear this breath. The pain he suffered must be repaid 100 times over by this Qin Shuangxue, Fuchunju Villa community. Since Li Hao left early in the morning, Qin Shuangxue has been distracted all day long. Went home from work early, took her cell phone and lay on the bed, constantly flipping through Li Hao's phone number in WeChat, entangled again and again, hesitant. It's been a day, how come he hasn't returned the message? In the end, how is it? Will something happen? Li Hao didn't respond to her. Qin Shuangxue automatically brainstormed all kinds of plots, kidnapping, blackmail, gunfight, car racing, just like American blockbusters. When Li Hao didn't reply to the message, she didn't dare to call and inquire. Ding ding ding. Just as she was sitting still, her cell phone suddenly rang with a series of message beeps. Qin Shuangxue panicked and opened it to see that it was a message from the shareholders of Tian Hai Group, and she was greatly disappointed. General Manager Qin, Yang Chenghua came out. He is very unconvinced in his heart, and notified us to hold a shareholders meeting tomorrow at 9 o'clock, including Vice President He Hongmao, Financial Controller Xiao Yuanshan, all the shareholders of the group, large and small, all with the discussion as if, coincidentally, to Qin Shuangxue tipped off, inviting credit and reward, turn around and sell Yang Chenghua. Qin Shuangxue had some small loss, but after reading the information, the heart is tight, inexplicably some worry. Yang Chenghua, this old fox, sinister and cunning, when she left a deep shadow, hit the snake does not die but suffer. This reasoning she still understands. The dagger, tomorrow's shareholders meeting, is the key moment for her and Yang Chenghua to decide whether to live or die. Thinking of this, Qin Shuangxue was excited and nervous. She knew very well that He Hongmao and Xiao Yuanshan were the goods of these shareholders, and the only person who really needed to be taken seriously was Yang Chenghua, and the only person who could completely pin down Yang Chenghua was Li Hao. What to do? Should I call Li Hao now and tell him about the shareholders meeting? Without Li Hao to back her up, Qin Shuangxue was still a bit weak. Qin Shuangxue clutched her cell phone tightly and hesitated. Why don't we wait again? Maybe Mr. Li will be back in a while. Qin Shuangxue ended up falling asleep in the midst of anxious waiting and self-congratulation. Shangri-La Hotel. The next morning, around 8 o'clock, Li Hao was still in the middle of a beautiful dream when he was woken up by the ringing of the phone. When he opened his eyes, he first saw Young Ae, who was like an octopus. To make sure that he wasn't dreaming, yes, his life was like a dream right now. Setting aside Young Ae, who was hanging on like an octopus, he picked up his cell phone and saw that the caller ID was Qin Shuangxue and pressed the connect button. I say, General Manager Qin, let's not bring this disturbing people's dreams early in the morning. Is there any public morality? Li Hao's tone was not very good. Qin Shuangxue, however, as if relieved, Li Hao can answer the phone is good, proving that he is fine. He is worried for nothing. Subconsciously pouted and said unhappily, Mr. Li, Yang Changhua is going to hold a shareholders meeting at 9 a.m. today. Can you accompany me? I can't handle it alone. Li Hao didn't want to get up, but Qin Shuangshue's favorability was as high as 90, only 10 points away from reaching 100 and becoming a soulmate. Even if he was reluctant, he had to detach himself from the gentle land and continue his business of picking up girls. See you at the entrance of Tianhai Group in a while. Okay, Mr. Li, then I'll wait for you at the entrance of the group. Agreeing on a meeting place. In the sound of Qin Shuangshue's surprise thanks, Li Hao hung up the phone. Zhang Ying lazily opened her eyes and looked at Li Hao with affection. Not going to sleep more? I'm going out to do my business. Li Hao lightly kissed Zhang Ying's forehead, got up and got out of bed to dress and wash up, and repeatedly instructed before leaving. Don't forget that you still have the mission to spend all $10 billion in a month. I know. Young Ae nodded obediently, both happy and fretful. 8:55. Li Hao drove Qin Shuangshue's Mercedes-Benz Big G to the downstairs of Tianhai Mansion. Mr. Li, I'll be waiting for you right in front of the group. On the road, Qin Shuangshue sent over several voices in a row. Already here. Don't rush. Li Hao had just parked his car. Qin Shuangshue took the lead, jogged and parked in front of the car, taking the initiative to open the door for Li Hao. She was followed by two high-chang lawyers in suits and ties and carrying briefcases. Go upstairs. It was quite solemn, and it felt like Qin Shuangshue was making a bit of a fuss. A group of people entered the door and got on the elevator, walking into the Tianhai Group office floor. At this time, it was already close to 9 o'clock. The entrance of Tianhai Group's conference room was full of people. They were all the group's shareholders, waiting at the entrance early. Good day, Mr. Li. Good day, Mr. Qin. He Hong Mao and Xiao Yuanshan stood at the front, and when the group of shareholders saw Qin Shuangshue and his party, they bent down to greet each other, each with an attitude that was humble and respectful to the extreme, especially for Li Hao, the legendary $10 billion big brother. They were in awe from the bottom of their hearts. Surrounded by the crowd, Li Hao and Qin Shuangshue's group walked into the conference room. Chapter 56, Great Vengeance Repaid. When they were seated, Qin Shuangshue took the initiative to move aside from the main seat representing the chairman of the board and invited Li Hao to sit at the main seat. Mr. Li, you sit here. You sit. Now that you are the helmsman of Tianhai Group, I will only observe and not participate in your meeting. Li Hao domineeringly pressed Qin Shuangshue to sit down, casually found a corner position to sit down, closed his eyes to rest his mind, opened the system's virtual interface, and began to study the system with great interest, figuring out how to enhance the goodwill and expand the number of soulmates in the next step. After Li Hao and Qin Shuangshue sat down, the shareholders took their seats one by one. The topic of today's meeting would determine the future of Tianhai Group. The large conference room. No one spoke. Unusually quiet. A needle could be heard. Everyone was waiting for the other main character of today's shareholders meeting, Mr. Yang Changhua, to make his appearance. Just during everyone's patient waiting period, there was a movement outside the conference room. The stock market will open in a while. All give me all out. Quickly pull up the group's stock price. Can't take it lightly. This is a war without smoke. We are only allowed to succeed and not allowed to fail. Open the disc to give me a hard strike. Is there any confidence? Yes. A group of traders with the same chicken blood roared in unison. Yang Chenghua's voice came before he arrived, and while giving orders, he pushed the door to enter. Seeing the conference room, a group of shareholders are all seated. Yang Changhua satisfied nod, but when he turned his head to look at the chairman of the board of directors seat belonging to him, see Qin Shuangshue has sat on his seat. Yang Changhua face instantly gloomy down. A monstrous rage rose in his eyes, pointing at Qin Shuangshue and cursing angrily. Why the hell are you here? Get lost. Is the chairman's seat something you can sit on? With Li Hao backing her up, Qin Shuangshue was full of energy, looking straight at Yang Changhua, pinpointing him. Her aura was not weak at all, and she asked rhetorically, what makes me unable to sit here? A stern aura flashed in Yang Chenghua's eyes, and he said sorrowfully, not small in guts. Since you're here today, it's just as well that we make things clear. What exactly do you want? Qin Shuangshue gritted her teeth and said word for word, I want you to get lost. Yang Changhua said with a cold smile on his face, disdainfully, Humph, what are you? Who are you to tell me to get lost? He is the largest shareholder of Tianhai. One person solely occupies 21% of the shares, He Hong Mao and Xiao Yuanshan, and he also has an offensive and defensive alliance relationship. Looking at the entire Tianhai Group shareholders, his position no one can shake. Qin Shuangshue didn't pay any more attention to Yang Changhua, waved her hand. The two lawyers behind her immediately stopped in front of Yang Changhua, and took out a stack of documents from her briefcase. Hello, introduce yourself. I'm a lawyer from Dingshang Law Firm. My name is Chen Xingxing, M.S. Qin Shuangshue currently owns 79% of the shares of Tianhai Group. As the new chairman, We are entrusted by her to formally notify Mr. Yang now that you've been dismissed from your job. Yang Chenghua looked at the documents displayed by the lawyer. An unbelievable look flashed in his eyes. His palms trembled. He didn't know whether he was angry or unable to accept the reality. You bastards. How dare you go behind my back and transfer your shares to this Qin Shuangxue? Yang Chenghua crossed his eyes and pointed at all the Tianhai shareholders present, especially He Hongmao and Xiao Yuanshan, pointing at their noses and cursing. Are you two out of your minds? Selling your shares to her. However, that wasn't all. Another lawyer also pulled out a document. Expressionless and serious. Mr. Yang, I'm Ding Sheng Law Firm. My name is Fei Tai, entrusted by MS Qin Shuangxue, against the shares of Tianhai Group in your name, to carry out a forced acquisition of 21% of the shares in your name. This check is for 3 million. Please take the money and hurry to leave. Yang Chenghua's face turned purple with anger and roared as he slammed the table. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You want to acquire 21% of the shares in my hand for $3 million. You're daydreaming, Lawyer Fei Tai said unhurriedly. The shares in your hand are worthless now. If you don't agree, you won't even have 3 million. I am informing you of the result on behalf of MS Qin Shuangxue, not seeking your opinion, regardless of whether you agree or refuse. From this moment onwards, you no longer have any relationship with Tianhai Group. Yang Chenghua's lungs were about to explode with anger. His eyes bloodshot as he cursed. White-eyed wolves. All of them are white-eyed wolves. Don't think you can beat me. Tianhai Group is mine. No one can take it away from me. His mind had obviously collapsed. His demeanor was crazy as he rushed towards Qin Shuangxue and yelled. Security guards had long been arranged to stand guard in the conference room, and the first time Yang Chenghua rushed up, they immediately stepped in, subduing him with 7 hands and 8 feet, pressing him to the ground to prevent him from making any untoward moves. Avenged, Qin Shuangxue on the surface of the ancient well without waves, but inwardly has long been excited ripples. She finally reclaimed the Tianhai Group and kicked her enemy Yang Chenghua out of the game. Getting out of the Tianhai Group was only the first step. Next she wanted to get the evidence of Yang Chenghua's crimes and personally send him to jail. Just like that, under the pull of the security guards, Yang Chenghua was kicked out of the conference room. The unstoppable Yang Chenghua. Just like this, he was defeated and lost all his money. A group of shareholders were silenced. No one had any more resistance in mind. Alright, now that I am the largest shareholder of the group, possessing 100% of the shares, I will rehire you all to work for Tianhai Group, and if you perform well, I will consider giving you dividends at my discretion. Radish and stick, grace and mercy. Qin Shuangxue's next step was to draw a big pie at length. Next, I'll inject a sum of money for Tianhai Group, and speculate the stock price back up. Qin Shuangxue spoke eloquently and with ease. With Li Hao's huge financial support, it was only a matter of time before the stock price was pulled up again. Li Hao listened straight to sleepy. He didn't care about the business of the group's operation at all. I thought that today accompanied by over. He can at the critical moment out. And by the way to Qin Shuangxue to spend some money. More brush a little return gold. Enhance the good sense. Who knew that Qin Shuangxue was doing things without a drop of water? Very well prepared. And didn't give him a chance to play at all. You guys have your meeting. I'll withdraw first. Li Hao impatiently interrupted Qin Shuangxue's speech and got up to walk towards the door of the conference room. His time was precious, and with thousands and thousands of cashback per second, he couldn't waste it on meaningless meetings. Good day, Mr. Li. As Li Hao left, all the shareholders present rose and bowed in unison, respectfully seeing Li Hao out the door. Li Hao leisurely walked out of the conference room, pondering in his heart when he was wondering where else he could swipe some money next, and by the way, raise the favorability of the women he knew. He happened to pass by the door of an office. The noise was not small, and curiously looked sideways. It was Yang Chenghua who was packing up his personal belongings under the supervision of the security guards. Perhaps because they disliked him for dilly-dallying, the security guards were a bit impatient, pushing and shoving with rough movements. Don't touch me. Do you know who I am? I'm the chairman of Tianhai Group. You're not anymore. The two security guards didn't give the slightest bit of face, throwing Yang Chenghua's personal belongings into a cardboard box with a look of contempt, and dragging and pulling him towards the outside of the group. Meanwhile, coincidentally, there was another acquaintance at the entrance of Tianhai Group who was flaunting Yang Chenghua's name. I'm an executive personally recruited by Mr. Yang. What's to stop you guys from letting me process my entry? Believe it or not, I'll make a call to your Mr. Yang. This person was no other than Li Hao's former supervisor, Wu Liang. Chapter 57, Buying a Car. Trenchlessness. Right at this moment, the security guard dragged Yang Chenghua and staggered past Wu Liang, throwing Yang Chenghua out of the group's gate. Wu Liang's mouth was wide open. His words stuck in his throat. He couldn't believe his eyes. And after realizing that he hadn't made a mistake, he fumbled his way over to Yang Chenghua. with a flattering look on his face. General Manager Yang, what's wrong with you? Under the eyes of everyone, Yang Changhua was thrown out of the group's gate as a dog. His face was lost to his grandma's house, and he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to drill into it, but as a result, he came to a stupid beep to come in front of him, where the pot is not open. Which pot is not open? Pa! Yang Changhua, a big nose pocket smacked on Wu Liang's face. Asterisk 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 off. What the hell? Wu Liang's originally fat face was slapped high and swollen. His brain buzzed, not knowing what madness Mr. Yang was having. Why did he hit him? But he didn't dare to fight back. He could only cover his face and bite his teeth into his stomach. Yang Changhua stood in front of the company, condescendingly cursing. Surname Chin's you this blue pool. You think that a big money on a fly? Dream. I have someone behind me. Want to mess with me is it? I'll let you guys lift a stone to stone their own feet. Let's wait and see. Yang Changhua gas puffed long and left, leaving Wu Liang covered his face, frozen in place at a loss. Surname Qin. Is it Qin Shuangxue Qin total? She's got a big shot. Who is it? It's hard not to be Li Hao. This little episode, Li Hao is not interested. Out of the group's gate, got into the Mercedes-Benz Big G. He suddenly had a bright idea of how to improve Qin Shuangxue's favorability. Qin Shuangxue is now the chairman of the Tianhai Group. Driving a Mercedes-Benz Big G grade is poor. Why not give her a luxury car? The least should be 10 million, which is in line with the status. I'm not sure what I'm talking about, but I'm not sure what I'm talking about. Li Hao opened his cell phone, searched for a Ford store nearby, drove straight to go. Haicheng Center Street, inside a Ford store. The night before last, I went to the nightclub to spend money, and I really grew to understand what it means to be trenchless. Mr. Zhang was lying on the boss chair, drinking tea, leisurely, surrounded by 4 or 5 female sales with beautiful body and gorgeous appearance, all listening to Mr. Zhang bragging. Great God Dragon, you know not. A set of 88, 888. Li Xiao a set of pick up this set of points. A night point dozens of sets. The last surprisingly also each drank a bottle of Ace of Spades. Zhang is the area manager of the Ford store, worth about 10 million. Used to think that they are also considered a figure in Haicheng, but since the nightclub to see Li Xiao shot, Zhang only feel that he is a frog in the bottom of the well. In Haicheng spend so much money. Can with Li Xiao a grade of rich son? Estimated that only Haicheng richest son Zhao Tianhao. Only such a rich young man worth tens of billions of dollars could afford to spend so lavishly, spending millions of dollars a night, just to play the beep, to buy $1 million luxury car. He does not smell good, right? When Mr. Zhang couldn't get enough of talking about it, one person walked through the door of the 4S store. Crap! Mr. Zhang bounced up from his boss chair and rushed to Li Hao with a fawning face. Young Li, really speak of the devil. I just talked about you. I didn't expect you to come. Li Hao looked at the playful fat man with surprise and asked in a puzzled manner. We knew each other before? I'm Zhang Jiqiang. I've met you the day before yesterday in Zero Dimension. You ordered dozens of sets of great divine dragons in a row. Do you still remember? Oh, so it's you. Li Hao had a little impression of Zhang. At that time, he came with him pretending to beep, and later toasted and apologized. It was this fat man in front of him who was full of sycophancy. Zhang made a small ambush, accompanied with a smiling face, and tried his best to please. This scene, the surrounding beauty sales all look confused, simply cannot believe their eyes. Mr. Zhang at least is a multi-million-dollar boss. How did this young man so groveling? Can't it be that he is Zhao Tianhao, the son of the richest man in Haicheng? Li Hao opened the door. I want to buy a car. Is there a Lamborghini Poison, Rolls-Royce Phantom or something? The price is good. I only have one request. The formality should be clean. I want to pick up the car at noon. Zhang Jiqiang was originally smiling, but once he heard that he would pick up the car before noon, he was dumbfounded and explained with a bitter smile. Li Xiao, you open your mouth is the top luxury car. The world limited to 100 units. My family temple is small. There is really no channel to get that kind of top supercar, even if the booking, but also have to at least a month later to pick up the car. Li Hao frowned and pursued. Nan, then what is the most expensive car in your store? Zhang Jiqiang wiped the sweat from his forehead and said stiffly, the Ferrari F40 is priced at $9 million. It's the store's treasure. Only one. I just don't know if it can fit into young Li's eyes. Just it. Li Hao did not force again. Anyway, but is given to Qin Shuangxue punch face car. If not, let her improve favorability. The big deal is to send more expensive. Okay, I will immediately give you the formalities. Zhang Jiqiang's eyebrows were smiling, busy nodding and helping, turning his head to let the staff immediately handle the car purchase formalities. You wait. Li Hao called out to Zhang Jiqiang and instructed. This car I am giving away. Turn around and you guys complete the formalities. Send it to me at noon. The owner write her name. While saying this, He immediately took out his cell phone and swept the code to pay. Has paid $200 million. Silly. Zhang Jiqiang's smile completely stiffened on his face, holding his cell phone and staring at the transfer information, with a completely unbelievable look on his face. Young Li, did you enter the wrong amount? 200 million. It won't take that much. Li Hao spoke in a shocking manner. In addition to the Ferrari, the rest of the money, you help me get a few more top-grade cars. I want a Lamborghini Poison, Aston Martin, Bugatti Veyron. This money is a deposit for you. More sticker, less makeup. The car arrives to send me a message. Trench, really trenchant. Zhang Jiqiang immediately smiled brightly, brilliant like a flower. Well, you just look good. I must do my best to help you book the car to Haicheng to ensure that the first time to notify you. After the two added a friend, Li Hao to test drive the Ferrari. Not to mention, even if it did not reach 10 million, but the feeling of driving this car is much stronger than Mercedes-Benz Dodge. Formalities urgently due. At the latest 1 o'clock at noon. Li Hao also did not bull *******, even directly drove the Ferrari to leave the Ford store. Young Li, you take your time. The Ferrari's unique engine roared, leaving a fiery red residual shadow on the street. Zhang Jiqiang slowly straightened up his waist version, agitated for a long time. Mr. Zhang, the formalities have not been completed. Why did he drive the car away? What if it's a fraud? A young beauty sales chased out, saw the Ferrari disappeared in the street corner. She was incredulous, issued a kind reminder. What do you know? Long hair and short knowledge. A plutocrat giant like Young Li, not to mention driving away a Ferrari. Even if I let him drive away the entire 4S store, I will never say anything. Zhang Jiqiang was as proud as a big rooster, and his confidence came from the $200 million deposit that Li Hao transferred to him. Chapter 58. Zhao Tianhao, the son of the richest man. At the same time, at the Atrium Private Club in Haicheng City, Yang Chenghua stood at the entrance. Having waited for more than an hour, his entire body looked very nervous, wiping the sweat from his forehead from time to time. Creak! The moment the door of the clubhouse opened, what came into his eyes was a stocking long-legged beauty with a shapely figure and a smart-looking working woman. Secretary Jean. Yang Chenghua's face was delighted as he groveled and came forward to kneel, as if a dog had seen a bone. She scanned Yang Chenghua up and down and said in a flat tone, "Young master is very busy. You only have 3 minutes. Remember to keep it short." Yang Chenghua nodded his head and said repeatedly, "I understand. I really have something important to report." A flash of disdain flashed in Secretary Jin's eyes as he turned to enter the clubhouse. Yang Chenghua silently followed behind. The interior of the clubhouse was brilliant, completely European architectural style. The walls were hung with expensive oil paintings, giving off a royal aristocratic vibe. Cluck! Several hot bikini beauties, talking and laughing, entered the field of vision, dressed in cool clothes, showing off their hot bodies. Surprisingly, they were movie and drama stars, top streamers, and superb net red beauties. Yang Chenghua couldn't help but track their backs, staring with unblinking eyes. Don't look around, pay attention to your identity. Yang Chenghua hurriedly withdrew his sight. After walking through the corridor for about a few minutes, Yang Chenghua was brought to the door of the meeting room. Wait here, I'll go ask the young master. Yang Chenghua stood respectfully, not moving a muscle. The moment Secretary Jean pushed the door and entered, a woman's perfume smell came to her face. The interior had another world. The space was very large, thousands of square meters, gathered with warbling, countless beautiful ladies, surprisingly all movie stars, all wearing bikinis, with number plates attached to their bodies, all holding a script in their hands, their mouths reciting something. Secretary Kim passed through the middle of the group of beauties with her head held high and pushed the door into the indoor swimming pool. There were women who were showing off their bodies, people were giving her scores, and others were taking 3D measurements, height ratios, and so on. In front of a European-style sofa was gathering a group of people. Well-known directors and agents were selling their artists. The man sitting on the sofa didn't even look at them, casually throwing these artists' resumes into the trash. The body proportion is not enough. I'm investing in a movie about swimming. I want long legs. Don't waste your time with short, thick and fat ones like these. Okay. The man who was furious was none other than the son of the richest man in Haicheng, Zhao Tianhao Zhao Dishao, who was also a famous movie investor in the circle. Secretary Jean walked to Zhao Tianhao's side and said with a low brow, "Young master, Yang Chenghua is here." Zhao Tianhao casually threw another resume. "Let him come in." "Okay, young master." Secretary Jean backed up 5 meters before turning around and going out. When Yang Chenghua entered the secret garden, his whole body was dumbfounded. There were thousands of actresses in the whole hall, preparing for the audition, and among them, there were many first and second-tier famous actresses. Secretary Jean brought Yang Chenghua to the scene of the heated discussion. Zhao Tianhao was fuming. Is it so hard to find a few actors whose legs are longer than their bodies? Models, dancers, can't you find them? They're all a bunch of losers. Wow. The actor's resume slammed into the casting director's face, silencing everyone, not daring to answer. Yang Chenghua looked alarmed and greeted with a slightly shaky voice. Zhao Xiao. Zhao Tianhao turned around and saw Yang Chenghua, a smile suddenly piling up on his cold face. Old Yang, why are you here? Come and sit. Pulling Yang Chenghua to sit down, he personally poured him a cup of water. Yang Chenghua was on pins and needles, like a thorn in his back, like a fish in his throat, fearfully took the cup of water, sweating profusely and said, what you explained to me, I didn't do it well. Well, you stand still. Zhao Tianhao suddenly pointed at one of the actresses in the sight glass, telling her to keep her movements and stand still. Zhao Tianhao quickly walked over, circled around the actress and said to the casting director, make a note of her resume. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. The actress hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Zhao Tianhao's mood turned from cloudy to sunny, and when he looked at Yang Chenghua again, a smile piled up on his face. Don't mind it. I'm investing to make a movie about diving and swimming competitions, and I'm casting. What did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. Yang Chenghua wiped a handful of sweat from his forehead and suddenly fell to the ground with soft knees, saying with a sobbing voice, Zhao Xiao, it's not that I didn't do my job well. Originally I had already taken control of Tian Hai Group. Who knows where Qin Shuangxue found a helper who didn't follow the rules and directly smashed tens of billions of dollars, smashing the group's stock to crash, which is why they took Tian Hai Group back. The reason why Yang Chenghua framed Qin Jiayi and took control of Tian Hai Group is that Zhao Tianhao was behind the scenes directing the operation. Otherwise, with him being a Wall Street wage earner, where did he come from to be so capable? Yang Chenghua, who has a great reputation in front of people, is Zhao Tianhao's dog. Zhao Tianhao's face was as calm as water. He couldn't tell if he was happy or angry. He calmly put down the glass of water, casually waved his hand, and without saying a word, Secretary Jean drove all the people in the pool out. Yang Chenghua instantly panicked. It was my negligence this time, but I really didn't think that Qin Shuangxue could salty fish and find a rich second generation worth tens of billions of dollars, on the same level as you. Zhao Tianhao's face became more and more icy, took off the watch on his wrist that was worth $10 million, put it on the coffee table, and copied the water cup in his hand and slammed it. Crackle. Yang Chenghua immediately cracked his head. What class? Compared to me, does he deserve it? Zhao Tianhao licked his lips and arrogantly cursed. I should have known that you're a ing waste. I was the one who brought you back from Wall Street back then, and this is how you repay me. Zhao Tianhao squatted in front of Yang Chenghua, his remaining anger still lingering, and slapped his palm on his face. More than $1 billion of Tian Hai Group. Think about what you're going to compensate me with. Getting up and leaving, no matter how Yang Chenghua begged, Zhao Tianhao didn't even look at him. Walking out of the indoor pool, Secretary Jean just gave a look and immediately rushed in a few bodyguards to deal with trash like Yang Chenghua. Zhao Tianhao looked straight at a room full of beautiful women who were as quiet as chills, opened his arms, and said in a bland tone, notify down, tonight charity party, send 2 invitations to Qin Shuangxue, I want to see what kind of good she has found. Secretary Jean silently noted it down, and at the same time knew that the boss was definitely going to be furious tonight, and at the same time, someone was going to be out of luck. Others didn't know the inside story, but Secretary Jean was very clear. Back then when the boss was in love, he met Qin Shuangxue, fell in love at first sight, was shocked, confessed to Qin Shuangxue, and was mercilessly rejected, and since then Zhao Tianhao has been harboring a grudge. The words are divided into 2 ends. A pulling incomparable Ferrari parked at the entrance of Tian Hai Group. Li Hao sat in the car, dialed Qin Shuangxue's phone, briefly and succinctly. I'm downstairs, have a meal at noon, quickly go downstairs. Subsequently, Li Hao hung up the phone all over. Not more than a few minutes later, Qin Shuangxue ran out, looking around, over here. Li Hao leaned against the Ferrari body and waved at Qin Shuangxue. When Qin Shuangxue came closer, he tossed the car keys to her. This car is for you. Qin Shuangxue took the keys in a panic and asked with some confusion, why are you suddenly giving me a Ferrari? Li Hao said with an indifferent face, your Mercedes-Benz Dodge is too low. It doesn't match your status as the chairman of the group. Qin Shuangxue was not as happy and excited as she imagined, and her favorability didn't increase, which made Li Hao feel like lifting a stone to hit his own foot. Chapter 59 Money is a son of a, spent we in the earning. Buy her a luxury car. Goodwill has not moved. It seems that goodwill to 90. Want to continue to improve the light spend money is useless. Ferrari wherever. Other vehicles do not avoid. Qin Shuangxue gradually immersed in it. Forget. Qin Shuangxue drove the Ferrari and drove aimlessly, casually asking, where are we going? Li Hao was fiddling with his cell phone and casually responded, it's almost dinner time. Let's eat first and go to the Michelin restaurant. The busiest commercial street in Haicheng. A fiery red Ferrari parked in front of the restaurant. Li Hao and Qin Shuangxue got off and walked into the restaurant. Old place, old acquaintances. The restaurant waiter recognized Li Hao and Qin Shuangxue at a glance, and warmly greeted them, asking about their warmth, and giving them a feeling of being at home with their impeccable service. 2 honored guests, please move to box 001. The manager personally received them with a respectful and humble attitude, inviting Li Hao and Qin Shuangxue into the best box. After taking their seats, the manager bowed slightly and introduced, Mr. Li, the restaurant sent a batch of fresh ingredients by air today. There are Italian Alba white truffles, almas caviar, bluefin tuna, yellow-lipped fish. Li Hao was fiddling with his cell phone and was too lazy to listen to the manager's long-winded speech, interrupting him with a wave of his hand. Serve all the signature dishes according to your store's highest specifications. Okay, Mr. Li. The manager smiled and exited the private room. Qin Shuangxue pursed her lips and didn't say anything, slightly spitting in her heart, inviting her for dinner and not asking what she likes to eat, ordering a whole lot in a big package. So overbearing. Li Hao could not empty Qin Shuangxue in the thought of what? His cell phone WeChat 99+. All are unread messages. Among them is Sumo begging to get back together message. Li Hao, our 4-year relationship, do you really want to give up? Come back. Let's start over. I swear to only be good to you in the future. Please, why don't you reply to my messages? Please Li Hao, reply to me. How can I live without you? Li Hao felt disgusted in his heart and directly pulled Sumo black. If you knew it would come to this, why did you do it in the first place? The breakup was mentioned by Sumo, and now you regret it? Begging for a reunion, thinking that the whole world revolves around her? In addition to Sumo, there are other people's WeChat, including real estate agent Su Tai. Mr. Li, in the past 2 days, there are a few good properties. Are you interested? Li Hao didn't have the idea of buying a villa for the time being, so he didn't have to pay attention to it at all. Since the nightclub parting, Zhongli uninterruptedly sent ambiguous text messages to Li Hao, almost all of which were fleshy love words. Mr. Li, are you done with your work? I live alone in such a big villa. I'm a bit scared at night. Can you come and accompany me? So lonely and cold. I need you to comfort me. Mr. Li, do I look good in this pajamas? Chat records interspersed with a few. Zhongli wearing a bikini, scratching her head photos, extremely show her fiery body. See Li Hao look a little on fire. As a tool person, Zhongli's good sense is not low. There are 86 points, and cannot be completely ignored. Li Hao returned the message to appease 2 sentences. Recently some busy. Say it again. Qin Shuangxue sat at Li Hao's side and talked eloquently, reporting the latest situation of Tianhai Group. Mr. Li, everything went well at the group's shareholders meeting, and the stock price is continuing to pull up. I plan to take the next step, lay off some unnecessary departments, streamline the staff, and integrate the group's resources. Previously, Li Hao hit her with $1 billion of funds. The acquisition of shares used up $470 million, and there was another $530 million, which was just right for pulling back the share price. Together with Li Hao's previous acquisition of loose shares from the stock market at a high price, the Tianhai Group's share price was steadily climbing up without any accidents. Right, there's one more thing. I suddenly received 2 invitations, saying that there's a charity auction party tonight. The organizer is the Zhao family, the richest family in Haicheng, inviting us to go together. Do you have time tonight? The Zhao family was not only the richest, it was also the president of the High City Chamber of Commerce. The entire High Cities groups that made it to the top all had cooperative relationships with the Zhao family. Tonight's charity auction, half of High City's business community was participating. For Qin Shuangxue, who had initially grasped Tianhai Group, this was a good opportunity to expand her network. Mr. Li Hao, are you listening to what I'm saying? Li Hao had been replying to the message when Qin Shuangxue suddenly raised her pitch, startling him. Li Hao didn't even lift his head, typing a message while responding with a perfunctory sentence. I'm listening. Qin Shuangxue subconsciously peeked at the cell phone screen. Li Hao was sending a message to Zhang Ying'ai. The 2 of them were chatting in front of him. Ignoring her, a touch of loss flashed in his eyes. His heart was slightly sour. At this time, the door of the box was pushed open, and the waiters came in a line, placing plates of exquisite delicacies on the table one by one, and for a time, the aroma in the box was so fragrant that it made people's fingers tingle. The temptation of food washed away the little bit of unhappiness in Qin Shuangxue's heart. However, Li Hao is still sending messages to himself. There is no time to eat. He is busy and forgetful. It is really too much information. Zhongli, Sumo, Su Tai and these people can be dealt with coldly. The information sent by Zhang Ying AI. It is about the big business of brushing money. The response should not be less. Oba, The company registration procedures have been completed. Inghao Entertainment Company Limited. Registered capital of 50 million. Brokers and crew directors. I took it upon myself to rehire them to join the company. In terms of company security, I intend to contact the foreign Blackwater Security Company and hire a group of retired special forces. A message, rambling, we're all reporting the minutiae to Li Hao, as well as the details of spending, consumption reports, and so on. Li Hao replied together with a sentence based on the reference of the number of cashbacks prompted by the system's background. Don't care about spending money. Money is a son of a. Spend it we are earning. Your task is to spend it vigorously. Only choose the most expensive, not the best. Xin Shuangxue was giving Li Hao some food, and when she saw her typing out this kind of text, her heart immediately tightened. He's not just this nice to me alone, he's even more generous to Zhang Ying'ai. 10 billion to start a company. Just spend it. Ding. Xin Shuangxue good sense -1. Current good sense 89. Li Hao's finger that was sending the message lurched, and he cocked his head to look at Xin Shuangxue. Young Li, have a bite to eat. Xin Shuangxue's surface was as calm as water, and she couldn't see anything unusual about her. But her favorability had unexpectedly dropped by 1 point. Li Hao had 10,000 grass mud horses galloping in his heart. The favorability that had risen with great difficulty would actually fall downwards? Spending 9 million to buy a Ferrari for Qin Shuangxue, she did not increase her favorability at all. What the hell is this? Li Hao suspected that Qin Shuangxue was jealous. Jealous of Zhang Ying'ai. Lost strategy. Eat first. Li Hao put down his cell phone and focused on targeting Qin Shuangxue for a strategy, taking the initiative to add a piece of foie gras to her. Qin Shuangxue was indeed jealous, but she adjusted her emotions very quickly, smiling on the surface, attentive to Li Hao's food. The surface of love. Not a single change could be seen. If not for the system real tip, her good sense dropped 1 point. Li Hao still cannot realize the problem. The heart size. Qin Shuangxue is really a born actor. Chapter 60 Iron Spending. Water Goddesses. Having just eaten a few bites, the two had just chatted warmly for a few moments. Tonight's charity dinner is really important for Tianhai Group. Drip. Cell phone WeChat reminder. Li Hao subconsciously picked it up and looked at it. It was a message from Mr. Che, asking for the room number. Li Hao edited the message back. Putting down the phone he looked at the pouting Qin Shuangxue. What did you just say? Nothing. Qin Shuangxue was obviously angry. No matter how Li Hao asked her she didn't say anything. Fortunately, the manager pushed the door in and asked for instructions. Mr. Li, there's a Mr. Zhang Jiqiang outside, saying that he's delivering formalities to you and wants to see you. On, it's a guest I've made an appointment with. Let him come in. Not long after, Mr. Zhang Jiqiang walked into the box with a briefcase in his hand and brought the saleswoman with him. Mr. Li, I'm really sorry for disturbing your meal. As soon as Zhang Jiqiang entered the room, he immediately nodded his head and came in front of Li Hao, took out the car purchase contract and handed it over with a fawning smile. This is the car purchase procedure. Everything is done. Just need to sign. According to your instructions, you stay in the store Mercedes-Benz car, and also sent over to the restaurant in front of the parked. Li Hao glanced at the car purchase contract and pointed at Qin Shuangxue. The car is for her. Let her sign. Okay. Zhang Jiqiang held the car purchase contract in both hands and turned the direction to Qin Shuangxue. Qin Shuangxue roughly swept through the car purchase contract. Seeing that the Ferrari was priced as high as 9 million, her heart surged into a warm current. At this moment, Qin Shuangxue's heart was not as calm as the surface. Although the $9 million Ferrari was not expensive, it was a world of difference from what Li Hao had given in before. After injecting 50 million into her company for free, spending 50 million to redeem the villa for her, and contributing money and effort to help her reclaim the Tianhai Group, the Ferrari was indeed somewhat insignificant. However, Zhang Jiqiang's words caused Qin Shuangxue's heart to ripple again. This car, I dare guarantee, in the entire high city only a handful can be counted among the top 10 luxury cars. Driving it to participate in tonight's charity auction gala is definitely the brightest beauty boss in the entire high city. Qin Shuangxue was shocked in her heart. Li Hao pretended to be full of concern on the surface, but in reality, he had already thought of everything for her. Tonight's charity gala was very important to her, and she might be able to use it to join the upper class in high city. But she just think to participate, but forgot to talk about the first Luoyi after honoring people. Li Hao had bought her a cool Ferrari for this purpose, to help her support the scene, which was a step ahead of her thinking what she wanted. Li Hao has done enough for himself. He actually still make a little sex, but also jealous. Is he what status? The heart is not at all count. Qin Shuangxue couldn't help but feel a little guilty and blame herself, and her favorability towards Li Hao also rebounded. Ding! Qin Shuangxue favorability +1. Current favorability 90. Li Hao was a bit confused on the spot. The Ferrari has long been sent to her. A little favorability did not rise. Dinner instead of dropping 1 point. How to sign a word on the rise back. Inexplicably, the woman's heart seabed needle. Now it's so hard to brush a goodwill. At the same time, the system cashback tone came as expected. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 9 million for Qin Shuangshui, and automatically recorded the number of cashback times. The current cumulative cashback draws 3 times. Li Hao checked the description of the number of cashbacks. Zheng Ying'ai accumulated 2 cashbacks, and he bought a car for Qin Wushuang accumulated 1. At the moment, after signing and successfully selling a $10 million luxury car, the smile on Zhang Jiqiang's face became even more intense, and he took the initiative to resign in a sensible manner. Mr. Li, Miss Qin, I won't bother you two with your meal. Li Hao then reacted with polite pleasantries. Come all the way, sit down and eat some together. No Mr. Li, I dealt with a bite before I came here. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. When all the cars you ordered arrive, next time I'll treat you. Zhang Jiqiang is very self-aware. Quickly excused himself. People are polite with him. He will not stomp on his nose. Stay as a light bulb to cause suspicion. Okay. Li Hao did not force himself and sent Zhang Jiqiang away. Li Hao came back and sat down again. Qin Shuangshui poured a cup of water for Li Hao and said in a gentle and virtuous manner, Mr. Li, in fact, you don't need to spend more than 9 million to buy me a car. It's not easy to make money. You keep spending money on me. I really don't know how to repay you. Qin Shuangshui is well-intentioned. Imagine a man, always spend money on the woman. For the sake of the man to save him some money, is also human nature. A woman who doesn't value material things, doesn't worship gold, and has a high face value and a good figure. Which man wouldn't be confused? However, Li Hao was not so first. He gave Qin Shuangshui money to spend for the system return gold. Qin Shuangshui advised him not to continue to spend money. This is damn not against Li Hao. Anyone who hinders him from spending money, no matter who it is Li Hao's enemy. Iron spending money, flowing water goddess. How come? You spend money, my money still cannot spend out? Li Hao was instantly displeased. You nonsense can be really much. How I want to spend money on how to spend. You love it or not. The words fell a little angry. He only to brush money. To Qin Shuangshui spend money she does not rise favorability also even if, but also jabbering, rambling, a little no self-awareness. He was not willing to waste time on Qin Shuangshui, directly got up and left the box without looking back. Qin Shuangshui was left alone in the wind. For a long time could not react. Which sentence he said wrong, caused Li Hao unhappy. Just like this to go? Qin Shuangshui's heart felt as if it had been stabbed by a needle, and it stung a little. In the end, she is only Li Hao's underground lover. Even the real girlfriend cannot be counted. Spend money or something you love me. Why should she think of saving money for Li Hao? This IQ is really worrying. Li Hao though negatively left, still not forgetting to check out for the bill. Alipay transfer to 1 million. Ding. Detected the host's treat consumption of 1 million. Recorded the number of rebates 1 time. Currently remaining accumulated cashback draws 4 times. Under the respectful escort of the restaurant manager, Li Hao dialed Zhang Ying'ai's phone number and stomped out of the restaurant. Hey, it's not clear on WeChat. I'll wait for you at the hotel and say it in person. I'll be right back. Young Ae was shocked and delighted to receive Li Hao's call, and didn't dare to hesitate, as she, her manager Kim Mi-sun, and director Lee Young-ban were working together to work out the trivial matters of opening a company. She didn't expect Li Hao to call first. Without saying a word, Young Ae rushed back to the hotel with her people. A group of 3 people drove fast and returned to Shangri-La Hotel. When they entered the suite, Li Hao had long returned and was sitting on the sofa fiddling with his cell phone with his head down. Appa. With a tone that contained 100% sugar, Young Ae swooped into Li Hao's arms like a milky swallow returning to its nest, intimately took his arm, and introduced him to Li Hao. This is my agent, Kim Mi-sun, and this is a director I know. Her name is Li Yongbang, broker and director. More than once heard the legend of Li Xiao. Today is the first time to be close, and meet with a super plutocrat like Li Xiao. Immediately both knees softly kneel on the ground. This is the custom of the stick country people. Kneeling culture. Humble to the extreme. Greetings, Li Xiao. Chapter 61, An alien monk is ostracized. Stick country prevails kneeling etiquette. Subordinates to see superiors, especially ordinary people to see the plutocrat, must be kneeling ceremony, to show that there is a difference between inferiority and superiority, to show respect. Li Hao is a Chinese, not accustomed to this kneeling culture in the stick country, immediately said, both of you get up. Kneeling makes me very uncomfortable. Thank you, Mr. Li. The agent and director respectfully got up, nodding their heads and saying thank you, with a look of being flattered. Come over and sit. Let's sit down and talk. Li Hao invited the two to sit down, but the two had their hearts in the right place. Knowing how much they were, how would they dare to sit down on an equal footing with the plutocrat? Don't be polite, let's just stand. Li Hao didn't force himself anymore and looked sideways at Zhang Ying AI. Speak up, what difficult thing did you run into? Speaking of business, Zhang Ying AI's expression also became a bit more serious. Since it's an entertainment company and I'm an outsider, so I need to have a team of image consultants in the area. I'm planning to sign up for a private consultant studio, but I'm new to the area, and when I called this morning to try and get the word out, the other party was cold and not very willing to work with me. Li Hao rolled his eyes, somewhat speechless. They're not willing to change, one is. Do I still need to teach you this? Director Li Zhangfeng squeezed out a smile and explained stiffly. Young Li doesn't know. This image studio, which is highly rated in the industry, specializes in image design, and many first-tier big-name stars are their clients. Even they are famous internationally. If we can sign them, it will definitely help young AE. Li Hao glanced at Zhang Ying AI with some hatred. You can't even spend the money you're given. Then he changed his words and spoke eloquently. Everything has a value, and since the other party's intention to cooperate is not obvious, the price you gave is not high enough. Appa, I'm sorry for letting you down. Young AE apologized in shame. Let's go. I'll go with you to meet this studio. Li Hao didn't say much nonsense, pulled up young AE and left. The director and agent were a bit dumbfounded, not expecting Li Xiao to be so efficient and leave when he said he would. The big and small bosses had already moved out. The two of them naturally didn't dare to be slow, and they started their actions. The agent Kim Mi-sun was responsible for going to contact Blackwater Security to discuss hiring security personnel. The director, on the other hand, utilized his connections in the entertainment industry in Bangkok to contact and recruit the crew, lighting, photography, props, screenwriters, and other outstanding talents to form a brand new team. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a wildly styled Pagani Windy parked in front of Angela's image studio. The butterfly wing design door opened, and in the eyes of the passers-by who were amazed, Li Hao and young AE stepped out of the car. In front of the studio, in addition to the Son of the Wind, there were many luxury cars parked, including Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Porsche, Maserati and more than a dozen $1 million luxury cars. From time to time, there were luxuriously dressed actresses with sunglasses and masks, accompanied by assistants coming in and out. It was obvious that this studio was indeed very popular with celebrities, and the first and second tier celebrities that were rare to see on weekdays could be seen everywhere here like Chinese cabbages. Li Hao and young AE walked through the door side by side and were greeted by a strong perfume odor and the sound of chattering. Inside the hall, there were actresses, all dressed fashionably and covered in luxury goods, gathered in 2s and 3s to talk in low voices. Tonight's charity dinner is a chance for us to leap through the Dragon Gate. As long as we make Mr. Zhao happy, we'll have a lot of film contracts, and we'll be able to make it to the top in no time. That's right, I'm worried about what to do if I'm suborned. You're such a little white boy, you just want to be suborned. Who will give you a movie contract if you don't suborn? Who will give you a chance to make a name for yourself? That's right, there's no such thing as a good thing that falls out of the sky. These female stars, all of them are arranged by Zhao Tianhao to participate in the Charity Gala Atmosphere Group. To give the Charity Gala punch the doorway, basically all of them are the first and second line female stars, female group idols, the top stream of the entertainment circle. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for their stars. This kind of charity auction party is not common, and there are not several times a year. In order to get the top spot in tonight's charity gala, they are all showing their skills and competing for the top spot, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on image design costs to dress themselves up, just to get a full house tonight, and to have more resources for their future career. Young AE just walked into the hall and was recognized by many people. Why is young AE here too? Isn't she a stick country artist? Is this coming to the domestic market to rake in the gold? In a flash, all the female stars present were alert in their hearts, misunderstanding that young AE had also come to participate in the charity auction gala to compete with them for resources. For a while, the stars were united. Korean stars, always thinking of stealing our market. They are so damaging. Really think that foreign monks are good at reading scriptures. Don't even think about it. The accusations and insults were not bad. At least they were not blatant. Zhang Ying AI knows that he is new to the country, not familiar with the place, do not want to cause trouble to Li Hao. Aggrieved, pursed lips silent, but the more she backed down, more to encourage the arrogance of the actresses. The crowd walked out of a first-tier actress. She wrapped her arms around her gaze cold, overbearing look at Zhang Ying AI. You are not welcome in the Haicheng entertainment circle. Go back where you came from. Don't make a nuisance of yourself. She was already explicitly driving people away, overbearing and brutal and unreasonable. Tang Yitong, a domestic first-tier big shot, with more than 5 million fans, starred in many popular movies, Hallyu Entertainment Company's artist, a first-tier big shot that Zhao Tianhao had single-handedly promoted, where Zhao Tianhao invested in the movie. She is the royal female #1. Film contracts constantly. Showbiz resources good to the explosion. In the Haicheng entertainment circle and the right to speak is very heavy. Sister Tang has given the word. Why don't you hurry up and get lost? That's right. Without Sister Tang's nod. Still want to mix in the Haicheng entertainment circle. Dreaming. You have to be a bit self-aware. Hurry up and leave if you're sensible. If you get kicked out, it won't be pretty. As soon as Tang Yitong spoke, the other actresses responded. Their mean-spirited attitudes worsened, and they even overbearingly wanted to drive Zhang Ying AI out directly. Zhang Ying AI was isolated and subconsciously looked to Li Ho for help. Call the studio boss. Li Ho's expression was calm and couldn't tell if he was happy or angry. He was here to talk about cooperation and acquisition. He was too lazy to spend more time tearing up this group of female celebrities. To be honest, the first time he saw so many female stars, Li Ho's heart is still some small excitement, but now there is only disappointment, especially Tang Yitong. In the past, he also spent money to go to the cinema to see Tang Yitong's movies. She has a good impression. I did not think that the reality is actually a different face, towering over the overbearing. Young Ae took out her cell phone and dialed Angela's studio, indicating her intentions. Seeing that Zhang Ying AI ignored her warning and actually made the call herself, Tang Yitong's face turned cold and ordered the bodyguard at her side with a wink. Throw it out. Just as the bodyguards received the order and were ready to take action, the sound of da high heels came from the hallway, and a woman with excellent posture and a haughty demeanor, dressed as a workplace elite, appeared from the hallway. As she appeared, everyone's eyes were attracted. Her temperament was too unique, from her hairstyle, jewelry matching, to her flawless dress, bringing the unique charm and fashion of women to the extreme. She was Lisa, the director of Angela's studio image consultant. Chapter 62 Sky High Signing Fee. Seeing Lisa step forward, Li Hao was really a bit odd. This woman gave her a unique feeling, especially in the aspect of image and temperament. Extraordinary, full of confidence, elegant movements, inside and out, exudes a fashionable beauty, different from the feeling given to him by Zhang Ying'ai, Xin Shuangxue, Zhang Li and others. This is an alternative noble female beauty. Right at this moment, in Li Hao's mind, a message suddenly popped up. Ding. Name, Lisa. Age, 28. Height, 171. Weight, 50 kilograms. Occupation, image consultant. Face value, 8. 9 points. Favorability, 0. Introduction senior image consultant, specializing in image customization. Proficient in 4 languages, English, French, German and Spanish. Master hairstylist, master makeup artist, master body shaping manager. Pursuing fashion aesthetics, perfectionist. Li Hao let out a sigh in his heart. This woman knows quite a lot. As soon as Lisa appeared, Tang Yitong smiled lightly and familiarly went up to greet her. Tonight's charity auction gala was her main concern. Where else would she care to take care of Zhang Ying'ai? Lisa, is it my turn? Ms. Tang, take it easy. I still have a few things to do. Let's talk about it in detail later. Who knew that Lisa just responded politely, took elegant steps and walked straight past her, stopping in front of young Ae with a playful smile and said, "It seems that Ms. Young Ae is very persistent. Being rejected, she even dared to come to the door. Let's go to my office to talk." This morning Zhang Ying AI had contacted her to express her willingness to acquire. Was politely rejected by her? Did not expect that in the afternoon Zhang Ying AI personally came to the door? Lisa did not want to do too ugly. This is the appearance of the meeting. Witnessing Lisa and Zhang Ying AI, Li Hao 3 people left. A group of female stars have snorted. Face disdain. Tang Yitong's face was even more gloomy and difficult to see. Zhang Ying AI had quite a big appetite, and wasn't afraid of holding out. Previously, Li Xiao personally came to the door. 10 million annual salary. Hired Lisa as the company's image consultant. She didn't even go. Zhang Ying AI district Korean artists. No money and no background. What does she have? Tang Yitong laughed out coldly, a touch of haze flashing between her brows. What is young Ae? She doesn't know the sky. She still wants Lisa to serve as her personal image consultant? Just wait. In a moment she will definitely be swept away in ashes. The actress's conspiratorial voices rose and fell, each revealing a gloating look. There were quite a few of them, who were not dealing with Lisa for the first time, and more or less understood Lisa's personality and brilliant experiences. Lisa had previously developed in Hollywood as a senior image consultant, and each of the Hollywood stars that she had designed and packaged with her own hands had made a big splash when attending public events. It is no exaggeration to say that Lisa is definitely a recognized expert in the field of image design. She returned to China to develop. During the opening of the studio in Haicheng, how many capital bosses in the circle to hire her were clearly rejected. Cooperation can be. Acquisition is exempt from negotiation. Enough to see how proud Lisa is. The words are divided into two. Li Hao and Zhang Ying'ai, led by Lisa, entered the office. Designed in European style, all the decorations in the office were properly placed and contrasted, reflecting the unique taste of Lisa, a senior image designer. The most attractive, when behind the desk, the wall of honor certificates. A wall, hanging full. Some certificates Li Hao simply do not recognize, but he can see that these certificates are certified by authoritative organizations. The gold content is not low, full of a wall, full of visual impact. Oba, look over here. Sophie's red carpet photo, so beautiful. Young Ae shook Li Hao's arm and looked enviously at the photos on one wall. Sophie was young Ae's idol, and since her debut, she had always dreamed of one day becoming a superstar like Sophie, who was on fire all over the world. Following Zhang Ying'ai's gaze, even if Li Hao was not a star chaser, he was shocked. He saw quite a few familiar faces on the wall. There were Sister Widow, Sister Lammer, Sophie, Monica and so on. Dozens of photos of Hollywood super first-tier actresses, stunning beauties, each one of them stunningly beautiful. Next to each red carpet photo of Hollywood superstars, there was also a photo of Lisa with them. These photos were Lisa's best proof. Seeing the two men's astonished behavior, Lisa casually explained, "These photos are my personal hobby. Every time I finish a piece of work, I will keep a photo as a souvenir, and hang it next to the red carpet photos for comparison, always reminding me that I can still do better." Lisa said it lightly, but the corners of her mouth slightly curled up. It was hard to hide the pride in her heart. At this time, the assistant carried 3 cups of coffee and walked into the office. "Please have a seat for the two of you." Lisa elegantly made a gesture of invitation, and obediently sat down on the office chair, waiting until Li Hao and Zhang Ying'ai were seated. And when it came to business, she directly opened the door, not dragging her feet in the slightest. "As you guys can see, I'm very busy today. Let's make it short. First of all, thank you Miss Zhang Ying'ai for your love. But I'm a free-spirited person. I don't like to work for others. Cooperation is fine. Acquisition is exempted." Li Hao said calmly and unhurriedly. "Everything has a price. Don't be too busy to reject. You make a price." Lisa's heart is not happy with Li Hao's thuggish face. Her face does not move. Deliberately said, "Being an image consultant is my personal hobby. Since you want to use vulgar money to measure my hobby and buy out my poetry in faraway places, I'll be impolite. 1 year 100 million. If you agree, I can join." After saying that, Lisa looked at Li Hao provocatively. Even if she was a senior image consultant in Hollywood, her annual income was at most 10 million. She asked for a sky-high price and proposed a sky-high price of 100 million, just to let Li Hao know what to do. But Li Hao didn't even think about it and clapped. "Okay, $100 million deal." A flash of surprise flashed in Lisa's eyes, and she panicked and changed her words. "I said $100 million. Rich is not it. Let you pretend beep." Capable of this time also agreed. "No, I'm talking about pounds." Li Hao's backhanded sneer. It was Lisa's turn to be dumbfounded. It was already outrageous enough for her to say dollars, but she didn't expect the other party to say pounds. The exchange rate ratio between the British pound and the soft currency was 1 to 10, 23. If 100 million pounds were converted into RMB, it would be 1 billion soft dollars. With Lisa's income, even if she didn't eat or drink and worked for decades, she wouldn't be able to earn 1 billion. Not to mention that the other party's offer was more than 1 billion for 1 year. Lisa was completely nonplussed, and stood up with a huff and asked, "What you said is true?" Not only Lisa, even young Ae was anxious. She hurriedly pulled on Li Hao's coat and whispered persuasively, "Appa, 100 million pounds is too much to use such a high price. With this money, we can hire any top studio in Hollywood." Li Hao ignored young Ae and continued, "If it's a fake, you can sign the contract now. I can pay you 3 years of salary in one go." When these words came out, Lisa's mouth was wide open. Her scalp was numb with shock. She was petrified on the spot. She never dreamed that the young man in front of her, who was dressed in ordinary clothes, had a mouth of stone, and could actually take out so much money. Chapter 63 Image Design, Loser to Prince. Li Hao raised his cell phone and urged, "Be numb, report your bank account number, 622,347. Lisa foolishly reported a string of numbers. Her entire body was wooden. Li Hao cleanly completed the transfer, and the next second the bank beep sounded. "Ding! Your Citibank transferred 3,100,000,000 yuan. Individual 10,100,000,000 100,000 million 100 million 100 million. The whole 10 digits. 1 billion. Lisa looked at the series of numbers on her bank account, her scalp tingling, that look of condescending disdain gone. Instead, she was shocked, numb, and incredulous. She mixed in Hollywood has seen a lot of rich people. There are generous, easily millions of tens of millions of dollars. But like in front of this, A word directly transfer 3. 1 billion. Trenchless style. Life or the first time to see. She took a deep breath for a while before calming down, owed a slight bow to Li Hao, and her address changed. Boss, I still don't know how to address you. Li Hao. Lisa suppressed the excitement in her heart and tried her best to calm her tone as she inquired. Mr. Li, regarding the details of the acquisition, do you have any requirements? After taking care of Lisa, Li Hao didn't bother to ask about the details and pointed at Zheng Ying'ai and said, the company is hers. You guys discuss it. Hearing this, Lisa's heart once again set off huge waves. Being shocked, her scalp was numb. She has seen today what is called a real magnate giant. Without showing off, just to support a stick country artist, he could even throw down $1 billion without blinking an eye. Ding! Lisa favorability plus 15. Current favorability, 15. At the same time, a system beep sounded in Li Hao's head. So little, only 15 points? Li Hao was a little disappointed. It seems that this Lisa is not too good to handle. After spending $1 billion, she added 15 points of favorability. There is still a considerable distance from 100 points to reach the soulmate. Zheng Ying'ai and Lisa briefly negotiated. After the two discussed the specific requirements of the contract was soon printed and sealed and signed. Welcome Ms. Lisa to the Yinghao Entertainment Company Limited. Thank you, it's an honor. Zheng Ying'ai and Lisa formally shook hands and exchanged pleasantries. Representing Lisa's Angela Studio, which was formally merged into the name of Yinghao Entertainment at this moment, a system beep sounded in Li Hao's head. Ding! Detected that the host spent $1 billion. Recorded 1 rebate. Currently remaining cumulative cashback draws 5 times. Li Hao opened the system interface and was about to consider drawing a wave of rewards to see how much cashback he could harvest when noisy clamor came from outside the office. When will Lisa come out? Is it necessary to talk nonsense with young AE? What if so many of us are waiting dryly and delay the charity auction party at night? It turned out to be Tangy Tong and a bunch of other female celebrities, waiting left and right, not seeing Lisa come out, were whining outside. Mr. Li, why don't I go and take care of it first? Lisa looked at Li Hao and asked for his opinion. Now including her, the entire Angela Studio was bought out by Li Hao. He was the boss. Everything was up to him. Li Hao remembered that when he entered just now, Tangy Tong and these actresses were doing the same thing, and said impatiently, clear the room, tell them all to get lost. Okay. Lisa immediately dialed her assistant and asked her to step in to handle the situation. Putting down the phone, Lisa looked up and down at the image of her new boss, secretly shaking her head and phrasing her words, trying her best not to hurt her boss's ego. Mr. Li, as the saying goes, a man is only as good as his clothes and a horse is only as good as his saddle. You are my Lisa's big boss, so you have to pay attention to your image as well. Since you spent a large amount of money to buy us out to work for you, I have to showcase our talents and customize your exclusive image that belongs to you. Li Hao money are spent to the women around him. He himself is now still a stall goods. The whole body adds up to less than $300. Anyone who looks at it is properly a loser image. As a subordinate, out of professional habit, Lisa absolutely did not allow her boss to dress so casually, which was like smashing her signboard. Okay. Li Hao nodded non-committally. Okay, your side please. Lisa elegantly made a pleased gesture and led Li Hao out of the office, personally designing a customized image for him. Young AE's phone vibrated and received a message from her manager. Young AE, as per your orders, I've negotiated a cooperation with Blackwater Security. 1 year $30 million. The other party will send 100 top-level mercenaries to do the security. They will probably arrive in Haicheng tonight. With the security issue resolved, young AE put down a stone in her heart. The actresses were cursing as they were driven away and kept talking about what to do about the charity auction party at night. Young AE took out her cell phone to edit a text message and sent it to her agent. Sister Jean, help me investigate. Is there a charity auction party in Haicheng tonight? She was new to the city and hadn't yet established herself in Haicheng. There was an opportunity to expand her network and open up a situation. She had to grasp it in time. She couldn't just let Appa help with everything. About a few minutes later, the agent replied to the message. Tonight at the Royal Hotel, there is indeed a charity gala. I heard that it's hosted by the son of the richest man in Haicheng, Zhao Tianhao. He's a well-known producer in China, and there are quite a few people in the entertainment industry who will be supporting the event tonight. Zheng Ying'ai typed a reply. Help me get 2 invitations. I want to attend with young Li tonight. Okay, I'll do it right away. Li Hao was led by Lisa to customize his image, and an hour and a half had already passed without him realizing it, during which the agent got the invitations and had sent them to young AE's phone. Makeup room, the entire Angela Studio, more than a dozen employees all came out. Lisa personally, the others played the hand. Around Li Hao busy, took more than 2 hours. Finally finished. Li Hao whole body, From hairstyle, to dress with a new look, completely changed. Looking in the mirror, British aristocratic dress, handsome and compelling self, Lee Hao simply cannot believe his eyes. This is still him? Wow. Too handsome, right? Love, love, love. Mr. Lee's temperament is too good. All the female employees present, stimulated by Lee Hao's handsome face, noble and mysterious temperament, screamed in shock. One after another transformed into a fangirl fan, their eyes flooded with peach blossoms. Even the originator Lisa also appeared a short period of disoriented, staring at Lee Hao. By Lee Hao's pair of deep, with a light sadness in the eyes deeply attracted, cannot be extricated. Young and golden, handsome, generous, with a mysterious background, he seemed to be hiding countless secrets. This new boss has almost all the advantages of all men. It's too perfect. Lisa blushed as her heart accelerated. Ding! Lisa favorability plus 30, current favorability 45. Lee Hao was also a bit confused when he received the system beep, giving her 1 billion, but it only went up 15 points of favorability. How could it instantly increase 30 points after makeup and dressing up? It turns out that face value can also increase favorability. Chapter 60 for the night banquet. Lisa is a perfectionist. She is passionate about image design, good at transforming a person's image and temperament, which is like carving a diamond into a vessel, and a rotten wood into a talent. She is passionate about transforming her clients into the ideal perfect image in their hearts. It had to be said that Lee Hao did not give Lisa a good impression when they first met. A hick, an ugly man, and a thug with a lot of stupidity and money. However, when remodeling him, it was found that Lee Hao had a well-proportioned body, 185 in height, thin in clothes, needy out of clothes, as well as firm pectoral muscles, and standard 8-pack abs. Such a perfect body left Lisa some small change of opinion. The bottom is good. Remodeling results will definitely not be very bad. Just the moment she saw the work take shape, Lisa then realized how great she was. Although she had once remodeled countless international stars, none of them were as perfect as Lee Hao's remodeling. After the transformation was completed, Lee Hao was simply the most perfect male god in the world. With his melancholic temperament and eyes full of stories, just where he stood was enough to kill all international models. At this moment, she was satisfied with her ability and felt that she had reached the peak of her profession. At the same time, she was also satisfied with Lee Hao. Only such a perfect man was worthy of being her boss. Young Ae breezed in, and instantly her mouth was wide open, dumbfounded, and her eyes were red. She couldn't believe her eyes. Appa! Bangkok's cosmetic surgery is known worldwide and is very developed, which has created a country full of handsome men and women. But even so, even if young Ae had seen a lot, when she saw the remodeled Lee Hao, she couldn't help but feel her heart and soul tremble. This unique melancholy temperament of Lee Hao made Zhang Ai instantly conquered, loved, and could not help herself. Hey, not so much as drooling. Lee Hao came in front of Zhang Ai and spoke out to flirt. Young Ae woke up as if from a dream and subconsciously wiped the drool that flowed out of the corner of her mouth. Oba, you're really handsome. Lee Hao smiled wickedly as he wrapped his arms around young Ae and instructed Lisa, pick her up as well. For Lisa's image remodeling level, Lee Hao had an intuitive feeling, and he was now vaguely looking forward to what degree of beauty Zhang Ai would be after careful dressing. Tianhai Group. Qin Shuangxue mindful of the evening charity auction party. Understand that the previous consideration is not well thought out. Now Lee Hao prepared for her Ferrari luxury car, currently still missing a dingy high fashion dress, necklaces, earrings, accessories, designer bags, evening gowns. None of these can be missing. She was bankrupt and owed a lot of external debt. All her luxury goods were pawned to pay off the debt, and she was living in a tight spot. She couldn't even get a decent piece of jewelry out. For the evening charity auction, Qin Shuangxue transferred 3 million to Zhongli to help her purchase a set of luxury goods. At the moment, in her office, there were 7 or 8 female employees from the PR department, each of them picking the best match among the piles of luxury goods. Chanel, Hermes, Dior, Louis Vuitton, Cartier, etc. were all super first-tier brands, and each piece was worth a lot of money. Qin Shuangxue asked as she tried them on. Zhongli, is the money given to you enough? How much is the difference you report? I'll transfer it to you. She only let Zhongli buy one set. Who knew that Zhongli brought back a dozen sets for him to pick from? As the boss, she naturally couldn't let her employees pour money into her. 3 million is completely enough. Not to mention this, Mr. Qin, try this gown quickly. If you're not satisfied, there's still time to change it. In fact, these luxuries are all bought to her by Lee Hao before the whole yard of a large half of the villa. It is too much. Zhongli cannot finish wearing it in her life. Qin Shuangxue need luxury goods. Just in the heart of the matter, Zhongli borrowed the flower to offer Buddha. Earn her a 3 million. Qin Shuangxue is very satisfied with Zhongli efficiency. in a pile of luxury goods with a perfect dress. The time also came to 5 o'clock in the evening. Qin Shuangxue is very confident. With this outfit, she will definitely brighten up everyone's eyes tonight. 5:30 in the evening. Imperial Court Hotel entrance. Traffic. The banquet has not yet begun. Has parked hundreds of luxury cars, Mercedes-Benz, BMW everywhere. Porsche, Maserati and other supercars also have a lot of. From time to time there are beautifully dressed fashionable beauties. Holding a man dressed as a successful man walked down the luxury car. There is no lack of first and second tier actresses, top stream idols and big names, walking into the venue in 2s and 3s. A charity auction party, so many first and second tier stars, top stream, can be said to be a star-studded gathering. Haicheng news media, entertainment reporters, paparazzi heard the wind, gathered in the venue around. To the stars to and from the big players, click is a wild shot. A face of red Ferrari parked at the door, causing many people's attention. Door open, Qin Shuangxue feet hate sky high. A fire red deep V evening dress, white as snow on the swan neck, shining with dazzling Cartier diamond necklace. Wrist wear is Vacheron Constantin watch. From the fire red Ferrari car down, the grand entrance made the reporters flash go mad and take crazy pictures. Look, that one has a really high face value, and her temperament is too good to be true, but she just looks a bit strange. I don't know which big shot she is. What do you care? Look at her outfit. At least $7 or $8 million. This level of woman is not rich, even if it is not a big star, is also a family celebrity. Qin Shuangxue's face value itself was very high, coupled with a luxurious to outrageous luxury goods. Her temperament set off even more expensive. There were quite a few teenage stars present, and Qin Shuangxue stood amongst them. Her temperament no less impressive. The second floor window of the hotel. Zhao Tianhao stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at Qin Shuangxue below, his gaze deep and silent, like a fluttering noble gentleman, exuding a noble and confident atmosphere. Secretary Jean lagged behind Zhao Tianhao by half a body position, likewise sizing up Qin Shuangxue, curious as to what kind of national color this woman who could make the boss's heart yearn for was. After a long time, Zhao Tianhao lamented. After not seeing her for a few years, she has indeed matured quite a bit. However, over the years, Zhao Tianhao had been mixed up in the entertainment circle, and was used to seeing all kinds of stunningly beautiful women, and the youthful flutter in his heart for Qin Shuangxue had long since faded, and he even laughed a little at himself. She looks good, but that's all. Why did I look at her in the first place? Not to mention the international top stream beauty, even the golden secretary beside him was inferior. Zhao Tianhao did have some small loss. Secretary Jean softly relieved. People aren't crazy in vain. Young master was only on the spur of the moment. Love is just beginning to open up. It's inevitable that there are times when you look away. Zhao Tianhao smiled to himself. You might as well just say that I'm blind. Secretary Jean looked aghast and said in a hurry, I don't dare. It's me who said the wrong thing. She had followed Zhao Tianhao for 3 years, and knew very well that this boss was gentle on the surface, but was really temperamental. Whoever dared to be sarcastic and hold a grudge against him would definitely die without even knowing how. Zhao Tianhao said half-jokingly, just a joke. No need to take it seriously. Right at this moment, a Pagani windchild that was pulled to the extreme stopped at the entrance. Zhao Tianhao's eyelids fluttered, and his eyes flashed with a flash of sternness. Chapter 65, like a thunderclap your grandma's leg. Wow! Pagani Son of the Wind, a top supercar worth $26 million, limited to 100 units worldwide, the only one in Haicheng. As soon as the Son of Wind appeared, it drew sideways glances from the crowd. Butterfly spreading wings car door opened. A man and a woman stepped out of the car. The female was a beautiful woman, a stick country idol Zhang Ying AI, causing all the men present to stop breathing. The male was the remodeled Li Hao, blinding the crowd as soon as he made his entrance. Wow, he's so handsome. Is he a baseball idol? His eyes are so melancholic. Whether it was a lady from a luxurious family, a female entertainment reporter, or a first-tier female star, all of them lost their voices and screamed when they saw Li Hao for the first time. Addicted to Li Hao's magnificent beauty and melancholic deep eyes, they were all convinced by his noble and mysterious aristocratic temperament. Qin Shuangxue's pupils were violently dilated and her mouth was wide open with an unbelievable look. Is he Li Hao? Gosh, how could he be so handsome? Loved. At this moment, Qin Shuangxue's favorability towards Li Hao suddenly and frequently skyrocketed. Li Hao had just gotten out of the car when a series of system beeps suddenly exploded in his mind. Ding! Qin Shuangxue favorability +1. Current favorability 91. Qin Shuangxue good sense +1. Current good sense 92. Surprisingly, it kept adding 5 points and the favorability soared to 95 before stopping. Li Hao is a little confused. To Qin Shuangxue spend money to buy luxury cars, goodwill has not moved, and even accidentally will fall. Just a little dress up. Goodwill added 5 points. The original enhancement of goodwill is not so difficult. Face value is everything. Appa, MS. Qin also came to the dinner. Zhang Ai saw Qin Shuangshui first and smiled sweetly. Moving naturally to take Li Hao's arm and greeted Qin Shuangshui as she walked over. What are you fuming about? When Li Hao stood in front of him, Qin Shuangshui then reacted. Her face flushed red and she shyly said, "No, it's just that I feel you've suddenly become handsome." She did not expect Li Hao turned out to have such a good temperament, mysterious and noble. There is a British aristocratic temperament, cannot help but let a person fascinated. Can't think more. Qin Shuangshui felt herself again. Second floor window. Ka-ching. The highball cup was crushed by Zhao Tianhao. His face sunk like water, his eyes flashed with jealousy, and he stared at Li Hao to death. The Pagani Windchild was my reserved favorite car, and it's amazing that he snatched it away from me. There was also Zhang Ai, originally planned to be an artist to be signed by him as well, but as a result, today I got the news that she actually opened her own entertainment company, and her feelings were also wrapped up by this kid. There was Qin Shuangshui in front of him, and Zhang Ai after him. He also robbed his favorite car. A series of triple blitz, pile after pile, all of them made Zhao Tianhao unable to endure. Good, very good, specifically against me, right? Zhao Tianhao's lungs were about to explode with anger. His gaze was gloomy as he looked at Li Hao and gritted his teeth. As Zhao Tianhao's close confidant, Secretary Jean naturally understood the reason for young Zhao's anger and said in a deep voice, "Young master, why don't I go meet him and give him a warning?" Zhao Tianhao took a deep breath, the haze in his eyes dispersed, and said solemnly, "As much as I hate to admit it, but looking at his temperament, demeanor, a bit of a British aristocratic background, you can't afford to offend this kind of person. I need to personally go down and engage him." Zhao Tianhao had spent a few years abroad and had seen the upper class in Europe and America. Li Hao, no matter what he was wearing or his demeanor, was full of a strong British aristocracy. Before he saw Li Hao, he was still a bit unconvinced in his heart, and didn't care to compare himself with Li Hao, who was a rich and powerful man. Now Zhao Tianhao had already put away the contempt, and felt that Li Hao's background might be hidden above him. Li Hao, Qin Shuangshui, and Zhang Ai walked into the venue, attracting the attention of countless people. The celebrities, ladies of the mansion, and actresses at the venue marveled at Li Hao's handsome, melancholic, and charming temperament, letting out a gasp of surprise and staring at him with unblinking eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that there was already a female companion beside Li Hao, they would have wanted to immediately jump on him, ask for contact information, and it would be best to have some more wonderful encounters tonight. Thinking about this, some of the celebrities with open personalities had already gotten excited. The men's eyes were full of envy and jealousy when they looked at Li Hao. He was actually monopolizing two stunning beauties by himself, embracing them left and right, too damn envious. At this time, Zhao Tianhao walked into the venue hall, and the crowd greeted him when they saw him. "Mr. Zhao." Zhao Tianhao looked like he was warmly welcoming the host and greeted every guest, but in reality, he was high and mighty. "Welcome to all of you. We must have fun today." Seemingly inadvertently walking to Li Hao, pretending to be surprised, he said, this one is somewhat familiar. "Hello." Li Hao did not recognize Zhao Tianhao, thought it was a hotel manager or something like that. The other party stretched out his hand. He ignored it, the same end of the shelf. "And you are?" Zhao Tianhao pretended to be a gentleman and introduced himself. "I'm Zhao Tianhao, CEO of Haiyu Group, acting chairman of Haicheng Chamber of Commerce." Zhao Tianhao said these words with a condescending attitude that spoke for itself, almost writing "I am the son of the richest man" on his face. However, Li Hao's reaction was out of everyone's expectation. "Oh, don't recognize." Li Hao was telling the truth. The previous him was just a small staff member who couldn't get on the stage. How could he have the chance to recognize the high and mighty son of the richest man in the Zhao family? Zhao Gongzi. Zhao Tianhao's mouth twitched. His face was vaguely dark. A breath was held in his chest. His lungs almost exploded. "Too damn bullying. I'm kindly flattering you, condescending to befriend you. You're still putting up a fight with me. You're a bully. You think a strong dragon can crush a snake in the ground?" Qin Shuangshui recognized Zhao Tianhao and hurriedly whispered in Li Hao's ear to introduce him. "He is Zhao Tianhao, the son of the richest man in Haicheng, the initiator of this dinner." So it's Zhao Tianhao. "Mr. Zhao, I've heard about you for a long time. Your great name is like a thunderbolt. Hello hello hello." Li Hao took the initiative to show his goodwill and shook Zhao Tianhao's hand. These words made Zhao Tianhao's veins jump. Going to the grave and burning newspapers to fool the ghosts. Just now you said you didn't recognize him, but now you're like a thunderbolt. You've heard it all before. If it wasn't for the fact that the occasion wasn't right and he hadn't gotten a clear picture of the other person, Zhao Tianhao would have wanted to yell at him and tear off his hypocritical mask. Fortunately, Zhao Tianhao was professionally trained. His expression management was spot on. suppressing his anger and turning to exchange pleasantries with Qin Shuangxue to avoid embarrassment. Frost Snow, long time no see, long time no see. Li Hao was surprised and looked at the two people shaking hands, puzzled. You guys knew each other before? Qin Shuangxue responded in a small voice. We used to be alumni and went to the same noble school together. Li Hao let out an O and said without moving. So it's an old classmate. Ah, you still have this relationship. Why didn't you say so earlier? Shall that what how? Frost Snow is the old president of the Tianhai group. You are old classmates. In the business world in the future, more help, more friends, more road well, more cooperation in the future. What does he mean? Zhao Tianhao was in thought. Was this a threat or a warning? This is natural. Please come inside. The dinner will start soon, said Zhao Tianhao, leading the three into the venue, while analyzing Li Hao's meaning beyond his words. Frost Snow, ah, you know the richest man in Haichang. Why didn't you say so earlier? This can be all about relationships. It's connections. In the future, you must contact your classmates more often. Actually, I don't know him well. He chased after me when I was in school in the past, but I didn't agree. The two men's voices were not loud, but several people nearby could hear them clearly, especially Zhao Tianhao. His teeth were itching with anger. Revealing your shortcomings in public, right, not leaving any room for error. Qin Shuangxue, you're ruthless. Just wait for me. As a direct line heir cultivated by the Zhao family, Zhao Tianhao's surface kung fu was very good, although in his heart, he hated to break Li Hao and Qin Shuangxue's pair of dogs into pieces, but on the surface, he was light-hearted and kept his demeanor. Chapter 66, A False Trial of a Snake. Under Zhao Tianhao's leadership, Li Hao, Zhang Ying'ai, and Qin Shuangxue walked into the hall of the venue. The charity auction officially started at 8 p.m. Before that, the organizer had specially prepared a high-grade buffet-style reception, which was convenient for the guests to communicate with each other, socialize, and expand their connections. The hall was filled with people, waiters carrying champagne, and the table was filled with all kinds of food, colorful and fragrant, exuding a tempting aroma. Haicheng business celebrities gathered together in twos and threes, holding champagne in their hands, talking and laughing, discussing windfall projects, and talking about blue ocean, shares, and talking about business. There are also many sexy celebrities and actresses in the scene, competing for beauty, traveling among the tycoons and making friends with the rich and powerful. Mr. Li, I saw a few acquaintances. Go over and say hello. Qin Shuangxue saw a few old acquaintances at the venue. They were all business partners who had cooperated with her father for many years in the beginning, and then her father had an accident and went to jail. The group changed hands, so there was not much interaction, but now that she was back in charge of Tianhai, these connections naturally needed to be maintained again. Go. This time Qin Shuangxue left. Zhang Ying'ai was an alien monk, and Li Hao was in his infancy, so he seemed out of place in this kind of occasion. As the son of the richest man in Haichang, a famous producer, the acting chairman of the Chamber of Commerce, and the organizer of the charity gala, Zhao Tianhao was the deserved focus of the evening, surrounded by a group of renowned directors and business celebrities, scrambling to flatter him. Zhao Tianhao's joy and anger were not visible. On the surface, he was light-hearted, laughing and joking, but in fact, he had been holding a fire in his heart for a long time. Just as he was calculating in his mind how to get back his offense, Tang Yitong, a few female stars, came to Zhao Tianhao's side, with an aggrieved and complaining look. Mr. Zhao, you have to do it for us. Zhang Ying'ai, she's a stick country artist. How dare she run to Haichang to spread her wildness and bully us? She's coming from a bad place, acquiring Lisa's Angela's studio, and kicking us all out in public. Several female stars were filled with righteous indignation. You glanced at me and I spoke, adding fuel to the fire by giving Zhao Tianhao such an account of what happened in Angela's studio this afternoon. I see. A strong dragon can't suppress a snake. No one dares to bully my people in Haichang yet. Zhao Tianhao's face was as gloomy as water, and his voice was so cold that the people around him couldn't help but shiver. Those who were familiar with Zhao Tianhao knew that Mr. Zhao was angry, and the consequences were serious. Zhang Ying'ai came to the country to develop, opened an entertainment company in Haichang without saying a word, and without saying hello to Zhao Tianhao. He wanted to force his way in and forcefully share the cake in the original market. This was clearly a provocation, breaking the market rules, and taking food from a tiger's mouth. Zhao Tianhao ordered a few well-known directors to go and retrieve the scene. A few of you go and meet Zhang Ying'ai. I want to know her next move. When it came to interests, Zhao Tianhao naturally refused to give up. He wanted to make Zhang Ying'ai lose her money with no bones and dregs left, so that she would understand that Haichang was the Zhao family's world. The directors named by Zhao Tianhao are very famous in the circle. All of them are big names in the entertainment industry, and they have made a lot of excellent movie works. Nay, in these 2 years, the movie business was in a slump, and it was getting harder and harder to pull an investment. Zhao Xiao was generous and a rare investor, so they all clung to Zhao Tianhao's banner and obeyed him. As several well-known big directors walked towards Zhang Ying'ai, they immediately caused quite a commotion in the venue. Director Wang, Director Chen, and Director Zhu, they actually appeared together? These three big directors are getting together. Are they making some big moves? They must be planning to make a new movie. The celebrities in the audience cast blazing gazes, scrambling to accost them and curry favor with them. However, the three directors were completely unmoved and walked straight towards Yang Ae, causing the crowd of stars present to be envious and jealous. Hello, I'm Wang Zhanshan. These two are Director Chen Baixiang Chen, and Director Zhu Jianghaizhu. Wang Zhanshan held his director's stance and greeted Li Hao, introducing the two peers around him one by one. Li Hao was confused, not knowing what these three directors were looking for him for. This little brother is a bit familiar. I don't know what to call him. Director Wang had a warm face and reached out to get close. Li Hao couldn't fathom the trio's intentions and didn't extend his hand, saying without moving, "Do you guys have something to do?" Wang Zhanshan was not angry and complimented. "It is better to be known than to be seen. Li is always young and talented." Only, Director Chen took over the conversation and said, "I heard that Zhang Ying'ai has registered an entertainment company in Haicheng. If you plan to develop in the country, you still have to make good relations with people in the circle." These words had a flavor of swearing sovereignty, telling the other party who was the family member in charge. Li Hao didn't answer and didn't seem to hear the implication. Yes. What a few seniors said is right. I should have called on all of you and said hello to Inner Entertainment before registering the company. It's my fault for doing things poorly and being ill-considered. Young Ae nodded her head in a habitual manner, her posture lowered. She was deeply poisoned by the stick country's class culture and kept a lowly attitude in front of her director's seniors, very humble and not daring to be unbridled. Seeing that he could not be so humble, Li Hao was a little displeased in his heart, and as he pulled Zhang Ying'ai behind him, he looked straight at Director Wang and the other three, and said without being overbearing, "Three directors, I am Zhang Ying'ai's investor. My idea is simple. I intend to enter the Inner Entertainment to get a piece of the pie, so we can cooperate if we have the opportunity in the future." Director Wang proudly raised his chin and said, "Inner Entertainment can't be a good way to rake in money. A movie with a minimum investment of 500 million to start, isn't it? The current movie market is very hot. This year, several big domestic productions, often billions of dollars at the box office. Not everyone can make money." If they talked about movie art, Li Hao didn't have the right to speak, but they talked about money, right on the money. A few of you have a point. Young Ae, learn more from a few seniors, they're passing on industry experience. Thank you for the guidance from a few directors. Young Ae borrowed a slope, causing the three directors to blush. Who's passing on experience to you guys? We're clearly hitting you guys, okay? Don't you understand the words good and bad? It wasn't that Li Hao didn't understand, but he felt that these three directors were too low. I think 500 million is too little. I want to benchmark Hollywood big production. From abroad to invite professional special effects team. Every work at least have to start 10 billion. Making money and losing money was simply not within Li Hao's consideration. Movie investment is big. Spending is high. This is the latest idea of brushing money. Why didn't I think of it before? Actors are invited to Hollywood's international big names. Sister Widow, Robert Downey Jr., who is expensive. Don't be afraid to spend money. With money smashing, let them give you a ride, to ensure that the flow at the same time, but also to take into account the quality. Director, please Cameron, Nolan, Spielberg, these people, at least can guarantee the box office. Three people think this is okay? Hearing this rhetorical question, Director Wang, Director Chen, and Director Zhu's mouths were wide open, all confused. If the movie was really made this way, the investment would definitely be unprecedented, setting a new record for movie investment. Not bad money. An international famous director to control the quality, absolutely can make an unprecedentedly good movie. Film history to leave a name. At this moment, the three of them were breathing heavily. All of them were moved. Mr. Li, if you have this idea, that would be great. I have a good script here. Do you want to take some time out of your busy schedule? Let's have a chat. And me, this is my business card. I have a big production here, and I'm worried about finding Bull. Director Wang, Director Chen, and Director Zhu made a 180-degree turn in their attitudes, nodding their heads and handing out their business cards, all of them flattering Li Hao. Chapter 67. A strong dragon cannot suppress a snake on the ground. Li Hao carelessly took the business cards of the three people and turned his hand to Young Ae. Young Ae is the boss of the entertainment company. You guys talk to her. For a while, the three big directors all surrounded Young Ae's left and right, selling their scripts to win Young Ae's favor. Young Ae was somewhat flattered and her heart was moved beyond words. Oba was too good to her. investing $10 billion in her to open a company, and now paving the way for her. How could she be so virtuous as to allow Li Ho to do this for her? The three major directors surrounded Zheng Ying AI and exchanged polite pleasantries, causing all the domestic first-tier stars and top-stream juniors present to be envious and jealous, shading and talking. What's the situation? Why are Director Wang and the others sucking up to Young AE? Foreign monks are just shameless, running to the domestic entertainment to grab the resources that belong to us. Wanting to hang out in the domestic entertainment industry isn't that simple. If Young Li doesn't give the word, Zheng Ying AI wants to come out of the woodwork. Dream on. At this moment, Zhao Tianhao was indignant. His face was gloomy to the extreme. What was wrong with Wang Zhunshan, Chen Baixiang and the others? Letting them go over to feel out the bottom, only to turn around and actually flatter the enemy. Traitors, backstabbing, insider eating things. Ding. At this time, Zhao Tianhao's cell phone received a message from Secretary Jean. Boss, Li Hao is indeed not simple. He's very ambitious. He even wants to take on Hollywood and invest in filming billions to shoot a big production. Seeing this message, Zhao Tianhao's pupils shrunk violently and he sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Good guy. Barbarians at the door. Forcibly inserting a foot. Really coming from a bad place nah. Just Zhao Tianhao was a bit puzzled. Isn't investing in a movie for money laundering? Can you really make money by investing so much? Funny. Let those three idiots roll back. Don't embarrass me. Zhao Tianhao's fingers were flying, typing orders. Go and check Li Hao's background. I want to know everything about him. I want to see what kind of path he's on and how he can be so generous. After sending the message, Zhao Tianhao's face was cloudy. As the saying goes, a strong dragon can't suppress a snake. Even if Li Hao was a dragon, he was just a dragon crossing the river. If he really disrupted the market without rules, and strongly inserted his foot with his strong capital, he would be offending the entire Haichang Business Alliance. Meeting place. Secretary Jean had been wandering around Li Hao, conveniently observing Li Hao's every move at all times. It had to be said that Secretary Jean had read countless people, and she could understand what kind of person and what kind of origin at a glance, but only Li Hao is the most impenetrable to her. His demeanor is unrestrained. He does not stick to the small details. He is not submissive when talking. He is not overbearing, and the confidence he reveals inadvertently. This is the dominance that will only be revealed if he is full of energy. This person has an extraordinary origin, and ordinary temptation is useless. Secretary Jean thought about it and casually picked up 2 glasses of champagne and walked towards Li Hao. The 3 directors who were sputtering and introducing the script to flatter Young AE, saw Secretary Kim approaching and changed their faces in unison, expressing their loyalty. Their words of ass-kissing also got stuck in their throats. In a moment of excitement just now, they had forgotten the purpose for which they were sent here by Xiao Xiao. MS. Young AE, we still have things to do. We'll talk again when we have the chance. The 3 of them found an excuse to bolt and hurriedly left, avoiding Secretary Jean and burying their heads very low, afraid that they would annoy Mr. Zhao by eating from both ends and make him dislike them. Mr. Li, I've heard a lot about you. Secretary Jean walked over with great righteousness and politely introduced himself. My name is Jean Crescent, How You Group's first secretary. I've long heard of Mr. Li's great name, and when I see it today, I'm really imposing and handsome. I heard that you intend to enter the entertainment industry. In the future you will inevitably have to deal with. I also hope that Mr. Li will give you more support in the future. Secretary Jin's speech was watertight. While handing over champagne, Li Hao was obviously a bit dumbfounded. Big beautiful woman white skin and long legs, exquisite face, hanging a shallow professional smile, looks just right, neither too flattering, but also makes people feel very comfortable. She did not speak. Li Hao thought she was some movie star, did not expect her to be a secretary. It had to be said. Like this kind of national beauty, people love people, and Li Hao was no exception. Just one glance made Li Hao a little heartbroken. Feeling his heart fluttering, Li Hao subconsciously took the tall glass. Secretary Jean, it's nice to meet you. It's my honor to know a big shot like Mr. Li. Just at this moment, a character message popped up in his mind. Ding. Name, Jean Crescent. Age, 27. Height, 174. Weight, 49 kilograms. Occupation, secretary, hacker, trader, business administration elite, lawyer. Face value, 9. 4 points. Introduction, graduated from Yale University in the beautiful country with 3 master's degrees in computer, finance and law. Favorability, -50. Wait, how come her favorability towards herself is -50? Mr. Li, I've been admiring you for a long time, so I dare to toast you. Jean Crescent handed Li Hao a glass of champagne, pretending to be an admirer of Li Hao, and made a polite toast. Li Hao took the champagne and clinked glasses with her, making false accusations while spitting in his heart. Admire you my ass. Admire a leg. This can really pretend. If not for seeing the -50 favorability, she really believed her bull asterisk. Cheers, cheers. Wine glasses lightly clinked. First dry as a toast. This is my business card. If young Lee wants to communicate with me in depth, call and contact me. I'm ready to wait 24 hours a day. Secretary Jean handed Lee Hao his business card, casually took the wine glass he drank from and turned to leave with a smile on her face. Lee Hao held the business card and lamented inwardly. It's a pity. Such a good-looking big beauty. Barefacedly hinting at surprisingly impure purposes. There must be a demon when things go wrong. Young Ae saw that Lee Hao was a little lost, and came together in his ear and exhaled like a blue orchid and said, Oba, do you like her? Do you want me to help you pick her up? Lee Hao looked at young Ae solemnly. You help me. Soak her. How? Favorability 100 is different. Not only is she not jealous, she is even willing to help herself pick up girls? It's not that simple. Zhang Ai spoke eloquently, telling how to help Lee Hao pick up girls. The words were split into two. Jean Crescent took the tall glass that Lee Hao just drank from and left the venue straight away, putting it into a sealed bag and handing it over to one of her subordinate employees. Take the fingerprints. Do it quickly. Okay, Secretary Jean. The employee flew away. Only then did Jean Crescent call to report. Boss, we've got Mr. Lee's fingerprints, and we'll soon be able to find out his identity and background. Zhao Tianhao was plain, but the words he said revealed his eagerness. I'll give you 2 hours. I want to know everything about him. Origin information. Social relations. I want it all. Promise to complete the task. Secretary Kim hung up the phone and turned to leave on her high heels. It was around 7:30 or so. The reception was almost underway when the organizer announced through the radio. All guests, ladies and gentlemen, tonight's charity auction will begin soon. Please enter in an orderly manner. Tonight's charity auction was the main event, and it was also a business event held by the Haicheng Chamber of Commerce. The so-called charity auction was not really charity. It was just using the name of charity to cope with the policy. According to the regulations, doing charity up to a certain amount could be tax exempted. This was just one of them. Rich people are accustomed to drilling the legal loopholes. Under the guise of charity, not only tax-free, but also private transactions, money laundering and other covert operations. For example, 2 companies in secret, with charity auction items left hand to right hand, to reach some kind of transaction that cannot be on the stage, to achieve the goal of adultery. Chapter 68 Charity Auction. The charity auction was held in the hotel's multifunction hall, and the men and women who attended the dinner party, one after another, left the banquet hall and walked towards the auction venue. Qin Shuangxue hurriedly ran over and eagerly inquired, Mr. Lee, are we going to participate in the charity auction? Of course. The reason why Lee Hao came to the dinner tonight was because he heard that there was a charity auction. This was a good opportunity to brush up on the rebate. How could he miss it? Just like this, Lee Hao walked towards the multi-purpose hall with Zhang Ying'ai on his left and Qin Shuangxue on his right. 2 superb beauties, embracing them left and right. Just out, it feels like a sea of people, all crowded at the door, as if waiting in line for admission. The hotel staff was maintaining order, separating the men from the women. Men, please line up at the entrance for the capital check. Ladies, this way please. At this moment, Lee Hao realized that there were so many rules for attending the charity auction. Capital check. What a trouble. The staff walked nearby and said to Zhang Ying'ai and Qin Shuangxue, 2 ladies this way please? Where to? Qin Shuangxue subconsciously questioned offhand. This is the rule. Ladies are not qualified to participate in the auction. They need to go to the backstage to stand by and collectively listen to the organization's arrangements. Seeing all the female stars being taken away, Qin Shuangxue subconsciously faced dissatisfaction. What the hell? How can men and women still be treated differently? The hotel employees said in a serious manner. Please don't make things difficult for us, okay? Right at this moment, Zhao Tianhao happened to walk over. Blind your dog's eyes? This is the old president of Tianhai Group. The employee was startled and hurriedly nodded and apologized. After Zhao Tianhao relieved Qin Shuangxue, he said in a conspiratorial manner, General Manager Qin is a rare strong woman in Haicheng. She's not the same as those playwrights. It's normal that you guys don't recognize her. Nodding to Lee Hao again, he laughed. I'm sorry. The auction has the unwritten rule of capital inspection in order to prevent people from haphazardly bidding, so young Lee understands. I can understand. After the 2 of them exchanged simple polite pleasantries, Zhao Tianhao was star-studded as he walked into the venue. His face changed and he explained in a low voice. These 3 people give me a strict asset check. Turn around and tell me the results. Okay, Mr. Zhao. Zhao Tianhao had been holding his tongue for a night, and finally had the feeling that a great revenge was about to be avenged. Strong dragons don't suppress snakes. If I don't teach you a lesson, you're afraid that you don't know how high and thick the sky is. The people attending the charity auction were all the prestigious businessmen of High City. Everyone had to line up at the entrance and verify their identity before entering. Boss 1. This is your information. Please take it. Every boss who entered would get a craft paper bag, which was a separate information assigned based on their identity, and it contained some business secrets, as well as an introduction to the auction. To put it bluntly, this was a disguised elegant bribe. If you want to cooperate with the Zhao family, you have to throw a brick to attract jade first, and be willing to spend money to make a knock on the door, and obtain the qualification. Zhao family will cooperate with the other party. But these unspoken rules Li Hao did not know. When it was his turn to come to the door to check the capital, Li Hao just showed the bank balance. Is this enough? The staff fixed their eyes on it. 110 million. A long string of numbers, a balance of 17.36 billion. It was important to know that this was liquidity, not fixed assets. Some big bosses looked like they were worth a lot of money, but the external debt they owed to the bank was even more astronomical. Li Hao was completely different. No one knew how much his assets were, but just with his bank balance, it was enough to crush the entire scene. Even Zhao Tianhao could only look at his back. Enough is enough. Boss inside please. Next was Zhang Ying AI. She didn't want to show the balance. It was the money that Li Hao had given her to start the company, not her money, so Zhang Ying AI's capital verification was slightly troublesome. Sky I check input Zhang Ying AI, domestic registered entertainment company, registered capital of 50 million. This is nothing. One of the identity is very bluff. The world's top 500, the third largest shareholder of the LJ Group in Bangkok, accounting for 10% of the shares. Boss inside please. This is your number plate. Please take it. Next it was Qin Shuangshue's turn. She was a bit weak, not as confident as Li Hao and Zhang Ying'ai, and said weakly, "My name is Qin Shuangshue, president of Haichang Tianhai Group." Entering the ID number, the Sky I check instantly appeared with all the information. The president of the group worth $10 billion. Another female big brother. Mr. Qin inside please, take your number plate. When the three of them met at the entrance and walked into the venue together, Li Hao looked around and asked in surprise, "Why didn't you give us any information?" "What information? See for yourself?" The two women saw the bosses in the venue, each holding a craft paper bag in their hands, and someone was checking the information. "I'll ask the employees." Qin Shuangshue beckoned to the venue employee, and he bumbled over. "Three honored guests, what are your orders? Why haven't you given us this information?" The employee scratched his head with an embarrassed face. "This I'm not sure about. The three honored guests should take their seats first. I'll go find the manager and ask." Led by the employee, the three of them came to the front area of the multi-purpose hall, which was a long row of sofa area that could seat more than 20 people, but it was just the three of them sitting alone. The seating at the auction was somewhat elaborate. According to the assets, the wealthier the person is, the more forward they are arranged. The richest person in Haichang was only $10 billion, and only Zhao Tianhao had reached this level, so it was really surprising to see three more people come out at once tonight. Zhao Tianhao was sitting in the first row, not far from Li Hao's three people. Seeing the color of the three people's number plates, his eyes slightly wrinkled, and he said in a cold voice, "There is no mistake. How are the three of them purple? All worth $10 billion. The manager is how to do. Do not want to do it?" Zhao Tianhao's anger was not trivial. He quickly called the manager over. He groveled in front of Zhao Tianhao, nodding his head and explaining, "It's like this, Mr. Zhao. Mr. Li's bank balance alone is 17.3 billion, as well as Qin Shuangshue and Zhang Ying'ai, especially Zhang Ying'ai. I know. You go down." The manager was just about to report that Zhang Ying'ai is a shareholder of LJ Group when he was interrupted by Zhao Tianhao, mainly because he didn't put Zhang Ying'ai in his eyes at all. Isn't she just a drama queen who climbs on the dragon and the phoenix? What kind of thing is she? However, seeing Li Hao, Qin Shuangshue, Zhang Ying'ai, three people not far away from talking and laughing, Zhao Tianhao was even more angry, temples jumping, blood pressure skyrocketed. Before finding out Li Hao's background, endure, must endure. 8 o'clock sharp. The charity auction officially started. The lights in the room were dimmed and the spotlights were all focused on the stage. At this time, two beautiful women with outstanding posture and elegance walked up to the auction stage hand in hand. Chang Xiaoxiao, Jiang Shui, the two of them, one is the provincial TV station's leading actress, the other is a domestic first-tier big shot. By these two hosting the opening ceremony, it shows how much importance the organizers attached to it. First of all, the big screen began to play documentaries of poor mountainous areas. The shots of left-behind children and widows and orphans looked a bit depressing. Chapter 69, Under the Guise of Charity. After the documentary ended, the two beautiful hosts began to host and regulate the atmosphere. As the saying goes, if you're poor, you're alone. If you're rich, you're rich. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Zhao Tianhao Zhao of Haichang for organizing the charity auction party and giving help to the impoverished mountainous areas, as well as thanking the entire audience for enthusiastically participating in the charitable cause, and for their outstanding contribution to the development of the society. The entire audience applauded with thunderous applause, all of them applauding hypocritically. Next, the two hosts sang in unison, introducing the rules of tonight's auction. The general meaning was that half of the sale price of all the lots tonight would be donated to charitable foundations, the Red Cross, and the Project Hope Fund, and even made a fuss about it, with a notary public supervising the scene. After the long-winded formalism, the next professional auctioneer appeared. A 60-year-old man with gray hair and an ancient face took the stage to preside over the auction. Next please, the first lot of tonight's auction. Shine. The big screen projected the auction item, which was a pair of ancient landscape paintings, the Zhengfan Pavilion picture. Then from the backstage came out an actress in a cheongsam, who held the painting in both hands, and under the illumination of the chasing lights, walked all the way from the podium to the audience, showing the auction item to every guest. This painting only Tang Dynasty landscape everyone. Li Si Soon, Mr. Jian Goggle made. Every big boss attending the auction was rummaging through the information to find information about the lot, but only a few scattered people found the relevant information. That's right. The information contained in the so-called craft paper bag was not available to everyone, but it was under the name of a charity auction. But in reality, it was an act of elegant bribery. According to the rules set by Zhao Tianhao, if you wanted to cooperate with the Zhao family, you had to pay a price and take out a knockout to show your sincerity. And not everyone was qualified for the auction. Only those who really needed the relevant channels would participate in the bidding. The auction item is not an auction item. It is just something Zhao Tianhao took out for display, to go through a process, and turn back to return it, in exchange for the corresponding business resources. This river sail pavilion drawing has been authoritatively certified as a genuine work of art, with a starting price of 8,000. As the auctioneer finished his introduction, the bidding officially began. Several bigwigs who were vying for cooperation resources raised their cards to increase the price, and soon the price was raised to $100,000. The most confused in the room is none other than Li Hao. Three people, according to theory, the Tang Dynasty famous calligraphy and painting. How can not be this price? The three of them are the first time to participate in, simply do not understand the hidden rules contained here. As the price of the auction gradually rose, soon the price also came to 2 million. The price increase came to a standstill, and the three bosses who called for the price were in deep thought, calculating the gains and losses, as well as testing the bottom line given by the Zhao family. Right at this moment, I bid 100 million. The quiet venue was suddenly in an uproar. Everyone looked at Li Hao unanimously. Even Zhao Tianhao was no exception. He was in the middle of sending out a message and revealing the value of the project when Li Hao stepped in and actually bid 100 million. I'll be damned. He's really here to cause trouble. The whole room was in an uproar, chattering and talking, especially the few old bosses who were competing for the channel. Their faces reddened as they sent messages to Zhao Tianhao, asking what this was all about. 100 million one time, 100 million two times, 100 million three times. Sold, Li Hao said triumphantly. Since it's for charity, a few million is meaningless. 100 million is too little for me. Even the organizer, Zhao Tianhao, didn't expect Li Hao to be such an animal. Not only did he intervene, disrupting the rules he had set, but he also really wanted to take out 100 million for charity. Is your money blowing in the wind? Ding dong ding dong. Zhao Tianhao's cell phone was ringing non-stop. He replied to the message with his hands full. Don't argue. What are you arguing about? Calm down. All shut up. Zhao Tianhao barked orders in the Chamber of Commerce group. He's just a rash layman. He doesn't know our rules. Let's talk about the cooperation later. I'll keep the channels for everyone. The group could finally quiet down. Zhao Tianhao looked at Li Hao without any good humor. He saw the artists under his banner. According to the previous rules, after handing over the auction items to Li Hao, they sat beside Li Hao. Qin Shuangxue was puzzled and asked in a small searching voice, "Why did you sit down?" The female artiste had a surprised expression on her face. Doesn't Mr. Li know the rules? Li Hao was also curious and asked in a puzzled voice, "What rules?" The female artiste moved closer to Li Hao and whispered with her ear, "I'm an auction accessory. As long as the transaction is completed, after you make the payment to show your sincerity, I'm your person tonight, as you wish." Li Hao's eyes were stunned. It can still be played like this? Li Hao didn't understand the unspoken rules of private transactions, and thought that these artists were making sacrifices in order to do charity. This also said what? According to the organizers said, for the sake of social development, for the sake of public order and morality, I want to pack the venue today. Not far away, Zhao Tianhao only felt his heart beating wildly, and had a bad premonition. At the same time, the second lot has begun to display. Another female artist, wearing a hip dress, made a grand entrance, the same hand holding a painting. The auctioneer was just about to introduce the lot, and the big screen had just displayed it. This lot is from the Ming Dynasty period, a painting of a lady by Tang Pak Fu. Before the auctioneer could finish his words, Li Hao directly raised his hand. $100 million. Fark. Num nuts ah. The whole room was full of complaints and instantly exploded. What the hell? Before the introduction was finished, he bid 100 million. This is not to participate in the auction. This is clearly to smash the scene. Zhao Tianhao at this moment only feel brain blood. This Tang Yin painting of ladies, but his grandfather's favorite painting, killed cannot fall into the hands of outsiders. $200 million. Zhao Tianhao was really anxious. No matter what, he had to keep this painting. Otherwise he couldn't explain to his father. When Li Hao saw Zhao Tianhao call for a price, he immediately became interested. If Mr. Zhao wants to do charity, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Today I'm going to wrap up the show. I'll cover all the auctions. This painting of a lady, 500 million. Mr. Li is bidding 500 million. Does anyone else want to bid? The auctioneer broke his voice in excitement. This price is enough to be recorded in the auction transaction record. Holy, Zhao Tianhao was still going to call for the price, but he was immediately followed by his subordinates. Mr. Zhao, just don't raise the price. The price is now 500 million. It's going to donate 250 million now. Zhao Tianhao came to his senses. Right, the auction sells channels is one aspect. On the other hand is he used to launder money. Tonight auction sale price of half of the total amount is to be sent to the foundation over the accounts. Afterwards in the insiders secretly, the money left hand to right hand, and then through the commercial form back. Not only do charity, earn a reputation, the money is also clean. Only this kind of operation has a drawback. If the money is less okay, but once the funds over 100 million, money laundering amount is huge. It is easy to be found by the relevant departments. It was also Zhao Tianhao's effort to freeze 500 million one time, 500 million two times, 500 million three times. Sold. The auctioneer dropped the hammer and shouted, "Congratulations, Mr. Li, for winning the Ming Dynasty Tang Yin's painting of a lady." Chapter 70, shocking the whole audience. Damn, this is ed up. Zhao Tianhao's heart thumped, secretly saying that it was bad. These antiques and paintings are all grandfather's collection. Just take it out to go through the motions. By the way, to show the Zhao family's deep heritage, through the charity auction, left hand to right hand. In the end, the antiques will still return to his hands. Who knows, can halfway out of a rash, ignoring the rules set by the Zhao family, forcibly spent 500 million, the grandfather's favorite lady's drawing to buy away. Zhao Tianhao watched as the female artist under his banner, holding the picture of a lady in her hand, personally handed it over to Li Hao, and obediently sat down next to him. Wag! Zhao Tianhao's brain was about to explode. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked at Li Hao, itching to eat him alive. The auction continued. Qing Qianlong, enameled blessed longevity and continuous life double-eared vase. As the charity auction proceeded, the female artist held out the third item for sale. The auctioneer had just opened his mouth to introduce it, and the price wasn't even uttered, when Li Hao bid again. 100 million. Paralyzed. Is it over? If you let Li Hao go on like this, how can other people play? All the rich and powerful people in Haichang, their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot, and they were furious. Haichang has Haichang's rules. Letting him mess around like this is simply disrupting the market and breaking the existing rules. The private transactions that cannot be put on the stage, cannot be put on the surface to say. For example, the third piece of enameled porcelain, the representative of the channel business, the profit is also in the 10 million or so. This livestock called for 100 million. Even if you really want to do charity, there is no such a tycoon as him. Ding dong ding dong. Zhao Tianhao's cell phone was ringing non-stop, and the Haicheng Chamber of Commerce group was exploding, all of them privately asking him what to do. This idiot has a hole in his brain, right? He's purely here to cause trouble. He doesn't really think that we're really engaging in charity, does he? The angry chamber members cursed in the group, venting their dissatisfaction. Shut the hell up. Let him continue to shoot. I don't believe that all his money came from the wind. Zhao Tianhao's forehead veins rippled. His lungs were about to explode from anger, and his fingers were trembling as he typed. After Zhao Tianhao's reminder, the other people present also reacted, and they coldly watched Li Hao's performance quietly. However, the next development of events surpassed everyone's expectations. Fourth piece, fifth piece, sixth piece, 10 or so pieces in a row. Each time, without waiting for the auctioneer to finish his introduction, Li Hao would call for the price, and the starting price was $100 million each time. Money seemed like meaningless numbers to him, and it didn't hurt at all to spend it. What makes the crowd's eyes pop is that as long as someone raises the price, this grandson then opens his mouth and directly calls for 500 million. 500 million was just like $5. How rich does he have to be so trenchant? The way he treats money is money. is simply psychotic. With more and more auction items, when Li Hao spent close to around 10 billion, everyone couldn't sit still. The intensity of watching the show gradually turned into shock, petrified, unbelievable, a variety of emotions mixed together. Everyone is going crazy. They were also considered rich, and their worth all added up to a small goal. People are more angry than people. Li Hao is a small goal, compared to other bosses. Everyone is like a poor man. The mindset of watching the show has gradually changed, and there is a new judgment on Li Hao's strength. This kind of character can only be flattered and not offended. Zhao Tianhao was thinking differently from the others. The current cumulative price of the auction had reached a staggering 9.2 billion. According to the rules reported to the officials beforehand, half of the charity auction's transaction amount would be credited to the charity foundation's general account. That is, the entire $4.6 billion. With such a large sum of money, it was impossible not to attract the attention of the officials. Previously, charity auctions, mostly tens of millions of dollars, left hand to right hand, after internal and external collusion, the money in and out, within a month to complete the money laundering operation. But now the transaction price, even up to $4.6 billion, and tens of millions of dollars is not a level. This has to get to the monkey years and months. Decades are not finished washing. Charity auction party became Li Hao One's one-man show. Qin Shuangshui and Zhang Ying'ai also realized that the atmosphere was a bit strange, but they were not clear about the inside story, and they were used to seeing Li Hao spending money lavishly. Although they did not quite understand in their hearts, they did not say anything. Ding dong ding dong. Right at this moment, Qin Shuangshui's cell phone received 4 or 5 messages in a row, all of which were from her father's closest friends. Opening the messages, she instantly changed her face drastically. Frost Snow, you guys are in big trouble. Do you know or not? Tonight's charity auction party is something else. On the surface it's an auction, but in reality, it's a member of the Haichang Chamber of Commerce making elegant bribes. By messing around, he is offending the entire Haichang business community. After being nudged by these uncles and uncles, Qin Shuangshui came to a sudden realization. This is the same as in the Celadon TV series. Zhang Zhongping paid a high price to buy fake porcelain from Yan Ruoshui. In fact, it was not the porcelain that was bought, but the channels, business opportunities and so on in the hands of the other party. This is the unspoken rule that everyone has agreed to, but was Li Hao inadvertently broken? Thinking of this, Qin Shuangshui hurriedly came to Li Hao's side, whispered persuasively, Mr. Li, we can't continue filming. Why? Li Hao was filming vigorously. 20 to 30 female artists had already gathered around him. When he heard this, his brows couldn't help but wrinkle up, and he looked at Qin Shuangshui in displeasure. Look at this. Qin Shuangshui showed the information on her cell phone to Li Hao. It can still be played like this? After Li Hao read the message, the corner of his mouth turned away. His heart was filled with contempt. There were still so many cats and dogs in organizing a charity auction. Just when Qin Shuangshui thought that Li Hao was planning to call it quits, he unexpectedly raised his hand once again. $1 billion. Since you guys are playing tricks, then Li Hao doesn't pretend anymore. I just have money with no place to spend it. Let's see what you guys can do. When these words came out, the scene was in an uproar. Nima, just a value of 5 million rosewood dresser box. You directly bite dry on the 1 billion. Endless, right? Zhao Tianhao was angry and gritted his teeth. Damn, rich burnt brain, right? Zhao Tianhao regretted. If he had known that Li Hao was a psychopath and could be so unmanageable, he wouldn't have invited Li Hao to participate in the auction, or he wouldn't have brought out his grandfather's collection. Now it's good. He lifted a stone and smashed his own foot. How can he explain to Grandpa later? No, absolutely not. Suspend the auction. Zhao Tianhao finally couldn't sit still. Originally thought that Li Hao would almost stop, but never thought that he is getting more and more excessive. The bidding price is higher and higher. Cannot allow him to be so reckless? Or really, if the transaction value of tens of billions of dollars of big news, there is no way to end. Zhao Tianhao looked for the manager, trying his best to suppress the anger in his heart, and commanded, tonight's auction ends here. Auction some random worthless things. The lots I took out won't be sold. Even if he was unwilling to do so, he had to stop the loss in time. Chapter 71 Li Hao's social background. This, charity auctions are all reported in the official report. The process is documented. There is also official supervision. Said not to sell or not to sell, cannot explain with the official. I'm the seller, I say not to sell or not to sell. Zhao Tianhao face all don't want. This can't blame him. Mainly these lots are grandfather's collection, regarded as treasures, was taken out by him to show off alright, but was sold by him. No matter how much money will eat it all. Anyway, I don't care. You guys look after yourselves. Zhao Tianhao angrily left the table. On fire, really couldn't stay. The person in charge of the hotel had to call off the auction, and after negotiating with the auctioneer, all of the remaining lots were taken back, and there was nothing they could do about the seller's remorse. However, the auction is only half. Cannot be a tiger's head. How to take out the last finale. But the organizer Zhao Tianhao are gone. What else can be sold? At the critical moment, the head of the bank offered his opinion. Our bank has just collected a bankrupt company. Manhwa Stock Limited Liability Company. Let's take it as the finale. That's the only way. The intermission ended after the sexy female entertainer handed the rosewood comb box to Li Hao. The auctioneer suddenly announced, "Unfortunately, because of some irresistible factors, this auction has to be temporarily terminated. The following is the last lot. The property rights of Manhwa shares some responsibility company, because there was no preparation in advance. The big screen did not display the profile information, but most of the people present knew what was going on with this company. Don't know what reason. Offended Zhao Tianhao was secretly under the black hand, resulting in a broken capital chain, insolvent, bankruptcy and liquidation. Qin Shuangxue was originally sending news with her uncles and uncles. When she heard the name of this company, her face suddenly changed. Name you? This is not her best friend Zhang Yu's company? Zhang Yu is Qin Shuangxue's classmate and best friend. The two of them have been classmates for 6 years. Their relationship has been very good. After Tianhai Group's accident, Zhang Yu has defied her parents' objections, and has helped her tide over the difficulties many times. Even rely on the survival of the small company. Zhang Yu have secretly shareholding. Zhang Yu went bankrupt, but she did not know? It was only a month without contact. How did Zhang Yu go bankrupt? Starting price $1 million. As the auctioneer reported the starting price, the field was quiet as always. Everyone present had long been numb, no one bidding, all staring at Li Hao. 1 million. Surprisingly, before Li Hao raised his hand, Qin Shuangxue couldn't wait to raise her hand to offer. Li Hao looked at Qin Shuangxue with a surprised face. You are interested in this company? This is my best friend's company. I can't believe I didn't know about her bankruptcy. Qin Shuangxue had a sad face. It was too late to explain. She took her cell phone and kept dialing Zhang Yu's number. But unfortunately no one answered. Without any suspense, the bankrupt company was auctioned by Qin Shuangxue. At this point, the charity auction party had to end early. The female artists formed a long line in front of Li Hao, checking the auction items one by one and settling the transfer under the supervision of the notary. Transfer out 100 million. Transfer out 500 million. Transfer out 100 million. The entire audience witnessed as Li Hao made a bank transfer. The series of transfer beeps were like a heavy drum, beating on the hearts of the crowd, causing everyone's hearts to tremble wildly. This was the real rich man. A long time to see. The VIP box of the magnificent court hotel. Pa! Zhao Tianhao slapped Tang Yitong's face. Not relieved after knocking her to the ground, he cursed at her. You don't bother me. I'm angry and the consequences are serious. Tang Yitong stumbled like a lost dog and ran away. The atmosphere in the entire box was frighteningly low. Everyone was as quiet as a chill, not daring to breathe. Boom boom boom. Zhao Tianhao's fury was not trivial. The ground was in a mess, and all the objects within the reach of the naked eye were smashed. Wastes. All of them are ing wastes. What makes Li Hao so rich? Where did he get the confidence? Li Hao spent money lavishly, spending more than $10 billion without any heartache at all. For this kind of person, Zhao Tianhao only dared to carry a gun, and didn't dare to fight him head-on before his background was investigated. Zhao Tianhao was furious. Secretary Jean pushed the door in with a stack of documents in his hand and hurried steps. Boss, Li Hao's background has been found out. Hearing this, Zhao Tianhao, who was still in the midst of a violent rage a second before, his eyes lit up fiercely and he couldn't wait to ask, quickly, what exactly is Li Hao's background? Secretary Jean handed Zhao Tianhao the investigation information and said in a somewhat strange manner, Li Hao, male, 24 years old, a native of Ancheng, Liao Province, graduated from high school. His father, Li Mingda, is a self-employed man who sells fruits for a living. His mother, Xiao Tsuelan, died accidentally when Li Hao was 5 years old, and 3 years later, Li Mingda renewed his marriage and remarried. According to the investigation, Li Hao and his father's stepmother's relationship is not very good. After graduating from high school has been in the community to fight. For years never contact with the family. You wait. Zhao Tianhao frowned slightly, as if he had heard a big joke, and laughed back in anger. Secretary Jean, I asked you to check Li Hao's information, and this is what you give me. You disappoint me too much. Wow. The information was flung in Secretary Jin's face and instantly scattered all over the place. Li Hao smashed more than $10 billion in the auction. His bank balance, liquidity is a full $17.3 billion. You checked for 2 hours, and you ended up telling me that Li Hao was an ordinary person, going to his grave and burning newspapers to fool the ghost. Young master, it's my incompetence. Secretary Jean lowered her head with a face of shame. To be honest, she actually didn't believe it either. but she had checked all of Li Hao's social relations, and it was indeed as stated in the information, without any bright spots, completely an ordinary person who couldn't be any more ordinary. After venting, Zhao Tianhao gradually calmed down. With the financial strength that Li Hao showed, as the son of the richest man, he could not even look back. If such a person hid his life, the general public really could not investigate anything. Just as he fell into silence, the hotel manager on the side, trembling, said, "Mr. Zhao, perhaps the problem is not with Li Hao, but rather Zhang Ying'ai." Zhao Tianhao's eyes were like electricity as he looked at the hotel manager. Make it clear, what's going on? When I entered the capital inspection, I found out that Zhang Ying'ai's identity is not simple. She is surprisingly the third largest shareholder of the world's top 500, the stick country LJ Group, accounting for 10% of the shares. Perhaps Li Hao is just a puppet, and Zhang Ying'ai is behind all of this. The manager stated his understanding. Snap! Who knew that? Just as he finished speaking, Zhao Tianhao slapped him hard on the face and cursed. Waste! Such important information! Why the hell didn't you say it earlier? Zhao Tianhao once again thrashed the manager. Also because of the manager's presumptuousness, it also made everyone reacquaint themselves with Li Hao. He's just an ordinary guy, and a puppet of young AE. Although it was a bit surprising, Conan Doyle said the maxim, eliminate all impossibilities, and the rest that is even more impossible is the truth. Whether it was Zhao Tianhao, Secretary Jean, and the room full of subordinates, they all thought so at the moment. Damn, dare to move on the head of a Taiyuyu, pretending to be a tiger and breaking the rules. I really underestimated you. Zhang Ying'ai, you're so ruthless. After his violent anger, a hint of killing aura flashed in Zhao Tianhao's eyes. A few of you do something for me. Help me contact some people in the society. I'm going to make Zhang Ying'ai lose his wife and his army. Boss. Secretary Jean just wanted to stop him, but he was scolded by Zhao Tianhao in a stern voice. You shut up. My mind is made up. Why don't you go and do it? The subordinates slipped out to do the job with gray heads. Chapter 72 Professional Bodyguard Group Debuts. After tonight's charity auction party, Li Hao led the team out of the Grand Court Hotel amidst the compliments. The reason why it was said that he was leading the team was because there were 31 female artists attached to the auction proceeds, and according to the rules, they all belonged to Li Hao tonight, so he could do whatever he wanted. The convoy returned to Shangri-La Hotel with great vigor, and the time was already 10:30 p.m. Just entering the hotel lobby, they saw a very grand scene. 100 muscular and gnarled, tall, cold-faced men in suits, lined up in a square formation, standing tall with their heads held high, standing upright and motionless, as if they were soldiers about to be paraded. These men in suits have different skin colors. 3 colors of people gathered, and there are men and women. Men accounted for the majority. Everyone is well trained. At first glance as a veteran of the battlefield, broker Kim Mi-sun hurriedly came forward and bowed, courteously introduced. Boss, these people are from the International Blackwater Security Company, hired professional bodyguards. 100 well-trained professional bodyguards will be responsible for your safety in the future. $30 million a year. Good day, boss. 100 people shouted in unison, so loud that it shook the hotel glass. Debuting for the first time and being inspected by their employer, they must be taken seriously. One of the white men stepped forward and introduced himself. Hello, boss. My name is William. I belong to the International Blackwater Security Company, AAA Security Director. I will be in charge of your security from now on. He spoke in English, his expression solemn and unsmiling. Hello, welcome. Li Hao looked up and down, and could feel the killing aura of a soldier from him. Boss, next let me introduce your security team. William began to introduce the team. They are the elite of Blackwater Security, a total of 100 people, 10 people in a group of 10 squads. All have served in the Navy SEALs for more than 3 years, and there are also people who have been on the battlefields of Afghans, the battlefields of Africa, and have protected Middle Eastern tycoons, and have carried out a lot of protection missions. Not bad, quite good. Li Hao nodded with satisfaction, very pleased with these bodyguards. This scene was rare to see in 100 years, no matter if it was the hotel staff or the female artists who followed Li Hao along. Seeing so many foreign bodyguards, they were all shocked with their mouths wide open. Especially the 31 female artistes, who had only thought that Li Hao was a thug before, but they were only skeptical when they saw this scene today. You guys, the Middle Eastern tycoon that's been rumored like crazy in Hai Chang lately. It can't be him, right? It must be him, otherwise who could have such a big card? The female artists chattered. Manager Kim Mi-sun hurriedly compensated with a smile. Young Li, I took it upon myself to charter 3 floors in the hotel before. This money you see. Good job. Get young AE to reimburse you. Li Hao complimented in passing and ordered in passing. By the way, open 31 more rooms and arrange for them all to stay as well. Li Ho was referring to the group of female artists. Okay boss. The agent dealt with Young Ae, and William got into the swing of things, ordering 3 teams totaling 30 people to set about taking care of the safety of the boss's accommodations. Again, there were thugs in suits and hordes of female entertainers. The scene was spectacular to the extreme, giving the hotel staff no small amount of shock. This kind of trivia Li Hao will not ask. And Zhang Ying'ai, Qin Shuangxue 3 people take the elevator upstairs back to the room. On the way back, Qin Shuangxue was holding her cell phone, either making calls or sending messages, with a strong sadness in her eyes. Back to the room, Li Ho sat on his butt on the sofa, and Young Ae poured a cup of water for Li Ho and sat beside him, carefully phrasing her words with a cryptic reminder. Oba, you brought back so many actresses at once, your body won't be able to handle it. Li Ho froze. What was this chick thinking? What does she think she is? That she can kill 100 people in one night? Just kidding. But then again, Zhang Ying'ai's good sense was now at 100 points, and surprisingly, she didn't have the slightest intention of being jealous, and was completely thinking about the issue from Li Ho's body's point of view, worrying about Li Ho's lack of restraint and overindulgence, which would damage her health. 100 points of good sense. Really extraordinary. What are you thinking about? I brought them back, but it's not for you? Ha! Young Ae was dumbfounded and her mind didn't turn a corner. What did Li Ho have to do with her when he brought these actresses back to the hotel for the night? Did he still want to fight 1 against 32? Li Ho raised his hand and bounced it on Young Ae's head. You're thinking nonsense again. Be serious, will you? Aang. Young Ae suppressed her rambling thoughts, then she heard Li Ho follow up. You just opened an entertainment company. Don't you need artistes and actors under your hands? These actresses are all ready-made in-house entertainers, first and second tier, so if you talk to them and sign them all, won't you have the company's team? Hearing this, Young Ae came to a realization and said in surprise, yes, I was worried about this, but I didn't realize that you were so meticulous and had already made arrangements in advance. Oba, thank you. As she spoke, Young Ae's eyes were filled with admiration as she looked at Li Ho. Li Ho was a bit vain at being complimented. He was just having a bright idea when he went upstairs just now, and planned to make secondary use of it, to pull the wool over the system on these actresses. I emphasize one point, since you want to do business, you have to be a bit more atmospheric. Since you're digging up the wall, don't be afraid to spend money. While paying the breach of contract for them, the signing fee given to them should never be less. Li Hao aggravated his tone, focusing on spending more money and making a strong effort to smash money. The default payment for star artists could easily be tens of millions or hundreds of millions. If he could really sign 31 female artists, it was a hefty investment, and it was as if Li Hao could see a large sum of rebate money beckoning to him. I understand. The trouble that can be solved with money should be left as trouble. I promise not to bring you any trouble. Appa. Young Ae was touched to the point of tears. Li Ho was very considerate on her behalf, sending money and people, teaching her by example and tirelessly advising her. It was enough to have him in this life, so as not to have a long night. You're going to go from one interview to another right now. Li Ho signaled Young Ae to hurry up and talk. 31 people, all of them would take some time to talk down. Okay, I'll go talk to them right away. Young Ae got up and left the room. At the same time, the bodyguard leader, William, led his men to bring all the antique paintings and calligraphy to Li Ho's room. William reported to Li Ho with a single board. Boss, a total of 31 antiques. All here, please accept. Li Ho pointed to the coffee table and casually said, put it there. Under William's command, the bodyguards carefully placed the antique paintings and calligraphy, neatly yards on the coffee table, and then went out without disturbing the boss to rest. After tossing and turning for a day, just for these 31 pieces of antiques, spent $3 billion, have to find a way to return the cash to be able to do so. Who to give it to? Only Li Hao and Qin Shuangxue were left in the room. Naturally, Li Hao's gaze fell on Qin Shuangxue. Chapter 73, Smoking It All at Once. Shuangxue, don't play with your cell phone. Come over here first. Li Hao waved at Qin Shuangxue, signaling her to sit beside him. Something wrong? Qin Shuangxue put down her cell phone and sat beside Li Hao, with a sadness between her brows that couldn't be dispersed. I remember you told me at the venue that these antiques have a doorway. I didn't understand it at that time, so tell me more carefully what's going on. Qin Shuangxue temporarily put down her best friend Zhang Yu's matter first, organized her thoughts and explained in detail. In Haichang, the Zhao family is the richest, and the president of the Haichang Business Alliance, equivalent to the existence of only a hand to cover the sky. Business involves all walks of life. The right to speak is very heavy, wide connections, many channels, and it is a well-deserved ruler of Haichang. For other people to do business in Hai City and earn a portion of the established profits, they have to exchange channels and opportunities with the Zhao family. To give a simple example, The commercial section of High City is a big cake. The Zhao family is the one who divides the cake, and whoever wants to eat the cake has to pay a price and ask for the Zhao family's consent. Tonight's auction is this reasoning. Behind each auction item, it represents a development project that is running in Haichang. Someone who wants to do this project, wants to take this piece of cake, will have to spend money on bidding, and then turn around and use these antiques to go and exchange cooperation opportunities with the Zhao family. After Qin Shuangxue saw an explanation, Li Hao finally understood the twists and turns. To put it bluntly, it is an exchange of interests. Li Hao's heart was happy. This is not an excuse to send gifts. These antiques are all for you. You take these to cooperate with the Zhao family to exchange channels. These, all to me? Qin Shuangxue was a little confused for a moment. In the auction venue, she had witnessed Li Hao spending more than $10 billion, and turned around and actually all of them were to be given to her? Don't be melodramatic. Anyway, I don't have much use for these broken things. It's just that you can use it to do business with the Zhao family. Qin Shuangxue was excited. I will definitely run Tian Hai Group well and live up to your expectations of me. Qin Shuangxue's eyes reddened slightly and her tone was excited as she expressed her loyalty to Li Hao. Ding! Qin Shuangxue favorability +3. Current favorability 98 points. The value of these antiques themselves was put aside for now. The meaning represented behind them was extraordinary. Qin Shuangxue's career is very heavy. Tian Hai Group as his father single-handedly created the industry. On behalf of her father's life's blood, the gift sent by Li Hao was considered to have been sent to her heart. It went up 3 points of favorability, just one step away from 100 points. At the same time, the moment Qin Shuangxue agreed to accept the gift, it triggered the system return, and one prompt message after another scrolled across the system interface. Ding! Detected that the host spent $100 million on gifting Qin Shuangxue the Zhangfan Pavilion drawing, and recorded the number of times it was returned once. The current remaining cumulative cashback draws are 9. Ding! The host's gift of Qin Shuangxue's the lady cost $500 million. One return has been recorded. The current remaining accumulated cashback draws are 10. With a series of cumulative number of draws, Li Hao was happy in his heart. At this time, Qin Shuangxue squirmed and said, Mr. Li, I have some urgent matters that need to be dealt with tonight, so I can't spend the night with you. It just so happened that Li Hao also wanted to stay by himself for a while, so that he could return the cash draw, and borrowed the slope to say, you go busy, there are urgent matters to hurry to deal with, do not delay. Qin Shuangxue was once again moved by Li Hao, hurriedly walked out of the room, took out his cell phone and continued to make calls, contacting to inquire about the news of his girlfriend Zhang Yu. Inside the room, now that only Li Hao was left alone, he did not hesitate for a second, and the cashback lottery officially began. Currently remaining cumulative cashback draws 39 times, whether to draw or not, for a whole day. His own consumption plus Zhang Ying AI's consumption, the cumulative amount reached 1 billion. 1 billion. How much money would it be if it was cashback? In case a 10,000-fold return is triggered, $500 billion of mecha technology can be purchased immediately. Whether or not we can realize our mecha dreams depends on tonight. Start cashback lottery. Li Hao's finger tapped on the system's virtual interface, and he couldn't wait to start the exciting and enjoyable cashback journey. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the 100 times cashback. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the 1,000 times cashback. Li Hao immediately confident. Continue to draw. Compared to the system according to the fixed rate of cashback, like this accumulation of return times, a one-time draw cool, obviously more exciting. Let a person cannot stop. Double, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Special rewards. A total of 6 stalls. Appearing multiplier different. Each time the results of the lottery are different. It was like gambling, using the big to win the small, or using the small to win the big. No one knew before the results came out. The moment the lottery results are announced, it's just great. It was just after 12 p.m., outside the Shangri-La Hotel, in a dark alleyway nearby. 2 Wuling Hongwangs were quietly parked. As a black Mercedes-Benz came from far and near and stopped next to the Wuling, a middle-aged man walked down from the car, precisely the manager of the Shangri-La Hotel. Wow! At the same time, 2 Wuling Hongwan doors opened, surging out a dozen punks, one fierce and vicious. The man at the head had a slab of hair, a face full of horizontal meat, and a large gold chain around his neck. His name is Han Jinshui. Haicheng is known as a tough guy. Good fight. Early years have caused deaths. 8-10 years in prison. After his release from prison to gather a gang of gangsters, specializing in rich people, dealing with a variety of unseemly hookups. For example, demolition, intimidation, violent collection, and even kidnapping, blackmail and so on, because there is a backer. Over the years, the more power to do more and more big. Han Jinshui is also more and more arrogant. Seeing the visitor is the manager of the Houting Hotel. Han Jinshui, holding a cigarette, raised his chin and asked, "Manager Gui, what's the urgency of handing over your brothers so late at night?" Manager Gui pulled out 3 photos from his pocket, which were clearly the photos of Li Hao, Zhang Ying'ai, and Qin Shuangshui. "This is your target." The male done away with and the 2 women tied up. Han Jinshui took the photos and carefully recognized them. "Is this your personal job, or an account from above?" Manager Gui turned back and opened the trunk of the Mercedes. There was a suitcase inside, and opened it in passing to show the amount. "It's an account from above." This man messed with the boss. You understand? As soon as he heard that it was the boss's job, Han Jinshui instantly respected. Did not dare to have any more dangling behavior. Do a beautiful job. In addition to the 3 of them, the boss also has an account. Let you get back 31 pieces of antiques. Must be brought back unharmed. As he spoke, he carried a suitcase of cash off the car. "Here's $5 million, and after it's done, there's another reward." Han Jinshui took the suitcase and slapped his chest, his tone solemn and assuring. "Please rest assured, Manager Gui, this kind of work we hand-hold pinch." Han Jinshui, what kind of person you are still not clear. The circle has a reputation. Do things without leakage, never missed. Cut the crap, the boss is waiting for your good news. Han Jinshui immediately turned back and solemnly ordered, "Brothers, let's go." Chapter 74, I'm sure they're killers. Shangri-La Hotel. The hotel surveillance room was commandeered by a foreigner, and the boss came to intervene in person. No matter what William said, for the safety of the employer, please don't disturb our work. Employer, your ass. This is domestic, not your foreign country. Where is all that mess? But just as the manager's words fell, his men reported in time. There is a situation. William was immediately solemn, and the hotel owner and others, together, looked at the surveillance display. They saw a group of swarthy punks, entering the hotel from the emergency security exit, passing through the employee passageway, and using the employee elevator to surprisingly go straight up the stairs. Not good. Level 1 alert. All alert. The professional bodyguards were like an enemy. All of them acted and trained to go forward to arrest people from all directions. The hotel owner was dumbfounded and dazed. How could this happen? The punch in the face came too quickly, leaving the hotel owner somewhat speechless. Inside the presidential suite, 61 billion, 83 billion, 105, 9 billion. As Li Hao drew cash back time and time again, his bank balance exploded and had long surpassed the 100 billion mark. After all 39 cumulative times had ended, Li Hao was still a bit unfulfilled. With a cumulative cashback of $210 billion, his bank balance reached a staggering $227.4 billion. A whole 12-digit number, almost halfway to the mech of 500 billion. Cool. It's so cool. What a concept is $227.4 billion. A small country's annual revenue can afford 1,000 private jets, 50 Titanic luxury cruise ships, 2 aircraft carriers. Just when Li Hao was holding his cell phone, happily calculating the gains and losses, outside the door, there were sounds of clanking, fighting and cursing. What's the situation? Li Hao was clearly upset in his heart and got up to open the door to see what was going on outside. What's going on? What's all the noise outside? Just opened the door. Saw the entire corridor is full of bodyguards. Wu Yang, all people, will be a few punks subdued, pressed on the ground to prevent them from moving. William hurriedly jogged over to report. Boss, this group of people broke into the hotel, want to premeditate against you. Li Hao subconsciously did not believe it. This is not a foreign country. Where is the law and order so chaotic? Is it a misunderstanding? Could they be residents? Absolutely not. William did not explain how these people went upstairs, but took out the photos and handed them over. On their bodies, these photos were searched, and I analyzed that they came for the boss. Li Hao took the photos. It was him, Zhang Ying'ai, Qin Shuangshui, and the 3 of them. Damn it, pretending to be too much, showing wealth is being missed. Li Hao fell into deep contemplation and deep afterthought. Fortunately, he had hired professional bodyguards, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. This bunch of 1,000-dagger punks dare to hit my idea. Damn it! William misunderstood Li Hao's meaning and made a neck-slicing gesture, asking tentatively, Boss, should we exterminate all of them? Don't. No need. Li Hao hastily waved his hand and instructed. This is in China. It's a rule of law society. Everything has a law. You can't just hurt people's lives. Yes, sir. Then how to deal with these killers? Li Hao looked at a group of subdued gangsters and casually said, call the police and hand them over to the police. William respected his employer's opinion and nodded in response. Yes, sir. Subsequently, under William's command, Han Jinchue and a dozen other punks were dragged away by the bodyguards as if they were dead dogs. Li Hao went back to his room and continued to study his system cashback. More than $200 billion. Old me is also rich. Buy. What's good to buy? At the same time, Qin Shuangshue's emotions were becoming more and more flustered, and her heart was vaguely filled with a sense of foreboding. From the end of the auction until now, 4 or 5 hours had passed. She had asked all the people who could recognize Zhang Yu, but she still got nowhere. The result? Just no Zhang Yu company bankruptcy. As for Zhang Yu's recent situation, no way to get, until from his father's best friend, Uncle Wang, got a word, as if Zhang Yu company bankruptcy has something else to hide, about which Uncle Wang is not deep, digressing from the topic, not willing to say more on the phone. Qin Shuangshue worried about girlfriends, a moment cannot wait, decided to visit the door overnight, must ask a clear, Zhang Yu in the end what happened. Qin Shuangshue heavy-hearted downstairs, out of the elevator. At this time is already about 1 o'clock in the morning. The hotel lobby is full of people. The periphery is full of hotel staff, whispering, as if watching something lively. What's going on in our hotel lately? It feels so chaotic. I heard that this group of people, who were rushing towards the big boss surnamed Li upstairs, were ended by the bodyguards. What kind of character is Boss Li in the end? Qin Shuangshue approached to take a look, only to see dozens of police officers in the hall, in groups of 2 or 2, were escorting a dozen or so punks out of the hotel. The security leader hired by Li Hao, a foreigner named William, was dealing with a police officer at the moment. I'm pretty sure that they are professional killers. I can guarantee with my personality that it's definitely not a misunderstanding. It shouldn't be related to Li Hao, right? Qin Shuangshue had some guesses, but with the protection of 100 professional bodyguards, Li Hao's safety would not be a problem. She had more important things to do at the moment, and walked straight to the front door of the hotel. The next day, when the sun rises, Li Hao opens his eyes and stretches his arms to stretch his waist. This sleep to wake up naturally. So comfortable. Last night's 39 consecutive system returns allowed him to accumulate more than 220 billion. Li Hao browsed the system mall and found a lot of things he wanted to buy, but unfortunately, he didn't have enough money, so he could only continue to save up the returns. Just like this, he was in a fantasy and unexpectedly fell asleep without realizing it. In his dream, he successfully exchanged his mecha technology and drove his longed-for Gundam, going up to the sky and into the earth. Omnipotent. It was simply awesome. Soon, the mecha dream will be realized soon. Li Hao cheered himself up and encouraged himself, brushed his teeth and washed up, and walked out of the room. William was fully focused on guarding the door, and when he saw Li Hao come out, he immediately greeted him respectfully. Boss, good morning. Last night's batch of killers have been handed over to the police. When the results of the investigation are available, we will be officially informed. Li Hao was in a good mood and responded politely. Tough night last night, William said with a flourish. This is what we should do. Boss, MS. Young AI asked me to tell you that when you wake up, please move to the restaurant. She has a surprise for you in the second-floor restaurant. Li Hao guffawed and said casually, "Eh? There's a surprise? Let's go. Let's go to the restaurant together." William lagged behind Li Hao by half a body length, and the two of them took the elevator downstairs. On the way, William thought of something and reported, "Boss, last night around 1:15 a.m., during my negotiation with the police in the hotel lobby, I saw MS. Qin Shuangshue leaving the hotel in a hurry. The killer incident. Is there any possibility that she was behind it? There is no possibility. Don't make any wild guesses." Li Hao knew that Qin Shuangshue had an urgent matter last night, and coupled with the good feelings, he would not even guess towards her. The two walked into the restaurant one after the other. Inside the large restaurant, all of them were young and beautiful female artists with sexy bodies, and the moment Li Hao entered, the 31 female artists bowed in unison and delicately shouted, "Good day, boss."